Chapter 1 The Nameless Boy. In Heelandof mountain senses, within Theastern domaineth the summit of a girl pikoft hedge de clear palace, Ian boy stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing contemplatively towards the west. His fists were tightly clenched, and memories of his childhood began to flood his mind. This boy was named Wooming, born during a Multura, a Thetwalite of the great war between Herrighteous and the demonic factions. His mother, Limo, a princess of the Demon clan, fell in love with the crown prince of the Celestial clan Gong Sun Haoyang and gave birth to Wooming. When Wooming turned 6, the Demon clan faced a devastating defeat, and the secret affair between Gong Sun Haoyang and the Demon princess Lima was exposed. He was summoned back to the Celestial realm with Celestial Emperor, who, under the threat of coercion and temptation, compelled him to abandon Limon their child, bidding his to meet to inherit Celestial Emperor's throne. At that moment, the Demon clan Wazel Rede on the brink of annihilation. Limo, forsaken, witnessed their own parents perish at the hands of the Celestial generals, burdened with a deep-seated vendetta. Looking Gatheriongs and Wooming beside her, Sheko set a flee. Yet in this vast world, where cold the fife and refuge, she took Wooming to Thiedmont territory, only to be relentlessly hunted down. In desperation, she decided to escape to the human realm. Wooming, despite his standarage, displayed remarkable understanding. During G's escape, Hugh will drescherly mo, saying, "Mother, it is Wooming's fault for being geburden toya. I have caused you pain." Though Limo swear it be their plight, her heart softened at Wooming's mature words. Wooming, remember the Zio are a the most important person in me heart. Throughout these months of being hunted and flaying, I have an evrancy contemplate abandoning you. I will not know, nor will leave her, unless I am no longer. Upon hearing this, Wooming hurriedly wrapped his arms around Liamo, exclaiming, "Mother, I don't want you to leave him, I want you to stay with him forever." Ash spoke, he began to weep uncontrollably, and Limo held him close, whispering how Kudamather bear to leave her child, it will find a peaceful place free Eve strife Sathadio melevsively and happily. You must believe him. Themoth Ranson pack their belonging san set forth in their journey. Thuff the Celestial Pulkland Demon clan and Netherworld clan Alanger pursued them, they were still hunted by righteous cultivators who had received news of their presence. Timing and again, the narrowly escaped peril, and eventually, the arrived at Twin Realms Mountain. Beyond this mountain lay the realm of mortals and Setheriak had the mortal world, they would no longer be in danger. However, Thetan Major Sexoft Herritus within the human realm, incited by the Celestial Emperor, had laid Atrophir, preparing to eliminate Themotharansan and Onethelswoop, thereby eradicating Ghana future threat. Devilish woman, to they shall bear end. All dressed swordsmen leaped from Theski, blocking Limon Wooming's path. Before Limo could respond, dozens of figures sprang forth aloft the matha level of harmonious body saint. Indeed, if we kill Therum Nansoft a demon clan, she'll learn the Celestial clan's roared. The Wooming was still young, he hid by his mother, silent limamorizing the faces of his pursuers. Limosmold faintly howled have a thought that the steamed harmonious body saints of the human realm would conspire against Amatharan her child for the Celestial clan's roared, all while masquerading under the guise of righteousness. If you wish to kill us, then do so without further ado. Limo, as no blood ascendant of the demon clan, you cannot escape the after day. In me humbly opinion, it would be best for you to take our own life, ba. The speaker was the monk Duan from the Buddhist sect, was still retained a semblance of compassion, befitting his status as a hymonk. Upon hearing this, Limufer Dabadir smiled, looking down at Wooming, her hand gently caressing his scarabike face. Wooming, are you afraid? Wooming turned to survey the people around them, biting Gisla Pasha declared, with mother here, Mingus not afraid. Limosmold knowingly, her lips pressed together. Very well, today, mother will die through tis perila situational, close your eyes. Wooming nodded down obedient Lysiathices. Limoracito her feet, latingu tafir secrethato code herein her rage. Harrius reddened, tears mingling with blood as they streamed down her face. I theosperior levestidae, I, Limo, swear to repay your kindness in the future. Limo, that is impossible. If I continue to exist in the human realm, it would baten to mount a declaring war against the Celestial clan. Do I think would be foolish enough to do such a thing? Moreover, the Celestial clan has swayed a hefty bounty hasli their official lesson to the heavens and cult of a team on the Celestial clan. The size a dream we all aspire to, how could we let these opportunities slip away? Zai Weisenrend we bother with such words, I suggest we all rush at once and capture them. Why worry about words? Listening to their conversation, Li Mufer Dabatir smile, indeed, those who recognize the thetemies are the true wise. You preach righteousness on moral I widely educating or disciples, yetheri stand, uttering such frenzied words. How are we wanna different from the demon clan, strike now. With that, Lima summoned a blood-drinking blade, its sedge glowing fiercely of a sanguinelite, inscribed with radiant runes. The harmonious body saints, unable to contain Hemzel longer, drew Thyron artifacts upon witnessing Limo brandishing her weapon, charging toward Sharina Flurry of Dustan's word energy. With a single slash of her blood-drinking blade, Lima swiftly dispatched it to harmonious body saints, yet his did not signify her victorious her demoness energy dwindled, her strength waned, and the tide of battle began tottering against her. Stop! At that moment, a streak of light flashed across the horizon, and a figure descended from Theski. As the figure landed, Muming finally discerned the Tequesa womankled in white, her gona spurious snow, her complexion fair and slightly rosy. Her beautiful eyes shimmered, seemingly searching for something, before she fixed her gaze upon Wuming behind Liamo. This was Wuming's first encounter with such the real beauty little did Ek know, these women would become his future mentor. Yuling Long, have a comito kilmiswell? Limo pointed her blood-drinking blade to Ling Long, her eyes filled with disdain and fury. Limo, thufwera revalsilsive, Ike Yuling Long, after you disciple off Jade Clear Palace under 3 pure ones, would never take ye advantagio fio your misfortune. E have comito de for him. Ash spoke, Yuling Long raised her delicate hand, pointing at Wuming. Upon seeing this, Limo quickly shielded Wuming with her body, her voice list with anger, what do you intend Toto? Yuling Long small legend leave Limo, do not be ungrateful. Alama to take our child it would be the best path for you. A glimmer of cunning flashed in her eyes, as urging Limoto heed her words. Limo fell into a moment of hesitation Muming importance to her ways replaceable, yet understood the T-shine zisty don keeping him by her side, it would surely cost them both their lives. Shekna Yuling Long weldish but to be in rivals, these women was not to be compared with these harmonious body saints. Very well, I agree. Wuming, go with her. Chapter 2 The Useless Wuming. Mother, are you abandoning Wuming? Wuming immediately burst into tears, his face a picture of sorrow. Wuming, listen Tome. Fiskend you wiskend hearted and beautifulia will be Sophie with her. Once I am out of danger, I will come and offend you. Be good, and listen to hati our mother's alright? Though Wuming sheer take it a thought of leaving his mother, he realized that staying by her side wouldn't be a burden. Perhaps, if left, it would grant his mother a glimmer of hope for survival. He stood up, looked around at the gathered figures, and suddenly knelt down, crying out, please do not kill mother, she's a good person, no beta neshatrol's a good person. The harmonious body saints surrounding them were taken aback by this unexpected display from the 60-year-old child, their composure shattered by his heartfelt plea. Zaiwisen renternet to Yuling Long calling out, Ling Long Zun, I did not say it would take him away, since Limo has already agreed, what are you waiting for? Yuling Long smiled faintly and bowed respectfully to Zaiwisen, responding gracefully, I can certainly take him away, beauty you must wait until I am fair enough away before he what. Very well, hurry and go. Zaiwi Genreen waved vein patiently turning his back. The harmonious body saints regarded Zaiwi Genreen with reverence, and seeing Muming Nilingand weeping pitifully, they felt it would be unseemly to act violently in front of Fachild. Moreover, Yuling Long was also a harmonious body saint and a true disciple of 3 pure one as they dared not provoke her. Seeing no objections, Yuling Long slowly approached Wuming, extending her delicate hand to help him up from the ground. You're Namai's Wuming, right? You seem quite clever. How about becoming Mediscipla from now on? Upon hearing this, Zaiwi Genren became anxious. Linglong Zun, you cannot do this, we have an objection to taking him away, beautify except them as your disciple, once higro supen 6 revenge, it will be lost for us. In Ruth basic done cultivation Zaiwi Genren ways already harmonious bodies to Jivan if Wuming devote himself to training, he would not but much in 1,000 years. However, Oni Alwasher Boret the desire to eradicate potential threats. allowing Muming to growing kecht would spell endless trouble for them. Zaiweisen rent I can assure you that he will and lie accept them as a discipline and will not teach a man a mystical arts, only technology of mortals. You should be to say with these, yes? Zaiweisen ren furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment before breaking into a smile. This method is quite ingenious, quite ingenious indeed. Indeed, this method is best we shall have no further worries. Upon observing the enthusiastic agreement of Tekrode, Yuling long turned her gaze on some more to Yuming gently parted her cherry lips, saying, Wuming, would I you willing to become a disciple? Wuming, your mother believest the titus at tremendous bulsin foriato haviant you willing to accept a washer student. You should agree. Limo, standing beside him, caressed Yuming's face and tenderly held his small, obedient hand, smiling as he spoke. Mother, I if apprentice under this master of profound arts, they will no longer seek to harm you? At these words, Limoas momentarily taken aback before she noted with a bittersweet smile. Very well, then Wuming shall take you as master, he declared, and with that, Heboed Threatimus with great enthusiasm, bringing immense joy to Yuling Long. Wuming, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple. Come, let us return to Yuching Palace together. Before Wuming called respond, she scooped him upan sword into Theski. On the ground, Limoachedis Yuling Long and Wuming gradually faded into distant specks before she finally averted her gaze. She silently lowered her head, her expression tinged with melancholy. Now she felt utterly bereft her most cherished and beloved son had departed from her side. In this world, her greatest concern and most difficult attachment was Wuming. Yet now all of it had slipped away from her grasp, leaving Garen encumbered. At Yuching Palace, atop the peak of Funu, Wuming clenched fists in silence, muttering with deep-seated hatred, Zaiweisen ren Dwanan monk, you saint soft unified body, there will come a day and he shall play my areds to honor my mother. None shall escape. Hyzes reddened, tears streaming down his cheeks. Although he had not witnessed his mother's murder with his own eyes, Adicate had passed, and the memory remained vivid. Ash matured, the inevitable conclusion loomed his mother had undoubtedly met with tragedy. Everida Mahara led this, Hewelled weep in anguish. His beloved mother had imparted to him the principles of lives and secultude, guiding him with unwavering dedication, never indulging him, wickforged his resilient character. 14 years at Unu Peak, he had never strayed, driven by vigilancy and an ability to descend. Although Yuling Long was nominally his master, she adhered to her earlier promise, teaching him the arts of Deo Butrithir the classics of history, and the theoretica frameworks of scholars. In terms of knowledge, he dared to claim the second position at Yuching Palace, for none would challenge his supremacy. Moreover, she had also introduced him to the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, embodying the sense of a scholarly gentleman. However, in the realm of cultivation, he could not be hailed as a dragon among the disciples of Unu Peak, he was perceived merely as a waste. Waste, Aria steals lacking off and weeping? As Wuming wallowed in sorrow, you girl's voice interrupted him. A turned angrily, exclaiming, Chufeyu, if I call me a waste ionemera time, it truly well sees it to be your friend. Wuming wiped away his tears and turned away, sulking. Okum no, it's just a title would take it so seriously, besides, your intellect is namer boast. How'll believe a war a waste? Chufi ogrened mischievous lion pleped down beside Wuming, leaning against them. He immediately sprang up, alarmed, and shouted, Chufeyu ariyu autofi ormond, do you not know that boy and girl should keep their distance? Enough, when I say you have knowledge, you suddenly care about propriety. How was it that cried on me shoulder when we were on, I was merely showing sympathy and offering me shoulder for on. Up and hearing this, Wuming Shan's some face turned crimson, that never happened, I don't recall anything off desert. Chufaya stood up, pointing at Wuming's face, laughing, still insisting there is no such thing, you always fig amnesia, boot way is your faceard, it cold dignity of fire, huh? At that moment, Wuming felt an intense heat in his face, and Chufi steasingulfed him feeling gutter embarrassed, dispelling Thesoro hajist experienced. Seeing Wuming's bashful expression, Chufi covered Hermith, stifling the law. Wuming, he have come to bring you something wonderful. Wol diolikito take a look? What marvelous thing, Wuming gasped, instant like transformed be curiositashi looked toward Chufeyu. Didn't you express the martial arts of mortals, just a few days ago? I descended the mountain and purchased some for a what the market. Ash spoke, Chu Fu light up at her storage bag and a large parcel appeared before them. Somic? Umingasta tata package, his expression a mix of astonishment and delight. Chapter 3, The Cunning Nameless. Observing the astonished gaze of the Nameless One, Chu Feiyu's heart was already brimming with joy. The martial arts classics before him were all meticulously gathered by her from the mortal sex. And to procure these tomes she had indeed invested considerable thought. Nameless, these numerous texts should suffice for your studies for a decade. No, how will you express your gratitude to me, engrossed in the martial arts literature? The Nameless One looked up and smiled. Chu Feiyu, note Chu Shiji, I am deeply grateful for your generosity. Alas, my pockets are light, and I possess little of value to offer in return. However, I shall remember this kindness and repay it in due time. Enough, you, having not descended the mountain for 10 years, a mere waste, what can I expect from you in return? Consider this an act of virtue on my part, a charitable donation to you. I must take my leave. By the way, Master has returned. Do visit her to pay your respects when you have the time. With that, Chu Feiyu turned and departed, leaving the Nameless One staring blankly at the sizable parcel before him. He muttered to himself, Master, I wonder if you can still remember me. For a decade Yu Linglong had treated the Nameless One with indifference. As long as he refrained from discussing cultivation, she would not be overly critical. However, since the Nameless One arrived at Yuqing Palace, Yu Linglong had never once smiled upon seeing him. Any matters were conveyed through Chu Feiyu, and apart from the daily greetings, the Nameless One rarely had the opportunity to meet her. 5 years prior, Yu Linglong had set out on a journey, and since then, the Nameless One had not laid eyes on her. Now 16 years of age, he had matured into a young adult. And their reunion might lead to not recognizing one another. Struggling to shoulder the hefty package of texts, he gritted his teeth and carried it back to his room. His dwelling was a small, secluded courtyard adorned with various flowers and plants. Though he had not cultivated them himself, burdened by deep-seated grievances, he had no inclination to tend to such matters. It was Chu Feiyu who frequently visited his courtyard. Taking it upon herself to plant seeds and cultivate the flora, the Nameless One was unaware of the names of these plants, as none were documented in the books he had studied. Nevertheless, he understood that these must be spiritual herbs of the cultivation world. Yet, having had no exposure to any knowledge of cultivation and with Chu Feiyu unwilling to elaborate, he ultimately relinquished this line of thought. After placing the parcel on a chair within his room, the Nameless One was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Once he sat down to catch his breath, he finally rose and opened the package. Flipping through the volumes with increasing delight, it was not until the sun had risen high that he abruptly sat upright, murmuring, It is time to pay my respects to Master. He tidied the texts, repacked the parcel, and shoved it beneath his bed. After dusting off the residue from his white robe, he donned the standard attire of an inner disciple of Yuqing Palace, though others deemed him a waste. He was nonetheless a disciple under Yu Linglong, and his treatment, aside from her refusal to impart teachings, was relatively favorable. Standing tall and proud, he was a striking young man, measuring 8 feet in height with handsome features, embodying the very essence of a graceful youth. Why Yu Linglong's cave abode was situated on another mountain, and it would take the Nameless One an hour to walk there. However, he never voiced any complaints. Having trained his legs from a young age while fleeing alongside his mother, he developed a steady gait, moving swiftly and confidently. Upon reaching the cave on Yuna Peak, as he stepped inside, he beheld Yu Linglong in her pristine white attire, meticulously organizing jade slips at her desk. The Nameless One dared not make a sound, quietly standing to the side in anticipation of her summons. After a brief interval, Yu Linglong set down the jade slip, raised her delicate hand to smooth her hair, and only then noticed the Nameless One standing there, dumbfounded. In that fleeting moment, her gaze locked onto his face, and her heart surged with tumultuous emotions. How strikingly similar he was! The Nameless One bore an uncanny resemblance to Gongsun Haoyang from years past, as if he were a mirror image, save for the subtle hint of youthful innocence that softened his brow. Are you nameless? Yu Linglong inquired, her body subtly shifting as she rose, an embodiment of the swift agility of a cultivator, her movements imperceptibly fluid to mortal eyes. Master, upon learning of your return, I have come to pay my respects. Wishing you eternal blessings and everlasting beauty. This was a phrase the Nameless One repeated each time he greeted Yu Linglong, and it never failed to bring her joy. Indeed, my disciple, Nameless, how you've grown in these 5 years. It seems Yuna Peak has treated you well, and my instructions have not been in vain. I have heard you have diligently studied the poetry and literature of mortals, truly commendable. However, I also heard whispers of your collection of martial arts from the mortal realm. Might this be true? Startled by Yu Linglong's unexpected question, the Nameless One's heart raced, and he lowered his head, responding with trepidation, Master, I have indeed been contemplating the study of mortal martial arts to strengthen my body. Upon hearing his reasoning, a smile graced Yu Linglong's lips, the corners of her mouth curving upward. If your intention is solely to enhance your physical strength, then that is acceptable. However, should you wish to use it as a means to practice celestial techniques, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. You must understand that many desire your demise. Living as a mortal, though life may be fleeting, can ensure your safety. You are now of age, having read so much. Surely this principle requires no further elaboration. At her words, a flicker of determination ignited in the Nameless One's eyes. No one could sway his resolve, not even Yu Linglong. The vengeance for his mother must be avenged. Otherwise, how could he find peace? What worth was there in merely surviving? Yet he quickly suppressed these thoughts, donning a mask of gratitude. Master, how could I not understand? Only you wish for my well-being. The hatred for my mother's demise is a memory I have long suppressed. Do not worry, Master, I shall not act recklessly. Yu Linglong's brows furrowed upon hearing this. His words clearly indicated that he still harbored memories of vengeance, despite his claims to the contrary. Nameless, you must not let my efforts go to waste. Nevertheless, she feigned ignorance and replied with a gentle smile, Nameless, it is not that I do not wish to impart celestial techniques to you, granting you the gift of longevity. It is merely the whims of fate that have made you an offspring of the demonic clan. Thus I must tread carefully, weighing the lesser of two evils. Henceforth, you may study mortal martial arts, and should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to consult me. I shall remain here for the next few years. Upon hearing this, the Nameless One felt elated. He had not anticipated that Yu Linglong would permit him to study mortal martial arts. This was the first step toward his long-held aspiration. However, he could not afford to display too much joy and merely smiled faintly. Thank you, Master. Truth be told, I am not particularly eager to learn. It is merely that being called a waste bothers me. Thus, in pursuit of a sense of dignity, I thought to study mortal martial arts. If you are unwilling, I shall not insist. Yu Linglong felt a twinge of frustration at his cunningness. You sly Nameless, clearly yearning to learn, yet you pretend it is my suggestion. Such craftiness, where did you acquire this? Chapter 4, The Swordsman. Nameless, please take your leave. I require a moment to rest. Why Yu Linglong's expression bore no hint of displeasure. Instead, she offered the Nameless One a gentle smile. He bowed respectfully and departed. His heart racing with excitement at the prospect of achieving his first goal. Having perused countless mortal tomes, he had discovered a glimmer of hope. The essence of mortal martial arts served as the foundation for cultivators. In ancient times, when no cultivators existed, all were merely mortal warriors. It was only when spiritual energy began to revive that some mortal warriors gained the qualifications to pursue cultivation, ultimately ascending to immortality and establishing a legacy. Those mortals who practiced martial arts but could not cultivate did so due to the absence of spiritual roots. In the current era of the Shanghai continent, the human realm thrived within the age of cultivation. And those with spiritual roots were taken in by various sects from a young age, leading to the gradual disappearance of the martial lineage among mortals. The human realm had thus bifurcated into the mortal world and the cultivation world. The Nameless One was uncertain of his own spiritual roots, but with his extensive reading of mortal texts, he believed he would find the answers within the realm of martial arts. He dashed back to his residence. Disregarding the sweat soaking his clothes, and dove beneath his bed to retrieve the large parcel. With a quick motion, he opened it, free to explore the contents as he pleased, without fear of interruption. He meticulously selected a few volumes and began to study them earnestly. The path of martial arts was vast and profound. For an ordinary warrior, mastering a single technique could require years or even decades of dedicated practice. Yet the Nameless One lacked the luxury of time to delve into these techniques, for he had a singular objective: to uncover a breakthrough toward practicing celestial arts within the realm of martial arts. However, while his aspirations were noble, reality proved harsh. After perusing every text in the parcel, he found no volume that provided any valuable clues regarding the cultivation of celestial techniques. Rising, he made his way to the well in the courtyard, lowered the bucket, and drew up a full pail of water, which he promptly poured over his head. The autumn chill of the well water struck him, and the brisk winds sent shivers coursing through him. For many years, he had employed this method to suppress the turbulent emotions within him. Each time he encountered setbacks, he felt a tempestuous energy stirring within, an instinctive warning. Now that he had reached adulthood, he understood that this was demonic energy, an innate force within him that threatened to surge when his emotions were unsettled. Yet he had confided in no one. Having calmed his emotions, he returned to his room and selected 3 more tomes from the collection, linked 7-star sword. Zen heart's willful palm and indestructible body. These martial arts manuals corresponded to swordsmanship, Buddhist techniques, and body refinement, respectively, and his choice was made after careful consideration. The Link's 7-star sword would hone his reaction speed and agility. The Zen heart and the palm of fulfillment represent the techniques of meditation practiced within the Buddhist tradition, seeking a harmonious balance of strength and gentleness, while simultaneously enhancing one's mental fortitude. The indestructible body of Vajra focuses on cultivating physical endurance and resilience through specialized breathing and physical training, aiming to achieve a body as hard as iron, although these 3 secret arts are not methods for transcending mortality. A mortal who practices them will find their physique markedly superior to that of ordinary individuals. Presently, Yulin has permitted Wuming to engage in the martial arts of mortals, should he forsake this pursuit due to an inability to discover a path to immortality. His original intentions would be laid bare before Yulin, thus, even if he is reluctant, he must proceed with his training. He ventured into the woodshed, retrieved a firewood knife, and then made his way up the mountain to chop a branch. Skillfully shaping it into the form of a wooden sword, weighing it in his hands, he found it quite substantial, and with a sense of delight, he returned to the courtyard to begin practicing the intricate 7-star sword technique. Strangely enough, despite his apparent disinterest in mortal martial arts, driven only by obligation, he discovered that he adapted remarkably quickly. Each move seemed tailor-made for him. Within just 3 days, he reached a level of proficiency that was nothing short of extraordinary. Progressing without hindrance, as if he were a seasoned swordsman named Wuming. Is that not our little junior brother Wuming? What splendid swordsmanship! Would you care to exchange a few moves with your senior brother for some guidance? Just as Wuming was engrossed in his sword practice, a voice he found particularly irksome interrupted him. He sheathed the wooden sword behind him and cast a cold, disdainful glance towards the speaker. The individual in question was Shenlang, a recognized inner disciple of the Yunu Peak who had entered the sect 2 years prior to Wuming. Due to his lackluster spiritual roots, he remained at the 4th level of qi refinement. According to the rules of the sect, if he made no progress in 3 years, he would be relegated to the outer sect. Accompanying Shenlang were 2 other disciples, both of whom were also recognized inner disciples. Yet, Shenlang frequently bullied Wuming solely because Wuming, an unremarkable mortal devoid of cultivation, occupied the esteemed position of an inner disciple, which filled him with both envy and resentment. Therefore, he seized every opportunity to make Wuming's life miserable. Wuming, what do you want now? Wuming's eyes brimmed with wariness, but he felt no fear. Having endured a life of perilous escape with his mother, he had long since ceased to be troubled by such trivial hardships. In comparison to the agony of life and death, what did this matter? Junior brother, do not take it to heart. I simply find your swordplay quite adept and, in a fit of enthusiasm, wish to spar with you. Rest assured, I shan't employ any spiritual power, so you shan't suffer. Hearing this, Wuming felt a flicker of joy in his heart. If Shenlang would not use spiritual power, then a friendly match would be a fine opportunity to assess his swordsmanship skills. Very well, I accept, but since this is a contest, let us wager some spirit stones. The loser shall pay the winner 10 spirit stones, and any foul play shall be judged accordingly. Do you dare? Shenlang's expression instantly darkened upon hearing this. 10 spirit stones were no trifling matter for him, as they represented his entire month's allowance. The prospect of losing to Wuming not only threatened his pride but also meant he would have to part with his spirit stones. Compelling him to reconsider, are you afraid of him, Shenlang? What are you hesitating for? Indeed, senior brother Shen, teach him a lesson. If you win, you'll gain 10 spirit stones. The 2 disciples beside him urged Shenlang on. Igniting the flames of greed within him, Shenlang smirked wryly and said, very well, we shall adhere to junior brother Wuming's conditions and wager 10 spirit stones. However, I must express a doubt. Does junior brother Wuming truly possess any spirit stones? At this question, Wuming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. As an inner disciple, he was entitled to a monthly allowance of 100 spirit stones. Over 10 years, he should have accrued 12,000 spirit stones. Yet, he had never received a single coin due to Yulinglong's special instructions, which stipulated that the funds were to be recorded but not distributed. Wuming, daring to claim spirit stones without any? Shenlang observed Wuming's awkward expression and felt deceived. Immediately launching an angry tirade against him, what nonsense, no spirit stones, yet you speak of a wager. Do you take us for fools? Who says I lack spirit stones? I am an inner disciple, how could I not have spirit stones? Wuming retorted defiantly. Shenlang, seething with indignation, snapped, then why did you not speak up earlier? I did it on purpose. What of it? Wuming shot Shenlang a disdainful glance. After all, it was only 10 spirit stones. If necessary, he could borrow from Chu Feiyu and return it later. Very well, Wu Ming, when I knock you down, do not blame me if I strike harder than intended, feel free to unleash your full strength. I shall be ready to receive it. With his fighting spirit ignited, Wu Ming resolved that he could not rest until he settled the score with Shenlang. Alright, draw your sword. Shenlang clutched his storage pouch. Summoning a short blue sword measuring 2 feet in length advancing towards Wu Ming with intent to strike, Wu Ming hastily raised his hand in a halting gesture, exclaiming, "Wait, what else do you want?" Shenlang asked. Perplexed, thinking that if the boy was ready to concede, he would save himself some effort. Senior brother Shen, do you have an extra sword to lend me? I cannot compete with this wooden sword. Only then did the trio notice that the sword in Wu Ming's hand, though dark, was merely a wooden sword painted with ink. One of the disciples among them, a young man with a sullen expression, produced a black iron sword from his storage pouch, weighing it in his hands. He grinned and said, "Junior brother Wu Ming, I happen to have a treasured sword worth 5 spirit stones. How about I sell it to you?" 5 spirit stones? Wu Ming exclaimed, incredulous that he had no spirit stones to spare, and the black iron sword in Zhang Gu's hand was clearly an ordinary weapon. Not only was he unwilling to pay 5 spirit stones, but he would also not offer even 1 spirit stone for it. Zhang Gu, why don't you go rob someone, selling me an ordinary weapon for 5 spirit stones? Do you have no shame? Zhang Gu's face flushed with embarrassment at Wu Ming's words, yet he hesitated to sell it for less, for the black iron sword was a relic he had found in an ancient cultivator's cave. Still free of rust despite being embedded in a corpse, although he had kept it for years, he had yet to realize its potential. How about this, junior brother Wu Ming? I won't take advantage of you. I can tell this black iron sword isn't an ordinary weapon, but since I can't discern its intricacies, I will sell it to you for 4 spirit stones. I cannot go lower. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming's interest peaked. He replied nonchalantly, "May I first inspect its quality?" Of course, Zhang Gu responded confidently, presenting the black iron sword for Wu Ming to examine. As Wu Ming grasped the sword, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his hand. Albeit momentarily, yet it was a feeling he could not ignore. Nonetheless, he remained silent. Such a fleeting pain was insignificant compared to his experiences. The sword was surprisingly heavy, while Zhang Gu, a cultivator, wielded it effortlessly. Wu Ming found it cumbersome. In his hands, the iron sword felt like a bucket of water, easily lifted but requiring a firm grip to execute consecutive sword techniques. It's too heavy. I can't use it like this. 3 spirit stones at most, otherwise you may as well sell it to someone else. Wu Ming tossed the black iron sword to the ground, disregarding it entirely. Junior brother Wu Ming, if it's 3 stones, then so be it. Shall I, Zhang Gu, suffer a loss today? Hearing this, Wu Ming felt a surge of delight but refrained from immediate agreement. Though he desired the sword, he was penniless, with not a single spirit stone to his name. Alright, we can arrange that. However, the payment will have to wait until after I spar with Shenlang. If this sword proves to be a mere trinket, I shall not be held accountable for the stone. Zhang Gu inwardly cursed Wu Ming's cunning but was confident in the sword's durability. Having previously tested it with other weapons, he believed it would withstand any strike. Very well, I shall agree to your terms. Wu Ming nodded and approached the black sword, bending down to pick it up. To his astonishment, the sword had become lighter, now manageable with just one hand. Though he could not comprehend the phenomenon, his instincts told him this was indeed a remarkable weapon. I shall use this sword to face Shenlang. Wu Ming had intended to call it a broken sword, but considering how heavy it had been initially and how light it felt now, he swallowed the words. Junior brother Wu Ming, are we ready to begin? Shenlang, impatient, urged Wu Ming as he lifted the iron sword. Yes, remember, no spiritual power shall be used. Even if you conspire against me, my master will support me. Junior brother Wu Ming, while my knowledge may not match yours, I understand the importance of trust. Rest assured. Agreed. The two raised their respective swords, assuming their stances, and the battle was on the verge of beginning. Stop! At that moment, the figure of Chu Feiyu appeared, her expression grave as she regarded Shenlang and the others, causing Shenlang to feel an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Shenlang, you fail to cultivate diligently and yet come to bully the Nameless one. Do you not hold my master in high regard? The voice of Chu Feiyu was cold and sharp, piercing through Shenlang's ears like ice cubes being shoved inside. Senior sister Chu, I merely wish to engage in a friendly spar with junior brother Wu Ming. Truly harboring no ulterior motives. Fool, you are a cultivator, while Wu Ming is but a mere mortal. You often deride him as a waste. Do you think I am unaware? How dare you call him a waste? Only I, Chu Feiyu, am entitled to label him as such, for I am his senior sister. What gives you the right to insult him? You are even less than a waste yourselves. Be gone and cease disturbing my junior brother's sword practice. Should there be a next time, my patience will wear thin. Chu Feiyu's harsh reprimand left Shenlang and his companions utterly humiliated. They dared not utter a word regarding the duel and fled in disgrace. Chu Feiyu, what are you doing? Once Shenlang and the others had departed, Wu Ming pouted in anger, glaring at Chu Feiyu. With a delicate finger, Chu Feiyu pinched Wu Ming's ear, laughing wickedly as she said, "What are you asking me for? You learned a few rudimentary skills and thought you could challenge others?" Wu Ming winced in pain and exclaimed, "Chu Feiyu, do you realize you have severed my path to wealth?" "What path to wealth?" "How so?" Chu Feiyu asked, intrigued. "I just had a contest with Shenlang, which had a monetary reward. He promised not to use spiritual power, and I was certain my swordsmanship could defeat him. So tell me, have you not cut off my path to wealth?" 10 spirit stones. Wu Ming's face fell, displaying a look of deep regret, which amused Chu Feiyu greatly. "Look at your greedy expression. Come, I will take you to collect your spirit stones." Upon hearing about collecting spirit stones, Wu Ming was momentarily taken aback and felt somewhat lost. "What are you dawdling for? Let us go." "Chu Feiyu, are you jesting with me? Where can one collect spirit stones?" Chu Feiyu turned back, smirking. "Of course, we are going to collect my spirit stones. Today is the beginning of the month, the day when the Intersect Affairs Office distributes spirit stones. I will take you to witness it." "Witness? But they are not mine. What use is it to see, just to covet them?" Wu Ming rolled his eyes at Chu Feiyu, dismissing her words with a scoff. "And yet you say that, among all the inner disciples of Unipeak, you are the wealthiest. Although they cannot be distributed to you, I can still take you to see them. Is that not a form of enjoyment?" Upon hearing Chu Feiyu's words, Wu Ming suddenly felt enlightened. Indeed, while he could not claim any for himself, being allowed to see them was still permissible. "Is it possible to have as many as 12,000 spirit stones?" Wu Ming raised his hands, gesturing to indicate the height of the spirit stones. "Let us hurry, greedy one." Chu Feiyu grasped Wu Ming's hand and flew towards the Intersect Affairs Office. Despite being only 2 years older than Wu Ming, she had begun her cultivation at a young age and had already reached the foundation establishment stage. Within a short time, she brought Wu Ming to the entrance of the Intersect Affairs Office. As soon as Wu Ming's feet touched the ground, he felt dizzy, his throat churning, though this was not the first time Chu Feiyu had whisked him through the skies. He still could not grow accustomed to it, reacting the same way each time. "Chu Feiyu, could you not fly a bit slower?" "Wu Ming, how could I slow down? If I did, we would plummet from the sky. Do you think this is a flying machine?" Wu Ming shook his head helplessly. There was no other option. If Chu Feiyu did not bring him here, he might never reach the Intersect Affairs Office in his lifetime, which brought him some inner peace. As the two entered the office, they found many disciples waiting in line to collect their monthly supplies. "Look, the waste has come to collect spirit stones." "Indeed, I wonder why Master Yu Yuan took in this waste." "Wasting resources, do not speak carelessly. Master Yu Yuan has accepted him as a true disciple. In terms of cultivation, he is our junior brother, and by seniority, he is actually our uncle." The chatter filled the air. Although Wu Ming could not hear it, Chu Feiyu understood every word. She turned her fierce gaze upon them, her eyes seemingly capable of slaying, and if looks could kill, those people would have surely perished. Noticing Chu Feiyu's fierce glare, they quickly lowered their heads and fell silent, pretending to ignore Wu Ming. The pair then took their place at the end of the line, with Wu Ming standing behind Chu Feiyu. Gazing around in curiosity, being in a revered cultivation sanctum and a grand sect yet being unable to cultivate himself was indeed a significant regret in Wu Ming's life. The longing within him was matched only by the pain of his circumstances. "Wu Ming, who allowed you to come here?" Just as Wu Ming was lost in thought, a stern voice reached his ears, one he was all too familiar with. The first man he had met upon arriving at Yuqing Palace was none other than Chu Tianya, the senior brother of Unipeak. Upon being called out by the senior brother, Wu Ming dared not feign ignorance. He quickly clasped his fists in respect, feigning utmost decorum. "Senior brother, senior sister Chu mentioned today is the day for distributing monthly supplies. I wanted to see what my 12,000 spirit stones look like, so I requested senior sister to bring me here. If senior brother believes I should not be here, I will leave at once." As Chu Tianya approached, he cast a sharp gaze at Wu Ming, who had been explicitly warned by Yu Linglong to keep a close watch on him, preventing him from engaging with matters of the cultivation world. "Wu Ming, have you forgotten what I told you?" "Senior brother, I would never forget. It is just that today I was suddenly inspired and asked senior sister to bring me here. It truly has nothing to do with her." Chu Feiyu, who usually displayed her true nature around Wu Ming, seemed to transform in front of the senior brother. This was a habit they had cultivated from childhood, after being reprimanded by the senior brother multiple times. They developed a sense of reverence towards him, fearing to act recklessly in his presence, even more so than in front of Yu Linglong's senior brother. "Please do not blame Wu Ming. it is I who spoke too freely about the monthly supply distribution. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me." Chu Tianya's eyes sparkled like lightning as he glanced between Wu Ming and Chu Feiyu, fully aware of their ruse. However, he was in a rather good mood today. Having recently broken through to the peak of the Golden Core stage. To outsiders, their ranks might seem a bit jumbled due to the fact that Zhu Linglong only had 3 disciples. Thus, despite their varying cultivation levels, they still referred to each other as brothers and sisters. "Wu Ming, I am in a good mood today. How about this? I will take you to broaden your horizons so you need not stand in line here and become a target for gossip." Wu Ming, upon hearing this, was skeptical but found himself unable to refuse the senior brother, ultimately agreeing and following Chu Tianya. The senior brother led Wu Ming to a separate courtyard, which served as the administrative office for the inner sect affairs. Before Chu Tianya could knock, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man who, upon seeing Chu Tianya, smiled broadly, but upon noticing Wu Ming behind him, nearly gasped in shock. "Chu Tianya, are you out of your mind? How could you bring Wu Ming here? Brother Lu, what are you so anxious about?" "Since I dared to bring him, I am not afraid of Master's reprimand. I brought my junior brother here to see if his monthly supply is present, allowing him to broaden his experience." Hearing this, Lu Ping's heart sank. Wu Ming's monthly supply had accumulated for 10 years, amounting to over 10,000 spirit stones, had it not been for Chu Tianya personally coming. Wu Ming would never have been permitted to see them. "Chu Tianya, are you serious? I say, Brother Lu, just hurry up. Whatever the matter, I will take full responsibility. It has nothing to do with you." Lu Ping blinked, understanding that as long as Chu Tianya made this statement, he was indeed free from any responsibility. "Alright, the monthly supply of spirit stones is 100 each month, totaling 12,000 over 10 years. As he spoke, Lu Ping entered the inner chamber and returned holding a yellow storage bag, looking at Chu Tianya and asking, "Should I take them all out for viewing?" Chu Tianya nodded, smiling. "Indeed, the purpose is to allow my junior brother to broaden his horizons. If we do not take them all out, how will he see?" Wu Ming gazed eagerly at the storage bag, feeling a deep sense of anticipation, although he had seen spirit stones with Chu Feiyu. It was his first time witnessing such a vast quantity. 12,000 stones. "Looking is fine, but touching is not allowed," Lu Ping said as he waved his hand over the storage bag, causing a flash of white light. And a small pile of spirit stones appeared on the table, while Lu Ping stood by, smiling at Wu Ming. As Wu Ming beheld the shimmering spirit stones before him, he felt that it could not possibly be just this amount. "This cannot be 12,000, Chu Tianya chuckled. "Wu Ming, these are medium-grade spirit stones. One of them is worth 100 low-grade spirit stones. This is the advantage of our inner disciples' monthly supplies. Those in the outer sect can only receive low-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Wu Ming felt reassured, counting the spirit stones before him. Indeed, there were exactly 120. His greedy gaze lingered on the stones, unwilling to look away. Lu Ping, observing this, couldn't he help but sigh internally. Most disciples received their supplies monthly and spent them immediately, rarely managing to save any, yet Wu Ming, having saved them all, treated them as though they were not his own. "Wu Ming, when you've seen enough, just say so." Chu Tianya spoke calmly, without a hint of impatience, yet to Wu Ming's ears it sounded quite the opposite. With a sigh, he thought to himself, when would he be able to take these spirit stones for himself? "Senior brother, may I touch them?" Chu Tianya's brow furrowed slightly, his expression stern as he replied. "Wu Ming, looking is permissible, but touching is not." Hearing this, Wu Ming pouted and sulked. "I've seen enough, let us go," without waiting for Chu Tianya to speak. Wu Ming turned and strode away towards the entrance of the affairs office. Chu Tianya understood that Wu Ming was angry, yet he felt powerless against his master's orders. Upon reaching the entrance of the affairs office, Wu Ming plopped down on the steps, hugging his knees and bowing his head in silence. His heart was tumultuous. After 10 years, he had amassed 12,000 spirit stones yet achieved nothing. As a mere mortal, avenging his mother seemed an impossible dream. Who could fathom the pain that resided within him? He had to endure, unable to voice his innermost thoughts, forbidden from learning sorcery or seeking vengeance, as if the world had granted him naught but the word cannot. Would this situation persist until death? How could he avenge his mother? No, it was absolutely unacceptable. He must break free from this deadlock, cultivate his skills, and exact retribution on those who had wronged his mother. They were clearly not virtuous, yet dared to label his mother a witch, leaving her no path to salvation. That if the world would not spare her, he would shatter it to exact his revenge. The more he contemplated, the more restless he became, a surge of fury boiling within him, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging. If this continued, he might very well lose control. Suddenly a delicate hand reached out, offering a silk handkerchief adorned with cloud patterns. Emanating a faint, elegant fragrance, Wu Ming shot his gaze upward, startling the young woman before him with the intensity of his crimson eyes. She quickly withdrew the handkerchief, holding it behind her. You, what is wrong? The woman trembled slightly. Her anxiety evident to it was then that Wu Ming regained his composure. He could not fathom why, but upon seeing this fair maiden, his heart found a semblance of tranquility, particularly in her pure gaze, which stirred a peculiar sensation within him. Ah, I am fine. I am merely waiting for someone here. He raised his arm, discreetly wiping away a tear with his sleeve, feigning nonchalance. As long as you are well, I was merely concerned to see you sitting alone in tears. If you truly are fine, I shall not intrude any further. The woman spoke with a smile, yet her eyes glimmered with curiosity as they scrutinized Wu Ming's own. I truly am fine. Wu Ming forced a bitter smile. One that would surely reveal his abnormal state to any onlooker. The woman certainly noticed, yet Wu Ming had already turned his gaze toward the distance, leaving her no choice but to quietly depart. Once she had walked away, Wu Ming turned to gaze at her retreating figure, a thought emerging in his mind. For the first time in 10 years, he encountered someone who did not recognize him. His reputation as a worthless disciple had long since spread within the inner sect. Why did she not know him, and why did he not know her? Could she be a new disciple? Yes, that must be it. Throughout the past decade, he had only become familiar with the same faces, and even those he did not recognize mostly knew him. If he wished to learn sorcery secretly, why not approach these newcomers? With this notion, a flicker of hope ignited within him. To exploit the ignorance of those unfamiliar with him, he needed a new name, one that would shield his identity as Wu Ming. But what name would suit him? He would call himself Li Ming, for his mother's surname was Li, and he was named Li Ming. As for his father, he still did not know who that was. Thus it was settled. From this day forth, he would introduce himself as Li Ming to anyone unfamiliar. In the inner sect, where would the new disciples be assigned? He would inquire with Chu Feiyu to find out. Ensuring he did not reveal his intentions, lest he jeopardize his plans, with these thoughts, Wu Ming's mood brightened considerably, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. At that moment, Chu Feiyu emerged from the affairs office, her expression brightening upon seeing Wu Ming. Wu Ming, how was it? Did the senior brother truly take you to broaden your horizons? Wu Ming smiled bitterly. I did go, but I was not allowed to touch anything. You really did see something. That in itself is a broadening of horizons. So do not be disheartened. If the senior brother had allowed you to touch the spirit stones, our master would have punished him, and I would have done the same. Wu Ming smiled knowingly. It's nothing. Let us hurry back. The sun is about to set. The two returned to their residence, with Wu Ming feigning indifference, prompting Chu Feiyu to incessantly inquire about what had transpired. In a fit of pique, Wu Ming pouted. Today, I encountered a new disciple who tried to bully me. Now that I have learned some skills, if I find out where he resides, I shall teach him a lesson. A new disciple? I know where they are. I will take you there. I want to see which fool dares to bully my worthless junior brother. As she spoke, Chu Feiyu began to pull Wu Ming along. Wu Ming quickly grasped her arm, urgently saying, No, just tell me where to go. I wish to handle this myself. He is merely a newcomer, and with my current swordsmanship, I can certainly teach him a lesson. You wish to take revenge yourself? Your swordsmanship has improved. Wu Ming scoffed. Of course. Would you care for a duel? The loser must forfeit 10 spirit stones. Still thinking about those 10 spirit stones? I must tell you, do not even think about them. Otherwise, both I and the senior brother will be implicated. You must make your own decisions. I was merely joking. What use do I have for spirit stones? Now, please tell me where the new disciples reside. Chapter 8, Hung Tian Gang Chi. Wu Ming, you seem so eager to know where the new disciples live. Could it be that you have some ulterior motive? Wu Ming's heart raced, but he replied with a smile. What motive could I possibly have? Besides, who does not know my name is Wu Ming? Upon hearing it, everyone becomes more vigilant than a thief. Upon hearing this, Chu Feiyu smiled slyly. You wouldn't dare. You must understand our masteress' good intentions. She forbids you from cultivating to protect you. Do not let her down. Wu Ming shook his head helplessly. Sister Miss Chu, could you please refrain from being so overly verbose? I have heard that phrase my entire life. It haunts my dreams. How could I ever forget? Only then did Chu Feiyu take out paper and pen, sketching a map for Wu Ming, marking the new disciple's residence. Are you certain you can handle this? If not, just use my name. I am currently the idol among the new disciples. Who does not know me? Chu Feiyu. Within the inner sect, Chu Feiyu strutted with pride, but Wu Ming was already exhilarated at heart. As long as he could glean some cultivation techniques and methods of channeling energy from the new disciples, he could follow the leads and begin his own training. After flattering Chu Feiyu a few times, He feigned fatigue, and once she left, Wu-ming secretly arose, found a pair of scissors, and snipped off a lock of his hair. He then procured some glue, applying it to his chin, transforming his appearance into that of a middle-aged cultivator with an ethereal demeanor. As darkness fell, Wu-ming stealthily followed the route marked on the map towards his destination. The new disciple's residence was situated halfway up a mountain, 20 miles away from Wu-ming's own dwelling. He jogged intermittently, taking a full hour to arrive. Upon seeing the individual houses, each with its own courtyard, he marveled at the superior treatment within the inner sect. Each disciple was meticulously nurtured. He first listened attentively to identify where someone might be, and then chose a courtyard, entering without hesitation. As the gate was unlatched inside the courtyard, a youth of about 15 or 16 was seated in meditation. Wu-ming did not disturb him but stood quietly, waiting for the young man to finish his practice. He understood that one must not interrupt a cultivator during their training, as it could lead to dangerous consequences. After a while, the young man concluded his practice, slowly opening his eyes to find Wu-ming standing there, confusion crossing his face. Wu-ming smiled faintly. "Young man, your dedication to cultivation is commendable. I have been here for some time, yet you remain tranquil and focused. Truly you are a promising student." He adopted an air of wisdom, immediately leading the young man to mistake him for a senior of the sect. "Senior, I am Zhang Yi. I did not expect your esteemed presence, and I have failed to greet you properly." To Wu-ming's delight, Zhang Yi was quite eloquent. He gently stroked his beard, laughing. "Zhang Yi, I have come here because I sensed a dark aura rising from this courtyard. I feared it might be a sign of your practice going awry, hence my visit." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi was taken aback. "Senior, have I truly fallen into a state of reckless practice?" Wu-ming's expression turned grave, his voice stern. "Zhang Yi, may I inquire which technique you are cultivating? Could you present it for my examination?" "Of course, I have been practicing my family's inherited technique. It was only upon joining the sect that I began studying the sect's methods." "Surely these two styles do not conflict?" Wu-ming's expression darkened upon hearing this, his heart secretly rejoicing. "Two techniques, splendid." He would take both for examination, jotting them down to later transcribe for his own use. "Let us examine both techniques. Reckless practice is no small matter, and it should not be publicized, otherwise, the sect may not tolerate you." Zhang Yi, hearing this, dared not delay, swiftly retrieving 2 tomes and respectfully presenting them to Wu-ming with both hands. Wu-ming stifled his excitement, steadying his hands as he accepted them, and by the moonlight, he began to study intently, reading and taking notes. The inner sect's techniques were indeed more refined than those of the outer sect, with more intricate details. However, years of perusing mortal texts had endowed Wu-ming with an extraordinary memory. Within an hour he had thoroughly committed the sect's techniques to memory. He set down one book and picked up another, delving into its contents with great care. This particular volume was more extensive, detailing the ancestral cultivation method of the young man Zhang Yi, known as Hong Tian Gangqi. Upon seeing this name, Wu-ming felt a slight unease. In the cultivation realm, practitioners refine spiritual energy, whereas this text spoke of Dangqi. Dangqi, as it is known, is a pure and righteous energy found within the cosmos. Formidable in power and possessing exceptional defensive capabilities. However, due to its inherently wild nature, only those with unwavering determination and immense willpower could hope to master it, although this was merely a foundational technique. Wu-ming sensed that it was precisely the method he yearned for. His spiritual energy cultivation resulted in fluctuations of spiritual power within the body, easily detectable by others, while Gangqi resembled the true energy of mortal martial arts, requiring no spiritual roots. Only a steadfast heart and remarkable perseverance would suffice for its cultivation. The more he read, the more his excitement grew, until he had perused it 3 times, committing every word to memory before he finally set the book aside and inquired of Zhang Yi, "From whence did this family inheritance of yours originate?" Zhang Yi, upon hearing this, bowed his head and replied, "I respectfully report, esteemed elder, that this technique is indeed a family heirloom. My father only informed me that it was passed down through our ancestors. Yet for several generations, our family has been unable to cultivate it. It is only with my efforts that I have managed to grasp its essence." Wu-ming nodded thoughtfully, reflecting, "What a pity that this is merely a rudimentary technique. If only I could acquire the subsequent methods, I would be able to practice continuously until mastery is achieved. I have thoroughly examined this technique. It is only foundational and lacks further advancement. It has numerous deficiencies that you must not attempt to cultivate again. Focus on perfecting the prescribed techniques of your sect and refrain from overreaching. Do you understand?" Zhang Yi, alarmed, quickly asked, "Esteemed elder, is there hope for my predicament of being led astray?" Wu Ming chuckled softly. As long as you cease practicing this technique, you can resolve the issue on your own. Do not dwell too much on it. I shall take my leave now, and perhaps fate will allow us to meet again in the future. With that, Wu Ming departed without a backward glance, strolling out of the courtyard. Having obtained the coveted technique, Wu Ming was overjoyed. He dashed back to his dwelling, eager to transcribe the method onto paper. But suddenly paused, realizing he could not record it. It must be etched in his mind, yet he needed some proof. What if someone discovered his sudden surge in power in the future? With this thought in mind, he silently committed the technique to memory multiple times until it was firmly ingrained. He then retrieved the martial arts manuals given to him by Chu Feiyu, searching for one that also bore the name Gangqi. Eventually finding a manual titled 7 Wounds Gangqi Fist. With this foundational text in hand, even if others became aware of his mastery of Gangqi, they would not suspect it was derived from Hong Tian Gangqi. Chapter 9, Tian Shen Sword. With the cultivation method in hand, Wu Ming felt buoyant and was eager to commence his practice. According to the text, Gangqi could only be cultivated at precisely 10 minutes past noon. As it was at that time that Gangqi was at its peak, however, Wu Ming felt otherwise. This was merely a basic technique, likely written by someone who wished to prevent novices from overexerting themselves. Advocating a gradual approach to it must be understood that Gangqi, like spiritual energy, is an energy form of the universe. It could not simply vanish from noon to night, nor could it be more abundant at noon than at night. Thus, he quickly dismissed this stipulation and directly followed the method outlined for the operation of Gangqi to begin his cultivation. This decision swiftly validated his intuition, the moment the first thread of Gangqi entered his body. Wu Ming experienced an unparalleled sense of comfort, akin to emerging from an icy abyss into the warm embrace of the sun. The operation of Hong Tian Gangqi required the practitioner to first concentrate on the Baihui point. As the Gangqi circled in reverence, one would then guide it with thought, gathering it at Baihui, and directing it through the 12 primary meridians, traversing them several times to expand the meridians before entering the extraordinary 8 meridians. Ultimately connecting the Ren and Du meridians, leading them into tranquility and gently guiding it into the Dantian. Through diligent practice over time, one could amass Gangqi within. The classification of Hong Tian Gangqi is notably unique. There is no upper limit, only a lower one. The introduction of a single thread of Gangqi into the body signifies the first level, the most basic tier. The quantity of Gangqi introduced determines the practitioner's cultivation rank. And beginners often find themselves stagnating at this point. The pain endured from introducing a single thread of Gangqi is beyond what an ordinary person can withstand. The sensation is akin to being pierced by a steel needle. A torment only someone like Wu Ming could endure, yet, the greater the suffering, the greater the reward. Within a single night, Wu Ming could introduce a thread of Gangqi into his body, enduring immense pain. But the results were remarkable. As this thread of Gangqi settled into his dantian, Wu Ming slowly opened his eyes, feeling invigorated, as if a newfound power surged within him, bolstering his confidence. It was now deep into the night. Yet he felt no fatigue. Suddenly he recalled the black sword Zhang Gu had sold him and wished to practice his swordsmanship. He distinctly remembered tossing the black iron sword beneath his bed when Chu Feiyu visited. But to his surprise, it was now missing. Wu Ming hurriedly searched his room, scouring every corner, yet the iron sword was nowhere to be found. He realized that someone must have entered his dwelling and taken the black iron sword. If that were the case, it was likely Zhang Gu, as he had not yet paid for it. Thus, his retrieval would be entirely justified. However, such covert actions were rather unsavory. He scanned the area once more, even checking the courtyard, but ultimately confirmed that it was indeed gone. Returning to his room, he muttered to himself, after much effort to acquire a treasure, it has simply vanished. No sooner had he spoken than a dark light descended from above. Wu Ming focused and beheld the very black iron sword he had been frantically searching for. It dawned on him that this treasure could be summoned at will with a spirit of experimentation. He uttered, "Hide." The black iron sword instantly rose and slipped into the crevice of the ceiling beams. This revelation filled Wu Ming with elation. The black iron sword could comprehend human speech. Was it not a treasure? It seemed he had indeed stumbled upon something extraordinary. Return. The sword promptly reappeared in Wu Ming's grasp. He held the black sword, eager to test its might, yet he dared not experiment within his courtyard. Taking advantage of the cover of night, he stealthily made his way to the mountaintop where he often wept. Atop the summit stood a massive stone, and Wu Ming intended to use it to test the power of the black sword. He positioned himself before the boulder, calming his mind as the Gangqi flowed steadily through him. Once the Gangqi coursed into his arm, he swiftly raised the black sword and struck the massive stone with a powerful swing. A resounding clang echoed through the night as the sword slipped from his grip, sending Wu Ming flying backward, landing 5 meters away. Though he fell heavily to the ground, a smile adorned his face. Struggling to his feet, he approached the iron sword, picking it up and finding it unscathed, which brought him relief. However, upon inspecting the massive stone, Wu Ming was left astounded. A deep gash marred its surface. Measuring a full 5 inches in depth, such power was enough to leave Wu Ming speechless. After all, he was merely a mortal, yet he possessed such strength, which was nothing short of extraordinary. Wu Ming disregarded everything else. Swiftly disappearing from the scene, the commotion had been considerable, and he needed to vacate the area immediately lest his newfound strength be revealed. Now he had formed a preliminary assessment of his abilities. Estimating that he was likely a match for initial stage chi refining disciples, who would pose no threat to him, his heart swelled with joy, and without pausing, he made his way back to his small courtyard. Feeling at ease once more, having recognized the prowess of Dang Qi and the value of the black iron sword, his confidence soared. If he continued to train diligently, one day he would avenge himself upon those enemies who haunted his thoughts. He grasped the black sword, marveling at its beauty, but in his admiration, he inadvertently nicked his finger, causing blood to drip onto the sword's surface, where it vanished in an instant. Just then, an insight flashed through his mind. Tian Shen's sword has recognized its master. Tian Shen's sword, so this was the name of the sword, indeed a treasure of remarkable nature, capable of recognizing its master. Realizing its significance, he understood that without a storage bag, he could not carry this treasure with him. What if someone with discerning eyes attempted to seize it? As he contemplated how to safeguard the Tian Shen sword, it suddenly glimmered with black light, and to Wu Ming's shock, it burrowed into his abdomen. Disappearing into his dantian. Wu Ming nearly screamed in fright. This was far too alarming, a sword entering his body. Had he not been raised in the cultivation world, he would have doubted the reality of such an event. Amidst his panic, a flicker of joy ignited within him. This solved his dilemma perfectly. With a treasure in hand and a cultivation method to follow, the next step was to train diligently, striving to enhance his power and eventually avenge his mother. With this thought, Wu Ming clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Wu Ming, come out. It was the voice of his senior brother. Wu Ming understood that his senior brother must have heard the commotion and suspected him. However, he harbored no fear. Suspicion alone was insufficient to prove his involvement. With a sly smile, he rose and opened his door, feigning sleepiness as he stretched languidly, squinting at his senior brother. Senior brother, so early? What brings you to summon me? Chapter 10, Accountability. Before Wu Ming could finish his sentence, he found himself seized by Chu Tianya, who yanked him out of the door and threw him to the ground. Before Wu Ming could rise, a glinting sword was thrust before his eyes. Draw your sword. Chu Tianya's expression was grave, his gaze piercing as he bellowed with fury. Wu Ming blinked and laughed. Senior brother, what jest are you making? What sword should I draw? However, Chu Tianya seemingly paid no heed to Wu Ming's words and bellowed once more. Draw your sword. In an instant, Wu Ming's smile vanished, and he glared at his senior brother with indignation. Coldly asserting, Senior brother, do not go too far. Although I, Wu Ming, am but a mere mortal, I also possess dignity. What is the meaning of this relentless pressure on me, disregarding our brotherly bond? At that moment, Chu Feiyu hurriedly arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing the commotion, she sensed that something grave had transpired. Perhaps Wu Ming had stirred trouble among the new disciples. Senior brother, what has happened? Let us discuss this rationally. Please sheath your sword. Blades are blind. And we must not harm our junior brother. Observing Chu Feiyu's anxious demeanor warmed Wu Ming's heart. He scoffed. Ha, senior brother, how can you still call him that? He bears no resemblance to a senior brother. Perpetually wearing a stern face like a wooden figure, call him what you will. I, Wu Ming, shall no longer recognize this senior brother. Hearing Wu Ming's words, Chu Feiyu grew even more frantic. She swiftly approached Chu Tianya and seized the sword from his grasp. Blood immediately dripping from her fingers. Alarmed, Chu Tianya realized his intention to merely intimidate Wu Ming had gone awry. He had never meant to harm him, yet Chu Feiyu had grasped his sword with such fervor. He quickly released his grip, his gaze falling upon Chu Feiyu's bloodied hand. Feeling a pang of sorrow, junior sister, what are you doing? I did not wish to kill Wu Ming. Why are you so agitated? Release the sword, quickly. Upon hearing Chu Tianya's claim of not wanting to kill Wu Ming, Chu Feiyu finally let go of the sword and burst into tears. It's all your fault. You constantly reprimand our junior brother. This time, I don't even know why you are drawing swords against him. If you continue this way, I shall no longer acknowledge you as my senior brother. Seeing Chu Feiyu weep uncontrollably, Chu Tianya felt an even deeper sorrow. Unable to console her, he turned his gaze back to Wu Ming and, in a fit of anger, declared, Wu Ming, this is all you're doing. With that, he tapped his storage pouch. Producing a vial of healing medicine, which he tossed to Wu Ming, quickly bandage your senior sister's wound, then both of you come to my courtyard. With a swift flick of his sleeve, Chu Tianya departed. Wu Ming caught the vial, rose from the ground, and hurried to Chu Feiyu's side. Chu Feiyu, thank you. At that moment Chu Feiyu, still sobbing, looked up with a sly smile and said, so how does it feel? I saved you once again. Although Wu Ming understood that Chu Feiyu was intentionally trying to provoke their senior brother, he felt genuine concern for her injury. Chu Feiyu, while I appreciate your help, you should not harm yourself. Quickly apply the healing medicine. As he spoke, Wu Ming handed the vial to Chu Feiyu, indicating she should tend to her own wound. Chu Feiyu, however, extended her hand in front of Wu Ming, and he instantly understood, seeing the blood still flowing from her wound. He disregarded any notions of propriety and opened the vial, evenly sprinkling the powder over her injury. Then, tearing a piece from his own garment, he bandaged her wound. Chu Feiyu, you must not act so foolishly in the future. I have not done anything wrong, and I do not understand why our senior brother is so angry. I shall inquire about it shortly. Come, let us go. Wu Ming took her hand and led her to the senior brother's courtyard. He gently knocked on the door. The door is open, come in, came the senior brother's voice from within. The two entered, heads lowered, one after the other. The senior brother was tending to spirit herbs in the courtyard and, upon seeing them, said to sit. With that, he clapped his hands and walked to the table, taking a seat. Only then did Wu Ming and Chu Feiyu dare to sit beside him. Wu Ming, today I did not truly lose my temper. Do not misunderstand, it is merely that I find one matter rather perplexing. Senior brother, this is not the first time you have scolded me. I have grown accustomed to it. Chu Tianya forced a smile, one that was far from pleasant, and continued. Today, a tremendous noise echoed from the peak of the back mountain. When I arrived to investigate, I discovered a deep sword mark upon a massive boulder at the summit. You may not be aware, but that boulder is a fallen meteorite from the heavens, and no ordinary weapon could leave such a scar. Thus, I suspect it pertains to Wu Ming. Have you been secretly practicing the sword path? The sword path, senior brother, what are you suggesting? How could Wu Ming possibly be training in the sword path? He has merely studied the martial arts of mortals. Chu Tianya's lips twitched slightly at Chu Feiyu's words, and he refrained from contradicting her. Clearing his throat, he continued, Wu Ming, that peak is typically accessible only to our master and the three of us. Our master would never practice swordsmanship there, and Feiyu was not present at the time. Therefore, you are the only one with dubious connections, which is why I decided to test you. Once he finished speaking, a silence enveloped the trio. The senior brother awaited Wu Ming's defense, while Chu Feiyu bore a look of confusion. Based on her understanding of Wu Ming, he learned remarkably quickly, and moreover, he had inquired about the residence of the new disciples. Could there be a connection? Their gazes fell upon Wu Ming, who, with a glint in his eyes, shifted his gaze between them. Wu Ming smiled faintly. Senior brother, Sister Chu, there is no need for such suspicion. I do not even possess a sword, only a wooden sword for play. You must admit, if I were truly extraordinary and exceptionally clever, should I not have a proper sword? Upon hearing this, the senior brother internally dismissed his previous suspicions. Wu Ming was correct. Even if he had secretly practiced celestial arts, he would not have the strength to carve such a deep sword mark, unless he were a master of the sword path. Yet, even a master would require a suitable sword. Chu Feiyu, however, widened her eyes in secret. She knew Wu Ming indeed possessed a broken black iron sword, but she dared not voice it, otherwise the senior brother would demand Wu Ming surrender it, and Wu Ming would surely resent her. It was best to wait until after this matter to inquire privately. Junior brother Wu Ming, today's events were my fault. I acted impulsively. I hope you do not hold a grudge. Since the senior brother had acknowledged his mistake, Wu Ming dared not maintain his pride. He trembled slightly and quickly stood. Senior brother, you speak so. We are brothers under the same master. How could I be so petty as to bear a grudge against you? Junior brother Wu Ming, it is my duty as a senior brother. If there were no special orders from our master, it would be perfectly natural for me to pass some celestial arts on to you. However, since our master has issued strict commands, I cannot go against them, for that would be a betrayal of our master and would invite divine retribution. Chu Tianya's expression bore an unmistakable sense of helplessness. Senior brother, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Junior brother Wu Ming has always been obedient. Please do not mention it again. Not at all. Senior brother Sister Chu, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave for morning practice. The martial arts of mortals indeed strengthen the body. I must seize the time to train diligently and strive to live another 20 years, for I cannot compare to you. As Wu Ming spoke, he rose and, without waiting for the senior brother's command, stepped out of the courtyard. At that moment, a heavy weight lifted from Wu Ming's heart. Had it not been for Chu Feiyu concealing the truth today, the matter of the black iron sword would have surely been exposed. He needed to find an opportunity to acquire a similar iron sword to maintain the facade. Just then, he heard Chu Feiyu's voice calling from behind Wu Ming, realizing she likely wished to inquire about the black sword. He turned with a smile. Sister Chu, you have come out as well. Why not stay a while longer? What is there to discuss? What can a lone man and woman converse about? What of you? Are you hiding something from me? Not at all, Sister Chu. You must not speak so recklessly. Wu Ming feigned urgency, quite convincingly. Wu Ming, then let me ask you, where is your black iron sword? Upon hearing this, Wu Ming feigned sudden enlightenment. Ah, you mean that black sword? It has long since vanished. I believe Zhang Gu took it back, and besides, it was merely an ordinary iron sword, quite dull. You better not be deceiving me. I did not expose you this time. But next time I shall not make the same mistake. With that, Chu Feiyu soared away, leaving Wu Ming alone, feeling rather disheveled in the wind. He shook his head, nonchalantly returning to his small courtyard after he departed. Beneath an old tree behind him, senior brother Chu Tianya emerged, murmuring to himself, the black iron sword. Wu Ming did not believe he was truly safe just yet. The senior brother was always suspicious. He would relentlessly pursue any matter he found perplexing. Therefore, Wu Ming's most pressing concern was to acquire a black iron sword. Moreover, after the black sword entered his dantian, it had remained dormant, and Wu Ming was uncertain how to summon it again. He decided to simply consider it as truly vanished. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Wu Ming retrieved his wooden sword and began practicing the 7-star sword technique. This mortal sword technique he had mastered to perfection, and now with the internal energy coursing through him, he found that he could practice it continuously without feeling fatigued. This discovery filled Wu Ming with delight. The martial arts of mortals emphasize diligent practice, and with this set of sword techniques, he could practice hundreds of times in a day. Over the course of a month, it could very well equate to decades of effort for an ordinary person, which thrilled Wu Ming immensely. At this rate, he believed he could rival the masters of the martial world within a month. With this aspiration, Wu Ming practiced with ever-increasing fervor, executing the Link's 7-star sword 300 times a day and the Zen Heart Wishful Fist 50 times, followed by 50 repetitions of the indestructible diamond body technique. Day after day, a month swiftly passed, and Wu Ming's martial prowess had transcended the mere description of being superb. It could be said that he had reached an ethereal level of mastery. Particularly with the Link's 7-star sword, even without the infusion of vital energy, Wu Ming unleashed it with full force, rendering ordinary Qi refinement practitioners unable to withstand it, should he invoke vital energy. Wu Ming surmised even high-ranking Qi refinement cultivators might lose their lives. Throughout this month, Wu Ming had not dared to employ vital energy even once. Instead, he diligently absorbed one strand of vital energy each day according to the training method of the Hong Tian vital energy. Presently, he had accumulated 30 strands of vital energy within him, which represented his true strength. Unlike spiritual energy, vital energy required continuous cultivation and was reliant on accumulation. The greater the quantity of vital energy, the stronger one's combat capabilities would be. At his current level, he could only absorb one strand at a time, as any more would make him feel as if his meridians would burst. Thus, Wu Ming understood that his level was still insufficient. Furthermore, the practice of the Zen Heart Wishful Fist allowed him to realize the advantages of possessing vital energy, while an ordinary martial artist could strike down a bull with a single punch. When Wu Ming delivered his punch, the vital energy surged forth, causing him to hastily retract his arm in fear. It was too terrifying. If he were to unleash that punch, it could potentially demolish the courtyard. A moment's delay in his actions and that vital energy could be unleashed, leaving him with no way to explain himself. After calming his emotions and stabilizing his vital energy, he resumed his training. This was merely the surprise brought forth by his fist technique. The practice of the indestructible diamond body further solidified Wu Ming's conviction regarding the wisdom of his choice in cultivating this physical enhancement technique. Initially, when he began training in the indestructible diamond body, he had given up due to the absence of vital energy. However, upon resuming his practice, he reaped immense benefits. The explosive vital energy impacted every inch of his meridians, not only making them more resilient but also significantly widening them. The expansion of his meridians prepared him to absorb 2 strands of vital energy simultaneously, and the strengthened meridians alleviated much of the pain during absorption. This astonishing discovery filled Wu Ming with joy and further motivated him to practice the indestructible diamond body. One day, while practicing the Link's 7-star sword, he suddenly heard Yulinglong's voice ring in his ears. Wu Ming, come here for a moment. A sense of urgency gripped Wu Ming's heart as he thought, could it be that Master has discovered something? He realized he had to approach cautiously. Thus, he remained silent as he hurried to Yulinglong's cave. Standing outside the door and calling out, "Master, Wuming has arrived, come in," Yulinglong's tone carried a hint of joy, which eased Wuming's anxiety considerably. That he pushed open the door and stepped inside the cave, only to find that Yulinglong was not alone. There was also a middle-aged man and a girl around his age. Wuming's heart raced. Since Master had summoned him, it must pertain to these two individuals. He was uncertain what it could involve. "Master, Wuming pays his respects," he said, bowing in greeting before rising, his gaze flickering as he awaited Yulinglong to introduce the pair. "Wuming, come meet Uncle Lu." Yulinglong rose to introduce him, revealing that the middle-aged man's surname was Lu. "Greetings, Uncle Lu." Wuming approached the middle-aged man a few steps and bowed respectfully. The middle-aged man stood up, scrutinizing Wuming's handsome features, and grinned broadly, saying, "What a remarkably handsome young man, he is quite the match for my daughter." Suddenly, Wuming realized something. Could it be that Master was arranging a marriage for him? "Wuming, this lovely young lady is Lu Ziki, the cherished daughter of Uncle Lu. Your master intends for you to marry into the Lu family. Although the Lu family exists in the mortal realm, your safety would be greatly assured, as cultivators from the realm of immortals would not seek trouble there." As Yulinglong spoke, a hint of sorrow clouded her expression. Yet she appeared helpless. "Master, why is this?" Wuming found it difficult to accept and, disregarding the presence of the Lu father and daughter, inquired hastily. "Wuming, your master is also compelled by circumstance. The Celestial clan has declared that within 3 days I must hand you over, or they will reduce Yuling Palace to ruins. Your master cannot guarantee your safety. However, once you reach the mortal realm free from the cultivation world, you pose no threat to them. And thus you shall be safe. Therefore, today, you must accompany Uncle Lu to the mortal realm, the sooner the better." After hearing his master's words, Wuming displayed a sorrowful demeanor, yet within his heart, he felt a surge of joy. As long as he departed from this place, his destiny would be in his own hands. How could the mortal realm contain Wuming? In the future, the name Wuming would vanish from the cultivation world. But the name Li Ming would surely make the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses tremble, causing turmoil across the 3 realms. "Master, I understand, but will I still be able to call you Master in the future?" Upon hearing this, Yulinglong's delicate features trembled. Could she truly bear to part with Wuming? Deep down, she felt an undeniable reluctance. Apart from his heritage, which was difficult to accept, there was nothing about him that displeased her. Among her 3 disciples, Wuming was undoubtedly the most intelligent and perceptive. Moreover, his appearance bore a striking resemblance to the person she yearned for day and night. With Wuming around, she could find solace from her own heartache. However, now everything had turned to vapor. Wuming's safety was of utmost importance. If she could not ensure Wuming's safety, her beloved would surely lay blame upon her. "Wuming, once a master, always a father, though I am but a woman. As long as I exist, you shall remain my most esteemed disciple. Although I have not imparted any teachings to you, I know that as long as you apply yourself, you will learn faster than anyone else. In truth, there is something I have not told you. You need not worry about your lifespan. You possess the blood of the Celestial clan flowing through your veins, as well as the blood of the Demon clan. You have never been an ordinary mortal." Wuming could not help but ask, "Master, do you know who my father is?" Yulinglong looked skyward and laughed. "Of course I know. However, it is best if you do not ask me. I cannot bear to deceive you. Knowing the truth would not benefit you. It is better for you to remain ignorant." Wuming lowered his gaze in silence, recalling the words his mother had spoken years ago when he too had asked Liamo, "Mother, where is father? Where has he gone?" Liamo turned away, quietly wiping her tears, and sighed. "Wuming, it is not that your mother does not wish to tell you, but rather that knowing would bring you no good. It is better for you not to know." Since his master was unwilling for Wuming to know, he refrained from asking further, yet, he wished to inquire whether Miss Lu genuinely desired him to marry into the Lu family. If she was unwilling, he would not force the issue. Upon hearing this, Yulinglong, still somewhat sorrowful, turned to Uncle Lu, and they exchanged a knowing smile. "Wuming, the Lu father and daughter have deep ties with your master. You need not worry. As for Ziki, you need not fret either. Since you ascended the mountain, your master has arranged this union with Uncle Lu, and it seems that this move was indeed wise." Uncle Lu chimed in. "Indeed, I was aware of this matter back then and arranged it with your master. It is only now that I realize it was all by heavenly design." As Wuming listened to their conversation, he could not help but furrow his brow. How could such a significant matter as marriage be decided by them? Having read numerous texts of sages, he understood the principles, but Wuming also had his own views. As for marriage, the mandates of parents and the matchmaking of a matchmaker were considered sacred. Such trivialities, Wuming found it hard to agree. It is said that love is profound, if 2 individuals lack affection. merely obeying their parents' wishes. Could their married life truly be governed by their parents? If they were to marry without concern for how to nurture their relationship, would that not trivialize marriage? Master Wu-ming believes it is essential to consider Miss Lu's own wishes. Yulinglong smiled upon hearing this. Wu-ming, are you suggesting you have no objections? Upon hearing this, Wu-ming's face flushed crimson as he suddenly realized he had been so focused on Miss Lu that he had not considered his own feelings. He certainly yearned to leave Yuling Palace. Remaining here would inevitably lead to exposure. Departing would mean soaring to the skies, gaining freedom. However, he had not considered whether he was willing to accept becoming a son-in-law. Master, does the Lu family possess the power to ensure my safety in the mortal realm? After all, I am merely a scholar. The Lu family is a prominent clan in the mortal realm. Uncle Lu is the head of the Lu family and also a high-ranking official in the Great Zhou Kingdom, serving as the general of the cavalry, wielding significant military authority. You will encounter no dangers within the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Wu-ming's heart trembled. He had not anticipated that Uncle Lu was also a martial artist, and likely a formidable one at that. If so, Wu-ming would have no objections. As soon as he voiced this, the previously silent Lu Ziki leaned forward, carefully scrutinizing Wu-ming. Though it was merely a glance, it had already captured her heart. Yulinglong observed Lu Ziki with a knowing smile. Among the four of them, who could conceal their little actions from her keen eyes? Ziki, do you have any objections? Yulinglong inquired. Lu Ziki lifted her head, her face flushed, and softly replied, Ziki has no objections. After speaking, she lowered her head and turned away, shyly hiding behind Lu Yun. This child Ziki knows that Wu-ming is well-read and a rare talent. How could she possibly have objections? Lu Yun said, his face beaming with delight, clearly a straightforward individual. A trait that Wu-ming found quite likable. Since it is settled, Wu-ming, you shall accompany Uncle Lu and the others to the mortal realm immediately. I will have your senior brother escort you to the teleportation point. Remember, in all matters, securing one's life takes precedence. One must not be careless, Yulinglong urged, reiterating her warnings. With a clasped fist, Wu-ming knelt before her, bowing thrice with resounding reverence before rising. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wu-ming accompanied the father and daughter of the Lu family out of the cave dwelling where Master Brother Chu Tianya waited outside. Upon seeing the trio emerge, he waved his hand, and a splendid small boat materialized before them. Landing gracefully on the ground, esteemed guests, please board the flying boat. We shall depart for the mortal realm immediately. The three nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further conversation, and boarded the vessel in succession. Only then did Chu Tianya move. Alighting on the small boat, with a series of precise gestures, the boat slowly ascended, transforming into a streak of light as it sailed towards the horizon. It was Wu-ming's first experience on a flying boat, and he felt a slight dizziness, yet observed that the Lu father and daughter appeared calm and composed, leading him to ponder. It seems this is not their first encounter with such travel. Wu-ming, upon our arrival in the mortal realm, Master Brother will no longer be by your side to protect you. Exercise utmost caution, and it would be prudent for you to seize this opportunity to change your name and identity. Henceforth, there shall be no individual known as Wu-ming in this world. Do you comprehend? Master Brother Chu Tianya stood upon the boat, not glancing back, two streams of tears silently cascading down his cheeks, which Wu-ming perceptibly noticed. A tempest of emotions surged within Wu-ming. He never imagined that even the usually stern Master Brother would shed tears at this moment. How could this not move him? The elation of embracing freedom instantaneously dissipated. Master Brother, I shall not disappoint your expectations. I will strive to live well, and if the opportunity arises, you must come to visit me. Upon hearing Wu-ming's words, Chu Tianya's already taught heartache further. Unable to suppress his sorrow any longer, he broke down in tears. Witnessing such a poignant display from his Master Brother, Wu-ming's eyes moistened instantly. Master Brother, please don't be this way. Just consider it a training journey for your disciple. Perhaps in the future, I will soar to great heights. Chu Tianya wiped his teary eyes and smiled at Wu-ming, saying, Wu-ming, within the confines of Yuqing Palace, my strictness towards you was solely to protect you. The journey to the mortal realm is far from the tranquility you envision. There are indeed many nefarious cultivators and demonic practitioners, albeit of a lower tier, who are not easily dealt with by mere mortals. Thus, I have taken it upon myself to impart to you a set of anti-demonic sword techniques to ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, Wu-ming, though unfamiliar with the anti-demonic sword techniques, understood that if they were taught by Master Brother, they must be a legitimate means of cultivation. He was delighted to discover that Master Brother had finally come around. Thank you, Master Brother. I always knew you had my best interests at heart. Wu-ming joyfully accepted the sword techniques from Master Brother, his excitement palpable. At that moment, the flying boat had arrived at a mountain peak towering 5,000 zhang. a height unattainable by ordinary mortals, upon which stood a circular structure. As the boat descended, the group disembarked, and a chill enveloped them at the summit. Woming noticed the Lu father and daughter shivering, and he feigned being equally affected by the cold, his teeth chattering. Woming, cease your pretense, you have possessed innate protective energy since childhood, rendering you impervious to the cold. I have long been aware of this. At this remark, Woming turned to Master Brother, who regarded him with an unusual gaze. He chuckled and scratched the back of his head, saying, Master Brother, isn't it customary to pretend? I employed every tactic to avoid scolding. Disciple, once you pass through this teleportation array, you and I shall be separated between the realms of immortals and mortals. I desire nothing more than your safety. Master Brother, I left without the chance to bid farewell to Sister Chu. Please convey my apologies on my behalf. Rest assured, I shall inform her truthfully, ensuring she does not harbor disappointment towards you. Woming's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, and he fell silent. Though the path ahead in the mortal realm was uncertain, he understood that this journey would allow him to soar to unprecedented heights. Those who had once persecuted his mother would soon face a grim fate. Woming was coming. As the circular structure shimmered with radiant light, Woming stepped onto the teleportation array alongside the Lu family. He glanced back at Master Brother one last time before resolutely turning away. In an instant, a beam of light swept over, and the figures of the three vanished. In the mortal realm, within the capital city of Dezhou, Taikang Woming, along with the Lu family, stepped out of a teleportation array. Curiously, he examined the array, mentally noting its location for future return to the realm of cultivation. Liu Yun observed this but did not intervene. He understood that even if Woming were to arrive here, lacking the spirit stones of the immortal world, he could not activate the teleportation array. After taking note, Woming approached Liu Yun, bowing respectfully, and said with a smile, Uncle Lu, I was merely curious, I meant no offense. Ha, Woming, I believe your Master Brother's advice holds merit. You should indeed hide your identity. Have you given it thought? Woming smiled wryly. Uncle Lu, I have already decided. From this day forth, I shall be known as Li Ming. The scholar Li Ming. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun murmured, Li Ming, excellent, then it shall be Li Ming. As the trio exited, Woming noticed they were in a grand estate. He pondered who could have constructed a teleportation array in the mortal realm. Particularly in this residence. Upon stepping outside, a carriage awaited them. Woming did not inquire further and followed the Lu family into the vehicle. Inside, Liu Yun remarked, Li Ming, you need not bear any psychological burden. In this Dezhou, your Uncle Lu still holds some influence. Securing you a minor official position would be more than sufficient. You must forget your past and embrace a genuine mortal life. That would be the wisest course of action. Woming smiled at Liu Yun, saying, Thank you for your concern, Uncle Lu, but I have no desire for an official title. A stable life is all I seek. Though Woming said this, even he found it hard to believe. He desired independence, yearning to devise a plan to move out of the Lu household. The Lu residence was situated to the east of Taikang City. Upon alighting from the carriage, Woming looked up at the plaque that read General's Manor in four bold, powerful characters. A sense of admiration welled up within him, while Liu Yun appeared to be an ordinary person. This estate was not comparable to that of an average high official, suggesting that Liu Yun must indeed be a significant figure in the court. Upon entering the Lu residence, Liu Yun instructed the servants to settle Woming in comfortably before heading to court himself. Left alone, Woming felt at ease. After a prolonged life in the cultivation realm, he found the mundane existence somewhat monotonous. In the mortal realm, he felt oddly out of place. For 3 consecutive days, apart from the servants attending to his needs, Woming refrained from allowing them to intrude, instead practicing martial arts in the garden. The general's manor had the advantage of an extensive arsenal, yet Woming preferred using a sword, perhaps inherited from Liu Mo, who also wielded a blade, selecting a sharp sword from the weapon rack to carry with him. One day, while practicing his swordplay, he became so engrossed that he danced with the blade exquisitely. Even without employing any protective energy, who calls for Li Ming? The voice startled Woming, almost provoking an expletive. It was unbearably grating, akin to nails on a chalkboard, sharp and piercing. He sheathed his sword and turned to see a reasonably handsome young man scanning the area, seemingly searching for something. I am Li Ming, may I ask who you are? The man rushed over, disdainfully sizing Woming up and sneering, I thought I might find an extraordinary talent here, but it turns out to be a frail scholar. How do you presume to compete for the affection of the general's daughter, Lu Ziki? At this, Woming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Who was this person? He had heard of men stealing women, but never of someone vying to be a son-in-law. Even to be a son-in-law, there existed jealousy. It seems you harbor some reservations regarding this engagement. Feigning ignorance, Woming asked. The young man retorted loudly, Of course I do, Lu Ziki and I are childhood friends. Having grown up together. My father is the current prime minister, and I am his only son. What right do you have to compete with me for Ziki, a mere son-in-law? Do you have no shame? Whether I have shame is of no concern to you. I am now the son-in-law of the Liu family, and you would do well to keep your distance from Ziki, otherwise, I shall break your legs. You may test me if you dare. Wu Ming, indifferent to the man's background, thought it ludicrous that a mere prime minister's son would attempt to intimidate him. How quaint. You think you can frighten me? Wu Ming, just a single word from me, and you will find it hard to survive in Taikong City. With a cold sidelong glance, Wu Ming mused how such shameless individuals seemed ubiquitous. Begone, Wu Ming barked fiercely, causing Li Yuankai to shudder. In Wu Ming's gaze, he detected a flicker of murderous intent that sent a chill down his spine. You would do well to remember your words. Do not let me find an opportunity to end you. Li Yuankai spat out a threatening remark before hastily retreating. He had not anticipated that Wu Ming possessed such an imposing presence. Merely a glare had instilled such fear within him that he fled without a second thought. Yet, how could he swallow this humiliation? He would certainly seek revenge, and Wu Ming's life in the capital would likely become exceedingly difficult. The servants had already informed Lu Ziki of Li Yuankai's visit to her fiancé. And when she arrived to find Wu Ming practicing swordplay in the garden, executing moves sharper than her father's, she was taken aback. Upon the arrival of Lu Ziki, Wu Ming discerned that the servants must have reported the earlier incident to her. He sheathed his sword and, with a smile, addressed her. Miss Lu, what brings you here? Lu Ziki approached gracefully, her gaze fixed upon Wu Ming's countenance. Suddenly she covered her mouth and chuckled. Li Minggij, I didn't expect you to be so exceptionally skilled. Judging by your swordsmanship, even my father might not be your match. Wu Ming refrained from disputing her claim or boasting about his abilities, merely chuckling in response. I practice martial arts for the sake of health. Not for combat. Oh, Lu Ziki exclaimed, it is indeed rare to possess such a mindset. How many masters in the mortal realm spend their entire lives without reaching your level? Truly commendable. It seems you have a profound understanding of martial arts. Lu Ziki lightly laughed. I cannot claim to be proficient. It is merely a result of my father's influence that I have acquired some skills in self-defense. By the way, Li Minggij, what did Li Yuankai say just now? Upon hearing this, Wu Ming's mind sparked with an idea, and he replied with a smile. He didn't mention much, only that I had stolen his fiancée. I tried to reason with him, but he wouldn't listen and even threatened to make my life difficult in Taikong City. What? He dares to say such things? Just wait, I shall confront him at once and demand an apology, Lu Ziki exclaimed angrily, ready to seek out Li Yuankai. Wu Ming quickly intervened, placing a hand to stop her. Ziki, you mustn't go. His father is the current prime minister, a man of immense power. What do we have to contend with him? Seeing the urgency on Wu Ming's face warmed Lu Ziki's heart, and her desire to defend him grew stronger. Li Minggij, there's no need for concern. His father may be the prime minister, but my father is the general of cavalry. In terms of strength, we are superior. I shall not tolerate anyone who dares to bully my husband. He must apologize. With that, Lu Ziki pushed Wu Ming's arm aside and strode away. Wu Ming chuckled to himself, thinking, Li Yuankai, of all people, why did you choose to provoke me? Let's see who ends up in misfortune. Didn't you say you wanted to find an opportunity to eliminate me? Very well, I shall take a stroll and give you that chance. I am eager to see what you are capable of. With this thought, Wu Ming quietly exited the general's residence and ventured into the outside world, which proved to be quite vibrant. The streets bustled with people, and various shops lined the way, displaying a myriad of goods. He meandered aimlessly, occasionally glancing at the stalls and declaring himself the son-in-law of the general's house. As anticipated, it wasn't long before his whereabouts were relayed to the prime minister's residence. At that moment, Li Yuankai was facing Lu Ziki's furious reprimand, his eyes wide and glistening with fear as he looked at her. Li Yuankai, you scoundrel, how dare you bully my husband? Have you looked in the mirror to see how you compare to him? If you dare to cross me again, I shall scratch that face of yours. My husband is not someone you can provoke. Lu Ziki unleashed a torrent of scorn upon Li Yuankai, leaving him too intimidated to utter a single word. It was only after she was satisfied and turned to leave that he dared to emerge from behind the pillar, staring blankly at her retreating figure. Young master, excellent news, that Li Ming has left the residence and is currently wandering the streets. Should we go after him? Upon hearing this, Li Yuankai was overjoyed. Having just been humiliated, this was a golden opportunity to exact revenge. Yes, we must act. However, I cannot personally intervene. Gather a few more people and ensure he is disfigured. Do not take his life, understood? I shall reward you handsomely for a job well done. The servant, clasping his fists, grinned schemingly. Rest assured, young master, I shall not disgrace my mission. Just watch. Good, hurry and carry out the task. But remember, do not involve me in any way. Is that clear? Understood, understood, just watch. With that, the servant hurried away, while Li Yuankai paced excitedly in his chamber. If he could ruin Li Ming's appearance today, even if Lu Ziki held him responsible, she would no longer want that ugly brute. Meanwhile, as Wu Ming strolled through the streets, he noticed a group of over 10 burly men behind him, pointing and following closely. He couldn't help but chuckle. Knowing this was undoubtedly Li Yuankai's doing, deliberately he chose a less populated path, soon selecting a dead-end alley, where he slowly turned to await their approach. Within moments, the group appeared before him, and upon seeing Wu Ming's calm demeanor, their confidence wavered, doubt flickering in their eyes. I am Li Ming, may I inquire as to your intentions? The leader of the group chuckled. What does it matter to you? We merely seek wealth, hand over anything of value, and we may spare your life. Wu Ming replied with a light smile, revenge is revenge. Do not pretend it is about wealth. You seek money, but you will find none here. You want a life? Come and take it. The leader grinned maliciously, gesturing for his men to attack. Each of them brandished short knives, and Wu Ming swiftly drew his sword to face them. You dare to commit murder in broad daylight? Is there no law? The leader responded with a sinister grin. Ha, at this point, do you still hope for the law to save you? With a dismissive laugh, Wu Ming retorted, since you scorn the law, I shall defend myself. If you are injured, I shall not face punishment. You worthless fool, you dare to boast with your broken sword. Focus on preserving your life instead. At that moment, one of the men lunged at Wu Ming, quick as a flash. He parried the strike, sending the knife clattering to the ground. The leader bellowed in frustration, Idiot, what are you doing? Get him. Under his command, the men surged forward, intent on capturing Wu Ming. Realizing they sought to kill him, Wu Ming decided to provoke them further. With determination, he raised his sword and struck, hitting one man in the arm, who cried out in pain, dropping his weapon. At the sight of injury, panic spread among the group, including the leader, who widened his eyes in disbelief. You can wield a sword, boss? The situation has changed. Should we continue? One of the men asked, fear creeping into his voice. The leader hesitated, his eyes darting around, before gritting his teeth and shouting, kill him, no matter the cost. With his ruthless command, his men charged at Wu Ming, their eyes filled with bloodlust. Wu Ming, however, felt exhilarated. Come, try to kill me. These men, now devoid of any reservations, would fight to the death, which was precisely what Wu Ming desired. As the battle commenced, 4 men attacked from different directions, encircling Wu Ming. He gripped his sword tightly, feigning a strike to the left before swiftly sweeping his blade horizontally, injuring the 3 men beside him. The speed and fluidity of his movements were nothing short of spectacular. The leader was left dumbfounded. Is this truly the so-called waste my master spoke of? This is clearly the work of a swordmaster. Just as he pondered, another of his men fell, mortally wounded, on the ground. Quick, retreat. Before he could finish speaking, he had already turned to flee, disappearing in an instant. The remaining men dropped their weapons and attempted to escape, but Wu Ming halted them. Stop. At his authoritative command, they turned, their faces filled with desperation. Spare us. We were forced into this. Please, have mercy. We have families depending on us. Who said I wanted to kill you? My intention was to take your injured companions for treatment. If they bleed out, Li Yuankai will need to pay for their burial, will he not? Upon hearing this, they were left speechless. Wu Ming had known from the beginning who they were and their formidable skills. No wonder he had not taken them seriously. This was no mere waste, but a man whose cunning surpassed that of their own master. They dared not respond, hastily assisting their fallen comrades and fleeing without looking back. Wu Ming watched them disappear, surveyed his surroundings, and quickly made his way back to the general's residence. Upon returning to his chamber, he was filled with exhilaration. This battle marked the first time he had ever fought, and the victory was so complete that it made his heart soar. To triumph over an opponent felt incredibly gratifying. Now aware of his own strength, Wu Ming's confidence in cultivating his inner energy surged, and his fascination with martial arts deepened. He promptly sought out Lu Yun. Uncle Lu, I wish to study some martial arts manuals. Might you have any in your possession? Lu Yun, upon hearing this, set down his writing tools and curiously regarded Wu Ming. Li Ming, you wish to learn martial arts? Wu Ming smiled faintly, touched his head, and said, Uncle Lu, in fact, I have already studied some martial arts at Yuqing Palace. Now that I have arrived here, I wish to delve deeper into the martial classics and broaden my horizons. Lu Yun gently stroked his beard a few times and chuckled. So that is the case. You must not underestimate the wealth of martial arts literature in my residence. There are quite a number of tomes stored in the lakeside pavilion. You may go there alone to peruse them. Here is the key, take it. Lu Yun produced a long key intricately carved with dragon and phoenix patterns. Upon seeing its length, it was evident that the lock it opened was no ordinary one. Wu Ming accepted it with both hands, feeling an overwhelming joy, and expressed his gratitude to Lu Yun before hastening towards the lakeside pavilion. The general's manor was already quite expansive, featuring a vast garden that encompassed an artificial lake. In the center of the lake stood a towering structure of several stories. As Wu Ming sprinted towards the lakeside pavilion, the grandeur of the edifice before him left him utterly awestruck. This. The lakeside pavilion, above the lake's surface, every 5 meters stood a column, rising half a meter above the water. For an ordinary person, the 5-meter span would be a formidable challenge. However, Wu Ming merely smiled at this modest obstacle. He leapt into the air without hesitation, reaching the base of the lakeside pavilion in the blink of an eye. He gazed at the large black iron lock on the door and mused. Uncle Lu has constructed such a grand building. I wonder how many martial tomes it houses. He dared not dwell on it further and approached the door, producing the key, which clicked open the lock with a satisfying sound. He slowly pushed the door open, revealing rows of bookshelves, each filled with countless volumes. A rough estimate suggested that the first floor alone contained over 1,000 books, and to read through them all would take Wu Ming at least 20 days. Given his keen eyesight, Wu Ming glanced at the staircase leading to the second floor, considered it for a moment, but ultimately decided against ascending. Since he had come to study the texts, a gradual approach would be wiser. He approached the bookshelf and began to read intently, completely absorbed for 3 days and nights, until the growling of his stomach finally reminded him that he needed to eat. Chapter 16, The Art of Sorcery. The first level of the lakeside pavilion primarily housed texts from various minor sects and accounts of the mundane martial world. Nevertheless, Wu Ming was determined not to miss any opportunity to learn about this world, meticulously noting down every word. After 3 days, he had gleaned considerable knowledge about the martial realm. He patted his uncooperative stomach and stepped out of the pavilion, only to find an elderly man waiting at the door, holding a food box. Young master, I presume you are hungry? The old man inquired with a smile that seemed somewhat forced. Wu Ming, recognizing the old man's intent, understood at once that he had come to deliver meals. However, the fact that this elder could traverse the 5-meter gap between the columns suggested he was no ordinary individual. Wu Ming smiled and remarked, Senior, your skills are impressive. He gestured towards the columns in the lake, implying his meaning. To Wu Ming's surprise, the old man did not feign modesty. He shook his head with a smile, saying, Young master, my skills are merely what I learned in my early years while serving the general. If we are to speak of prowess, then our general is truly unparalleled, unmatched in the martial world. Every sect respects him, and the martial arts collected in the lakeside pavilion were all won by him through combat. Observing the old man's animated expression and pride, Wu Ming nearly mistook it for the old man's own achievements. However, it was indeed remarkable that Lu Yun had acquired so many tomes through combat. It was nothing short of astonishing. Not only that, but after defeating his opponents, the general would leave their weapons in the top floor of the pavilion. There were 35 weapons of first-rate masters on the top floor, and the floor below held 72 weapons of second-rate masters. Just one more weapon was needed to complete the 36 of the celestial and 72 of the earthly configurations. Wu Ming listened intently. Curiosity piqued. Why has this last weapon not been obtained? He asked. The old man sighed softly. The final weapon's owner is also an extraordinary master, skilled in swordsmanship to a divine degree. The general has fought him multiple times, but they have always ended in a stalemate. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming pondered who this formidable individual could be, possessing such strength. Lu Yun's martial prowess was already beyond measure, and he himself lacked complete confidence in victory. To think that there existed another such master in the world. Who could this person be? The old man stroked his beard and replied solemnly, This person is none other than the sword demon Sikonlan, the leader of the demon sect, who resides in an enemy nation and has repeatedly infringed upon our borders. I and the great Zhou, only the general can contend with him. Sword demon, demon sect. Wu Ming was taken aback at the mention of these terms. Realizing that even in the mundane realm there were forces entwined with dark powers, and that they were from an enemy nation, this thought stirred something within him. If he could seize control of such a force, his footing in the mundane realm would undoubtedly become more secure. Seeing Wu Ming fall silent, the old man placed the food box on the ground and said with a smile, Young master, you may study here as you please. The general has instructed me to provide you with meals daily, so you need not worry. Thank you, senior, for your kindness. After some polite exchanges, Wu Ming accepted the food box and returned to the first floor of the lakeside pavilion, devouring his meal with great appetite before placing the box outside the door and resuming his studies. Months passed, the seasons changing, and Wu Ming had ascended to the top floor. It turned out that the first floor contained a vast array of tomes. while from the second floor onward, the number dwindled to just a few volumes, ultimately culminating in a single book. Upon finishing the last book, Woming shook his head and smiled. Indeed, martial arts are profound and extensive. These past months have greatly enriched my understanding. Standing atop the final 2 levels, Woming observed the weapons, each engraved with its owner's name. Just as the old man had said, only one weapon was lacking to complete the celestial and earthly configurations. Uncle Lu's prowess truly was extraordinary. He had defeated all the masters save for the sword demon, earning profound respect. In just a few short months, Woming had grown significantly, having perused numerous martial texts. He selected a single lightness technique. As martial arts, though varied, often shared similarities, merely learning techniques was insufficient for his advancement. The chi cultivation methods were unsuitable for him, thus he found the lightness technique beneficial, while he had not practiced other martial tomes. He did integrate the essence of all he had studied into his Hung Tian Gang Chi, though he still could only absorb one strand of Chi. Woming was astonished to discover that the Chi he absorbed now was thicker than before. To his surprise, he could now perceive this internally, yet he quickly discerned the reason. His meridians had expanded, allowing for a greater flow of Chi, which had also intensified within him each time the Chi entered his body. It caused him considerable pain, yet he persevered, refusing to yield. Thus, he absorbed a strand of Chi each day, and now the quantity of Chi within him had reached 150 strands. He felt as though a mountain was pressing down on his dantian, threatening to burst it at any moment. Woming understood that this sensation indicated he had amassed enough Chi to break through. But with only one book and no mentor, he was uncertain of how to proceed. He could only choose to let things unfold naturally, believing that perhaps the opportunity for a breakthrough required merely the accumulation of enough Chi in his dantian. Woming opened the grand doors of the lakeside pavilion and stepped out with composure, and now, when he traversed the columns in the lake, he no longer leapt as before. Instead, he moved with the grace of a dragonfly skimming the water. Reaching the shore in less than 2 breaths, his speed having increased by half, all thanks to the lightness technique. In high spirits, Woming walked along the path back to his room when suddenly a servant called out, "Young master, the master is looking for you. He awaits you in the study." Woming's heart skipped a beat at the unexpected summons. What could Uncle Lu want? "Very well, I understand, I shall go shortly," he replied. Afterward, Woming returned to his room, changed into a clean outfit, and tidied his appearance before stepping out and heading toward Lu Yun's study. Upon reaching the door, he knocked gently to come in. Upon hearing the invitation, Woming cautiously pushed the door open to find Lu Yun seated in his chair, his expression somewhat grim. "Uncle Lu, what has happened?" Woming inquired, sensing that something was amiss. "Woming," Lu Yun began, "last night, in a village on the outskirts of the capital, the entire village was slaughtered. According to reports from the government, it is suspected that the villagers perished due to sorcery. His Majesty has ordered me to handle this case, but I am at a loss when it comes to dealing with such sorcery. However, the exorcism sword technique passed down by your senior brother is precisely the celestial method to counteract such arts. Therefore, I have decided to entrust this matter to you. I believe you will surely succeed." Chapter 17. The exorcist. Woming stood respectfully at the side, listening intently to Lu Yun's account. Upon hearing the mention of the exorcism sword technique bestowed upon him by his senior brother, he felt a chill run down his spine, for he had yet to even turn a page, yet Lu Yun had already accepted the task from his Majesty. How could he confess that he had not yet learned it? This was an opportunity he did not wish to miss. Those who practiced the dark arts were certainly different from ordinary people. At the very least, they would provide him with a chance to hone his skills, far superior to dealing with Li Yuankai's henchmen. With this key thought in mind, Woming gently clasped his fists towards Lu Yun and smiled. "Uncle Lu, so this is the matter at hand. You need not worry. I shall set out to investigate outside the city immediately and ensure that these wicked individuals are brought to justice." Upon hearing the words of Woming, Lu Yun rose from his tiger skin armchair, gently patting Woming's shoulder, and said, "Li Ming, this matter is of great significance. Given your unique identity and bloodline, should you choose to intervene, you will undoubtedly instill terror in those wicked individuals." Woming, feeling a twinge of anxiety at Lu Yun's assertion, soon reflected that, having cultivated his own formidable energy, he could easily contend with these practitioners of dark arts. "Uncle Lu, do you have a guide or a map?" he inquired. Lu Yun smiled slightly in response. "Apart from you, there are 2 Taoists accompanying you. They are both highly skilled practitioners, adept at capturing spirits and vanquishing demons. However, compared to the exorcism sword technique passed down by your elder brother, they fall short. You will be the one leading. Realizing there were indeed two Taoists accompanying him, Wu Ming understood that Lu Yun had made prior arrangements, likely intending to test him, yet, unbeknownst to Lu Yun, Wu Ming possessed strength that could rival that of a cultivator, rendering the few evil entities little more than practice for him. Nevertheless, he knew that Lu Yun's people would be watching him closely, and thus he must proceed with caution, concealing his true capabilities. After a brief exchange, Lu Yun instructed Wu Ming to return home. As their journey was set for the following day, hurrying back to his quarters, Wu Ming resolved to thoroughly review the exorcism sword technique today. Believing it would prove beneficial, with a deep sense of reverence, he slowly opened the scroll gifted to him by his elder brother, scrutinizing every word. As he delved deeper, he was astounded to find that this was indeed an authentic exorcism technique, emphasizing the cultivation of righteous energy. It not only contains sword techniques but also secret methods for vanquishing demons and dispelling evil. Upon completing the study of the entire exorcism sword technique, Wu Ming realized that his elder brother had gifted it to him to mold him into a Taoist capable of slaying demons in the mortal realm, essentially a profession of exorcism. Despite this, Wu Ming steeled himself and diligently practiced the technique from beginning to end, memorizing even the secret methods until they were second nature. After a restful night, Wu Ming awoke invigorated and set out to find Lu Yun the next morning. A servant informed him that Lu Yun was receiving guests in the parlor, prompting Wu Ming to proceed directly there. In the Lu family's parlor, Lu Yun was in the midst of entertaining two individuals. Upon entering, Wu Ming clasped his fists and announced, "Uncle Lu, I have arrived. Li Ming, come here. I would like to introduce you to these two Taoists." Lu Yun beckoned. Upon stepping into the parlor, Wu Ming beheld two Taoists clad in flowing white robes. Seated at Lu Yun's side, behind them stood a young man, and among them was a strikingly beautiful woman. As Lu Yun rose, the two Taoists followed suit. "This is Taoist Gao Jin from Fuhu Mountain, who once single-handedly captured a man-eating tiger from the mountains, truly a man of great prowess." Wu Ming turned to the Taoist, quickly clasping his fists in respect. "Taoist Gao, your abilities are truly remarkable. Li Ming admires you greatly." "Ah, young nephew, you flatter me. I have been close friends with General Lu for many years, and upon hearing of your exceptional talent for exorcism, I simply had to meet you. You are indeed impressive, exuding an extraordinary aura." Before Wu Ming could respond, Lu Yun interjected with a smile, "Li Ming, this gentleman possesses a significant background. He is the most accomplished among us. He hails from the Anling Academy and is the head of the Exorcism Institute, Taoist Zhang Xianling. His expertise in banishing spirits and evil entities is unparalleled, so it would be wise to heed his counsel during your endeavors." This, Wu Ming turned his gaze towards Zhang Xianling, clasping his fists in greeting. "It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Taoist Zhang, your reputation precedes you, and I hope to learn much from your wisdom in the future." Zhang Xianling, stroking his beard, chuckled. "I must say, General Lu, your son-in-law is quite the eloquent speaker. Had he not been adopted as your son-in-law, I would have considered marrying my adopted daughter to him." As he spoke, Zhang Xianling cast a glance at the young woman behind him. Lu Yun laughed heartily. "Old Zhang, I believe there is still a chance for that. If they are mutually attracted, they can certainly marry into the Lu family. I assure you, my daughter would have no objections. However, your adopted daughter may have to accept a lesser role." Upon hearing this, Wu Ming thought to himself, "You old fellow speak so casually, without regard for how the young lady might feel." As expected, the young woman standing behind Zhang Xianling interjected, "Uncle Lu, what are you saying? I still wish to learn calligraphy from my adoptive father. I have no intention of entertaining romantic notions." With that, her face flushed, and she hurried out of the parlor. Instantly, the young man behind Gao Jin's side grew anxious and dashed after her. Wu Ming observed this exchange with a slight smile, remarking, "Uncle Lu, it appears they truly are a pair." The three older gentlemen, upon hearing this, finally came to realize the situation. Zhang Xianling lamented, "Old Lu, you have inadvertently played matchmaker today. Old Gao's disciple has been persistently pursuing your adopted daughter." Lu Yun shot back, "Had it not been for your suggestion of marrying off your adopted daughter to Li Ming, I would not have meddled in affairs of the heart. I did it to assist Ning Shui. She has no affection for old Gao's disciple. This poor child has an aversion to the sons of affluent families. Despite the many wealthy clans in Dezhou vying for her hand, I must inquire, old Zhang, what fault do you find in my disciple? In terms of lineage and skills, he is more than suitable for Ning Shui. Why then does she not take a liking to him?" At this, Zhang Xianling sighed softly. "As I mentioned, this child is unfortunate. When she was 5 years old, her entire family of 120 souls was slaughtered. I happened to encounter her while she was fleeing and took her in. Despite her tender age, she remembers her enemies distinctly, the Li family, a local tyrant. Their audacity stems from their connections, particularly with the current prime minister. Li Chenglong. Wuming, upon hearing the name Li Chenglong, felt a surge of tumultuous thoughts. Was he not also bereft of family? Such tragedies occur due to those who masquerade as humans while harboring the hearts of snakes and wolves. One day, he vowed, he would seize power to ensure that such villains are brought to justice. Chapter 18. The horse-riding inexperience of Wuming. Upon hearing the name Li Chenglong, Luyan slammed his hand down, shattering a corner of the table in anger. This Li Chenglong, I shall deal with him sooner or later. Calm yourself, brother Lu. Toppling Li Chenglong is no simple feat. He has the support of the Empress Dowager and the favored concubine Li in the palace. It will be far more challenging than slaying a few demons. Sighed Zhang Xianling. Ning Shui and I have come to aid in this matter, with hopes of achieving a significant accomplishment that may allow us to counter Li Chenglong. Old Lu, while I concede your expertise in exorcising demons, the task of bringing down Li Chenglong requires your guidance. After all, we are not officials in the court, and we lack the influence to take action against him. Zhang Xianling chuckled. In the past, we may have been powerless, but now is a fortuitous opportunity. Those practicing witchcraft in the outskirts are undoubtedly connected to Li Chenglong. This declaration left everyone, including Wuming, utterly astonished. Liu Yan's eyes widened in fury as he exclaimed, I can't believe Li Chenglong would stoop to such deeds. I shall not let him escape. Li Ming, you must quickly accompany these two uncles to the outskirts and uncover the truth of this matter. We cannot let Li Chenglong evade justice. The souls of those who perished at the hands of the Li family deserve retribution. Wuming, his expression resolute, bit his lip and declared, Uncle Lu, rest assured. If the Li family is indeed responsible for such atrocities, I will not let them off lightly. Even if I cannot apprehend Li Chenglong immediately, I will ensure they learn to tread carefully. Excellent. Time is of the essence. Old Zhang. Old Gao, you must depart at once. Remember, above all else, prioritize Li Ming's safety. He must not come to harm. Gao Jin and Zhang Xianling nearly voiced their protests, but seeing Lu Yun's serious demeanor, they held their tongues. Though they were perplexed by Lu Yun's extraordinary concern for Wuming, they attributed it to the fact that Wuming was their old friend's son-in-law. The three of them exited the hall together, where Zhang Ningxue and Gao Jin's disciple awaited them. As they approached, they understood it was time to set off without needing to be called. The five of them each led a fine steed from the Lu residence. Although Wuming had brought a horse out, he was entirely unskilled in riding. Observing Gao Jin and Zhang Xianling mount their horses, he imitated their actions, grasping the reins and attempting to leap onto the horse's back. To his delight, it felt manageable. However, before long, Gao Jin and Zhang Xianling had already galloped off, leaving only Wuming and their two disciples behind. Wuming remained stationary, and they dared not move. Simply watching him, Wuming flashed them a slight smile, pressed his feet against the horse's belly, and urged it forward. The startled steed, feeling the sudden pressure, bolted like an arrow. Wuming, caught off guard, managed to hold onto the reins, preventing himself from being thrown off. Even so, he found himself leaning backward, lying on the horse's back, and instinctively cried out in alarm, Help, save me. At that moment, a delicate hand supported the back of his head, lifting him up, while another hand seized the reins. Wuming steadied himself and looked at his savior. It was Zhang Ningxue. Her startled eyes and the sheen of perspiration on her forehead indicated that his clumsiness had indeed frightened her. Thank you, Miss Zhang. Wuming clasped his fists in gratitude, quickly retracting his hands to grasp the reins firmly. You don't know how to ride. Upon hearing this, Wuming scratched his head and smiled shyly, saying, I've never seen a horse since childhood, so I don't know how to ride one. Upon hearing Wuming's words, Zhang Ningxue smiled gently. I'll teach you. Ningxue, what are you doing, while Master and the others have already gone far? At that moment, Gao Jin's disciple also rushed over. Upon seeing Zhang Ningxue and Wuming, jealousy surged within him, and his fiery gaze swept back and forth across Wuming's face, causing Wuming to feel slightly flushed. Good sir, may I ask for your esteemed name? Wuming grinned, cupping his fists in greeting. Humph, you can't even ride a horse. What a waste. With that, he turned and rode away. Wuming watched his departing figure, shaking his head with a slight smile as he turned to Zhang Ningxue. His name is Ji Chenfeng, the young master of the foremost family in the Great Zhou. He is accustomed to being unruly. You need not pay him any mind. Upon hearing this, Wuming thought to himself that, just as her master had said, this kind of young master could hardly capture Zhang Ningxue's attention. Moreover, individuals like Ji Chenfeng were inherently unlikable. With such arrogance, what girl would take a liking to him? It's no wonder he remains unwanted. Wuming inwardly berated Ji Chenfeng a few times. Feeling more balanced, under Zhang Ningxue's guidance, he quickly grasped the essentials of riding. And the two of them rode forward together. Before long, they caught up with Gao Jin and Zhang Xianling, or rather, they were waiting for Wu Ming and Zhang Ningxue. Ningxue, why did it take you so long to arrive? Zhang Xianling did not directly address Wu Ming but rather inquired of Zhang Ningxue, occasionally glancing at Wu Ming with an inscrutable expression. Uncle Li Ming cannot ride a horse, so I taught him before coming. Upon hearing this, Gao Jin and Zhang Xianling exchanged incredulous glances, both looking at Wu Ming in disbelief. What a joke! The general's manor has hundreds of fine steeds, and you, a son-in-law of the general's manor, cannot ride. Who are you trying to fool? Could it be that you've truly taken a liking to Zhang Ningxue and are deliberately putting on an act? Wu Ming discerned their suspicion and chuckled. Gentlemen, I have lived in the mountains since childhood and have never encountered a horse, hence I truly cannot ride. After hearing Wu Ming's explanation, Gao Jin and Zhang Xianling ceased their doubts. However, they both pondered one matter: whether this lad had any real skill. Could it be that Lu Yun, that old scoundrel, had intentionally sent him out to test his son-in-law? Yet, Lu Yun had clearly stated that Wu Ming could perform the exorcising sword technique, which was passed down from the immortals. This did not seem like a fabrication. Lu Yun would not deceive them on this matter. Eventually Zhang Xianling smiled and said, "Noble nephew, since you can ride now, let us proceed together. The outskirts lie 50 miles from here. As a novice rider, do not exert too much strength in your legs, or you may find it difficult to dismount. Thank you, Uncle Zhang, for your guidance. I shall ride as you instructed." Wu Ming, always polite and agreeable, found his words greatly appreciated by Zhang Xianling. The five of them rode on in silence toward the outskirts. According to their plan, they first needed to survey the scene, although the authorities had dispatched personnel to collect the corpses. Any deeds committed by practitioners of the evil path would inevitably leave traces behind. This season had seen no rain for over a month, and the bloodstains remained evident on the ground. They soon arrived at the village, and from a distance, they could already smell the putrid stench of blood and decay. Upon reaching the village entrance, they secured their horses and entered together. Chapter 19. The underground stone chamber. The village had already been sealed off, with two constables blocking their path. "Halt! What are you doing here? Leave at once. A murder has occurred, and the entire village is under lockdown. Please take a detour." The five halted at the sound, and Zhang Xianling stepped forward, cupping his fists with a smile. "Brothers, we are from the general's manor, sent to investigate this matter. Why has no one informed you?" The two constables exchanged glances and immediately responded respectfully, "You must be the renowned exorcist." Zhang Xianling Zhang Daozhang. Zhang Xianling raised his head with a proud smile. "Indeed, that is I. Are you two the only ones guarding the horses? That is quite dangerous. Although the perpetrator may have fled, you were still outnumbered." The two constables exchanged knowing smiles. "Daozhang, His Majesty places great importance on this matter. How could they only send us two to guard? Archers are hidden both in and around the village, numbering 500. Even if a villain dared to cause trouble in the village, they would be unable to escape." Upon hearing this, Zhang Daozhang and the others nodded in agreement, and Wu Ming developed a favorable impression of His Majesty. This emperor was commendable, caring for the people. Such a ruler could hardly go astray. However, Wu Ming could not comprehend why someone as treacherous as Li Chenglong had not been dealt with. After some pleasantries, the five of them followed Zhang Daozhang into the village, where they found no living souls. They inspected each household and discovered some scattered bloodstains, but no significant clues. "Old Zhang, from the bloodstains here, it does not appear to be a murder scene, nor are there any signs of struggle." Zhang Xuanling's eyes gleamed as he focused on a particular direction: the village's threshing ground, where villagers dried their rice during the autumn harvest. Wu Ming had already sensed it. The moldy and putrid odor emanated from that direction. The five quickly made their way there, and the sight before them made them avert their gazes, unable to bear to look directly. They beheld a vast expanse of crimson, unable to fathom how it had come to be. "These brutes have used the blood of the living for sacrifice. It is utterly inhumane." Zhang Xianling was extremely indignant, stamping his feet in anger. "Old Zhang, are you suggesting that these villagers were all sacrificed?" "Old Gao, this is the area with the most concentrated bloodstains. Look at the wooden frame above. They hung the heads downwards to drain the blood. This sacrificial technique is indeed a form of blood sacrifice used in witchcraft, but we can only uncover their motives after capturing them." Wu Ming continued to gaze intently at the center of the large bloodstain. His vision, enhanced by the cultivation of the Hong Tian Gang Qi, allowed him to perceive what ordinary people could not. Beneath that pool of blood, he seemed to sense the presence of a large blood pool, surrounded by a sealed stone chamber, within which lay the blood pool. "Uncle Zhang, something is amiss here. There is more than meets the eye beneath that bloodstain." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xianling furrowed his brow slightly. For he could not discern it. Although he was a renowned exorcist, he was still merely a mortal, while Wu Ming, having cultivated the Gangqi, could peer inward, though his vision was not entirely clear. It was close enough, noble nephew. Are you certain? Wu Ming, aware that Zhang Daozhang might doubt him, remained steadfastly convinced that what he saw was accurate. Uncle Zhang, if we excavate here, we will ascertain the truth of my words. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xianling exchanged glances with Gao Jin, and they both nodded in agreement. Chenfeng, go fetch a shovel. Gao Jin promptly instructed Ji Chenfeng to find tools. Yes, Master. Li Ming, how did you discern that there is something unusual beneath? Gao Jin questioned Wu Ming curiously, hoping to glean some insight. Uncle Gao, after practicing the exorcising sword technique, my vision has improved. Truthfully, I am not entirely certain, but I am confident that there is something beneath. Upon hearing Wu Ming mention the exorcising sword technique, Zhang Xianling and Gao Jin suddenly understood. No wonder they could not see it. While Wu Ming could, the lad truly possess skill. Before long, Ji Chenfeng returned with 2 shovels. Smiling, Master, I found the shovels. Dig. Gao Jin commanded without even glancing at him. Ji Chenfeng stood there, taken aback, staring wide-eyed at Wu Ming and then at Gao Jin. Master, am I the only one digging? Gao Jin, noticing this, asked with displeasure, are you the only one digging? Should I accompany you? Li Ming is also a junior, isn't he? Upon hearing this, Gao Jin scratched his head, irritated. Li Ming is a son-in-law of the general's manor and holds a much more noble status than you. Hurry up and dig, don't dawdle, Master. Ji Chenfeng was anxious to the point of nearly jumping out of his skin, his hands trembling. Why should Li Ming, a mere son-in-law, hold a status superior to his own? After all, he was also the young master of the foremost family in the Great Zhou. Uncle Gao, I observe that the ground here is quite solid, and we may need to dig quite deep. It would be wise to call the guards. Many hands make light work. Upon hearing this, Gao Jin glared at Ji Chenfeng, angrily saying, why are you not off to call for more people to dig? Yes, Master. Ji Chenfeng glanced back at Wu Ming, his eyes filled with gratitude, before turning to summon others. Once Ji Chenfeng had gone far, Gao Jin cursed in frustration, this ungrateful disciple, spoiled rotten at home. Old Gao, how can you allow the young master of the foremost family to do such work? Isn't that humiliating for him? You think it's humiliating? I say, old Zhan, don't tell me you've taken a liking to this lad? Wanting your disciple to marry him? Old Gao, I never said such a thing. You are reading too much into it. Upon witnessing the 2 old fellows teasing their disciples, Wu Ming glanced at Zhang Ningxue's expression, only to find her seemingly oblivious, as if she had long grown accustomed to it. Wu Ming shook his head helplessly. It appeared that such antics were a common occurrence, and he found it rather amusing. Just then Ji Chenfeng returned with over 20 sturdy men, each wielding a shovel. Master, these are the strong men gathered by the officials. This group of officials simply refuses to be commanded. It was only after I forced them with silver that I managed to hire these sturdy laborers. Upon hearing that his disciple had spent money, Gao Jin immediately praised, well done, my clever apprentice, you have done splendidly. Let us not delay any further. Let us commence the excavation post-haste. Money can indeed move mountains. Even in the face of the bloodstains on the ground, the burly men felt neither fear nor disgust. Each of them rolled up their sleeves and began to dig. Before half a day had passed, the outline of a stone chamber, measuring 10 meters in length and 8 meters in width, emerged from the earth. On the northern side of the chamber stood a stone door, and without hesitation, Wu Ming leapt in front of it. Chapter 20. The Blood Pool Cultivation. Seeing Wu Ming descend without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xianling immediately followed suit, landing before the stone door just as Zhang Ningxue was about to leap in. She was halted by Ji Chenfeng beside her. Ningxue, let us refrain from going down. We must keep watch above. Should anything transpire below, we will be able to provide assistance from up here. At this, Zhang Ningxue nearly struck him in exasperation, thinking, how can you provide any help from up there if something happens below? Ningxue, this time he speaks the truth. We cannot all descend. You two must remain above with me to observe the situation, lest we find ourselves cut off from our retreat. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ningxue looked at Gao Jin in astonishment, inwardly lamenting, what a pair of master and disciple, their thoughts are utterly aligned. Both equally cunning. Though she thought this, she dared not openly defy Gao Jin and thus retracted her leg, waiting above. Meanwhile, as Wu Ming arrived below, he fixed his gaze upon the stone door, which was adorned with various peculiar patterns resembling writhing insects. Arousing his curiosity, these are goo worms, Zhang Xuanling's voice rang out, prompting Wu Ming to turn and smile. Uncle Zhang, your knowledge is truly vast. You recognize them at a glance. Zhang Xianling smiled faintly. With frequent exposure comes understanding. Within this stone chamber, I fear there may be a most terrifying scene. You must prepare yourself mentally. Wu Ming's expression changed slightly at his words, but he thought to himself, I have already seen the situation inside quite clearly. In truth, the moment the stone chamber was unearthed, Wu Ming had discerned its contents with utmost clarity. There indeed lay a blood pool within, and what astonished him further was the large red coffin submerged within its depths. Previously obscured but now unmistakable, Zhang Xianling reached out and randomly touched the stone wall, then pressed his finger forcefully against a specific spot. In the next moment, the stone door creaked open slowly, and a chilling aura of blood rushed forth. Sensing the sinister, blood-laden atmosphere, Zhang Xianling swiftly produced a stack of yellow paper, placing his middle finger in his mouth and biting it to draw blood, which he then used to swiftly inscribe a talisman upon the yellow paper. With a decisive gesture and a resounding shout of hasten, the talisman seemed to gain a life of its own. Soaring into the stone chamber with a loud bang, the talisman exploded within, and in the next instant, Wu Ming felt the previously oppressive aura dissipate entirely. Witnessing this remarkable display of skill, Wu Ming was filled with admiration. Indeed, Zhang Xianling was a renowned exorcist of the Great Zhou, capable of dispelling such malevolent energies with merely a single talisman. His strength was extraordinary. The malevolent energy has been dispelled. We may now enter. Zhang Xianling spoke slowly, his voice slightly weakened. Wu Ming, puzzled, followed Zhang Xianling into the stone chamber. Inside the chamber, the blood pool bubbled, revealing swarms of crimson goo worms. Uncle Zhang, these blood-red worms are the goo worms you mentioned. Correct, Wu Ming feigned ignorance, deliberately inquiring. Zhang Xianling nodded, smiling. Indeed, these are called blood-hidden worms, highly dependent on blood. In their larval state, they remain undetectable, but such large blood-hidden worms are undoubtedly the work of nefarious individuals. Having heard of blood-hidden worms for the first time, Wu Ming was unaware of their effects but recognized the insidious nature of their cultivation methods. Uncle Zhang, do you know what they intend to achieve with these blood-hidden worms? A frown creased Zhang Xuanling's brow, worry etched upon his face. Typically, wicked individuals use these blood-hidden worms to parasitize human bodies. To cultivate goo worms of those afflicted will gradually weaken, suffering from blood deficiency. With no remedy in sight, remaining oblivious to the cause of their demise, however, the large-scale slaughter of innocents to harvest blood for cultivating goo worms is most likely intended for the rearing of corpses. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming's gaze instinctively shifted to the large red coffin at the bottom of the blood pool. He was certain that Zhang Xianling had yet to notice it, otherwise, he would have definitively stated it was for rearing corpses. Uncle Zhang, you may indeed be correct. There is a coffin at the bottom of the blood pool. What? Zhang Xuanling's pupils dilated in shock, his expression one of terror. Realizing that someone was indeed rearing corpses, this was troublesome. Uncle Zhang, is this matter quite perilous? This corpse must still possess a soul, having absorbed a great deal of blood. It may resurrect in flesh after 49 days. The owner of this soul is likely a practitioner of dark arts, and his soul is beyond our capability to confront. Upon understanding the malevolent intentions of the wicked practitioner, Wu Ming thought, I cannot allow such sinister designs to succeed. Uncle Zhang, do you mean to say we are powerless against this? Indeed, this is not a challenge for mere mortals. This is a dark practitioner, not just any villain. His methods are exceedingly cruel. Even if old Lu were here alongside us, we would not stand a chance. While we have not yet alerted him, we must leave this place at once and have old Lu seek assistance in the mortal realm. Though Wu Ming yearned to slay the dark practitioner immediately, he recognized that revealing his strength in Zhang Xuanling's presence would only expose him. After careful consideration, Wu Ming resolved to heed Zhang Xuanling's counsel. The two swiftly exited the stone chamber and leapt to the surface, only to find that Gao Jin, Zhang Ningxue, and Ji Chenfeng had all vanished. This is not good. Old Gao and the others are in trouble, Zhang Xianling exclaimed in alarm. Wu Ming scanned the surroundings. Realizing that the 20 or so laborers were also missing, they too must have encountered misfortune. Uncle Zhang, we must quickly check at the village entrance to see if those two officials are still there. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xianling immediately recalled that these two officials had claimed there were 500 archers in the vicinity. How could there be no commotion if someone had entered the village? When they reached the village entrance, they were met with a shocking sight. Gao Jin was covered in blood, while Zhang Ningxue and Ji Chenfeng had sustained lighter injuries. The three were bound and hanging from a tree. Seeing this, Wu Ming rushed forward to rescue them, only to be seized by Zhang Xianling. Hold on, my dear nephew. Wu Ming was puzzled by Zhang Xuanling's intent but soon understood the situation. Nearly 100 men in black had emerged from all directions, armed with crossbows aimed directly at them. Should they make a move, they would be instantly transformed into pincushions. Wu Ming thought to himself, this is a trap. Zhang Xianling, you tread the path to heaven but refuse to walk it. While the gates of hell are wide open and you rush in it today, I shall see who can save you. Before he could finish speaking, from the eastern direction of the black-clad men, a path opened, and an elderly man with white hair emerged. Though one strand remained black just from his appearance, Wu Ming could surmise that this man was certainly no good. Chapter 21, The First Kill. Upon hearing the man's voice, Zhang Xuanling's expression tightened with alarm. This is bad, why has he come? He turned to face the man, biting his lip, and smiled. I thought that voice sounded familiar. It turns out to be you, Tu Ba. Tu Ba grinned coldly. Zhang Xuanling, do not play the fool with me. You are already like fish in a barrel. Today, I shall avenge the grudge from 10 years at Geo. It is a pity that Lu Yan is not here. Otherwise, I would ensure that you three meet your end. Just you wait another 20 years. Wu Ming recognized that voice. It was indeed Lu Yan's, one he was all too familiar with. Sure enough, before he could finish speaking, the surrounding woods erupted with the sounds of battle, and judging by the commotion, there were at least several thousand men. Lu Yun rode a magnificent steed, charging to the forefront. Lu Yun, Tu Ba was taken aback. Having not anticipated Lu Yun's personal arrival, the information he received only indicated that Zhang Xuanling and Gao Jin were present. Evidently, he had underestimated Lu Yun, the cunning old fox. How could he allow his son-in-law to be in danger? What a miscalculation! Alas, my sinister blood corpse was on the brink of completion, and now it would all go to waste. Tu Ba, you should surrender now. What more are you waiting for? Lu Yun brandished a gleaming silver spear, pointing it at Tu Ba, and barked fiercely. Lu Yun, Tu Ba will never coexist with you. Tu Ba's eyes reddened as he glared at Lu Yun, commanding his men to shoot him down. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yun, spear in hand, charged forward like an arrow, reaching Tu Ba in an instant. With a sweeping motion of his spear, he cut down a dozen archers beside Tu Ba. Lu Yun reined in his steed, raising its front hooves high, exuding an imposing presence that left Wu Ming in awe, thinking, how magnificent! I never knew Uncle Lu was such a valiant warrior. Bow down and surrender, and I may spare your lives. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. Lu Yun's thunderous voice resonated, causing two of Tu Ba's men to foam at the mouth and drop dead from sheer terror. The sight petrified Tu Ba's remaining men. Was this still a human? Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Wu Ming and Zhang Ningxue had already rescued Gao Jin and the others. The reign of Tu Ba has come to an end. With a swift turn of his eyes, he sought to seize the opportunity to escape. Outside, thousands surrounded them. In this dire situation, the only plan was to take someone hostage to ensure his survival. Unfortunately for him, he had chosen the wrong target. Just as Wu Ming prepared to approach Lu Yun, Tu Ba suddenly leaped beside him and, with a gleeful expression, declared, Waste, I apologize, but as Lu Yun's son-in-law, you shall serve as my hostage to secure my life. Before he could finish, his withered arm reached out towards Wu Ming, intent on capturing him. In a split second, Wu Ming deftly sidestepped Tu Ba's grasp, and before he could regain his footing, the next attack from Tu Ba was already upon him. Not bad, kid. Wu Ming, not daring to be complacent, twisted away from the strike once more. At the same time, he drew his sword from his waist, not hesitating for a moment, and unleashed the exorcising sword technique with remarkable speed. Surprisingly effective. Although Tu Ba narrowly avoided the blade, he was nonetheless filled with dread. Was this boy truly a wastrel? However, Wu Ming had no time for such thoughts. He had executed the exorcising sword technique to its fullest extent, cornering Tu Ba and making it impossible for him to seek another hostage. Tu Ba was seething with rage, having cursed Li Chenglong 1,000 times in his heart, thinking, damn it, today I may very well be doomed. After a series of sword strikes, Wu Ming realized that the power of the exorcising sword technique was not particularly strong. Feeling it weaker than the Link's 7-star sword, why then did it instill such fear in Tu Ba? The truth was, he did not know that the sword technique, which Chu Feiyu had procured for him, was a martial arts masterpiece incomparable to mere techniques aimed at evil beings. Tu Ba's reluctance to confront it head-on stemmed from the fact that each of Wu Ming's strikes resonated with the righteous energy of the world. This was further compounded by the absence of incantations provided by Chu Tianya. Otherwise, had each move been paired with its corresponding incantation, Tu Ba would have been utterly defeated long ago. Feeling the exorcising sword technique lacked sufficient power, Wu Ming considered switching to the linked 7-star sword. As he completed the last strike of the exorcising sword technique, Tu Ba, now somewhat out of breath, found himself suppressed by Wu Ming. He was desperate to escape but saw no avenue for retreat. Upon noticing Wu Ming's swordplay changing, Tu Ba's heart leaped with joy, and he charged at Wu Ming like a madman, startling even Lu Yun, who was spectating nearby. Why has Li Ming changed his techniques? Wu Ming, however, was well aware that Tu Ba would seize this opportunity to capture him. Remaining composed, he awaited Tu Ba's approach, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Though he felt reluctant to eliminate such a good sparring partner, the memory of Tu Ba's countless murders and his use of blood to nourish his evil practices ignited a fierce resentment within him. Rascal, do not harm my beloved son-in-law." Lu Yun, in a panic, charged forward on horseback, weapon in hand. Though he was already too late, it was better than doing nothing, just as he thought Wu Ming was surely to be captured. Wu Ming suddenly made his move. With his sword poised behind him, he struck at Tu Ba with a technique known as striking after the opponent, a move of immense power, clearly aimed at delivering a lethal blow. Wu Ming launched himself forward, his sword slicing down just as Tu Ba extended his palm to seize Wu Ming by the throat. In that instant, Wu Ming's blade met Tu Ba's forehead. There was no hesitation, he was unprepared to relent. With a decisive swing, Tu Ba could hardly fathom that he would meet his end at the hands of this younger generation. His eyes widened in sheer terror and disbelief. As the sword descended, Tu Ba was cleaved in two by Wu Ming's strike, the speed and brutality of the attack leaving all present in stunned silence. After dispatching Tu Ba, Wu Ming found himself unblemished by blood. Maintaining his stance as he was also taken aback by his own ferocity, this was the first time he had taken a life since leaving the Yuqing Palace, and he had not anticipated Tu Ba's demise to be so gruesome. He gazed at his sword with confusion, questioning the extraordinary power it wielded, especially since he had not even utilized his QI.AT that moment. Lu Yun had approached, his eyes fixed on Wu Ming. After a long pause, he smiled and said, "Li Ming, when did you acquire my Wuqing sword?" Wu Ming, scratching his head, realized Lu Yun was deliberately making light of the situation, attempting to absolve himself of any responsibility. "What Wuqing sword? I never heard you mention it." He sheathed his sword and replied with a smile, "Uncle Lu, I merely borrowed it for practice during my leisure." Lu Yun stroked his beard and chuckled. "Well, this sword has accompanied me for many years, crafted from meteorite iron by a smith in the mortal realm, adorned with a rune, which accounts for its formidable power." Wu Ming, puzzled, looked at Lu Yun, as if to say, "Are you serious, Uncle Lu?" Chapter 22, The Scheme for the Blood Corpse. Seeing Wu Ming's bewildered expression, Lu Yun laughed. "I speak the truth. It is yours now." Upon hearing this, Wu Ming felt a surge of joy. Clasping his hands in gratitude, "Thank you, Uncle Lu." Lu Yun nodded and turned to the black-clad figures who had laid down their weapons, commanding, "Take them all away, detain them at the magistrate's office for strict interrogation. We must uncover the mastermind behind this plot." Furthermore, from this moment on, this village is to be sealed off. No one is permitted to approach without my orders. Those who defy this command shall be executed. With Lu Yun's order given, the soldiers sprang into action, and soon the black-clad figures were cleared away. As Zheng Xianling and Gao Jin approached, "Old Lu, you truly are the shrewdest. Had you not arrived in time, we would have lost our lives." Brothers, capturing Tu Ba is a significant achievement. Upon our return, I shall reward you. However, I must ask you to keep Wu Ming's slaying of Tu Ba a secret. It must not be publicized." "But why? Isn't this a splendid opportunity for Wu Ming to gain recognition?" Lu Yun glanced at Wu Ming and sighed. "He has no need for fame, not if he desires it. He could attain the pinnacle of literary status in our realm without wielding a sword. The reasons behind this I cannot disclose, so I implore you to keep it under wraps." Zheng Xianling and Gao Jin were left in confusion but recognized that Lu Yun was not jesting, and thus they refrained from pressing further. As night fell, everyone tidied up and made their way back home. Although Wu Ming returned to the mansion, he found himself restless, unable to sleep. The image of the large coffin lingered in his mind. He needed to destroy the corpse within to feel at ease, otherwise it would pose a future threat. Suddenly, he sat up, donned a black brocade robe, and covered his face with a black cloth. He resolved to venture out alone to destroy the blood corpse, ensuring he would not inform Lu Yun of his intentions. Fully aware of the inherent danger, however, Wu Ming had his own plans. If the blood corpse had been an evil cultivator in life, it likely possessed artifacts of a cultivator, potentially yielding some spiritual stones, a prospect he found highly appealing. With spiritual stones, he could acquire treasures from the cultivation world to strengthen himself, hence his willingness to take the risk. Under the cover of night, he stealthily left the general's mansion, evading several patrols of the Imperial Guards, and arrived beneath the city wall. With his chi circulating, he leaped atop the wall, where no one was in sight. Without hesitation, he descended from the towering structure. The night was dark, illuminated only by the faint glow of the moon, while the forest was shrouded in pitch blackness. Wu Ming focused his chi into his eyes, allowing him to discern the path ahead, racing towards the village based on his memory. When he approached within 200 meters of the village entrance, he halted, spotting dozens of individuals clad in black, their faces concealed, gripping steel blades that glinted ominously in the night. Approaching quietly, he strained to catch their hushed conversation, realizing they were plotting to enter through a tunnel they had prepared in advance. "Listen closely, we will enter through the tunnel. No one is to make a sound. This is a concealment talisman. Attach it to yourselves so that the blood corpse does not sense your presence. Be sure to stick it well. Remember, moreover, when we lift the coffin, be steady. We cannot make a sound. If we alarm the guards, we are finished. Do you understand? Crouching in the woods, Wu Ming comprehended their intentions. They sought to steal the blood corpse. Having previously excavated a tunnel, it seemed these individuals had been planning this for quite some time. A scheme formed in Wu Ming's mind. Since they intended to take the blood corpse, he would wait for them to deliver it right to him. What could be more fortuitous? He observed the masked figures as they entered the tunnel, leaving only 2 to guard the entrance. Stealthily, he approached, delivering a swift punch to each, effortlessly knocking them out. Taking advantage of their unconsciousness, he removed their socks and belts. Stuffing their mouths with the socks and binding them securely to a tree with their belts. Once this was done, he crouched down, waiting nearby. With unwavering focus, he kept his gaze on the tunnel entrance. Half an hour passed before he finally heard movement from within. Soon after, a group of 10 emerged, scanning their surroundings. This is bad, our men are missing. Did they go to relieve themselves? Whatever the case, we must bring back the blood corpse. Quickly, let us move. Wu Ming closely observed the 2 who spoke, one tall and one short, easily distinguishable. Their authoritative tone indicated they were likely the leaders. If he could capture them, he could trace their steps back to their lair. As they strained to lift the large coffin, Wu Ming prepared to spring into action but suddenly halted. He realized it was unwise to act now. Any disturbance could alert the guards and expose him. Upon contemplating this, he once again concealed his form, patiently awaiting the moment when they would lift the grand coffin. Dozens of individuals coordinated their efforts, transporting it away. Only then did he rise, following at a distance until he had traversed 500 meters. Upon sighting a horse-drawn carriage by the roadside, he quickened his pace, determined not to let them escape. With remarkable speed, he leaped several times, swiftly reaching the rear of the group. In a low voice, he commanded, "Halt, leave the goods behind, and I may spare your lives." The 2 leaders, one tall and the other short, nearly spat blood upon hearing his voice. It was evident they had been tracked. "Second, you take the men and escort the blood corpse away. I will cover the rear." Quickly, the tall leader waved his hand, leading over 10 men to charge forward. Realizing their intent, he understood his own objective was equally cleared. He swiftly drew his sword, leaping into the air, landing on the low branches of nearby trees, and soaring towards the carriage. This sequence of actions was executed with breathtaking speed. Do not let him approach the carriage. Attack together and eliminate him. The tall leader, disregarding his surroundings, led his men back to confront him. He chuckled coldly, flipping his sword with a flick of his wrist, and sweeping away those in the front. The others, undeterred, pressed forward, and facing such a multitude, he recognized their strength. They were likely elite fighters. He could not afford to be careless. If he relied solely on brute force without employing his qigong, he risked exhausting himself. Seizing the moment after dispatching one adversary, he covertly channeled his qigong. At this moment, he found himself encircled, with the only way to secure the blood corpse being through the use of qigong, although the method required careful timing. Chapter 23, The Millennium Blood Fiend. Trapped in a tight spot, he discerned this was an opportune moment to unleash his qigong. He focused on the 2 leaders, positioned at the periphery of the crowd. When he struck, they should remain unharmed by his actions, allowing him to capture them alive. However, he wondered if the commotion would attract the attention of the imperial troops. Yet, given the circumstances, he could not afford to hesitate. He needed to swiftly eliminate these foes to ensure his own escape. With this thought, he swung his sword behind him, his gaze resolute. In the next instant, he executed a complete 360-degree spin, releasing a burst of qigong. Those surrounding him were struck by an intense shockwave, sent sprawling backward, including the 2 leaders, who collapsed dazed and unconscious. The force was immense. Even a practitioner at the 4th level of qi refinement would find it challenging to possess such strength. He knelt, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The power of the strike was formidable, yet it had not produced much noise, a testament to his mastery in controlling the force, ensuring it did not impact the ground. Otherwise, the noise would have been significant. A slight smile graced his lips as he surveyed the fallen, noting that aside from the 2 leaders, who had been shielded by others and suffered no fatal injuries, all others had perished. Observing the chaotic scene, he felt a twinge of shame. He had slain so many with a single sword stroke, most cleaved in 2 by his qigong. He pondered whether such potent qigong could vanquish the sword demon Sikonlan. The 2 leaders lay peacefully on the ground, and he approached, searching their bodies, uncovering several silver notes and talismans, the very kind used to conceal one's presence. He examined one, affixed it to himself, and then turned his attention to the massive coffin atop the carriage. After a moment's thought, he lifted the 2 leaders, tossing them onto the carriage, glancing around before driving the carriage in the opposite direction of Taikong City. He felt no urgency to return to the general's residence. He had come to understand his own strength, realizing that experts like Zhang Shanling posed no threat to him. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to uncover the truth behind the blood corpse incident. After traveling less than 20 miles, he spotted a dilapidated temple by the roadside. Dismounting the carriage, he led it inside the crumbling structure, now overrun with weeds, save for a side hall still in reasonable condition. Dedicated to the worship of the Bodhisattva. He carried the two leaders into the side hall, unfastening their belts and binding them to the columns. Returning to the grand coffin, he raised it with a heave. Its considerable weight would have been insurmountable without his qigong, which allowed him to lift over 1,000 pounds. He staggered slightly as he brought the coffin into the side hall, dropping it to the ground with a thud. Before tearing off the concealment talisman from himself with no reservations, he thought to himself that he would cleave anyone who dared to emerge from the coffin. He rummaged through the remaining incense and candles in the temple. Igniting them to illuminate the side hall, taking a moment to catch his breath, he approached the two leaders, squatting before the tall one and delivering two resounding slaps to his face. The tall leader jolted awake. Startled and scanning his surroundings, locking eyes with him, a flicker of fear crossing his features. "Who are you? Why are you thwarting our plans?" He smirked disdainfully, replying, "Brother, you must be mistaken. It is you who has been captured. I should be the one asking questions." The tall leader, realizing his predicament, glanced down to see his hands bound and his body tied to the column while his brother was similarly restrained. Upon catching sight of the grand coffin, he quickly raised his head and smiled at him. "Brother, your prowess is extraordinary. You have successfully captured us. We concede, however, have you considered that this coffin is perilous? Retaining it is a liability. Why not release us? Name your price. We will comply without question." "What nonsense! I exerted considerable effort to capture you too. Do you think it was for wealth? I will ask you a question, and you shall answer. Dare to utter a single refusal, and I shall unceremoniously toss you into that coffin. Feel free to test me." The tall leader, upon hearing the threat of being thrown into the coffin, nearly lost his wits. The terror in his eyes suggested he had encountered the horrors of a blood corpse before. "I will speak, just ask," he exclaimed, barely hesitating. Surprised by the ease of his compliance, he narrowed his eyes and coldly warned, "Even if you speak nonsense, I will cast you in there. Do not speak carelessly." "Understand, I understand. I will answer your questions without deviation." Seeing the pleading look in his eyes, he chuckled. "Very well, tell me, what is your name?" "I am Aixin. Upon hearing this, he fixed his gaze upon him. Icy determination etched on his face, thinking, "You dare deceive me with your first sentence. I truly am Aixin." Ai is in the surname, and Xin meaning new. Realizing the truth, he smiled and asked, "For my second question, who sent you?" Aixin's gaze shifted between him and the coffin, internally lamenting his fate. Today was doomed. Whether he spoke or remained silent, he would face death. However, revealing the truth was preferable to being tossed into the coffin. "I was sent by Prime Minister Li Chenglong. The blood corpse within that coffin is his ancestor, a cultivator who, according to legend, was a foundation-building practitioner. After death, his body was preserved through secret methods. Fed blood daily. It has been nearly 990 years, and in 10 more years, he will become a millennium blood fiend. His soul slumbers within the corpse, and upon reaching a millennium, he will resurrect with strength comparable to a golden core practitioner, a millennium blood fiend. What does Li Chenglong intend to do? Does he not fear retaliation?" Upon realizing it was indeed Li Chenglong's plot, he pressed for more information. Aixin forced a bitter smile. "What he seeks to achieve far exceeds your imagination. I advise you to abandon any thoughts of opposing him, even if I divulge this information. You, as a mere mortal, can do nothing about the blood corpse." He replied with a chuckle, "Thank you for your concern, but you should still tell me. In this world, I have encountered things far more terrifying than this. You need not worry." Aixin, hearing this, felt a twinge of apprehension, thinking, "What background does this young man have? The average person would be paralyzed with fear, yet he remains calm and unfazed. Truly a formidable character. Li Chenglong's ambition is to unify the mortal realm and become emperor. This is merely his personal desire. The blood corpse is a matter of great importance to the Li family, of which I know little. I have only heard that the blood corpse was killed by someone, and the Li family seeks revenge for their ancestor." Upon hearing this, he felt a chill run down his spine. The Li family was indeed no ordinary clan. Had he not uncovered this matter, Uncle Lu may have faced misfortune as well. Chapter 24, The Resurrected Corpse. Aixin, as you stated, am I truly unable to act against this blood corpse? Aixin's heart sank. He understood that this young man, though seemingly inexperienced, possessed considerable skill. However, confronting a millennium blood fiend may still be far beyond his capabilities. He felt compelled to dissuade him from pursuing the blood corpse. Otherwise, the first to perish would be the two of them. Young hero, I recognize your exceptional talent, but this blood corpse has absorbed blood sustenance for a millennium. In just over 10 days, it will break free from the coffin. Should you disrupt its 1,000 years of cultivation, you may become its vengeful spirit. Hearing AIXAN's warning, he felt a twinge of fear. However, if he did not eliminate it, the day it broke free would herald disaster for the mortal realm, leading to countless deaths at its hands. He glanced at AIXAN, then at the short leader still slumbering on the ground, and smiled. I will let you go, but you must not inform Li Chenglong. If he learns of your failure, you will surely face death. I advise you both to abandon your wicked ways and pursue a righteous path. Xin, with a pair of astonished eyes, turned to Wu Ming and inquired. What you say is indeed true. If you release us, we shall certainly abandon our wicked ways and become virtuous individuals. Wu Ming chuckled softly, approached, and drew his treasured sword, causing Aishin to tremble in fear. You need not be afraid. I intend to sever this rope. With that, he raised his hand, and the gleam of the sword flashed, instantly cutting the ropes. Aishin felt a sudden release, joy swelling within him as he realized he had managed to preserve his life. However, returning to the Prime Minister's residence was no longer an option. It would be wiser to distance himself from this place with his brother. With this thought in mind, Aishin roused his sibling. Assisting him to his feet, the dwarf, still bewildered by the situation, was promptly pressed to the ground by Aishin. Kneeling, quickly thank our benefactor. Upon hearing the call for gratitude, the dwarf bowed his head to the ground. As they rose, Aishin smiled and said, Young hero, my brother is named Ihong. We have been orphans since childhood, and to survive, we became soldiers for the Prime Minister's residence. Had it not been for your timely intervention today, we would still be toiling for that wretched official. Fear not, we shall soon venture to distant lands, adopting new identities, and should fate allow, we may meet again. Wu Ming clasped his hands in return, watching the two brothers depart, his mind already calculating. As he had stated, even if Wu Ming had not appeared today, their knowledge of the blood corpse would have sealed their doom. Observing their retreating figures, Wu Ming turned to gaze upon the grand coffin. At a loss as to how to proceed, after pondering for a while, he concluded that to confront the blood corpse, he could only rely on the principles of the exorcising sword technique, which spoke of overcoming evil with righteousness. There were various methods to achieve this, including talismans for suppression, spiritual artifacts for control, and of course, destruction. However, as the exorcising sword technique indicated, to annihilate a millennium-old blood corpse, one would require a treasure of golden elixir grade or higher. Yet, Wu Ming possessed none of these. What to do? He could not allow it to grow unchecked, for that would lead to chaos in the world and suffering for countless beings. Realizing he could no longer afford to wait, with each passing day bringing increased peril, he suddenly recalled the black sword that had entered his body. Since that day, it had remained silent, but perhaps the Tianqian sword, if present, could vanquish it entirely. As this thought crossed his mind, a surge of vital energy suddenly emanated from his dantian. Wu Ming sensed something unusual and quickly focused inward, only to discover the Tianqian sword floating within his dantian. Shimmering brightly, its color transformed into a resplendent violet. How could this be? It has changed form. Puzzled, Wu Ming had but one thought: come forth. It seemed the Tianqian sword had heard his call, swirling within his dantian before shooting out in an instant. Circling before him, upon seeing the Tianqian sword, Wu Ming's heart soared with joy. Excellent. With the Tianqian sword in hand, his safety was greatly assured. Sword, come. Wu Ming softly beckoned, and with a gesture, the Tianqian sword gently descended into his grasp. Without hesitation, he firmly held the hilt, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable delight. Filled with confidence, he approached the coffin. Upon reaching it, he noted the absence of nails, and with a swift kick, he sent the coffin lid flying. Holding his breath, he peered inside, and his heart tightened involuntarily. There lay a strikingly handsome young man, his complexion rosy and physique robust, calmly resting within the coffin. Such a youthful visage, he must have consumed some elixir to preserve his youthful appearance. Wu Ming lamented internally, yet his hands did not pause. He raised the Tianqian sword, its tip directed downward, preparing to thrust it down with all his might to eliminate this dashing blood corpse. Just as the sword's tip was about to make contact, the blood corpse's eyes suddenly snapped open, locking onto Wu Ming with an intense gaze. Wu Ming was seized by terror at this unexpected turn, his hand faltering, his legs turning to jelly. Was this a resurrection? Panic coursed through him, his eyes wide with fear, his movements frozen in confusion. At that moment, the blood corpse spoke. What scent do I detect? It is the finest blood feast. Consuming you will allow me to revive instantly and ascend to the ranks of a golden elixir master. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming's heart sank. He had lost the initiative awakened before him, and he doubted he could match this foe. He could only place his hopes on the Tianqian sword, gripping the sword tightly. He hastily retreated, aiming to escape to the temple's exterior, yet a dark shadow darted overhead, the blood corpse moving with astonishing speed, appearing right before Woming in an instant. In a panic, Woming swung his sword. But the blood corpse deftly evaded the strike with a twist of its body. "You foolish boy, do not waste your efforts, surrender your blood, and I shall drain it dry, leaving you a complete corpse. Otherwise, I will devour you entirely, reducing you to mere bones." Though fear gripped Woming's heart, he maintained an air of defiance. "Shameless wretch, you slaughter the innocent for your own gain, transforming into a millennium-old blood demon. An act that is utterly abominable. Youngster, one must look out for oneself. Heaven and earth will condemn the unwise. Do you think I was a good person in life?" Woming sneered. "If you consider yourself a good person, then the world is devoid of virtuous souls." "I was a righteous cultivator in life, betrayed by my own disciple. I even saved his life, yet he took advantage of my trust, backstabbing me, leading to my demise. I could not accept this. With a lingering grudge, I returned to the mortal realm, commanding my descendants to locate my corpse and nourish it with blood daily. All I seek is vengeance, to slay that ungrateful traitor and restore my honor." Hearing this, Woming felt a twinge of sympathy, yet, to fulfill his selfish desires, he resorted to the slaughter of innocents. Such actions were indefensible, regardless of his past. The consequence was that he had become an even more malevolent blood corpse. Chapter 25, Slaying the Blood Corpse. What a farce! Who says righteous cultivators must be good people? Your deeds posthumously only serve as proof of your deserving fate. You disgrace the path of righteousness. Woming, though uncertain, recognized the blood corpse's vile nature. With escape no longer an option, he resolved to fight with all his might. "Tianqian sword, the time has come for you to shine." Woming summoned his vital energy, enveloping himself in a protective aura as he channeled it into the Tianqian sword, which seemed to awaken in an instant, radiating brilliant light. A magical artifact. How could a mere mortal wield such power? The blood corpse exclaimed, astonished. To Woming, surprised to learn the Tianqian sword was indeed a magical artifact, grinned slyly. "Who says I am just a mortal?" Before the blood corpse could respond, Woming surged forward, the Tianqian sword humming with energy. The blood corpse's gaze hardened, crimson light enveloping it as it lunged towards Woming, a hand reaching for the Tianqian sword while the other targeted Woming's throat with alarming speed. Woming was taken aback. Realizing he had no time to evade, panic surged within him, but it was futile. Just as the blood corpse was about to seize his throat, the Tianqian sword emitted a flash of light, unexpectedly slipping from Woming's grasp, slicing through the blood corpse's arms in a single motion. Curse be this! This is not merely a magical artifact, it's a spiritual treasure. The blood corpse howled in rage, having lost its arms, while Woming stood frozen in shock, realizing the Tianqian sword was indeed a spiritual treasure, capable of autonomously defending its master. What a fortunate turn of events! If Zhu Feiyu were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly covet it. Regaining his composure, Woming seized the Tianqian sword, now positioned before the blood corpse, and shouted furiously, "You despicable fiend, you seek to end my life, today shall be your final hour." Woming charged forth once more, fully intent on obliterating the blood corpse. He was resolved to determine a victor in this clash of life and death. "You have gone too far," the blood corpse bellowed in fury. Despite losing its arms, it showed no signs of retreat. With a blood-red maw agape, it lunged at Woming. Woming cursed inwardly, appalled at the creature's tenacity. Even without arms, it still sought to devour him, armed with the Tianqian sword. Woming unleashed a flurry of strikes, targeting the blood corpse from multiple angles. Though he did not slay the creature, he successfully kept it at bay as long as the Tianqian sword remained in his possession. The blood corpse dared not approach. It did not wish to meet its end by a single strike. The standoff continued. As Woming devised a plan, it appeared the blood corpse's power had diminished significantly without its arms. Perhaps he could feign a weakness to draw it in. With this in mind, Woming began to swing the sword wildly, abandoning any semblance of strategy. Eventually, he seemed to tire, inadvertently letting the Tianqian sword slip from his grip, which startled the blood corpse into retreat. However, upon looking back, it saw the Tianqian sword lying on the ground, and Woming was now unarmed. This was a golden opportunity. A glint of determination flashed in the blood corpse's eyes as it wasted no time. Leaping towards Woming, clawing at him with relentless ferocity, Woming stumbled back, desperately dodging, yet the blood corpse drew ever closer. Cornered against the wall, Woming found himself in dire straits as the blood corpse lunged at him, knocking him to the ground. In the next instant, it opened its blood-red maw, aiming for Woming's neck. At that critical moment, a spark of joy flickered in Woming's eyes. He bellowed, "Sword, come!" in the blink of an eye. The Tianshan's sword reappeared in his grasp. Without hesitation, he thrust it downward, rolling to evade danger. Regaining his footing with a swift maneuver, Wu Ming turned to confront the blood corpse, which had now been decapitated. With one decisive stroke, Wu Ming had severed the blood corpse's head, executing the act with speed, precision, and ferocity, entirely catching the creature off guard. The fact that Wu Ming could summon the Tianshan sword with a mere call sealed the blood corpse's grim fate. Wu Ming grasped the Tianshan sword and approached the blood corpse with eager anticipation, hoping that this former Foundation establishment cultivator would offer him some surprises. Upon reaching the lifeless body, Wu Ming bent down to search it thoroughly but found nothing of interest, which left him exceedingly vexed. How could it be that there was absolutely nothing? Even if there were no treasures from the cultivation world, there should at least be some mundane wealth. Surely there couldn't be a complete lack of burial goods. Having scoured the entire body, Wu Ming realized his only remaining option was the freshly severed head. He gazed intently at the head, musing that since there was nothing else to be found, perhaps retaining this head might yield some benefits from Li Changlong. After all, it belonged to his ancestor. Resolute in his decision, Wu Ming reached out to seize the head, intending to find a box to store it. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The head suddenly opened its mouth wide and lunged towards his arm. Sensing the movement in his grasp, Wu Ming reacted instinctively, delivering a powerful punch to the head. In a moment of desperation, he channeled 5 strands of vital energy into his arm. The head was obliterated, leaving him covered in a mess of blood and remnants. With a loud thud, the ground trembled, and a sound caught Wu Ming's attention. He turned to see a pearl lying on the ground, and his heart leaped with joy. He never expected that the Li family would hide treasures within the mouth of a blood corpse. It was a classic case of self-inflicted misfortune, had the corpse not tried to bite him. This pearl would still belong to the Li family. With a disdainful smile, he walked over, retrieved the pearl, and wiped off the bloodstains, examining it closely, yet unable to discern what it was. Realizing he could not linger in this blood-soaked state, he sought a place to wash up and change into fresh clothes, but he had none to change into. Suddenly he recalled the cassock worn by the Bodhisattva in the dilapidated temple, though it was made of poor material. It was better than having nothing at all. With this thought in mind, he re-entered the broken temple, swiftly yanked off the cassock, and dashed away. Eventually, he spotted a small river with relatively clear water. He approached the riverbank, quickly shed his blood-stained clothes, and stepped into the water to wash himself. The garments stained with blood were no longer wearable, but fortunately his undergarments remained clean. After cleansing himself, he donned the cassock, secured the pearl and the Tianshan sword, and made his way back towards Taikong City. By now, the sky had brightened considerably, and people were entering and exiting the city gate. Wu Ming lowered his head, ready to enter the city, but was halted by the guards at the gate. Wait, what is your business? The guard extended his hand to block Wu Ming and scrutinized him closely. Greetings, esteemed sir, I am a traveler from afar, here to seek some alms. I kindly ask for your leniency. A traveler, you say? You look more like a spy from an enemy nation, dressed in a manner that betrays your true nature. Come with me to the magistrate's office. Wu Ming found himself at a loss for words, thinking that with Lu Yun present, entering the city meant he could go anywhere. Perhaps it would even be safer in the magistrate's office. Resolving this, he offered no resistance and was taken into custody. Chapter 26. Go Sherdao. Wu Ming was escorted into the magistrate's office, where a sharp-faced official wearing a black gauze hat approached for questioning. Who are you? Where do you reside? Wu Ming looked at the corrupt official and felt a wave of nausea. He deliberately teased, I am Wu Ming, residing in the general's mansion. Presumptuous, how dare you deceive this official? If you live in the general's mansion, then I must reside in the imperial city. Seize him and beat him until he tells the truth. Upon hearing the order to be beaten, Wu Ming panicked and quickly replied with a smile. Please, esteemed sir, hold on. My name is actually Li Ming, and I do live in the general's mansion, but I currently have no desire to return. A few days of confinement would suit me just fine. The official was taken aback, recognizing the name Li Ming. Those in power were always vigilant, and the infamous son-in-law of the general was indeed named Li Ming. The rarity of such a name made it unlikely for anyone else to share it. If he truly were Li Ming, then he was not someone to be trifled with. However, the way he was dressed resembled that of a beggar. You claim to be Li Ming, the son-in-law of the general's mansion? Wu Ming thought to himself that he hadn't realized his name carried such weight. This official seemed perceptive. He chuckled. Indeed, esteemed sir, I am he. Then why are you found outside the city, dressed in such a manner? Wu Ming squinted his eyes and smirked. Esteemed sir, I'm afraid that is a matter I cannot disclose. It involves confidential information. The official pondered deeply, realizing if this man were truly Li Ming, he could not afford to neglect him. Since you are indeed young Master Li, how could I dare to interrogate you? Quickly, release him. As soon as he finished speaking, two individuals approached and untied Wuming. The official stepped closer, engaging in conversation, adopting a fawning demeanor that made Wuming feel quite nauseated. Esteemed sir, my return from outside the city must remain a secret to IT. Is imperative to keep it confidential, otherwise the general will hold you accountable. Rest assured, young Masterly, my lips are sealed, by the way. May I ask your esteemed name? I am Gosher Dao. Regarding young Masterly's affairs, I will guard them closely and never reveal a word. Wuming nodded in response while rubbing his wrists. Bound by ropes, Gosher Dao noticed and quickly apologized. I regret that my management has been lacking, causing you distress. How about this? My residence is in the back courtyard. Please allow me to host you there with fine food and drink as a gesture of apology. Go Darren, there is no need to go through such trouble. You acted justly in your duties. If anyone should apologize, it should not be you. Here's what I propose, given my current attire. It is not suitable for public appearance. Kindly procure a set of clothing for me to change into, so I may return to my residence. Upon hearing this, Gosher Dao immediately comprehended and called for someone to purchase garments. Wuming produced a silver note from his pocket, smiling. Darren, please take this silver note to buy me some clothing. It need not be extravagant. Something ordinary will suffice. Young Masterly, how could I allow you to incur expenses? Assisting you is my privilege. Please wait here while I personally oversee this matter. With that, Gosher Dao hurried away, anxious to complete the task promptly. Wuming watched his retreating figure, amused. In this mortal realm, people were always so opportunistic. Had he not claimed to be from the General's mansion today, he would surely have faced a beating. These officials, known for their harsh treatment of commoners and even committing heinous acts, deserved a reprimand. One must not allow themselves to be vulnerable simply because they have gained favor. Bored while waiting in the magistrate's office, Wuming picked up a ledger from the table. Upon reading it, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Gosher Dao was not an ordinary man. He had secretly investigated Li Chenglong. The ledger contained records of Li Chenglong's dealings with foreign entities, detailing every entry and exit at the city gates, along with the times, locations, and durations of meetings, all meticulously documented. Closing the ledger, Wuming felt a surge of excitement. What a talent! He hadn't expected Gosher Dao, who appeared cunning and hypocritical, to be so astute and genuine at heart. Such individuals must be courted. They would surely become the pillars of the Dezhou nation in the future. With this thought, Wuming nodded to himself, planning to inquire about Gosher Dao when he returned. A low-ranking official with the audacity to investigate Li Chenglong could not be foolish. There must be a vendetta that fueled his courage to seek revenge. As Wuming pondered, Gosher Dao rushed back, beaming and sweating profusely. Seeing Wuming seated at his desk, he was initially startled, his expression freezing momentarily before transforming into a smile. Go Darren, your speed is remarkable. Have you already arranged everything? Thanks to young Master's fortune, I visited over a dozen shops and procured 4 sets of clothing tailored to your size. Do try them on to see if they fit. Wuming stood and donned one of the robes. Finding it perfectly fitting, Gosher Dao beamed. Young master, in this robe, you appear dignified and handsome, complementing your striking features and exuding an invigorating spirit. Wuming thought to himself, Gosher Dao, your perception and agility are exceptional. It is no wonder that the ledger contains such detailed descriptions of everyone's appearance, height, and attire. Go Darren, you are quite impressive. Your discerning eye is remarkable. I doubt I could have chosen clothing so well fitted myself. You flatter me, young master. To be honest, my late wife was a seamstress, and I had the fortune to learn some skills from her, hence my keen eye. I see it seems you and your wife shared a deep bond, living in harmony. At this moment, Gosher Dao's expression dimmed slightly. To be candid, my wife and I were childhood sweethearts. I pursued my studies while she managed the household, and life was blissful. However, due to a certain incident, she took her own life. Wuming felt a pang of sympathy, wondering if Gosher Dao's late wife had fallen victim to Li Chenglong's machinations. What could have happened to cause such a tragic end? Gosher Dao suddenly lifted his head to look at Wuming, his eyes filled with anticipation yet tinged with difficulty in expression. Noticing Gosher Dao's gaze, Wuming rose from his chair, narrowing his eyes and locking his gaze onto Gosher Dao. Go Darren, just as you vowed to keep my secrets, I, Li Ming, shall also safeguard yours. Speak freely. If I can assist you, I will certainly do so. As I beheld the unwavering gaze of the Nameless one, alongside the profound sense of justice he exuded, the wall within Gosher Dao's heart was finally dismantled. Chapter 27, Brotherhood. Young Masterly, since you have spoken thus, I presume you have perused that ledger? Gosher Dao's eyes drifted towards the ledger on the table, his meaning clear. The Nameless one smiled slightly, replying, Go Darren, let us speak plainly. You must have intentionally placed it here for me to see. Correct. A flicker of hope crossed Go Shidao's eyes as he replied with a sly smile, Young Master Li, what do you think my motives are? You wish to use the hand of the general's mansion to eliminate your adversary. For in the Great Zhou, only the general's mansion possesses the capability to address such matters. Indeed, my enemy holds considerable power upon hearing of your connection to the general's mansion as a son-in-law. I resolve to place the ledger before you for your perusal. However, Go Darren, are you so certain that I will assist you? Go Shidao chuckled bitterly. Even if you do not aid me, the more who know this secret, the greater my hope for vengeance. Go Darren, your calculations are astute. With such talents, it would be a pity for you to remain in such a minor official position. How about this? From now on, accompany me as my advisor, and I shall ensure your official career flourishes, leading you to great heights. Young Master Li, to follow you would undoubtedly lead to success. However, all my energy is devoted to gathering evidence of crimes. For vengeance is my lifelong aspiration. Go Darren, what truly befell your wife at the hands of that man? Upon hearing this, Go Shidao's eyes turned crimson as he sighed deeply. This tale is long. In that year, my wife's skills gained considerable acclaim. The garments she crafted displayed unparalleled artistry, with each stitch showcasing her exquisite craftsmanship. Even those unversed could discern the intricacy and uniqueness within. This was, at first, a blessing. However, one day, someone from the Prime Minister's residence summoned her to create clothing for the old matriarch, and she never returned. The Nameless One could not help but inquire, did you not seek her out? Of course I did. How else would I know who my enemy was? Go Shidao lifted his teacup, sipping the fragrant tea, and continued, that very day, I went to the Prime Minister's residence in search of her, only to receive the dreadful news that my wife had perished in a well there. At that time, the circumstances were unclear, and the Prime Minister's stance was merely to settle with silver. Yet when I pressed for details on how she fell into the well, they evaded the question, claiming she had fallen in by accident. With no recourse, I had to lay her to rest. However, afterwards I sought answers and eventually uncovered the true cause of her demise. At this point, his eyes had turned bloodshot, tears brimming. What was the cause? The Nameless One asked. Go Shidao clenched his lips, speaking through gritted teeth. It turns out that my wife was murdered by that young master of the Prime Minister's residence, Li Kan. The entire affair was orchestrated by him. The pretense of summoning her to craft garments for the old matriarch was merely a ruse. As Li Kan coveted my wife's beauty, he lured her into the residence, and upon discovering his nefarious intentions, my wife fought fiercely to resist, unable to escape, in a bid to preserve her honor. She took her own life by jumping into the well. Upon hearing this, the Nameless One felt a surge of indignation, his teeth grinding. The offspring of the Li family truly deserves death, until the Li clan is eradicated. The entire Great Zhou shall know no peace. They bully the weak and conspire with enemies. Such treachery cannot be allowed to endure. Go Darren, rest assured, I shall take it upon myself to see this through. It would be a disgrace to call myself a man if I do not eliminate this malignant tumor known as the Li family. With that, he slammed his fist on the table. Though he refrained from using any martial energy, yet the table nearly splintered under the force. Young Master Li's profound sense of righteousness left Go Shidao immensely grateful, yet he cautioned, however, at present, you hold no official position. It would be wise to deliberate further. Naturally, I shall seek Uncle Lu's assistance to secure an official post, specifically to investigate Li Chenglong and the Li family. Just wait for their downfall, with your support. This matter is sure to succeed, but do take care. Li Chenglong wields considerable power and has been in office for many years, his influence pervasive, even the emperor likely holds him in some regard. If you undertake this endeavor, meticulous planning is essential to avoid counterproductive outcomes. The Nameless One turned to Go Shidao with a smile. I perceive you as a sage, and together, what do we have to fear from Li Chenglong? Go Shidao shook his head with a smile. Young Master Li, do you not know that while one may devise plans, the outcome ultimately lies with the heavens? How many strategists have plotted for their nations and armies? Not due to a lack of wisdom, but rather because the fates were not in their favor. If Li Chenglong's time has not yet come, no matter how we scheme, we shall achieve naught. Thus, we must wait for the right opportunity, when we can succeed with a single stroke. Indeed, Go Darren speaks wisely. It appears you have diligently studied how to deal with Li Chenglong over the years. We shall bide our time. Furthermore, I can divulge to you that the Li family's fate is already sealed. Your day of vengeance is not far off. Young Master Li, is that truly the case? Go Shidao asked, incredulous, fearing that the Nameless One was merely comforting him. The Nameless One chuckled. Li Chenglong is not merely a treacherous minister, he harbors even greater schemes. My journey beyond the city was for a specific purpose. which I advise you to remain ignorant of, for the implications are vast. Once I have the chance to meet the Emperor, Li Changlong's days of prosperity shall come to an end. As the Nameless One contemplated his plans, he resolved to find Lu Yun upon his return and seek the Emperor's favor for an official post. Given his talents, securing a minor position should not pose a challenge. Young master, I have a request. Would you be amenable? Gosher Dao, filled with trepidation, eagerly replied, I wish to forge a brotherhood with young Master Li. Let us share life and death, advancing and retreating together henceforth. Upon hearing this, the Nameless One burst into hearty laughter. Excellent, I too have this intention. I feel an immediate kinship with you. You are my elder, so I shall call you Big Brother. From this day forth, we shall refer to one another as brothers. Once we have toppled Li Changlong, I shall certainly recommend you as the Chancellor of the Great Zhou. My brother, as long as you have such intentions, I care not whether I become Chancellor or not. What matters most is preventing this treacherous minister from causing calamity to the nation. Fear not, Big Brother. It is not just you. I believe many in the Great Zhou desire Li Changlong's demise. His time is up, and death is not far off. We shall wait patiently for the right moment. We must not act in haste. Indeed, brother, I shall heed your counsel. The two exchanged pleasantries, and the Nameless One donned the new attire purchased by Gosher Dao as he returned to the general's mansion. Upon entering the gates, a servant called out to him, Young master, you have returned. The young lady seeks you but could not find you and is currently venting her frustrations on the servants. You must go and see her. Upon hearing this, the Nameless One promptly followed the servant to the scene, where he found Lu Ziki sitting angrily in a grand chair, several servants who usually attended to him kneeling in front, their heads bowed in silence. You were supposed to keep an eye on the young master, yet you lost him. All of you kneel there until he returns. Chapter 28, Discussing Marriage. Seeing Lu Ziki in a state of anger, the Nameless One shook his head and smiled, calling out from a distance, I have returned, you may all rise. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Ziki joyfully sprang from her seat, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she turned to face him. However, upon seeing his displeased expression, her excitement instantly faded. The Nameless One approached, glancing at the servants kneeling on the ground, and asked Lu Ziki, what is the meaning of this? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Ziki replied, they went to find you early this morning but could not locate you. I was just reprimanding them when you arrived. Ziki, you must not treat them this way in the future. Though they may be our servants by position, they are still people like us. We cannot punish them simply due to their social standing. I do not wish to see such occurrences again. We should treat them as family, understand? Lu Ziki listened to his words, not feeling offended but rather looking at him oddly, her brow furrowed in confusion. Are you serious? I understand your point, but this is the mortal realm where distinctions of high and low are inherent. Does it not say in the texts that there should be order among the young and the old? And between sovereign and subject, father and son, if we disregard these distinctions, would it not lead to chaos? The Nameless One chuckled, the principle of sovereign and subject is grounded in loyalty. A minister must be loyal not only to his sovereign but also to the people and the state. Those who are loyal solely to the sovereign are often treacherous. Conversely, the path of a sovereign emphasizes benevolence. Throughout history, benevolent rulers have earned great renown, while unkind rulers tend to favor the unscrupulous and distance themselves from worthy ministers. This is the way of heaven rewarding diligence, the principle of what you do not wish for yourself. Do not impose on others mandates that we must show basic respect to everyone. To penalize them with kneeling just because you could not find me would only breed resentment. How can you expect to win their hearts in the future? His words resonated deeply with both Lu Ziki and the kneeling servants, striking them with clarity and insight. Well said. At that moment, Lu Yun appeared, applauding the Nameless One's eloquence. Uncle Lu, when did you arrive? I did not even notice. The Nameless One felt embarrassed, realizing that Lu Yun's skills were nothing short of extraordinary, as he had not sensed his arrival at all. My dear son-in-law, I have only just arrived and already I have heard your eloquent words. Truly, if everyone could speak thus, what troubles would our nation face? Yet, there are always those who act selfishly, blinded by personal gain, disregarding the welfare of the state and the suffering of the common people, causing our realm to tremble precariously. As I listened to Lu Yun's discourse, I could not help but ponder whether his visit was in regard to my unauthorized outing. Father, I acknowledge my error and assure you that I shall not repeat it. Moreover, I wholeheartedly agree with Wu Ming's sentiments, you impish girl. With that, Lu Yun turned to Wu Ming. My son-in-law, Ziki, please accompany me for a moment. I have matters of great significance to discuss with you. Wu Ming and Lu Ziki exchanged glances, both discerning from the other's eyes that they were equally uninformed, and thus they followed Lu Yun to the study. Lu Yun's study was quite discreet. It was open to the public yet could easily be transformed into a secret chamber should one desire privacy. The three of them entered the study. taking their seats, and Lu Yun, with a beaming smile, began, "I have summoned you here regarding your impending marriage. The entire Taikong city is aware that I have a son-in-law, and just the other day, His Majesty inquired as to when the wedding would be held. I found myself at a loss for words. Thus today, let us discuss when this wedding shall take place. It cannot be postponed any longer." Upon hearing this, Wu Ming's heart tightened, yet he remained composed that he had no objections to the wedding. His only concern was for Lu Ziki. Considering she was a lady, they were merely a couple in name, and there was no necessity for them to engage in the consummation of marriage. At present, Wu Ming was still young and had not contemplated such matters. Conversely, Lu Ziki was visibly anxious, her face flushed as she lowered her head, unsure of how to respond. In her heart, she had long regarded Wu Ming as her husband, and moreover, it was Yulinglong who had suggested they be a couple in the mortal realm, without any stipulation against the consummation of their union. If Wu Ming could truly become her husband, she would be more than willing. Liu Yin perceived the thoughts of both individuals with a single glance, yet as a parent, he felt it inappropriate to voice such matters. Therefore, he resolved to take this opportunity to clarify the situation with Wu Ming, thereby establishing their relationship. Noticing that both were lost in their thoughts and remained silent, Lu Yin chuckled, "Do not ponder any further. If this drags on, the entire Great Zhou will surely know that I, General Lu, have a son-in-law yet to be wed, and I would become the laughingstock of the realm." Wu Ming understood the underlying meaning and replied with a smile, "Uncle Lu, I have no objections." Wu Ming had his own plans. He was agreeable to the wedding but would not enter the bridal chamber. There were two reasons. First, he was still young and did not wish to become a father so soon. Second, it was for Lu Ziki's sake. Their union was merely a matter of circumstance, a decision made for self-preservation, and he had no emotional foundation with Lu Ziki. What if she were to develop feelings for another in the future? Would he not hinder her? Thus, Wu Ming decided that while they could proceed with the wedding, the consummation would be postponed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin nodded in delight and then turned to the blushing Lu Ziki. "Ziki, what say you?" At his words, Lu Ziki trembled slightly, finding it difficult to voice her thoughts. "Father, I trust your judgment completely. I would not dare to object." Liu Yun, understanding the bond between father and daughter, chuckled heartily. "Very well, since neither of you has objections, I shall take it upon myself to decide. In 3 days, we shall celebrate your wedding and announce it to the world. Furthermore, Wu Ming, I will recommend you to His Majesty for the position of inspector, a role that demands courage to speak truth to power and advocate for the common people. Do you accept this responsibility?" Wu Ming rose, bowing to Lu Yun, and exclaimed, "Uncle Lu, becoming an inspector sounds splendid. Who knows, with great achievements, I may rise swiftly through the ranks." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun laughed heartily. "What you say is wise. While the position of inspector may not wield great power, serving the court and alleviating the emperor's worries is far from a trivial role. Moreover, in these times of treachery, we must assume our responsibilities for the sake of the Great Zhou and its citizens, facing challenges with courage and remaining loyal to our sovereign and our homeland. Uncle Lu, I shall not betray your trust nor the hopes of the people." Chapter 29, Yushuan Pearl. Upon returning from Lu Yun's study, Wu Ming secured the door and inserted the bolt, then retrieved the pearl obtained from the blood corpse. Due to the haste of the moment, he had not examined it closely until now. Back in the general's residence, he took it out once more, scrutinizing it carefully, yet found nothing particularly remarkable about it. Wu Ming did not believe it was utterly worthless. After all, it had been preserved in the blood corpse's mouth for so many years. Undoubtedly it was a treasure, though he could not discern its value. Nevertheless, he did not despair. Channeling his vital energy to his eyes, capable of penetrating several meters of wall, he thought, could he not see through this pearl? He believed so, and proceeded to do just that. Indeed, the result brought him immense joy. As he activated his vital energy, his vision and consciousness entered the pearl. To his astonishment, this was truly a treasure. The pearl contained a spatial storage measuring 50 meters in length and 20 meters in width, capable of holding hundreds of cattle without issue. Within this space, he discovered a small pile of spirit stones, 10 pieces identical to the medium-grade spirit stones he had seen in Yuqing Palace, while the remainder appeared to be of lower quality, which he surmised to be low-grade spirit stones, amounting to over 1,000 pieces. Additionally, there were 3 volumes of golden silk manuscripts. Despite his repeated attempts to summon these items with his consciousness, he was unable to retrieve them, but he longed to dive into the pearl to explore its contents. Alas, he could see but not touch. Why must it always be this way? The heavens were unfair to me. Wu Ming, feeling somewhat dejected, he quickly gathered his thoughts and began to contemplate effective methods to extract these items. Even if he could not retrieve them now, he could store treasures within in the future. Store them. An idea struck him. If he could place items inside, it would signify that they belonged to him. If he could not, it would mean that, like the Tianqian sword, it required recognition of ownership for proper control. Yes, that must be it. He picked up a teacup from the table, and with a focused thought, he began to inch it toward the pearl, yet it remained unresponsive. A woman comprehended fully, this treasure must require a master. But how does one establish this bond? By blood, by blood. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Wu Ming's mind, filling him with delight, yet his guard was quickly raised. Who are you? I am the spirit of your Tianqian sword. And I require those spirit stones to restore my strength. You only need to acknowledge me as your master to access those items. Curious, Wu Ming inquired. The spirit can speak? Do you have a name? Of course, I do. It is Tianqian. Tianqian, are you knowledgeable about cultivation? The reason I have chosen you as my master is due to the vital energy within you. The Tianqian sword requires vital energy to function. Thus, in the eyes of others, this sword is mere scrap metal. My duty is to impart the Tianqian sword technique to every master, yet your current vital energy is insufficient. You must gather 1,000 strands of vital energy before you can cultivate. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming nearly spat blood. Having worked tirelessly, he could only absorb 2 strands of vital energy a day at most. 1,000 strands would take nearly 2 years. Tianqian, is there a quicker way to absorb vital energy? 2 strands a day is far too slow. The limit of 2 strands is due to your current physique. To absorb more, you must continuously strengthen your meridians, making them wider and more resilient. Only then can you exceed the 2-strand limit. It entirely depends on the strength of your meridians. It cannot be forced, but the martial arts of ordinary mortals are excruciatingly slow. How can I possibly expand my meridians? Do not be disheartened. Perhaps the 3 books you retrieved hold secrets of celestial body refinement techniques. Wu Ming, realizing the implication, thought, yes, even if those books do not contain body refinement methods, they are still cultivation techniques that I can learn. Tianqian, how do I acknowledge you with my blood? Simply let a drop of blood from the tip of your index finger fall onto the pearl, and it will automatically recognize you as its master. This storage space is of no low grade. You are quite fortunate. Tianqian, you are the first to say such to me. I have never known my father, and at 6 years old, I was forced to flee with my mother. Living a life of evasion, I arrived at Yuqing Palace, watching others cultivate while I felt like a waste. When has my fortune ever been good? Perhaps this is the turning point. Wu Ming shook his head with a bitter smile. Following Tianqian's instructions, he found a needle, pricked his left index finger, and let a drop of blood fall onto the pearl. To his astonishment, the blood disappeared at a visible speed, and in the next moment, 3 characters appeared in his mind. Yushuan Pearl. So this pearl is called Yushuan Pearl. It is a pity that while the space is vast, there are so few items within. As he spoke to himself, he directed his consciousness into the Yushuan Pearl, and in the next moment, the spirit stones and golden silk manuscripts materialized before him. Gazing upon the spirit stones before him, the Nameless One revealed a glimmer of greed in his eyes. Yet his desire was not driven by a wish to possess them for himself. Rather, it was the sensation of first touching a spirit stone after so many years that brought him immense comfort and delight. Tianqian, how many spirit stones do you require? He inquired of the instrument spirit. Tianqian replied, I require a considerable number. These may not suffice, however, I cannot utilize them all at once, simply provide me with those of medium quality. And you may retain the inferior ones. Upon hearing this, the Nameless One felt a pang in his heart as he relinquished 10 medium-grade spirit stones, yet, compared to the Tianqian sword, these stones were of little significance. As long as Tianqian's power could be restored, he could bear the loss without concern. How shall I give them to you? He asked, and before he could finish his sentence, the Tianqian sword materialized before him. In the next moment, the spirit stones before him began to levitate and vanished in an instant. After collecting the stones, the Tianqian sword emitted a flash of light and re-entered the Nameless One's dantian. The Nameless One looked on in astonishment. This sword was indeed extraordinary, and he felt incredibly fortunate. He then turned his attention to the 3 volumes of golden silk books. To the Nameless One, each of these tomes seemed like a treasure. The texture of the pages was exquisite, feeling less like paper and more akin to a type of jade, yet remarkably soft. The Nameless One was unaware of the material's true nature. Each of the 3 books bore a title, Devouring Gold and Refining Treasures, a technique for body refinement. However, upon turning just a few pages, he was astounded to discover that this method required the practitioner to devour magical artifacts and refine them to strengthen their physique to the point of being as resilient as steel. Such a terrifying technique existed in the world. Even if one could practice it, the financial means to acquire magical artifacts were sorely lacking. Moreover, this was merely the initial stage. Higher-level artifacts would be necessary later. Chapter 30, Devouring Spirit Stones for Body Refinement. The Nameless One set aside the devouring gold and refining treasures and picked up the next volume, which revealed the techniques for crafting blood corpses. It appeared that the ancestor of the Lee family had passed this method down to his descendants, although mortals could not cultivate immortality if they utilized this technique to create blood corpses for their command. They could likely dominate the mortal realm. Despite the thin air in the mortal realm, the constant disasters and wars had led to a significant reduction in population, resulting in many shadowy places that served as sources for cultivating blood corpses. As the Nameless One pondered this, he suddenly realized a grave issue. The current burial grounds and mass graves may have already become breeding grounds for blood corpses. This situation warranted investigation at some point. After briefly skimming through the forbidden techniques, he tossed the book back into the jade shin pearl and picked up the next one, titled Yenshin Technique, which focused on the cultivation of mental power. According to the text, a practitioner who perfected this technique could kill with their thoughts, unseen and unheard. The Nameless One carefully stored this technique within the jade shin pearl and once again took up the devouring gold and refining treasures. While this body refinement technique appeared promising, it also presented a dilemma. He was currently in the mortal realm, where spirit stones could not purchase magical artifacts. Reluctantly, he put away the devouring gold and refining treasures with a sigh. Contemplating why his path of cultivation was fraught with such obstacles, he realized he must leave the mortal realm at once. Otherwise, how could he seek revenge in this lifetime? Decades had passed in the mortal realm, and he would be left with nothing in his old age. No wonder Yu Linglong could so easily abandon him here. How could one not be concerned? Having spirit stones was of no use. Spirit stones? A sudden thought illuminated the Nameless One's mind. While these stones were not magical artifacts, they were still treasures. Could they not also be consumed to strengthen his meridians? Unbeknownst to him, using spirit stones for body refinement was perilous. With his body unaccustomed to spiritual energy, a mere spirit stone could lead to catastrophic consequences. However, the Nameless One was different. First, his bloodline was a fusion of celestial and demonic ancestry, endowing him with extraordinary capabilities, though he remained oblivious to the true power of his bloodline. Second, the chi he cultivated inherently expanded and strengthened his meridians, making them several times wider than those of an ordinary person. Thus, when the Nameless One grasped a spirit stone and refined it according to the devouring gold and refining treasures, he felt a wave of refreshing energy course through him, filling him with newfound strength, an outcome that delighted him immensely. He picked up another spirit stone, swallowed it, and once more refined it. This time, he felt a dizzying whirlwind as a surge of violent energy surged from his dantian, propelling the chi outward. The interplay between the chi and spiritual energy began to circulate through his extraordinary meridians at a visibly rapid pace. Expanding them further, the Nameless One was momentarily stunned. This truly worked, and it was even faster than utilizing the chi alone. However, he noted that he could not indiscriminately consume spirit stones. Just moments ago, he felt a sensation of pressure within his dantian, and had it not been for the timely expulsion of his chi, the fusion of chi and spiritual energy could have resulted in catastrophic consequences. Experiencing the joy brought by the refining technique, the Nameless One, without hesitation, resumed cultivating his qi. To his astonishment, he directly absorbed 3 streams of chi this time. Such significant progress could undoubtedly be attributed to the refining technique. With 3 streams of chi, if he practiced twice a day, he could accumulate 6 streams of chi, and eventually reach 1,000 streams. At this rate, he could achieve his goal in roughly 100 days. Filled with joy, he realized that with spirit stones, he could continually enhance the strength of his meridians, accelerating his objectives. The longing within him drove him to an almost frenzied state as he devoured another spirit stone. This time, however, fear gripped him, for as the spirit stone entered his abdomen, it seemed to lose its way, swirling chaotically within his dantian without finding an exit. Panic-stricken, he urgently called for the Tianqian sword. Tianqian, what is happening? Yet, no matter how he summoned, the Tianqian remained unresponsive, plunging him into despair as he sensed the imminent rupture of the barrier within his dantian. In a moment of crisis, he instinctively activated the Hong Tian Qi. From his analysis, this was likely a conflict between the chi and spiritual energy. Only by resorting to the authentic Hung Tian Qi could he find a glimmer of hope, even if he wished to choose spiritual energy. It was of no use, for he had no knowledge of it. Resolute in his decision, the Nameless One ceased his hesitation and began to channel the Hung Tian Qi with all his might. The infusion of chi turned his dantian into a battleground, as vast amounts of spiritual energy were violently expelled by the chi. The spiritual energy, unable to escape his body, returned through his meridians to his dantian. only to be cast out again by the chi. This cycle persisted throughout the night until the Nameless One could no longer endure and collapsed onto his bed. Meanwhile, the chi and spiritual energy within him showed no signs of abating. They continued their relentless cycle. Realizing that he had lost control of the situation, he surrendered, allowing it to unfold as it would. He fell into a deep slumber, remaining undisturbed until the sun had risen high in the sky. It was not until lunchtime that Lu Ziki sent the maid Xiaoyu to knock on the door, calling him for a meal. Young master, it's time for lunch, the miss has sent me to summon you." After several calls met with silence, Xiaoyu sensed something amiss and peeked inside. Seeing the Nameless One soundly asleep in bed, she dared not disturb him and went to report back to Lu Ziki. "What? The young master has not yet risen. This is unusual. He should know that today is the day to procure items for the wedding. How could he sleep so soundly? No, I must go personally to awaken him." "Miss, but the young master is sleeping very soundly. Waking him disturb his peace. I cannot concern myself with that. Come with me." Lu Ziki led Xiaoyu to the Nameless One's room. Entering without knocking, she glanced at the Nameless One lying on the bed, and indeed, as Xiaoyu had said, he appeared to be in a deep sweet slumber, making it hard to awaken him. She pondered the importance of marriage. How could it be neglected? Determined to rouse him, she approached Li Ming. She called twice, but received no response, which greatly irritated her. She reached out to grasp the Nameless One's ear, but upon making contact, she was taken aback, nearly stumbling to the ground. "Xiaoyu, the young master." Lu Ziki's eyes widened in horror as she stared at the Nameless One on the bed. "Miss, what is wrong? The young master's ears are cold." Xiaoyu immediately understood the gravity of the situation. She rushed to support Lu Ziki, helping her to a chair. "Miss, the young master is fine. He is still breathing." Upon hearing this, Lu Ziki finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they were preparing for the wedding, news of it had spread throughout the entire capital. If something were to happen to the Nameless One at such a critical moment, she would be left in a living widowhood. "Xiaoyu, quickly find the master. We must act swiftly. The young master may be ill and needs a renowned physician." "Understood, miss." Xiaoyu hurriedly made her way to Lu Yun's study. Chapter 31, Saving the Nameless One Master. Something terrible has happened. The young master is ill, and the miss says to find a renowned physician. Upon entering, Xiaoyu spoke in a flurry of urgency. Seeing her flustered expression, Lu Yun's brow furrowed in concern. Surely, there was something amiss. The young master is ill. Impossible. Although Lu Yun was puzzled, he did not doubt her sincerity. Rather, he struggled to comprehend how someone with the young master's bloodline could suddenly fall ill. "Come, let us see." In a hurry, Lu Yun rushed to find Lu Ziki, who was weeping at the head of the Nameless One's bed. His heart tightened. Could it be that the Nameless One had truly met with disaster? "Ziki, what on earth has happened?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ziki turned her head, tearful, and cried out, "Father, please save Wuming. I feel his heartbeat is fading. It is merely a faint pulse now. You must go at once and request the Emperor to send the imperial physician." Upon hearing her words, Lu Yun dared not to delay and rode swiftly towards the royal palace, for this was a privilege granted by the Emperor of the Great Zhou, allowing him to ride to the court. While Lu Ziki cried in despair, Lu Yun sought out the imperial physician, while Wuming lay motionless, oblivious to it all. At that moment, the spiritual energy and profound energy within Wuming continued to circulate within him. A state that could persist indefinitely if he did not awaken. Should that occur, even a great Luo Golden Immortal would be unable to save him. Meanwhile, the spirit of the Tianqian sword Tianqian was also in a deep slumber. Having absorbed the mid-grade spirit stones offered by Wuming, rendering it unresponsive to his calls, fortunately due to Lu Yun's considerable influence, upon entering the palace and speaking to the Emperor, he was granted permission to summon the imperial physician to provide aid, whose medical skills were second to none in the entire Great Zhou. Without hesitation, Lu Yun seized him and hurriedly mounted his horse, both riders racing towards the general's mansion, just as Lu Ziki was in utter despair. Lu Yun's voice rang out, "The imperial physician has arrived. My esteemed son-in-law is saved. I say, General, do not make grand claims on my behalf. What if I am unable to assist? What do you mean by that? If you cannot heal him, who in this world can save my beloved son-in-law?" Lu Ziki, having met Uncle Xiat, implored, "Please, you must save my husband. He is still so young." The imperial physician, known as Xie Xian, possessed extraordinary medical skills and was greatly revered by the subjects of the Great Zhou, earning the moniker, Divine Physician Xie Xian. As a healer, I must do all within my power to assist. However, I cannot guarantee success, so please remain calm. Oh dear, I implore you, my esteemed physician, spare us the formalities and attend to the matter at hand. Upon hearing this, Xie Xian smiled wistfully and said, "Very well. I shall examine your beloved son-in-law first. I would not want to incur your wrath in case of any mishap." just as Lu Yun was about to unleash his anger, he reconsidered, realizing his son-in-law's well-being was paramount, and thus refrained from arguing with Xie Xian. Xie Xian approached Wu Ming, first assessing his complexion, then producing 2 bamboo sticks to pry open his mouth, inspecting his tongue before seizing Wu Ming's wrist to take his pulse. This pulse examination left Xie Xian utterly astounded. While he could not sense the profound energy or spiritual energy, the pulse revealed a blockage in Wu Ming's heart and signs of organ failure. Was he not on the brink of death? Shocked, Xie Xian placed his palm on Wu Ming's bite point and immediately stood up, his expression one of alarm. Old Xia, what is it? Xie Xian asked with urgency. Is your son-in-law a cultivator? Lu Yun hesitated, pondering whether Wu Ming had indeed been secretly practicing cultivation. Old Xia, I am afraid I do not know. Please just tell me how to treat him. Xie Xian stroked his beard, furrowing his brow, for if he knew how to treat him, they would not be in this predicament. Old Lu, I fear there is but one person under heaven who can save your son-in-law. Old Xia, even you cannot treat him. I am merely a physician, not a deity. This matter of going astray in cultivation is beyond my capability. You must urgently seek the national master. Only he can save your son-in-law. And do so swiftly, without error. Seek the national master. He is affiliated with Li Chenglong. Will he truly intervene? If you go alone, it is unlikely. However, if you present the Emperor's imperial token, he will certainly attend to your son-in-law. Hearing this, Lu Yun stamped his foot, wasting no time as he mounted his horse and sped towards the national master's residence. After Lu Yun departed, Xie Xian turned to Lu Ziki and inquired. Miss Ziki, were you and your father unaware that your husband is a cultivator? Uncle Xia, my father, and I truly did not know. Our marriage was arranged by the Taoist Yu Linglong from the Yuling Palace during his acquaintance with my father. As for whether he is a cultivator, we genuinely had no knowledge. No wonder, it is only natural for a disciple of Yuling Palace to possess some celestial arts. Xie Xian ceased his inquiries and retrieved a pouch of silver needles from his satchel. Selecting one with a smile, before the national master arrives, I shall administer a needle to safeguard his heart. With that, Xie Xian lifted the needle and pierced Wu Ming's heart to preserve his vital pulse. The national master's residence was a considerable distance from the general's mansion, and it took Lu Yun a full half-hour to return with a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe, his face adorned with excess flesh. Lu Yun, this is the first and last time. Do not presume that bearing the Emperor's golden token entitles you to command me. I am only assisting you out of respect for your past contributions to the nation. Do not take my kindness for granted. As he dismounted, the national master began to ramble incessantly, provoking Lu Yun's ire, which he had no outlet for, causing his teeth to grind in frustration. So long as you are willing to help save my son-in-law, I, Old Lu, promise never to oppose the Li family again. Now that is more like it. At least you have said something sensible. With that, the national master strode into the mansion, and Lu Yun, disinterested in further banter, decided to express gratitude after Wu Ming was healed. There was no need for discord. The two men, one after the other, entered the Lu residence with grim expressions, leaving the household staff bewildered. What has happened to the master and the national master? Why do they appear so stern, and how did they come to be together? The servants whispered among themselves, yet none dared to follow. These two were formidable figures, and to pursue them would be to court death. Upon entering Wu Ming's chamber, Lu Ziki and the imperial physician awaited at the door to greet them. Miss Ziki, greetings to Uncle Li. I am the humble physician, Xie Xian, presenting my respects to the national master. The two bowed deeply, and the national master, eschewing any airs, smiled slightly. After many years Ziki has grown into a fine young lady. Were she to marry into the Li family, it would be a formidable union. Yet, why has she chosen a son-in-law, national master? The truth is that my marriage was arranged by Taoist Yu Linglong from the Yuling Palace. A pact made in childhood that cannot be broken. The national master Li Hongru was, in truth, merely a sixth-tier chi refining junior, having been dispatched to the mortal realm due to his poor spiritual root aptitude. Tasked with overseeing a territory as a national master, upon learning that the man lying in bed was a disciple of the Yuling Palace, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Old Lu, why did you not say so earlier? We nearly compromised a significant matter. With that, he swiftly approached Wu Ming's bedside, his gaze fixated on him, actually employing his spiritual sense to probe Wu Ming's interior. When he discovered Wu Ming's dantians, he was taken aback. Two dantians, Chapter 32. Two dantians. Li Hongru nearly stumbled backward, for the realm of cultivation was rife with wonders, yet to encounter someone with two dantians was indeed a first. This must be a prodigy from the sect. Even if not, he would surely become an unparalleled talent in the future. If he were to save him today, would he not owe me a great debt of gratitude in return, establishing a mutually beneficial relationship? As he pondered this, he stepped closer, using his spiritual sense to scan Wu Ming's entire body, and was left in further disbelief. My heavens, is this still a human being? Each meridian was at least 10 times thicker than normal. And within him existed two incompatible energies, coexisting yet repelling one another. He had never heard of such a technique that could open two danshians and possess two types of energy. Were this in a major sect, he would undoubtedly be a protected individual, coming from the Yuling Palace, a sect renowned as a titan among mortals. No other sect would dare to oppose it. Moreover, as Yulinglong was a direct disciple of the three pure ones, how could she possibly send such a disciple to the mortal realm as a son-in-law? There must be a hidden agenda behind this. Henceforth, caution is warranted. Matters not to be questioned or known should remain unspoken. Otherwise, it could invite peril. Contemplating these advantages and disadvantages, Li Hongru devised a plan and smiled. Old Lu, your son-in-law is not in serious danger. He has merely experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation, leading to damage to his spirit. Do not be alarmed by his weak pulse. Cultivators are unlike ordinary folk. He is essentially unharmed. Once I administer a spirit-nourishing pill, he shall awaken. Upon hearing Li Hongru's words, Lu Yun felt a mix of joy and trepidation. Wu Ming had indeed covertly practiced celestial arts, and he had been completely unaware. However, this spirit-nourishing pill is not given freely. It costs 100,000 taels, otherwise, you may simply observe him in his eternal slumber. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun exclaimed, 100,000 taels, National Master, is this not extortion? I have always been an honest official. Where am I to procure such funds? Lu Yun's anxiety intensified, and he cast a pleading glance at Li Hongru. What silver? I meant 100,000 taels of gold. Li Hongru too was left with no choice but to maintain some distance from Wu Ming. Not wanting to appear overly ingratiating, he thought it prudent to wait for an opportunity to form a connection. Lest this young man, should he possess unsavory character, discover the secret and eliminate him. He doubted his ability to contend with Wu Ming, who with two danshians would likely surpass him within a year. 100,000 taels of gold? Where might I acquire such a sum? Are you trying to deceive me? Do not phrase it that way. If you lack gold, are there not other means? You may provide me with an IOU, which can be paid in installments or settled in full. I see your general's mansion is quite valuable, at least worth 200,000 taels. How could my general's mansion be offered to you? This is a reward from the emperor. Even if I were to sell myself, I would not dare to part with this residence. As for the promissory note, you have no other choice. I can assure you that the medicine will cure the ailment. Weigh your options carefully. With that, Li Hongru narrowed his eyes, seated himself on a chair, crossed his legs, and sipped his tea. Brother Lu, in my opinion, the only course of action now is to take a gamble. Wealth is merely an external possession, easily discarded like refuse, but a life is invaluable. You cannot stand idly by while someone perishes. The imperial physician, Xie Xian, also urged from the side. Liu Yun stamped his foot and abruptly sat up. Very well, I shall sign the promissory note, and I can repay it over 20 years. Is that acceptable? The date is of no consequence. Just remember that you owe me. I am not unreasonable, and we can always discuss matters rationally. My spirit-nourishing pill was purchased for 100 spirit stones. Do not tell me you are unaware of the value of spirit stones. Therefore, do you still find the sum of 100,000 taels of gold to be exorbitant? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun realized that today he had indeed been extorted by this fellow. No matter how he argued, it would be futile, for after all, this man could save Wu Ming. Then let us proceed with the National Master's medicine. Lives are at stake, not a moment can be squandered. While expressing gratitude with his words, Lu Yun had already cursed Li Hongru 100 times in his heart. Now, that is more like it. Saying this, Li Hongru picked up a teacup, poured some tea, and from his waist, retrieved a pill bottle, carefully extracting a single pill from within. This pill was a rich brown color with a lustrous exterior. Clearly not an ordinary item, this slightly eased Lu Yun's pent-up frustration. Li Hongru instructed Lu Ziki to lift Wu Ming's head while he pried open Wu Ming's mouth with a bamboo stick and placed the pill inside. The pill melted instantly upon contact, and Li Hongru raised the teacup to help Wu Ming swallow it before standing up. He shall awaken within 3/4 of an hour. I will take my leave now. Remember to repay your debt. Farewell. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun hastily dispatched someone to escort Li Hongru out of the general's residence. The three of them then quietly awaited Wu Ming's recovery. As the time elapsed, Wu Ming's lips began to move. Sensing the fragrance of the medicine at the corners of his mouth, he instinctively licked it, finding it utterly delightful and intoxicating. Witnessing the smile on Wu Ming's face, the three felt their anxieties ease. Having survived a great calamity, surely there would be future blessings. Li Ming, Lu Ziki called out impatiently. Upon hearing this voice, Wu Ming sprang up suddenly. What time is it? Wu Ming, are you all right? Lu Yun stepped forward to inquire, Uncle Lu, who is this? Wu Ming scanned the room, noticing the women of the Lu family present, along with a middle-aged man whose identity was unclear, hence his question, this is the imperial physician. Xie Xian, you may refer to him as Uncle Xie. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming hurriedly attempted to rise but immediately felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Devoid of any strength, alarmed, he felt a refreshing sensation throughout his body. Why then did he feel so feeble? Moreover, his stomach began to rumble, indicating hunger. Uncle Xie, Wu Ming managed a bitter smile and clasped his hands in salute. Li Ming, you must recuperate. Having just escaped death, it is not the time for exertion. Especially with your wedding day approaching in 3 days, it cannot be delayed. Old Xie, prepare a prescription for him. Certainly, bring me paper and ink. I shall write a prescription immediately, ensuring he will be vigorous on his wedding day. Wu Ming lay in bed, puzzled by the unfolding events. Why were they all here? Had something happened to him? He vaguely remembered cultivating the spiritual energy and the vital energy circulating without pause. If something had truly gone amiss, it must have occurred then, for he recalled nothing after that. Soon Xiaoyu brought the paper and ink, and Xie Xian swiftly penned a prescription, smiling as he said, follow this precisely, neither more nor less, and it will yield remarkable results. Liu Yun placed his trust in Xie Xian, accepting the prescription with a smile. A cursory glance revealed it to be a standard tonic, with a reasonable combination and correct dosages. He nodded, intending to express his gratitude, only to be stopped by Xie Xian, who whispered to Liu Yun, Brother Liu, there is no need for thanks. Instead, consider how you will repay Li Hongru. Sai, I must take my leave. We shall converse again when time allows. The father and daughter of the Lu family saw Xie Xian off and returned to Wu Ming's room. Li Ming, I must ask you, have you been secretly cultivating? Upon hearing this, Wu Ming was taken aback, realizing that trouble had indeed arisen and that he had been discovered. It seemed best to simply admit it. It was only a matter of time, indeed, Uncle Lu. I began cultivating while at Yuqing Palace. However, I was practicing vital energy, not spiritual energy. Chapter 33, Revealing the Truth. Li Ming, while your master has always discouraged you from cultivation, have you considered that without cultivation, those who wish to harm you have no legitimate reason to kill an ordinary person? Now that you possess cultivation, they have every justification for seeking your life, even without your lineage matters. Other cultivators could easily dispose of you. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Wu Ming felt a tumult of emotions. No one could truly understand the pain of being unable to avenge a great grievance, especially one as profound as that of a mother's murder. If Wu Ming could not achieve vengeance in this lifetime, what meaning would his existence hold? Uncle Lu, I respect you and my master. However, the blood debt for my mother's murder must be avenged in this life. If I were to live a life of cowardice, what benefit would that hold? How would I face my mother in the underworld? Lu Yun was equally shaken upon hearing this. He had only heard from Yu Linglong that Wu Ming's background was extraordinary but had never learned of the deep-seated enmity he harbored. Now, hearing Wu Ming speak this way, he could hardly remain composed, feeling that this matter was undoubtedly grave and perhaps beyond the ability of the Lu family to shield him from. Li Ming, I do not wish to know the specifics. Please do not divulge them to me. However, since you carry this blood debt, I, Lu Yun, shall not impede you. As a man, you must stand tall and not live a life of cowardice. I support you in following the path you must take. Seeing the determination in Lu Yun's eyes, Wu Ming felt immense gratitude. This was the first time since his mother's death that someone had encouraged him to seek vengeance, as if his heart had received a calling. Uncle Lu, thank you, and thank you, Sister Ziki. I will not burden you. I shall leave this place, conceal my identity, and devote myself to cultivation. Once I have avenged the blood debt, I shall return to repay your great kindness. Wu Ming knelt on the ground, bowing to Lu Yun. Li Ming, please rise. Lu Yun stepped forward and helped Wu Ming to his feet, smiling. Li Ming, you need not leave. You are now Li Ming, and no one knows your true background. This is the perfect opportunity to showcase your abilities in the mortal realm. Since you have already begun cultivating, do not rush the matter of vengeance. With your current strength, achieving retribution may be a distant dream. I suggest you remain in the residence, Wed Ziki, and once your cultivation reaches a certain level, I will find a way to return you to the human realm, for that is where you truly belong. Wu Ming, upon hearing this, felt even more grateful. Lu Yun was indeed a man of remarkable integrity, given his character. Even upon learning of Wu Ming's identity, he would likely strive to protect him. Such an ordinary person, compared to those cultivators, would only feel ashamed by comparison. Li Ming, you may stay here with peace of mind. We are family, and both my father and I will treat you as one of our own. So you need not harbor any concerns. Luziki, realizing that Wuming bore a deep-seated grudge, felt a pang of worry for him. She feared for his safety against vengeful foes and dreaded losing him in the future. Though she did not harbor deep feelings, she nonetheless felt a fondness for him. Thank you, Ziki, then I shall remain temporarily and continue to play the role of Li Ming. Wuming felt a lightness in his heart. Smiling broadly, Liu Yin conversed with Wuming for a few more moments before departing. Alone in the room with Lu Ziki, Wuming inquired, Ziki, did I faint? I can't recall what transpired before. Lu Ziki, smiling, replied, you say that. Yet you secretly cultivated and nearly fell into a trap. Had my father not summoned the National Master, you would still be lost in a beautiful dream. What? The National Master, what is his role? The National Master is a disciple from the cultivation realm, a national disciple in the mortal realm. Every kingdom in the mortal world has one or two such individuals. A cultivator. Wuming was shocked to learn that the National Master was a cultivator. Which meant he was aware of Wuming's identity. This was Sirius Ziki, who is the National Master. He is an elder from the Li family, of a similar age to my father, and has been in the Great Zhou Kingdom for over 10 years. The more Wuming listened, the more apprehensive he felt. This person was from the Li family, and considering he had killed the Li family's ancestor, they probably had no knowledge of it, which was not particularly concerning. However, the fact that this National Master was a cultivator raised the possibility that he could uncover the truth of what had happened. He used a single spirit nourishing pill to cure you but demanded 100,000 taels of gold from my father. As Ziki spoke, she pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. 100,000 taels of gold? Wuming was dumbfounded upon hearing this. He knew that Lu Yun was an honest and upright official, living a frugal life solely on the Emperor's rewards. And that 100,000 taels of gold would likely require selling the entire general's residence. It seemed his illness had caused considerable trouble for the Lu family. After contemplating this, he said, Ziki, let us seek out the National Master together tomorrow to repay the debt. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziki was astonished, exclaiming, can you really produce 100,000 taels of gold? Unbeknownst to him, a smile crept across Wuming's face as he mused, gold, indeed, I possess none. However, I do have spirit stones. As a cultivator, he must surely covet these spirit stones, hence his mention of 100,000 taels of gold is merely a ploy to acquire them from me. If my conjecture holds true, my uncle must have informed him of my status as a disciple of the Jade Clear Palace, under the tutelage of Yulinglong. Lu Ziki, her eyes wide with astonishment, gazed at Wuming. How could you deduce that? Are you perhaps skilled in fortune-telling? Indeed, I am, Wuming proclaimed as he plopped down onto the chair, pondering the implications of the National Master's audacious demand. It seemed he was eager to curry favor with me. Given my connection to Yulinglong, I shall play along, presenting myself as her direct disciple. It is merely my own lack of diligence in cultivation that has relegated me to this mortal realm. In a couple of years, I shall return to the Jade Clear Palace. If he wishes to befriend me, he will have no choice but to believe, for he must have observed my generosity and will certainly harbor no doubts. Alright, Ziki, have the servants procure the wedding supplies for now. I need to rest, he said. Very well, Xiaoyu will bring you the medicine shortly. Be sure to drink it before you rest. Goodness, how verbose you are. What did you say? We are not even married yet, and you call me verbose. Are you attempting to defy the heavens? Do not forget, you are the son-in-law. Do you not understand? Wuming shook his head, a weary smile gracing his lips. Lu Ziki, do you wish for me, a bedridden patient, to offer you an apology? Lu Ziki observed Wuming's somewhat haggard visage, hesitating momentarily before saying, I shan't tease you further. I shall take my leave. Do take good care of yourself. As she turned to depart, Wuming hastily locked the door and focused his vision inward toward his dantian. Ever since his arrival, he had felt a profound tranquility within. Devoid of the previous tumult of conflicting energies, upon inspection, he was astounded to find 2 dantians. How could this be? A wave of dread washed over Wuming. Could it be that the 2 energies had divided his dantian? This was concerning. The National Master must have noticed as well. If he were genuinely seeking to befriend me, it would be one thing, but should he report my condition to his sect, they would undoubtedly come to investigate. Even if I discern his treachery, I doubt I could eliminate him. I must simply proceed cautiously. It seemed the situation had escalated beyond control, yet with careful handling, there remained a chance for a turnaround. Everything hinged on fortune. He resumed his meticulous examination of his 2 dantians, which though of equal size, existed in a state of interdependence, like 2 spiraling vortices entwined in a dance. Chapter 34, Into the Dream, Tempering the Soul. Such an extraordinary dantian broadened Wuming's horizons. Observing the rotation, a thought struck him. Could the principles governing the flow of chi and spirit energy in the natural world operate under similar laws? If harnessed correctly, might it be possible to absorb both into his being? Yet, he dared not experiment, having narrowly escaped death. Reckless cultivation could lead to dire consequences. After examining his dantian, he turned his gaze to his meridians. To his astonishment, they appeared to have expanded to 20 times that of an ordinary person. Nearly doubling in width, this brought Wuming considerable delight. With this condition, he could now absorb at least 4 streams of chi. He was one step closer to mastering the Tianqian sword technique, undoubtedly the best news he had received thus far. Just then, a knock echoed through the room, reminding Wuming of Lu Ziqi's earlier mention of Xiaoyu bringing him medicine. He quickly rose to open the door, revealing Xiaoyu, who held a tea bowl in her hands. "Young master, why are you shutting the door in broad daylight?" Wuming chuckled in response. "Xiaoyu, although I am a son-in-law, I too require personal space. As a servant, is it too much to ask you not to pry? Knowing too much can bring misfortune." Xiaoyu, who shared a close bond with Lu Ziqi and was privy to some matters, felt a twinge of apprehension at Wuming's words. She promptly placed the tea bowl down and said, "Young master, the young lady instructed me to ensure you drink the medicine before I leave." Hearing this, Wuming, in a fit of impatience, seized the tea bowl and downed the concoction in one gulp. After setting the bowl aside, Xiaoyu collected it and departed. Once she was out of sight, Wuming secured the door once more, retrieved a pouch, and extracted 10 spirit stones from the Yushuan pearl. After a moment's contemplation, he withdrew another 10 and placed them in the pouch. This would suffice for the debt repayment with Lu Ziqi the following day. He recalled hearing Chu Feiyu mention that one could exchange 10,000 taels of gold for a single spirit stone. By offering the national master 20 stones, he essentially doubled the amount. Surely he would find this agreeable. With his plans set, Wuming settled onto the bed in a meditative posture, resuming his cultivation of the divine transformation technique. He earnestly analyzed the reasons behind his previous peril, concluding that a deficiency in spiritual power had hindered his control over energy flow. By mastering this technique, he could wield formidable mental acuity to govern his internal state and avoid falling into madness. The divine transformation technique was a high-level soul cultivation method. It was unclear how the Li family ancestor had acquired these 3 rare tomes. Perhaps his demise was linked to them. Moreover, the Yushuan pearl he possessed must be of considerable caliber, as even his senior brother and sister relied on low-tier storage bags, while the Li family ancestor utilized this pearl. Truly extraordinary. Alas, he had no fortune to enjoy it, and it had ultimately fallen into his hands. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Wuming's lips curled into a slight smile as he diligently studied the divine transformation technique. To his shock, he nearly gasped in horror upon discovering that to achieve an immortal state for the soul, one must commence with a rigorous tempering process involving lightning. The prerequisite was a physique as resilient as steel to withstand the onslaught of thunder. Wuming had never imagined such an extreme method for refining soul power existed. Truly a perverse notion. Had it not been for the accompanying golden devouring refinement technique, he might have dismissed the text entirely and tossed it into the flames. These 3 tomes were stored together within the Yushuan pearl. Could there be a deeper connection? Upon further inspection of the tome concerning the cultivation of blood corpses, he finally discerned a discrepancy. This one was a forgery. The handwriting differed markedly from the other 2, indicating it was penned by a different individual. To his delight, he discovered a hidden compartment within this book, containing a soft cloth made of golden threads, densely inscribed with tiny characters. Upon reading the text, his heart raced with exhilaration. It was the complete version of the Hong Tian Qi. This was the key to the 3rd tome and, without a doubt, the most crucial among the 3 for Wuming. With the complete Hong Tian Qi, his future cultivation of Qi would undoubtedly proceed smoothly. The golden devouring refinement technique, Hong Tian Qi, and the divine transformation technique, without question, these formed a cohesive system of cultivation. No wonder he had survived the spirit stone consumption. They complemented each other perfectly. However, his weak spiritual power, compounded by a lack of practice, was the root of his challenges. Now that he had gathered this complete set of cultivation methods, he need no longer worry about lacking techniques. Yet, the astute Wuming soon recognized another concern. His dantian, the reservoir of spirit energy, was visible to others, revealing his energy fluctuations in cultivation level. Should he encounter someone of higher cultivation, he would likely attract unwanted attention. However, he quickly reframed his perspective. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. With spirit energy coursing through him, he could practice spirit-based techniques. The level displayed by his dantian would only reflect his spirit energy cultivation. While his true chi would become his secret weapon in future battles, he could lure adversaries with his spirit energy and strike decisively with his chi. How exhilarating! Undoubtedly, the future Wu Ming would emerge as a formidable figure. Brimming with diverse capabilities, enemies, take heed, one day, I, Wu Ming, shall cleanse the world of your kind and avenge my mother. Setting aside all distractions, Wu Ming began to cultivate the divine transformation technique, although it required tempering with lightning. Mastering the fundamental operational methods was imperative. As he immersed himself in this familiarization, sleep overtook him, and he entered a peculiar dream. In this dream, he encountered an elderly man with a white beard, who imparted a wealth of cryptic knowledge that he committed to memory. Within this dream, Wu Ming found himself seated beneath a tempest, allowing the lightning to strike him without a hint of pain. Akin to a mere tickle, the old man chanted ceaselessly, and with each swift utterance, the lightning intensified. As the pain began to seep in, Wu Ming felt the searing bolts tear at his flesh, causing him to grit his teeth and cry out in agony. Realizing the ferocity of the lightning, Wu Ming began to consume spirit stones while activating the golden devouring refinement technique. The lightning could refine the spirit and temper the flesh. As the spirit stones diminished, his wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace, yet the old man continued his incantation, and the lightning fell once more, showing no signs of abating. In fact, it seemed to grow stronger. Wu Ming understood that this was the old man's method of testing his willpower. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, unwilling to concede. When he could endure no longer and collapsed to the ground, the old man ceased his chanting, gesturing for Wu Ming's soul to return to his body. As soon as he re-entered, Wu Ming bolted upright, examining himself for injuries. None. It appeared to have been merely a dream. What a strange dream it was, to dream of cultivating the divine transformation technique. How intriguing this is. Chapter 35, The Hairpin of Liamo. Although Wu Ming initially perceived this as a mere dream, he was soon taken aback, for he found himself able to witness the scene outside the room without the aid of any cultivated energy in his eyes. It suddenly dawned on him that what had transpired moments ago was undoubtedly not a dream, for it was now the second day, and dawn was just breaking. If it were not a dream, it must be a result of the cultivation of the spirit manifestation technique. No wonder it was stated that one must undergo the tempering of thunder. It all occurred within a dream. But from where did that old man with the white beard come? This was exceedingly bizarre, a white-bearded elder teaching him cultivation techniques within a dream. This spirit manifestation technique was indeed a rare treasure in the world. He attempted to close his eyes, following the instructions of the spirit manifestation technique, and endeavored to expand his consciousness into the external world 1 meter, 2 meters, until he could see 30 meters away. He was utterly astonished. After just one session of cultivation, he could extend his divine sense to 30 meters beyond, perceiving everything with clarity. Did this mean he would no longer fear ambushes, with the outcome of this session of spirit manifestation cultivation? Wu Ming had completely fallen in love with this manual. Such a high-level technique for refining the spirit was likely among the finest within the entire 3 realms. Suddenly Lu Ziqi's figure appeared within his divine sense. He promptly tidied the room, pretending as though he had just risen after a night of cultivation, his spirit invigorated and devoid of any drowsiness. Li Ming, are you up? Come in, Ziqi, I have been awake for some time. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziqi pushed the door open and saw Wu Ming donning his outer garment, clearly preparing to go out. Li Ming, my father said if your spirit stones are of use, you should keep them. They are far more precious than gold. It would be a pity to use them to repay Li Hongru. There was a hint of reluctance in Lu Ziqi's tone, laced with an air of helplessness. Hearing this, Wu Ming smiled slightly and patted Lu Ziqi's shoulder, saying, Are you ready? I need you to lead the way. How else would I get there? Lu Ziqi discerned Wu Ming's nonchalant attitude, though she felt it was a pity. She did not wish to complicate matters for her father, so she complied with Wu Ming's wishes, hoping that Li Hongru would not be overly greedy. I have no preparations. Let us depart. The two of them walked side by side. Leaving the estate and heading toward the residence of the national teacher, they could have taken a carriage, but Wu Ming was unaccustomed to being carried, so they chose to walk instead, purchasing a few trinkets along the way. As they approached a stall selling hairpins, Wu Ming suddenly halted, for one particular hairpin bore an uncanny resemblance to one once worn by his mother. He stared blankly, memories flooding back and stirring deep-seated sorrow within him. He reached out and picked up the hairpin, examining it closely, only to discover an inscription. Liamo gazes, tears 2 lines, the pain of parting etched deeply. Upon reading these words, Wu Ming's heart shattered completely. Tears flowed like a stream, for this was indeed his mother's hairpin. He had seen her wear it and had also read the inscription before, once asking her who had gifted it to her. Liamo had smiled and replied, Wu Ming, remember this. The one who gifted me this hairpin is your father. Anyone who recognizes this hairpin is your father. Seeing Wu Ming fixated on the hairpin, tears streaming down his face, Lu Ziki understood that this hairpin was of great significance. Otherwise, Wu Ming would not be so lost in thought. The person capable of evoking such pain in Wu Ming was undoubtedly his mother. Li Ming, please not here, this is in the street. Lu Ziki urged from the side, hoping Wu Ming would take heed of the gazes around them. However, Wu Ming paid no mind. He raised his head and looked at the stunned stall owner, asking, "Sir, could you tell me where this hairpin came from?" Seeing Wu Ming's pitiful state, the owner felt a pang of sympathy, yet he cautiously glanced around before quietly responding, "To be frank, I also felt pity for you. This hairpin was sold to me by someone who trades in the belongings of the deceased. It has been on sale for 10 years, unable to find a buyer due to the inscription. You seem to know the owner. Perhaps it would be best to return it to its rightful owner." Upon hearing this, Wu Ming cried even harder, and had it not been in the street, he would have surely sobbed uncontrollably. After a spell of weeping, he managed to choke out, "Sir, may I meet your friend? I wish to inquire about something. Please do not withhold this from me." The owner was momentarily put in a difficult position, but unable to resist the pleas of Wu Ming and Lu Ziki, he finally revealed the truth. His friend was a grave robber who had scavenged valuable items from a mass grave beneath the Two Realms mountain 10 years ago. Becoming immensely wealthy overnight, now he was the wealthiest man in the capital of Dezhou, known as Shindi. Upon learning this, Wu Ming lost all desire to visit the national teacher Li Hongru. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Shindi, yearning to ascertain the whereabouts of his mother's remains so that he could retrieve her body and give her a proper burial. As a son, filial piety could not wait. If he discovered her whereabouts, he would rush there without delay. Wu Ming did not even utter a word of thanks, clutching the hairpin as he hurried towards Shinda's residence. Observing Wu Ming's urgency, Lu Ziki dared not dissuade him, only thanking the stall owner before hastily following after Wu Ming. "Wu Ming, are we really going to confront Shinda? Will he even acknowledge us?" Lu Ziki queried as they walked, hoping to bring him back to his senses and deter any foolish actions. If Wu Ming were to provoke the wealthiest man in the capital, it could lead to dire consequences. As even the emperor had to show him deference, whether he acknowledges it or not matters little. "I simply wish to know where my mother's remains are." I believe he can divulge that information. If he refuses, I shall find a way to make him speak. Seeing the fierce determination on Wu Ming's face, Lu Ziki's eyes widened in alarm. "Oh no, what have we gotten ourselves into?" She was utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Unable to let Wu Ming venture forth alone, she steeled herself and followed him. The Shen residence was grandiose, its walls towering 10 meters high, complete with guard towers patrolled by servants. Were conditions different, they would have built it even more lavishly than the imperial palace. When Wu Ming arrived, a dozen servants were patrolling the entrance. Upon noticing Wu Ming's aggressive approach, they heightened their vigilance. "Halt, what is your purpose? This is the Shen residence. Do you not see?" I said. "Halt, did you not hear me?" Seeing that Wu Ming showed no signs of stopping, the servants began to panic, wondering if he was truly here to cause trouble. In their fluster, they drew their weapons, yet Wu Ming remained unperturbed. Just as tensions were about to escalate, Lu Ziki shouted, "Stop, this is Lu Ziki from the general's mansion, seeking an audience with the esteemed Shinda." Upon hearing Lu Ziki's words, the servants relaxed slightly. "It is the beloved daughter of General Lu. I shall report this at once." As the servant departed, he cast a cautious glance at Wu Ming. At that moment, Wu Ming was held back by Lu Ziki, unable to move, or else he would have already barged in. The remaining servants regarded Wu Ming with wariness. Fortunately, it was not long before the servant returned, wearing a broad smile. "Miss Lu, my master invites you inside, please." Upon hearing this, Lu Ziki was about to pull Wu Ming inside, but was stopped by a servant. "What is the meaning of this?" Lu Ziki asked. Her face filled with indignation. The servant glanced at Wu Ming, smiling as he replied, "Miss Lu, my master has instructed that only you may enter." "Preposterous. I, the esteemed daughter of the general's mansion, have come here with my husband to seek an audience with Shinde. And you say I may enter alone? Go back and tell your master that the general's mansion has discovered his treasonous dealings with a foreign nation. If he refuses to meet, then I shall take my leave." The servant's expression changed drastically as he thought to himself, "When did my master engage in treason? This is sheer nonsense." He felt the need to relay this information to avoid any trouble. "Very well, Miss Lu, I apologize for the inconvenience. I shall inform my master immediately." With that, the servant hurried inside to report. Before long, a group of individuals clad in exquisite garments emerged from within, clearly of noble birth. Leading them was a man in a magnificent purple robe, exuding an air of authority. Even from a distance, he called out, "My dear niece from the Lu family, what a pleasure to see you visiting Uncle Shin today." Lu Ziki pouted, twisting her neck in annoyance. Uncle Shen, your servants certainly know how to conduct themselves. I come here with my husband to see you, and they only allow me to enter, keeping my husband outside. What does this mean? Upon hearing this, Shinda's expression hardened as he reprimanded the servant who had previously denied entry. What sort of incompetence is this? Did I not instruct that she may enter alone? Cannot you see that this is the son-in-law of the Lu family? You are utterly blind. Get out of my sight. After scolding the servant, Shinda turned to Wu Ming with a welcoming smile. Only to notice Wu Ming's tear-stained face and pale complexion, and he was immediately taken aback. He quickly turned to Lu Ziki and whispered, "Niece, what has happened?" Lu Ziki sighed and replied, "Uncle Shen, let us speak inside. There are too many prying eyes here." Upon hearing this, Shinda straightened his posture and addressed those around him. "Everyone, this meeting is adjourned for today. Please return for now, and we shall discuss matters further at a later date." "Yes, Master Shin," the group responded, bowing respectfully before turning to leave. Only then did Shinda lead Lu Ziki and Wu Ming into the inner hall. 3 individuals took their seats, and Shin Daping dismissed those beside him before quietly inquiring, "Dear niece, what is the matter?" Before Lu Ziki could respond, Wu Ming had already risen, clasped his fists in respect, and spoke solemnly, "Uncle Shin, benevolent Shin, today it is I who has a matter to discuss, not Ziki." Observing Wu Ming's demeanor, Shin Daping felt a sense of trepidation, uncertain whether the matter at hand was good or ill. Do not hesitate to speak, my nephew, he urged. The Lu family and I share a long-standing friendship. Whatever you have to say, you need not conceal. I shall answer any questions you pose. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming's heart leaped with joy, and he replied with a smile, "Then I shall not stand on ceremony." Shin Daping chuckled, "Pray do tell. My inquiry pertains to whether a decade ago you happened to find a hairpin." At this pronouncement, Shin Daping was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Wu Ming would broach a subject from 10 years past. Not only could he hardly recall the details, but even if he could, he wished to forget it, an event he preferred to keep buried since his ascent to the pinnacle of life. Yet, suppressing his astonishment, he asked, "May I inquire what sort of hairpin it was? Might I have a look?" Wu Ming, upon hearing this, retrieved the hairpin from his bosom and extended it towards Shin Daping. As Shin Daping took the hairpin in hand, he initially paid it no mind. However, upon flipping it over to examine the reverse, he abruptly sat up straight, his hands trembling as he stammered, "Where did you acquire this?" Wu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, retorting without courtesy, "Uncle Shin, this is a question I ought to be asking you, is it not?" Realizing that Wu Ming must be connected to the hairpin's owner, Shin Daping was astonished that, after 10 years, this matter could finally be brought to light. Without hesitation, he stepped closer to Wu Ming, adopting a gentle tone, "Young man, what is your relation to the owner of this hairpin? If you tell me, I shall divulge all that I know." Wu Ming offered a faint smile, "I am her biological son. Can you now share what you know?" At this moment, all three in the room, including Lu Ziki, were taken aback. They had not expected Wu Ming to speak the truth so candidly. Without any pretense, Shin Daping, in his astonishment, suddenly burst into laughter, his voice heavy with emotion. "My benefactor, I never imagined I would finally fulfill your dying wish." Wu Ming grasped Shin Daping's arms, urgency in his voice. "Have you seen my mother?" Shin Daping, unperturbed by Wu Ming's grip, chuckled, "Of course, I have seen her. Without her, I would not have achieved my current standing." "Then please, tell me how she met her end," Wu Ming implored. Shin Daping's expression grew somber, and with a deep sigh, he recounted, "That scene is etched into my memory for life. When I first encountered your mother, she was already deceased, yet, astonishingly, she managed to speak." Taking a deep breath, Shin Daping continued, "That year, as was my custom, I ventured to the cliffs of Liangjia Mountain in search of valuables left by the deceased, as it was a place where transcendent beings often met their demise. Leaving behind treasures, I had hoped for a stroke of luck, but instead, I stumbled upon your mother. At that time, her body had been ravaged by wild beasts, leaving only her head intact, something I thought impossible for speech, but a miracle occurred." Upon hearing that his mother's body had been devoured by beasts, Wu Ming was overwhelmed with grief, crying inconsolably. Lu Ziki, standing nearby, urged him to calm down, and eventually, he managed to quiet his sobs enough to listen to Shin Daping continue. "Uncle Shin, please proceed. I will not cry anymore." Wu Ming had come to regard Shin Daping as a man of goodwill, perhaps even a bearer of good tidings. Shin Daping nodded and recounted, "Your mother, upon seeing me, startled me with her words. She said that while I could take the treasures, if I ever encountered a child named Wu Ming, I was to protect him and refrain from allowing him to seek vengeance. For her enemies were formidable, and all she desired was for him to live well." As Shin Daping spoke, he gazed deeply into Wu Ming's eyes, and Wu Ming, meeting his gaze, nodded for him to continue. Shin Daping recognized that this young man was indeed Wu Ming. Your mother entrusted me with such a significant task, and naturally she required my oath before relinquishing the treasures to me. In addition to those riches, she left you something of great value. At this point, Shindaping turned and approached a section of the wall, pressing a hidden mechanism that slowly revealed a door. Please follow me. Wu Ming and Lu Ziki rose and followed closely behind Shindaping. Upon entering, they were greeted by a well-lit chamber, the first thing to catch their eye being an altar with an inscription that read Spirit Tablet of Benefactor Li Mo, established by Benefactor Shinde. Upon seeing this tablet, Wu Ming immediately knelt down, bowing deeply and repeatedly, weeping profusely. The sight of his mother's spirit tablet filled him with profound gratitude for Shindaping's gesture of honoring her memory. Uncle Shin, thank you for establishing this tablet for my mother, allowing her to receive incense offerings in the afterlife. Chapter 37. The true scriptures of the ancestor demon. Wu Ming, in tears, expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Shindaping. In response, Shindaping felt his own eyes mist up, exclaiming with emotion, "Young master, I have searched for you for many years without a trace, and yet here you are, having found me first." Wu Ming quickly interjected. Uncle Shin, please do not refer to yourself as my servant. You have bestowed upon me great kindness, which I must acknowledge. By the way, may I ask if my mother's remains can be interred? Shindaping nodded. Indeed, when I received your mother's treasures, I purchased a coffin and buried her remains at the foot of Liangjia Mountain, entrusting the care of her grave to a hunter from the mountains. Wu Ming felt a surge of gratitude for Shindaping's actions. He was fortunate that Shindaping had taken care of his mother, allowing him to learn of her resting place. An impulse arose within him to visit her grave, but he quickly quelled it. Now was not the time for such impulsiveness. Then, Shindaping retrieved a silk cloth from a concealed compartment beneath the altar, untying the red ribbon that secured it. He unfurled the cloth to reveal a jade bracelet, presenting it to Wu Ming. Young master, this bracelet is a keepsake left for you by your mother. Wu Ming accepted it with a heavy heart, recognizing it as his mother's possession. This was no ordinary bracelet, it was a storage bracelet. Although sorrow washed over him, he was already scanning its contents with his spiritual sense, his heart racing at the sight of the treasures within. Mountains of spiritual stones, numerous tomes, wooden boxes, jade boxes, and various magical artifacts. Realizing that these items could not possibly belong solely to his mother and were likely part of a demonic treasure, he understood the immense value contained within, far beyond what someone of his mother's status could possess. Silently storing the jade bracelet, he smiled at Shindaping. Uncle Shin, I must once again express my profound gratitude. Such a great favor leaves me at a loss for how to repay you. Should you require my assistance, I shall do my utmost. Shindaping's heart warmed at Wu Ming's words. Young master, you regard me as an outsider, were it not for the treasures gifted by your mother. How could I have achieved my current success? Therefore, young master, whatever you need in the future, simply entrust it to me, and do not hesitate, otherwise I shall feel unworthy. Seeing Shindaping's sincerity, Wu Ming felt compelled to accept. Offering a gentle smile, Uncle Shin, you may call me young master, that is acceptable. However, you must promise me never to regard yourself as a servant. If you do, then you should not call me young master either. Upon hearing Wu Ming's words, Shindaping's heart swelled with warmth. He had not expected this young master to be so approachable, treating him with utmost respect. Young master, I, Shindi, am willing to follow you for life. You shall always be my young master. Uncle Shin, the name Wu Ming is one you should keep in your heart. I now traverse the mortal realm under the name Li Ming, so do not mention it to anyone. My situation is precarious, and I have come to the mortal realm seeking refuge. Until I have sufficient strength, it is imperative that my identity remains concealed. Do you understand, young master? I comprehend fully. Your mother had foreseen this issue, predicting that you would not remain in the Jade Clear Palace for long, and that you might come to the mortal realm. She instructed me to keep abreast of your whereabouts to ensure your safety. Now that you are in the mortal realm, my influence spreads far and wide. It is undoubtedly a safe haven for you. Wu Ming smiled. Rest assured, Uncle Shin, I am currently a son-in-law of the General's residence, the husband of Miss Lu, who would dare to harm me. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder whose idea this was. It is simply brilliant. Lu Ziki chimed in with a smile. Uncle Shin, this arrangement was set in motion by my master, the Taoist Yu Linglong, in agreement with my father many years ago. Oh, it seems this Taoist Yu anticipated such developments. Indeed, it is a splendid idea. Changing the young master's surname to that of the mother, Li Ming, is exceedingly clever. This way no one shall take note of the young master. Uncle Shin, now that I am aware of my mother's affairs, we shall take our leave in a couple of days. I am to wed Ziki, and I humbly request your esteemed presence at the ceremony. Shindaping laughed heartily. Ever since I heard of Ziki's upcoming nuptials, I have prepared a generous gift. Now that I know it is with the young master, I must ensure it is even more substantial. there is still time before the day arrives, and I shall have someone procure further gifts." After exchanging pleasantries under Shen Daiping's warm send-off, Wu Ming and Lu Ziki departed the Shen residence. Upon returning to the general's residence, Wu Ming made his way back to his chamber. This journey had unexpectedly yielded significant results. He had acquired his mother's hairpin, discovered her relics, and even forged a connection with the wealthiest man in the capital. Shendashenrenda it seemed that his path to a glorious resurgence was about to commence. After enduring 10 years of humiliation and hardship, unable to cultivate, he had devised numerous methods in pursuit of refining his skills. Barely obtaining a volume of Hengtian Gangqi, yet now he had come into possession of the entire treasure trove of the demon clan, a veritable mountain of spirit stones, likely surpassing the combined wealth of the entire human realm. However, what Wu Ming valued most was not the spirit stones, but rather the ancient texts. Those were what he truly needed. Having securely closed the door, Wu Ming eagerly delved into the storage bracelet, his consciousness permeating its depths. Strangely, this bracelet, which he had not formally recognized as his own, allowed him to explore its contents freely. Wu Ming surmised that this was because the bracelet belonged to his mother and, as her son, he bore her blood within him, thus encountering no barriers. Unbeknownst to him, the bracelet had already been bound to him by Liu Mo through his blood. He was, in fact, its rightful owner, thus enabling him to inspect its treasures at will. The sheer volume of ancient texts was staggering, sufficient to occupy Wu Ming for a decade. He dismissed the trivial and esoteric, selecting instead a particularly unique tome, crafted from a precious black ironwood. This material was renowned for its durability, impervious to decay, with each character upon it strikingly clear. The cover bore 4 gilded characters, Ancestral Demon Scripture. As the name suggests, the Ancestral Demon was the first of the demon clan on the Shanhai continent. According to the text, the ancestral demon had once been a member of the human race, having cultivated supreme techniques but finding them lacking in ferocity. Thus, he forged his own path, amalgamating these techniques into a new form of cultivation he termed demonic qi. In the vastness of existence, myriad forms of power exist: spiritual energy, gangqi, and more, each merely a facet of a greater whole. Regardless of the path chosen, the ultimate aim remains the pursuit of immortality. The method discovered by the ancestral demon not only expedited cultivation but also enhanced strength, making it particularly suitable for ordinary practitioners. Consequently, this method rapidly garnered favor among cultivators across the 3 realms. However, it incited discontent among other sects, leading them to seek a territory of their own to establish a new race, which would later be known as the Demon Clan. In homage to their ancestor, the descendants of the Demon Clan revered him and diligently practiced the arts he had bequeathed. Upon reading this, Wu Ming finally comprehended the fundamental reason for the Demon Clan's ostracization from the 3 realms. It was not merely a tale of bloodlust, but rather a struggle for doctrinal supremacy. Chapter 38: The Efficacy of Demonic Qi. Holding the Ancestral Demon Scripture, Wu Ming hesitated. Should he cultivate this text, he would likely tread a path in opposition to the righteous. Yet, how can one discern the righteousness of a method solely based on its practice? Those so-called righteous individuals, especially those who harmed his mother, deserved their fate. Justice, pure nonsense. Wu Ming would never accept that they represented righteousness. Ultimately, he resolved to cultivate the ancestral demon scripture. Regardless of what lay ahead, he would forge his own path. For he had always been a solitary figure, unafraid of sectarian biases. As he opened the ancestral demon scripture, Wu Ming was profoundly shaken. The origins and value of this technique captivated him, igniting an insatiable desire within. He promptly began his cultivation, already possessing 2 forms of power, spiritual energy and gangqi. And now, as he commenced the cultivation of demonic qi, the 3 forces clashed within him. However, this time, Wu Ming had experience. He employed his consciousness to guide the energies, gradually coaxing them into harmony. In his dantian, the 3 forces coalesced, ultimately forming 3 swirling vortices, thereby creating a new dantian. Much to his delight, the unexpected ease of this endeavor exceeded his expectations, and the differing proportions of the 3 forces would ultimately determine his ability to maintain balance. With gangqi in the largest proportion, spiritual energy the least, and demonic qi in the middle, a harmonious equilibrium was achieved. It was undeniable that the ancestral demon scripture was a culmination of the ancestral demon's lifelong dedication. As this single session of cultivation broadened Wu Ming's horizons, he realized that he was likely the only one capable of truly understanding the efficacy of demonic qi, which served to balance various forces. With the inclusion of demonic qi, both spiritual energy and gangqi instinctively recoiled, easily forming a barrier that facilitated rapid equilibrium among the 3 forces. This discovery was unique to Wu Ming, as no one else would dare to cultivate all 3 forces simultaneously. A venture akin to courting death, yet Wu Ming had accomplished it. Feeling both astonished and exhilarated, with this revelation, Wu Ming found he could cultivate the three forces at will, without concern for their conflicts. The very demonic qi that others feared had become an invaluable asset to him. An indispensable presence. After 2 days, Wu Ming's cultivation speed was astonishing, with his mastery of all three forces reaching the equivalent of the second layer of qi refinement. Today marked the day of his grand wedding. He arose early to cleanse himself, when a servant knocked at his door. "Young master, the young lady has sent us to prepare your wedding attire. Come in." The visitors were none other than Xiaoyu and 2 young maidservants. Each bearing a tray adorned with a hat and garments. They helped Wu Ming don his wedding attire before excusing themselves. Stepping out into the hall, Wu Ming found the preparations for the wedding in full swing. Upon seeing him, Lu Yun hurriedly called him over to introduce him to several court officials, all of whom Wu Ming greeted respectfully. Before long, guests began to arrive, extending their congratulations to Lu Yun and taking the opportunity to meet Wu Ming. Among the guests, the most striking was Shindi, who claimed to be Wu Ming's relative, representing the elder generation of the groom's side, who did not recognize Shindas Hanren. His association with the general's residence was undeniable. And it was clear that the general's residence would soon establish itself as the preeminent power in the court. With all eyes turning toward them, the winds of favor had shifted from the Xiang residence back to the general's residence. And none were foolish. With Shindas Hanren as their ally, even the emperor would be compelled to show deference, let alone the Xiang family. To provoke Shindas Hanren would mean risking their own downfall. As he possessed the power to render them destitute, leaving them in dire straits, the wedding proceeded remarkably smoothly. Though the absence of the Xiang residence was palpable, it was evident that the rift between the Xiang and general's residences had deepened. And the court officials recognized that the Xiang family would inevitably succumb in this struggle for power. During the ceremony, Lu Yun announced, "My son-in-law, Li Ming, will begin attending court as an official starting tomorrow. Holding the rank of 7th grade, and will participate in court meetings. I kindly ask all esteemed lords to extend their favor." Upon hearing this, Wu Ming felt a twinge of excitement at the prospect of entering the court. Though the thought of the court's intrigue left him somewhat helpless, however, his focus remained on undermining the Li family, which would require some cunning. Just then, a sudden announcement echoed through the hall: "The great Zhou national master, Li Hongru, has arrived." Wu Ming's heart raced with surprise. Why had he come? Li Hongru entered with an air of grandeur, beaming with a smile, immediately engaging in jovial conversation with Shindas Hanren, seemingly oblivious to the other officials. He then turned to Lu Yun, clasping his hands in greeting, saying, "General Lu, today marks the wedding of your daughter and son-in-law. I would not wish to disrupt such a momentous occasion. However, I find myself in a bit of a bind and require some funds. When might you repay the 100,000 taels of gold you owe me?" Lu Yun's anger flared as he realized the audacity of Li Hongru's timing. How could he choose this moment to bring up debts? Yet, given that it was his own daughter's wedding, he could not afford to confront him openly. Sensing Lu Yun's discomfort, Wu Ming quickly interjected, "If I am not mistaken, this must be my savior, Li Hongru, the Taoist." Li Hongru turned his attention to Wu Ming, sizing him up and smiling. "Indeed, it is so. Since I am your benefactor, there is no need for me to elaborate further, is there?" Wu Ming smiled and proposed Taoistly, "Shall we speak privately for a moment?" With that, he gestured for Li Hongru to follow him into a secluded chamber. Li Hongru nodded, harboring his own intentions, eager to extract a hefty sum from Wu Ming. As fellow cultivators, he felt it unjust that Wu Ming, as a disciple of Yu Linglong, should enjoy such privileges while he languished as a seemingly abandoned disciple. Once inside, Wu Ming wasted no time and retrieved a small cloth bag from his waist. One he had prepared in advance and kept hidden within his storage space. Taoistly, "Here are 20 spirit stones, a small token of gratitude. I am eternally indebted to you for saving my life." Li Hongru opened the bag, counting the stones with delight. "Exactly 20, neither more nor less. Young Master Li, this is far too generous. My diagnosis fee is 100,000 taels of gold, yet you present me with such a wealth of spirit stones. I am overwhelmed." Although he spoke in false modesty, he eagerly tucked the bag into his own storage space, his heart soaring with delight. "Taoist Li need not be so courteous. 20 spirit stones are but a trifle. I am aware of your remarkable abilities. Since we are both cultivators, why draw the line between us? Please accept this, and should you require more, feel free to visit me anytime. I consider you a friend." "Though I hope I am not overstepping," Wu Ming said with a warm smile. As he spoke, he carefully assessed Li Hongru's cultivation level, 6th layer of qi refinement, while he recognized that in terms of cultivation, He was not Li Hongru's match. He sensed that in terms of true strength, the tables might be turned. Alas, young brother, what words are these? Am I Li Hongru, such a person? Since you have spoken thus, how could I possibly disregard your honor? In my view, let us henceforth address each other as brothers. Being slightly older, I shall take on the role of your elder brother. What say you? Chapter 39, the day of the grand wedding. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming clasped his fists and smiled. Dear brother, I could not wish for more. The two reached an agreement, supporting each other as they walked out, chatting and laughing. Onlookers were bewildered to see Li Hongru, who had just been demanding repayment, suddenly so close to Wu Ming in such a short span of time, leaving them puzzled as to what had transpired. Lu Yun quietly inquired of Wu Ming, "How did you manage to win over Li Hongru?" Wu Ming smiled slightly and replied, "Esteemed father-in-law, Daoist Li has already become my sworn brother. We must extend our utmost hospitality at the wedding banquet later. We cannot afford to be negligent." As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Yun, who instantly understood and exclaimed with a smile, "I see, that is truly splendid. Daoist Li, please." With this newfound connection to Li Hongru, all the officials were filled with hope for the future of the general's mansion. Believing it would soon become the foremost power in the Great Zhou, they all sought to curry favor, fearful of offending the general's household. After the wedding proceeded smoothly and the guests were sent off, Lu Yun finally asked Wu Ming, "How did you manage to placate Li Hongru? This fellow was notoriously stingy, and yet he didn't even offer a single gift." "Uncle Lu, there is no need for concern. I merely gave him 20 spirit stones, which is hardly a significant sum." "What? You truly gave him 20 spirit stones? Do you realize that those can be exchanged for 200,000 taels of gold?" Wu Ming chuckled in response. "Uncle Lu, would you like me to give you some as well? You could exchange them for gold. It is time for the general's mansion to expand its influence." Lu Yun, however, replied with a smile, "Li Ming, in terms of power, we indeed cannot compete with the Li family, yet I have dedicated my life to loyalty and patriotism. His Majesty is well aware of this. As long as His Majesty stands by my side, my influence will always surpass that of the Li family." "I see, so in the future, will it not be a matter of time before we can topple Li Chenglong?" "Ah, it is easier said than done. In all matters, one must emphasize evidence. Without proof, the chances of bringing him down are zero. Only when we possess sufficient evidence can we act. Moreover, you will also need to attend court. This was a request made personally by His Majesty. He has long heard of your remarkable talents and quick wit, and he intends to cultivate you." Upon hearing this, Wu Ming secretly thought that he had assumed Lu Yun had sought this for his own sake. But it turned out to be a direct decree from the emperor. It seemed this emperor was quite wise. Who would have imagined such a capable ruler emerging in this era? Lu Yun, filled with pride, responded, "Indeed, our sovereign is a wise ruler. Though still young, he possesses both courage and strategy. That year, when the northern nomads invaded the borders of our Great Zhou, I personally led the troops to suppress them, battling for 3 days and nights without victory. Yet, our sovereign provided me with a strategy, stating that if we could not win, we should divide our forces into 3 routes to cut off the enemy's retreat and supply lines, while sending another force to raid their provisions, thus ensuring victory. Though it was merely a tactic, to me, it was a brilliant plan. I subsequently commanded our cavalry to circle around to the enemy's rear, capturing all their cattle, sheep, horses, and women and children, and setting fire to their supplies before launching a full assault, resulting in a decisive victory." Wu Ming, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of anticipation towards this young emperor. According to their agreement, his union with Lu Ziki was merely formal for the time being. They would not share a bed. Upon returning to his room, he intended to meditate, only to hear someone pacing just outside his door. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Lu Ziki. What was she doing awake at this hour? Curious, he rose and opened the door, at which point Lu Ziki abruptly turned to face him. "Ziki, why are you standing here in the middle of the night?" In response to his inquiry, Lu Ziki lowered her head, shyly confessing, "I couldn't sleep and wanted to talk to you, but I was afraid you might misunderstand, so I stood here." "Couldn't he sleep? Why is that?" At his question, Lu Ziki's expression dimmed slightly, yet she maintained a smile as she replied, "Li Ming, do you think there will come a day when you will leave this place?" Wu Ming laughed, "That is still a long way off. Why do you think so much about it? However, I can assure you that since we bear this marital title, you, Lu Ziki, are my wife, and that cannot be changed. For now, I have not considered matters of romance. I still have to cultivate and seek revenge. Regardless of how our relationship develops, revenge will always be my utmost priority. Until I achieve that, I cannot entertain other thoughts." Wu Ming spoke these words with utmost sincerity, and Lu Ziki listened intently. Yet, the thoughts of Lu Ziki were not something Wu Ming had anticipated. Li Ming, have you ever considered that as a cultivator, you are destined to live much longer, while I am but a mortal? I might not even live to see the day you enact your revenge." Upon hearing this, Wu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, as Lu Ziki had pointed out, given his current strength, it would likely take him at least a millennium to achieve vengeance. As a cultivator's lifespan increased with their cultivation level, a mortal would age and wither after a mere century. Was it fair to let Lu Ziki remain alone for a lifetime? Who would wish to live as a widow? Even if Lu Ziki were willing, could he, Wu Ming, bear to hold her back for a lifetime? These were thoughts Wu Ming had never contemplated before, and now that Lu Ziki had raised such a question, he found himself at a loss for words. Li Ming, there is no need to think further. I am willing to wait for you, even if it means waiting until death. As long as you can achieve your revenge, you will find happiness. I do not wish to see you weep every day. I hope you can live joyfully. Wu Ming was deeply moved by Lu Ziki's words, yet he dared not make any promises. For his journey was fraught with uncertainty. Who could say when an enemy might come to claim his life? How could he afford to make any guarantees? In truth, maintaining their current relationship was the best outcome. Should he perish, she could remarry. However, if they were to consummate their marriage, it would mean putting Lu Ziki in a precarious position. It was a dilemma with no easy solution, where every option seemed fraught with risk. He could only play the role of an actor, careful not to become too enmeshed in the narrative. Ziki, I believe it is too early to contemplate these matters. After all, we are still young. Let us rest. I have court to attend tomorrow. By the way, do I need to wear official robes for court? Lu Ziki smiled at this. Of course, you must wear them. Someone will bring them to you tomorrow. So do not worry, that is a relief. By the way, aside from Li Chenglong, are there any others in court who stand against Uncle Lu? Well, it depends on who holds power. A few ministers secretly follow Li Chenglong, while most in the court are cautious and self-preserving, merely siding with whoever appears advantageous. They tend to support Li Chenglong since my father lacks concrete evidence to take him down. It seems that Uncle Lu has clashed with him more than once. Indeed, over the years, my father has frequently impeached Li Chenglong in court, but to no avail. Over time, this has led to a stalemate, where the general's mansion cannot surpass the prime minister's residence. Thus, my father wishes for you to enter the court and assist him in toppling Li Chenglong. As long as this malignant tumor remains, the great Zhou will face endless troubles. Wu Ming, upon hearing this, grew increasingly intrigued by Li Chenglong, eager to discover who this individual was that even Uncle Lu could not contend with. Chapter 40, An audience with the Emperor. Alone the following morning, Wu Ming rose early and was attended to by servants who assisted him with washing and dressing. The court attire fit him remarkably well. Likely the handiwork of Lu Ziki. Once properly attired, Wu Ming presented a dignified figure as he stood outside the general's mansion, joining Lu Yun in a carriage bound for the imperial palace. The most magnificent structure in Taikang City was none other than the Great Zhou Imperial City. With walls towering 20 meters high and gates reaching 6 meters, it required a dozen strong men to pull open the gates with iron chains. Carriages of ministers entered the city gates in succession, lining up beneath the walls before proceeding in an orderly fashion towards the court. The distance to the court was considerable, and the ministers would spend half an hour merely traversing this stretch before reaching the court, only to find that the emperor was not yet present, necessitating a wait for the summons. Once all had arrived, Wu Ming found himself positioned towards the back, yet his keen eyesight allowed him to see that the emperor's throne was unoccupied, and they were still awaiting His Majesty. Suddenly, the hall fell silent as a diminutive figure clad in a dragon robe emerged from behind the screen of the emperor's throne. As she took her seat, the ministers promptly knelt, and seeing them bow, Wu Ming hastily followed suit, kneeling on one knee. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! 10,000 years! All rise! Upon hearing this command, Wu Ming found the voice somewhat peculiar. It bore a resemblance to that of a woman. Intrigued, he deliberately extended his consciousness towards the direction of the emperor, and since they were within a distance of 20 meters, he could clearly discern the figure. To his astonishment, it was indeed a woman. He could hardly believe that the emperor of the Great Zhou was a female. Esteemed ministers, do you have any matters to present today? I, Minister Li Chenglong, have a matter to present. Minister Li, please proceed. Upon hearing the name Li Chenglong, Wu Ming's consciousness swept over to scrutinize the individual, and he found that the man bore a striking resemblance to the ancestral figure of the Li family. Your Majesty, I beseech you, I must report that the tragic incident occurring in the outskirts of the capital has been entrusted to the general's residence for investigation, yet the perpetrators remain at large. Furthermore, the evidence from the crime scene, including the bloodied corpse, has inexplicably vanished. I fear that the Grand General is deliberately shielding the culprits and is not diligently pursuing the case, resulting in its continued unresolved status. I earnestly implore your majesty to hold him accountable for this grievous oversight. Prime Minister Li, you must speak with evidence and refrain from fabricating tales. The investigation into the outskirts case is still ongoing. And the matter of the missing bloodied corpse is mere hearsay, for at no point was that coffin opened, nor has anyone laid eyes upon the corpse. I wonder, how does the esteemed Prime Minister know there is a corpse within? Ha, the Grand General raises a valid point. Indeed, no one has seen whether there is a corpse within the coffin. My knowledge is derived from the words of wandering sorcerers, who are aware that such blood-cultivating methods are employed to create blood corpses. While we have not laid eyes upon the corpse, the fact remains that the coffin has been lost. Upon hearing this, the Emperor inquired urgently, Grand General, is this true? Has the coffin truly gone missing? Lu Yin hastily replied, I report to your majesty, I only learned of this matter last night and intended to inform you at today's morning court. It was not my intention to conceal it. Grand General, a massacre of an entire village is a grave matter indeed. How is it that, after so many days, it remains unsolved, and critical evidence has been lost? How have you managed the investigation? In times past, had Li Chenglong spoken thus, others would have rallied to support him, yet today, he stands alone, perplexed, until he hears a voice addressing him. I report to your majesty, Ike Li Ming, have a matter to present. Oh, Li Aiqing, please step forward and speak. The Emperor of the Great Zhou, having only heard of this individual and never seen him, was eager to meet him, urging him to approach. Li Ming stepped forward. Standing at the center of the grand hall, clasped his fists in salute to the Emperor, and then spoke. Your Majesty, regarding the blood corpse case, I too accompanied Lord Liu in the investigation. The coffin has never been opened, and it was stolen by a group of masked individuals who excavated a tunnel to take it away. I was present at the scene, however, being of frail constitution. I dared not interfere, but I followed them and observed where they took the coffin. Should your Majesty dispatch troops to pursue them, the truth will surely come to light, restoring clarity to the populace. At this proclamation, all present in the court were stirred. Even Li Chenglong cast an urgent glance at Li Ming. Li Aiqing, where did you see them take it? The Emperor inquired impatiently, and the ministers echoed his eagerness. Li Ming, however, surveyed the room and smiled. Your Majesty, to speak of such matters here may risk leaking information. Given its confidentiality, it would be prudent to discuss it privately after the court session, Your Majesty. Li Aiqing's words are indeed wise. This matter is sensitive and should not be carelessly shared. We support this. Unexpectedly, upon Li Ming's conclusion, several ministers stepped forward to express their support, leaving Li Chenglong bewildered. How could this newcomer garner such backing? Surely they must have some knowledge of hidden truths. In reality, these ministers, unbeknownst to Li Ming, were disciples of Shindi, strategically placed in the court to bolster Li Ming's position. They would support him in any matter he raised. Very well, let us proceed as Li Aiqing suggests, and discuss this after the court session. The court was soon concluded. Li Ming saw all the ministers depart. While the Emperor rose from the throne assisted by the eunuchs and approached Li Ming. Li Aiqing, you may now speak. There are no outsiders present. Li Ming bowed before the Emperor. I report to your Majesty. Prior to revealing the truth, I wish to ascertain your Majesty's stance, for this matter implicates individuals of high status within the court. If your Majesty hesitates and is unwilling to act decisively, then my words will bear no significance. Oh, surely Li Aiqing must possess ample confidence to speak thus. I assure you, regardless of who it may be, even if it is Li Chenglong, I will not hesitate to remove him. Upon hearing this, Li Ming smiled and said, Your Majesty, you have indeed guessed correctly. This entire affair is inextricably linked to Li Chenglong. That day, I not only followed but seized the coffin. However, as I passed a dilapidated temple, a blood corpse suddenly emerged, intent on consuming me. I exerted all my strength and ultimately vanquished it. Though the corpse was destroyed, I beheld its visage clearly, and it bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Chenglong. Moreover, I discovered a manuscript detailing the creation of blood corpses upon the corpse, indicating that the Li family may very well utilize this secret technique to fabricate such abominations. Thus, I implore your Majesty to promptly send troops to besiege the Li residence. We shall obtain irrefutable evidence. The Emperor of the Great Zhou shook his head after hearing this. Li Aiqing. Li Chenglong holds a position of great power. We cannot recklessly send troops against him without cause. Lest we instill fear among the officials, without absolute certainty, we must not act hastily. Li Ming responded with a smile. I fully comprehend the significance of this matter. However, if we rely solely on this one incident, we lack sufficient grounds to mobilize forces. Yet, there is another matter at hand that pertains to the rise and fall of our Great Zhou. If your Majesty remains inactive, I fear I cannot avert disaster for our realm. Li Aiqing, I have complete trust in both the general's residence and in you. Speak freely. There is no need for concealment. I too must weigh the pros and cons should the time come when we must act. I will not hold back. Chapter 41, Capturing Li Hongru. Upon hearing this, Li Ming felt reassured. As long as the emperor would not hesitate, Li Chenglong was as good as doomed. Your Majesty, I have a friend. A mere clerk at the city gates named Goshida Odai. In his youth, he suffered persecution from the Li family. His wife tragically took her own life by drowning in a well due to their oppression. In his quest for vengeance, although lacking in status, he has obtained crucial evidence of Li Chenglong's treasonous plans. Coupled with the blood corpse case, I am convinced that Li Chenglong's ambitions extend beyond merely usurping the Great Zhou. He seeks dominion over the entire mortal realm. If we do not capture him while he is unprepared, our Great Zhou and the mortal realm shall be in peril. I beseech your Majesty to make a swift decision. Li Chenglong intends to rebel. Do you possess tangible evidence? Your Majesty, Gosher Dao has meticulously recorded the comings and goings of guests at the Li residence. During non-foreign envoy visits, their interactions with foreign nations have been exceedingly close. Additionally, he has documents detailing exchanges with officials from various regions. He is engaged in bribery and exploitation, and any one of these crimes could warrant his execution. I wonder, what further evidence does your Majesty require? All proof lies within his household. If your Majesty commands the eradication of the Li family, everything will soon be revealed. Li Aiqing, I now grasp your intent. However, we must not act in haste. I wish to meet this friend of yours. Bring the evidence, and I will personally review it. Once everything is prepared, we can dispatch the Imperial Guard to dismantle the Li family. What say you? Li Ming understood that the emperor was deliberating carefully. He could not help but admire the astuteness of a female sovereign who executed her plans with equal prowess as any man. Your Majesty, your foresight is commendable. Li Aiqing, in the interest of the nation. How could I not consider matters carefully? It is also for your sake. Should this affair come to light, the wrath of the Li family would be a burden you cannot bear. Furthermore, Li Hongru of the Li family is a guardian sage of the nation, possessing profound skills. We must take such factors into account. Should he act recklessly and attempt to harm me, how shall we defend against him? Thus, we must be thoroughly prepared before proceeding against the Li family. I too harbor uncertainty. Seeing the emperor's brow furrowed slightly, Li Ming understood her hesitation. Indeed, the Li family's strength might not be as superficial as it appeared. It was possible that the Li residence itself was a trap, waiting for them to fall in. Therefore, the current strategy must focus on securing a complete victory rather than merely gathering evidence. It seemed the emperor had long harbored intentions to eliminate Li Chenglong but feared provoking him into retaliation, a confrontation beyond their capacity to handle. After all, this was the mortal realm, unbound by the constraints of the cultivation world, and should Li Hongru choose to act, it would be simple for him to eliminate the emperor. Once the emperor was slain, even if the cultivation sects in the human realm sought retribution, it would be too late. If your Majesty is merely concerned about Li Hongru, there is no need to worry. I can take the initiative to subdue him. Upon hearing this, the emperor of the Great Zhou began to scrutinize Li Ming seriously, her eyes filled with curiosity. Could it be that Li Aiqing is also a cultivator? Li Ming smiled faintly. Your Majesty, while I cannot guarantee the demise of Li Hongru, I am confident in my ability to capture him. Suddenly, the emperor laughed. Li Aiqing, why not do this? Capture Li Hongru first, and I shall deal with Li Chenglong. Upon hearing this, Li Ming recognized the emperor's resolve, clasping his fists with a smile. Very well, Your Majesty, we have a deal. If I capture Li Hongru, you shall take care of Li Chenglong. I wish you swift success. Will you require time? Li Ming replied with a smile. Within a day, I shall present Li Hongru before your Majesty. Excellent, I shall await your good news. Li Ming took his leave, and the emperor dispatched someone to summon Gosher Dao to the palace. Upon returning to the general's residence, Li Ming began to devise a plan to capture Li Hongru. After all, he was a high-level cultivator. A direct confrontation might not end in his favor. However, with a plethora of treasures at his disposal, he was determined to find something capable of subduing Li Hongru. As he searched through his mother's storage bracelet, he finally discovered a treasure, a black silk net-like artifact, incredibly resilient. When activated, it rendered the user invisible. If the opponent were caught unawares, the net would descend from above, ensuring their capture. He resolved to refine this net and use it against Li Hongru. Surely, it would enable him to capture him alive. However, merely capturing Li Hongru was far from sufficient. Should he manage to break free and attempt to poison the emperor, it would be too late to act. It is imperative to devise a method to control Li Hongru. Killing him would be a last resort. If I can gain control over him, the events here will remain concealed from the mortal realm. thus ensuring my anonymity. He sifted through ancient texts until he finally discovered a technique known as the blood-soul curse. This is a method that utilizes the soul's blood to exert control over an individual. Once the soul's blood is collected, the subject must harbor no rebellious thoughts, lest a mere thought could lead to their annihilation. Upon seeing this technique, an overwhelming joy surged within him. Was this not precisely what he desired? With the mastery of this technique, he could command Li Hongru to go east, and he would dare not venture west. Having secured his storage bracelet, he commenced his practice of the blood-soul curse. The technique was relatively straightforward, and he quickly became proficient within a single night. The next step was to summon Li Hongru and gain control over him, which would signify the completion of his grand endeavor. The following day, he rose early, preparing to seek out Li Hongru. As a mere 7th-rank imperial censor, he had no obligation to attend court unless summoned, thus, he generally found himself at leisure, even more so than the emperor. He first visited an inn requesting a guest room, and then approached a servant handing him a cloth bag. Assist me with a task, and this bag of silver shall be your reward. The servant weighed the bag in his hand. Astonished, if it contained silver, it would amount to at least 10 taels. What would you like me to do, esteemed guest? The servant inquired with a grin, pocketing the bag. I need you to locate a person and bring him to the inn. Upon hearing this, the servant thought it a simple task. Who are you looking for, and how should I address him to ensure his arrival? A faint smile crossed his lips as he thought. This servant is quite astute. Summoning Li Hongru should be a certainty. I am in search of the national master of our great Zhou Li Guosher. Simply say that young Master Li invites him for a discussion. If he agrees to come, I shall offer a handsome reward. Upon hearing the name of the esteemed national master, the servant initially hesitated, but upon hearing of the promised reward, his spirits lifted. Very well. I shall promptly fetch him for you. The servant hurried off, while he wasted no time preparing a black net within his room, contemplating various strategies to ensure his success. After a brief wait of 1 hour, the servant returned, his demeanor noticeably cheerful. As he entered the room, he exclaimed, esteemed guest, I bring news. However, Li Guosher has requested that you wait a moment as he attends to a matter, but he shall arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, he felt a sense of relief. The servant was reliable. He casually produced another pouch containing 50 taels of silver, placing it on the table. You have done well. What is your name? Your servant is called Nyo Er, but you may call me Er Nyo. The servant replied, excellent Er Nyo. This is not merely a token of gratitude. Keep it well. In the future, I may require your assistance again. Er Nyo gratefully accepted the pouch and departed, leaving him to wait. As noon approached, he heard a voice outside the door. Young brother, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Upon recognizing Li Hongru's voice, he felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, Li was a high-ranking cultivator, and should his plans fail, the repercussions could be dire. Regaining his composure, he rose and opened the door to reveal Li Hongru's playful grin. Brother Hongru, today I wish to formally express my gratitude, so I have prepared food and wine for us to share. Shall we indulge in a few cups? Dear brother, you are far too courteous. You have already bestowed upon me such generous gifts of spirit stones, it would be remiss to impose further. Brother Hongru saved my life. How could I repay you with mere material goods? We must toast to our bond. As he spoke, Li Hongru stepped into the room, completely oblivious to any oddities. He gestured for a chair, smiling. Brother Hongru, please take a seat. The food and drink will be ready shortly. Li Hongru nodded, his expression warm and trusting, yet, as he settled into the chair, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Dark beams of light flickered around him. He attempted to summon his magical artifact, but it was too late. A large black net ensnared him, binding him tightly. Li Ming, what is the meaning of this? He gazed at the trap. Li Hongru, exhilaration coursing through him. Here was a 6th-layer chi refinement cultivator, effortlessly subdued. Do not move or shout, or I shall swiftly sever your head from your shoulders. Brotherly, we bear no grudges. I have even saved your life. Why resort to such treachery? Brother Hongru, you are aware of my identity, and I do not wish to kill you. However, you have 2 choices. The first, surrender your soul's blood and become my subordinate. The second, death, silenced forever. Choose wisely. Is there truly a choice? Li Ming, I never imagined you could be so ruthless. I have misjudged you. Spare me your righteous indignation. I am fully aware of your intentions. Contemplate carefully. Align with me, and I shall guarantee your path is untroubled. You seek spirit stones, and I can provide them, but you must first relinquish your soul's blood, so I may place my trust in you. The decision rests with you. Li Hongru gazed helplessly at him, a tumult of emotions swirling within. His journey of cultivation had been fraught with hardships. At the age of 10, the Li family had tested his spiritual roots, purchasing him as a pawn within their ranks, yet he was never truly one of them, had his aptitude been superior. He would have thrived in the mortal realm, but instead, he possessed 4 spiritual roots leading to a tumultuous cultivation path. Now, at over 30, he remained a mere 6th-layer chi refinement cultivator, ultimately relegated to the mortal realm as the national master of the Great Zhou. Captured by Li Ming, his fate hung in the balance, and he felt a deep sense of despair. Brother Hongru, do you not fear death? His intent was to control Li Hongru, for this youth held the knowledge of how to return to the mortal realm. Should he ever find a way back, Li would serve as his perfect cover. Who does not fear death? I simply feel that my life has been a series of losses. The Li family has never valued me. In the sect, my poor aptitude has hindered my progress, ultimately leading to my demotion to the mundane realm, where I serve as the inconsequential national master of the Great Zhou. My name carries weight. Yet my status falls short of even Li Chenglong. Brother Hongru, are you not a member of the Li family? Fortunately I am not, otherwise who knows how many misdeeds I would have committed under their banner. Upon hearing this, he felt a surge of elation. It seemed Li Hongru was not a true member of the Li family, which made matters considerably simpler. Brother Hongru, since you are not one of them, I shall be forthright. I have been tasked with capturing you. By whose orders? I am the national master of the Great Zhou. Who dares to kill me? Li Hongru's spirit ignited at this revelation. When presented with the 2 choices, he had already formulated a plan and had resolved to choose life, which enabled him to converse so freely with Li Ming. It is by the Emperor's command. The Emperor seeks to eliminate Li Chenglong, fearing your potential to assassinate him, thus he tasked me to remove you first. Remove me? Does the Emperor know of your identity as a cultivator? Indeed, the matters of the Li family are intertwined with my own. I must disclose the truth. By revealing my identity as a cultivator, the Emperor came to trust me, ultimately deciding to eliminate Li Chenglong. As a cultivator of the Li family, you are first in line to be eradicated. If it is a certainty, why offer me 2 choices? He smiled slightly. Because I have my own plans. You hail from the mortal realm. Surely you possess knowledge of how to return? Return? You wish to go back to the mortal realm? Indeed, Brother Hongru, I desire for you to accompany me back to the mortal realm, for that is where we belong. Only there can our cultivation truly flourish. Do you not wish to return? Of course I do. But the challenge is formidable. The 2 realms mountain serves as a natural barrier between the mortal and mundane realms. Without a flying vessel, crossing over is impossible unless one establishes a foundation. He chuckled softly, concealing his own thoughts of returning to the mortal realm deep within. Brother Hongru, you must have chosen the first option. Yes, indeed, I must entrust my life to you, so you must not betray me. Rest assured, Brother Hongru, I, Li Ming, do not intend to kill you. Let us continue to address each other as brothers. You need not fear servitude. Li Hongru contemplated this, lowering his head in thought. After a moment, he pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of his essence blood to fall, infusing it with a fragment of his soul before handing it to Li Ming. Li Ming carefully accepted the soul blood. Casting several incantations, miraculously, the drop of soul blood soared into the air, vanishing into Li Ming's brow. The blood-soul curse was complete, establishing a subtle connection between their souls. Dear brother, why do you stand there in silence? Hurry and release me from these bindings. Yet, upon hearing this, he felt a heaviness in his heart. He was still uncertain if the blood-soul curse had taken effect, and now was not the time to set him free. He chuckled and replied, Brother Hongru, I fear I must impose upon you a little longer. As I am a novice in the blood-soul incantation, I am yet unaware of its effects. Allow me to give it a try. And only then shall I be able to release you. I retorted, my dear brother Liming, must you truly vex me so? Hurry, I beg of you, this net grows ever tighter, and I can scarcely endure it. Before Li Hongyu could finish his words, a piercing scream erupted from him, the kind that emanates from the very depths of one's soul, as searing pain engulfed him, causing beads of cold sweat to break forth upon his brow. Upon witnessing the effect of the blood-soul incantation, Wu Ming immediately ceased his incantation. Nevertheless, the torment Li Hongru experienced was akin to having his skin flayed. Just as he regained his composure, he erupted into a furious diatribe. You wretched Liming, you've set me up without so much as a word of warning, leaving me utterly unprepared. To have a brother like you is truly a stroke of ill fortune. Observing Li Hongru's distress, Wu Ming felt a pang of guilt and hastily waved his hand, retracting the enormous net that ensnared Li Hongru. At that moment, Li Hongru retaliated with a swift punch to Wu Ming's face, catching him off guard and delivering a solid blow. Chapter 43, The Strategy. Wu Ming winced from the pain and quickly dodged, glaring at Li Hongru in indignation. Have you lost your senses? Li Hongru dismissed the matter with a laugh. Let us consider this punch as an even exchange, for you have indeed plotted against me. I, Li Hongru, am not one to harbor grievances silently. It gnaws at my soul. Are you feeling better now? Much improved, indeed. Well then, let us proceed to the palace. His Majesty wishes to witness my subjugation of you before he commits troops against the Li family. You excellent. I, too, yearn to see Li Chenglong's downfall. It would be most gratifying. As the two jested, they departed from the inn and made their way toward the imperial city. Meanwhile, within the Li household, since the conclusion of court that day, Li Chenglong's heart was fraught with anxiety. Uncertain of what Liming might know, could it be true that the general's estate had indeed stolen the blood corpses of their ancestors? If that were the case, the Li family would be in grave peril. Yet, based on Lu Yun's demeanor, it was clear he had no knowledge of the blood corpses, while Liming had claimed to know their whereabouts. Surely he would not deceive the emperor with such a pretense? It seemed he must possess some crucial information. Although Li Chenglong was troubled by such thoughts, he remained unperturbed, for in his eyes, no one in the Great Zhou could rival him, not even the emperor. This was due to his possession of 200 blood corpses, which could not be shaken even by an army of thousands. His sole desire was to reclaim the blood corpses of his ancestors. The very foundation for which the Li family had fought through generations, for the Li family had always taken it upon themselves to resurrect their forebears, and now they were but a step away from achieving this. Yet they had misplaced the ancestral blood corpses, an unforeseen calamity to I in the mortal realm. No one could subdue the blood corpses, which belonged to the foundation stage. They were merely one step away from reincarnation into golden elixirs. How could anyone stealthily abscond with them? Even if someone managed to take the coffin, they could not contend with the ancestral blood corpses within. This matter was exceedingly bizarre. Li Chenglong set aside the book in his hands and called out, "Come here." Instantly, two servants entered, bowing. "My lord, how may we serve you?" "Quickly send someone to monitor the movements of the imperial palace. I am plagued with unease, fearing unforeseen events may arise. Furthermore, instruct Li Jin to lead the younger members of the Li family out of the capital to the northern barbarians. Without my summons, they are not to return." "Yes, my lord." "Hold on." Just as the two servants were about to depart, Li Chenglong called them back. "Inform Li Jin that if the Li family encounters calamity, they are not to seek revenge. The disappearance of our ancestors is already a portent of the Li family's decline. Let him guide the younger generations, nurturing their talents, so that one day the Li family may rise again. You two need not return, go with Li Jin." The servants exchanged glances, bowed to Li Chenglong, and departed. Meanwhile, Wu Ming and Li Hongru had arrived at the palace, seeking an audience with the sovereign. Upon reaching the study, they found the empress conversing with Gosher Dao. "I pay my respects to your majesty." "I pay my respects to your majesty." "Rise, my esteemed ministers." The empress trembled slightly, rising from her dragon throne, her gaze fixed upon Wu Ming. He smiled and said, "Your majesty, Li Guosher is not of the Li family. Rather, he was taken in by them as a child and sent to the immortal gate. The Li family, having seen no progress in his cultivation, has not treated him as one of their own. Truth, Li Guosher has suffered at their hands, and now he is willing to alleviate your burdens by eliminating this scourge known as the Li family, thus restoring clarity to the realm of Great Zhou." Upon hearing this, the empress smiled. "It is indeed fortunate for us in Great Zhou that Li Aiqing has chosen to turn from darkness to light. Your majesty, to eradicate the Li family will not be an easy task, for they possess 200 blood corpses, formidable and invulnerable to ordinary weapons. If we are to strike against the Li family, we must devise a comprehensive plan. What? The Li family possesses such a multitude of blood corpses, truly ghastly. Each blood corpse likely requires thousands of lives to forge. The Li family's sins are boundless. Your majesty, I implore you to annihilate the Li family, thus removing this future threat." Wu Ming felt a surge of righteous anger at Li Hongru's words. If the Li family were not eliminated, their presence in the mortal realm would inevitably bring calamity. Such a family must not be allowed to exist. What Li Aiqing states is profoundly true, yet how shall we contend with these blood corpses, if they are impervious to blades and guns? Might we not be subjected to a counterattack from the Li family? Upon hearing this, Wu Ming realized he had no further insights and could only place his hopes upon the highly skilled Li Hongru. Thus, he turned to Li Hongru. "Brother Hongru, do these blood corpses possess no weaknesses?" Not wishing to overestimate himself, Li Hongru smiled slightly and replied, "The blood corpses of the Li family are in truth quite rudimentary. They are not like the blood corpses found in the cultivation realm, which are controlled by the souls of cultivators. Rather, they are manipulated by goo insects, and therein lies their vulnerability. We need only to gather all the roosters in the city and launch our assault on the Li estate at dawn. At that moment, we shall release the roosters, causing a cacophony that will incapacitate the blood corpses. We can then bind them securely with ropes and roast them over a fierce fire, ensuring their complete eradication." Upon hearing this, not only Wu Ming but even the empress and Gosher Dao grasped the simplicity of the method proposed. "Come here, at your service. Immediately send out orders to purchase all the roosters in the city and bring them to the palace." Wu Ming could not help but admire the Empress's grand vision as preparations commenced. "Go Darren, what do you think? Did I not keep my word?" Go Sherdao smiled slightly. "Indeed, Darrenly, I have already conferred with Her Majesty regarding the extermination of the Li family and have laid down a series of plans. Take a look." As he spoke, Go Sherdao handed a document to Wu Ming, who perused it with great seriousness, nodding with approval at each phrase. Go Darren, why have the city gates been sealed so soon?" Go Sherdao chuckled. "Darrenly, we are contending with the cunning and scheming Go Sherdao. If we do not think ahead of him, how can we eradicate the Li family entirely?" Wu Ming, upon hearing this, found it quite reasonable. Though he remained puzzled as to why Go Sherdao would choose to seal the gates now, fearing it might alert the Li family. "Darrenly, let me elucidate the reason for sealing the gates. I am concerned that Li Chenglong may relocate his family members to the northern barbarians, for he has close ties with them and likely possesses assets there. Thus, we must act preemptively, sealing the gates and executing any members of the Li family we encounter without mercy." Wu Ming, impressed once more by Go Sherdao's foresight, declared, "Your Majesty, Go Darren is indeed a person of exceptional intellect, a rare talent for our great Zhou." The Empress nodded in agreement. "Darrenly speaks truthfully. Before your arrival, Go Darren had already devised meticulous plans, and the Imperial Guard is assembled ready to storm the Li estate at a moment's command, capturing every member of the Li family." Wu Ming, feeling that Go Sherdao was indeed a pillar of the nation, thought how unfortunate it was for the Li family to have incurred his wrath. "Are we now merely awaiting the roosters? Indeed, had it not been for Darren Li and Li Guisher's timely arrival, I might have been compelled to act prematurely. Thankfully, your presence has averted a grave error." Wu Ming and Li Hongru exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing that fate was conspiring against the Li family. Their time had run out. "For this expedition against the Li family, I entrust Go Darren with full authority to oversee the operation. Darren Li and Li Guisher shall assist, ensuring we eradicate the Li family in one fell swoop, securing lasting peace for our great Zhou." The three of them clasped their fists in gratitude. That night, all the roosters in Taikong City were procured for the palace. The Empress commanded the eunuchs and maidens to arm themselves with a rooster each. Preparing for the imminent assault, the Imperial Guard, following behind Wu Ming and Li Hongru, was also ready for action, exuding an intimidating aura that sent chills down the spine. However, Go Sherdao hesitated to issue the order. Waiting for a piece of intelligence he had already surmised. If this information proved accurate, it would validate that his entire strategy was flawlessly devised. As expected, a soldier rushed in to report, "My lord, at the northern city gate, we discovered Li Jin leading the younger members of the Li family attempting to leave the city. They have been completely annihilated by our guards at the northern gate." Upon hearing this, Go Sherdao immediately rose, excitement radiating from him. "Excellent, notify all forces to converge upon the Li estate. There must be no mistakes." "Yes, my lord." With Go Sherdao's command issued, Wu Ming and Li Hongru received the orders, and the Imperial Guard swiftly mobilized toward the Li estate, ensuring their approach remained discreet, ultimately surrounding the estate in an impenetrable net. Chapter 44: The Fall of the Li Family. As the Imperial Guard surrounded the Li residence, a dire message echoed within its walls. "My lord, trouble has arisen." The housekeeper was in a state of disarray, while Li Chenglong remained unnervingly composed, as if he had foreseen the impending calamity. "What is the commotion about? How many intruders have approached?" "My lord, it is not the intruders, it is Li Jin and the others." The servant faltered, unable to continue, his face awash with sorrow. "What has happened to Li Jin and the others? Speak quickly." Panic began to seep into Li Chenglong's demeanor. Li Jin led the younger generation of the Li family, their future depended upon them. If anything were to befall them, the Li family would lose all hope for revival. "My lord, they are all dead." "What? How could this be?" Li Chenglong felt as if time itself had dealt him a grievous blow, his complexion paling, his body wavering unsteadily. "The city gates have been sealed." As soon as Li Jin and the others arrived, they were surrounded. The guards at the gate, without hesitation, unleashed a barrage of arrows, slaughtering every last one of our kin without mercy. Li Chenglong's legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed onto the ground, a wave of despair crashing over him, as if he had aged decades in an instant. After what felt like an eternity, he managed to rise and spoke in a low, grave tone, "Send forth my command, gather all the blood corpses from the Li residence. We shall storm the imperial palace and seize the throne from the empress. Let their blood serve as a burial offering for my family." A tumult erupted within the Li estate, and Wu Ming and Li Hongru, stationed outside, grasped the gravity of the situation. They understood that war was imminent, leaving no room for negotiation, all troops on high alert. "Prepare the crowing roosters, ready for battle." Wu Ming swiftly issued orders. he had chosen the name Crowing Roosters for its clarity in conveying battle commands. Inside the estate, the Li family prepared, while outside, the Imperial Guards stood ready. Soon, a cacophony of voices erupted from the Li side as a cohort of individuals clad in black surged forth from the residence, forming ranks on either side. Behind them trailed a grotesque procession of blood corpses. Reeking of decay. As the black-clad figures took their positions, Wuming bellowed, "Release the arrows, target the black-clad foes." At his command, a volley of arrows was unleashed, and the black-clad individuals, caught off guard, were swiftly transformed into a hedgehog of arrows. Li Chenglong observed this with unyielding resolve. He had faith in his blood corpses. Beside him stood a contingent of armored figures, each wielding bells. The corpse controlling team, each individual commanding 4 blood corpses. Eliminate the Imperial Guards outside. Then we shall make our way to the palace and slay the emperor. Kill! Li Chenglong's voice resonated with fury, reflecting the tempest within. The Li family now had no recourse but to rely on these blood corpses. His once loyal advisors had shut their doors, fearful to engage in this uprising, feigning ignorance. Li Chenglong's only avenue was to assault the palace and execute the emperor. Then everything would be rewritten, and he would ascend as the new sovereign. The favorite of the heavens, for victory, he had no choice but to risk it all. Yet, his plans were destined for failure. Outside the gates, as the blood corpse army surged forth from the Li residence, the air was suddenly filled with the deafening sound of crowing roosters. Simultaneously, Li Chenglong's control over the blood corpses faltered. They were thrown into chaos, collapsing as if they had fallen into a deep slumber. "Master, the blood corpses have lost control. The crowing roosters render them unmanageable." Upon hearing this, Li Chenglong's gaze turned vacant, despair washing over him. It was over, utterly over. A powerful force was aiding the Dezhou, and the Li family had met its demise. A flicker of regret ignited within him. He should never have led the Li family down this irreversible path. It was his actions that had sealed their fate. And soon his kin would be slaughtered. He felt a mix of unwillingness and despair, crying out, "Heaven, is there truly no way for my Li family to leave a single descendant?" At that moment, the Imperial Guards breached the estate, executing the remaining Li family members on the spot. Li Chenglong found himself cornered as Wuming and Li Hongru entered, followed closely by the Empress and Go Sherdao, the masterminds behind the entire scheme. "Li Chenglong, do you acknowledge your crimes?" The Empress's face bore an icy demeanor, her tone laced with both joy and anticipation. "Crimes? My Li family has already perished. What further crimes remain? But you, the Empress of Dezhou. I shall see what you will cling to after my demise. The 6 northern kingdoms will unite against Dezhou, laying waste to it. I will await you in hell, for the blood of my kin stains each of you. You are all destined to accompany the Li family in death." Li Chenglong's voice, strained and hoarse, echoed for miles. "Li Chenglong, as the Chancellor of Dezhou, you have exploited and oppressed, disregarding the lives of others. You deserve death." Go Sherdao stepped forward, launching a scathing attack on Li Chenglong. "And who might you be?" Li Chenglong, your family caused my wife to perish by drowning herself in despair due to your atrocities. Have you forgotten? Is it you?" Li Chenglong's eyes widened as a long-buried secret resurfaced in his mind. Finally remembered. "Have you? Your family has committed numerous injustices, thus their downfall is justified. Do not blame the Empress if she ignored your family. How could she face the common people? As for the northern barbarians, let me inform you, as long as I, Go Sherdao, am here, we shall slay as many as they send. Do not indulge in your dreams of grandeur. The victor and the vanquished are clear, and you, Li Chenglong, are unworthy even of being a vanquished foe. Death is your only offering to the vengeful souls." Go Sherdao's words pierced Li Chenglong's heart, causing his blood to boil. Unable to contain himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Wuming remained silent, unwilling to reveal. "I was the one who killed your ancestors, shattering their skulls." He simply observed and listened quietly. To him, such courtly scoundrels were better off eliminated. Watching Go Sherdao exact his revenge brought him a semblance of solace, yet his own vendetta was far more arduous, and he wondered when he might find his own reckoning. "Is my Li family so easily extinguished? This is merely the mortal realm. My family has kin in the celestial plane. One day, they shall descend to this world and eradicate you all." Li Chenglong, do you refuse to yield even in death? Your so-called kin from the Li family, who bears the surname Li among them, they, like you, have been cast into the mortal realm, where they find ample opportunity for cultivation. Who would return to avenge you? You are deluding yourself." Li Hongru's scornful words made Li Chenglong's face flush with anger, yet he laughed heartily. "Do you think that those like you are the only outsiders? My Li family would never forsake our own. As a dying man, I have no need to lie. The resurgence of my Li family is imminent, while your demise approaches swiftly. Silence. Li Chenglong, do you believe the realm of cultivation is akin to the mortal realm? Where no one oversees your wicked deeds, the cultivation world is rife with sects, none of which belong to your family. If any sect learns of your family's transgressions, your kin shall suffer the consequences. You are shameless. The longer you live, the more nauseating it becomes. Li Hongru held no tolerance for Li Chenglong, viewing him as the architect of his misfortune. Were it not for Li Chenglong, he would not have been relegated to the mortal realm, where his cultivations suffered, leaving him lost in his path. His hatred for Li Chenglong ran deep. Uncle, surrender. It is all over. I can guarantee you a complete corpse, for you are a chancellor, though you have committed many injustices. If you willingly confess and submit to the law, I shall not make things difficult for you. Your Li family need not face extermination. This decision of mine was made after careful consideration. Do you truly believe that I am unaware of everything? Your Majesty, I act for the sake of my family. The duty of my family as the head has compelled me to commit wrongs. My family bears a deep grudge. My ancestors were foundational cultivators, their paths illuminated, yet they were betrayed and slaughtered by their peers over treasures. Although we reclaimed my ancestors' remains, if this grudge remains unavenged, my family will forever bear the weight of his condemnation, for his spirit lingers on. We have no choice. Chapter 45, The Art of Breathing. And the I Ching woman listened to Li Chenglong's lamentations and could not help but reflect on the fortunate fate of having killed their ancestor. Otherwise, given that ancestor's nature, it would have led to the entire city of Taikang being reduced to blood food for the Li family once he achieved 1,000 years of snow calamity. In that case, this place would become a hell on earth. Li Chenglong, your ancestor has acted in defiance of righteousness, using his hatred to harm the world. This stands in stark opposition to the great principles of the universe. Even if he were to escape death, he would never achieve greatness. Do I not understand this principle? But who can defy the will of my ancestors, so you continue to aid the wicked, slaughtering my subjects? Do you not deserve death? The Empress's face flushed with anger, nearly striking Li Chenglong. Upon hearing this, Li Chenglong closed his eyes. Proceed. If I die, everything ends. Take me away and execute me with that. Two imperial guards approached, dragging Li Chenglong from the residence. Moments later, they returned, carrying his severed head before the Empress. She showed no fear, examining it closely before waving her hand dismissively. Toss it into the unmarked grave. Do not bury it. Such a person is unworthy. Understood. After the Empress finished handling the affairs at hand, she glanced at the three individuals beside her and smiled, saying, My esteemed ministers, accompany me back to the palace. It is time for the morning court. Yes, the three nameless individuals followed the Empress back to the palace. As the morning court commenced, the ministers, upon noticing the absence of Li Chenglong, were taken aback to see three unfamiliar figures standing at the front of the hall. Uncertain of what this signified, long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor. All ministers rise. The Empress, displaying a hint of fatigue, stifled a yawn. Having gone a night without sleep was a novel experience for her, and she found it somewhat challenging to maintain her composure. Esteemed ministers, during today's morning court, I wish to announce a significant matter regarding the appointment and dismissal of officials. You three, step forward. The three nameless individuals understood that they were being summoned and hurriedly approached. Prepared to kneel in reverence. There is no need for you to kneel, simply stand. At this moment, the Empress also rose and handed a decree to the eunuch by her side for him to read aloud. By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decrees, the treacherous Li Chenglong has disregarded the laws of the state, bringing calamity upon the nation and its people. Last night, he was executed by my command, and his entire household was annihilated. I in this campaign against treachery, Li Ming, Go Shidao, and Li Hongru have made invaluable contributions, and thus I hereby elevate their ranks and confer titles. Li Ming is promoted 3 ranks to serve as Deputy Minister of War and granted the title of Duke of Protecting the Nation. Go Shidao, whose exceptional intellect has won my favor, is appointed as the acting chancellor without the conferral of a title. Li Hongru, already the national master, will not receive a title but shall have his salary tripled and be granted the title of Marquis of Tranquil State. Thus it is decreed. Upon hearing the Emperor's rewards and the annihilation of the Li family, the ministers surprisingly refrained from discussing the latter and instead congratulated the 3 nameless individuals. Amused, the nameless one reflected on the nature of the court and the intricacies of human relationships. The warmth of camaraderie fades as swiftly as tea cools. He harbored no interest in the accolades and wealth of this realm. His mind was solely fixated on vengeance. It seemed that nothing in this world could alter his initial resolve. Li Chenglong had been thoroughly toppled, and the fate of his allies was of no concern to him. After the court adjourned, the nameless one returned to the general's residence, secured his door, and began his cultivation. As the ancestral demonic scriptures constituted a technique of the demon clan, he was determined to master it swiftly. His initial foray into cultivating demonic energy had proven immensely beneficial, and this time he aimed to elevate his demonic energy to the level of his righteous energy. Curious to see if the three forces would influence one another. As the demonic energy coalesced, the mass within his dantian grew increasingly substantial, even surpassing the other two forces in speed. His cultivation progressed rapidly. For 3 consecutive days, the Nameless One immersed himself in his training, and with the augmentation of the 3 types of energy, the resilience and breadth of his meridians reached new heights. Moreover, he discovered that the addition of demonic energy rendered his physique extraordinarily robust. When ordinary blades grazed his skin, they merely left a mark without inflicting pain. The Nameless One finally comprehended why practitioners of the ancestral demonic scriptures experienced continuous advancement. The essence lay in its ability to transform one's constitution. If a person's constitution could not be altered, they were relegated to cultivating only the techniques suited to their body, unable to pursue any incompatible practices. The ancestral demonic scriptures shattered this rigid convention, allowing practitioners to cultivate various techniques by transforming their constitution, free from its limitations. Undoubtedly, this encroached upon the interests of the exalted sects, which emphasized spiritual roots and relied on physical constitution to select their cultivation methods, asserting that it varied from individual to individual. In contrast, the techniques of the demon clan were unaffected by such constraints. As long as one was willing to cultivate, they would eventually ascend, feeling the boundless benefits bestowed by the techniques. The Nameless One chuckled inwardly. This was indeed a supreme art, regardless of its demonic connotations. What mattered was the ability to grow stronger, with the capacity to cultivate 3 types of energy, as long as he concealed his true nature well. No one would discern his secret. However, this ruse would only deceive mortals. Against high-level cultivators, he feared that they would see through him without the need for a confrontation. How could he ensure that his demonic energy remained undetected by other cultivators? This conundrum perplexed the Nameless One. Fortunately, he had access to the treasure trove left by his mother. He diligently searched through the jade bracelet using his spiritual sense, nearly perusing half of the texts before discovering a method within one tome called breath conversion technique. This technique allowed for the transformation of demonic energy, rendering it indistinguishable from other forms of energy, revealing its demonic essence only when the transformation ceased. With this method, the Nameless One found an excellent means to conceal his demonic energy, which delighted him immensely. Armed with this technique, he could traverse the realm of cultivation without fear of being labeled a demon. Yet, he was not entirely satisfied. The breath conversion technique alone was insufficient. He needed a secret art for altering his appearance, which he had already discovered while seeking the breath conversion technique. This was known as the transformation technique, capable of utilizing spiritual energy, demonic energy, or righteous energy to modify the pathways of his meridians, thereby altering his external form. However, it could not specifically transform him into the likeness of another person. It merely allowed him to assume a facade that masked his original appearance. The advantage of this technique was that upon genuinely altering his visage, even those of transcendent realms would be unable to recognize him, as it was not a mere disguise but a true alteration of one's appearance. Only by reverting the meridian pathways to their original state could he restore his true form. For the Nameless One, this was the perfect solution. Once he changed his face, no one would be able to identify him. Moreover, this technique would also alter his aura and voice, as it relied on the transformation of meridian flow, which was the basis for individual differences. This technique was aptly named Yijing Huanmai, encapsulating the brilliance of its essence. The Nameless One kept both techniques close at hand, practicing day and night. A month later, both techniques reached significant mastery, and his cultivation progressed to the 3rd level of chi refinement. In the human realm, this was merely that of a menial disciple, so the Nameless One felt little pride in his achievements. All his current preparations were aimed at a future return. He would undoubtedly return to the human realm, but without thorough preparation, he would be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. Increasingly, he suspected that those righteous individuals were likely the ones who pursued his mother years ago, driven by the wealth contained within the jade bracelet he had inherited. Rather than any lofty ideals they professed, the intentions of these individuals were transparent to him. When news spread across the human realm, all sought to impede Liamo, but were repelled by dozens of integrated saints, each of them motivated by the treasures of the demon clan, not by a desire to eradicate evil. In the human realm, nearly all cultivators understood that the demon clan was originally part of the human race. Differing only in their cultivation methods. As the demon clan thrived, it threatened the survival of other races, prompting various justifications for their persecution, ultimately igniting war. Chapter 46, Peril at the Two Realms Mountain. Unbeknownst to the Nameless One, there were those scheming to eliminate him, but he remained engrossed in his cultivation, as the Empress had granted him leave from court, allowing him to devote all his time to his training. His cultivation advanced rapidly, primarily due to the spiritual stones he now possessed and the enhancement from the breath conversion technique. Under his diligent refinement, the technique had been greatly improved, enabling him to convert the abundant spiritual energy within the stones into both demonic and righteous energy effortlessly. With the aid of the spiritual stones, he swiftly reached the 5th level of chi refinement, with all 3 types of energy attaining the same level. Such a rapid pace of cultivation has made Li Hongru feel envious. I said, Li Ming, you are being rather inconsiderate. You've already reached the 5th level of cultivation and yet you pay no attention to me, while I am still stuck at the 6th level. When will I be able to break through? You must help me. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming chuckled and replied, Brother Hongru, do not harbor jealousy. Take these spirit stones. As long as you are willing to put in the effort, I will provide you with as many spirit stones as you need. However, mere spirit stones are not enough. I am currently at the 6th level of chi refinement. Do you know why I cannot advance to the 7th level? It is not for lack of diligence in my practice, but rather due to the absence of a certain item. What item could possibly be required to break through to the 7th level of chi refinement? Indeed, this item is known as the barrier breaking pill. Only with it does the possibility of advancing to the 7th level exist. Why is that? Because the 6th level of chi refinement is considered mid-stage, and it is only upon reaching the 7th level that one enters the late stage of chi refinement. Between these 2 levels, a barrier forms in the Dantian, trapping cultivators at the 6th level and preventing them from breaking through. This barrier has caused the demise of countless friends at the 6th level of chi refinement. Then why not purchase the barrier breaking pill? Purchase the barrier breaking pill. Do you have any idea how many spirit stones one costs? Wu Ming was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing it must be exorbitantly priced, otherwise Li Hongru would not be so agitated. It costs 1,000 spirit stones. 1,000 spirit stones. Li Hongru's revelation felt oppressive. Yet to Wu Ming, it seemed merely a trifling sum. Brother Hongru, do not worry. I will take care of your breakthrough. However, it is unlikely that there is a barrier-breaking pill in the mortal realm. We should leave this place and head to the human realm. I mentioned that without a flying vessel, we cannot possibly depart from the mortal realm. We simply cannot cross the Two Realms Mountain. Have you ever tried? Wu Ming inquired curiously. Well, not exactly. Then how can you be so certain? Wu Ming remained skeptical. This information is documented in the Sex Miscellaneous Notes, thus it should not be false. Brother Hongru, why not take a look? We have nothing but time. A little excursion would do us good. Upon hearing this, Li Hongru agreed. Lingering idly in the capital was indeed dull. Very well, let us venture to the Two Realms Mountain and dispel your doubts. The two made their decision and began packing their belongings. Informing the Empress of their absence, they mounted a fine steed and set off towards the Two Realms Mountain. The Two Realms Mountain still stood majestically as it did in the past. Yet the present was no longer the same. Wu Ming felt a surge of emotions upon returning to this place. He and Li Hongru entrusted their horses to a farmer at the foot of the mountain and hastily ascended. The Two Realms Mountain, towering at over 8,000 meters, is the highest peak in the mortal realm. Its summit, perpetually blanketed in snow, remains untouched by human feet. Even birds and beasts shun its heights. Wu Ming and Li Hongru arrived at the spot where he had parted with his mother years ago, memories flooding back, bringing him to tears. Mother, it is my fault for burdening you. I know I was wrong. Would you please return and see me? In his weeping, Wu Ming called out his true name, leaving Li Hongru perplexed. Yet, it was precisely Wu Ming's actions that led them into peril. Wu Ming, at that moment, an unfamiliar flying vessel descended before them, from which three young men emerged. What did you just say? Your name is Wu Ming. Upon hearing his name, Wu Ming was taken aback. Realizing they knew his true identity, he thought to himself that even if the King of Heaven were to descend, he would not allow them to leave unscathed. Rising slowly from the ground, he coldly regarded the trio and smiled. Yes, I am Wu Ming. What business do you have with me? Li Hongru, observing Wu Ming's demeanor, sensed that an intense confrontation was imminent. However, could they possibly contend with these three, all at the 7th level of chi refinement? He quickly clasped his fists in greeting and said with a smile, Esteemed brothers, my brother here has a peculiar mind. Please do not take his words to heart. A peculiar mind? Do you take us for fools? You are both cultivators, and you expect me to believe he is of unsound mind. Chapter 47, Slaying Powerful Foes. Wu Ming smirked. I can be as I wish. If I choose to be unwell, then so be it. What concern is that of yours? Oh, I like this kid's personality, doing as he pleases, huh? Well then, we kindly ask that you accompany us. One of the three, holding a fan, looked at Wu Ming with a smile. Wu Ming coldly chuckled. And what if I refuse to go with you? Refuse, and you shall lose your life. You declared yourself Wu Ming. As long as you are Wu Ming, we will not face repercussions for your death. Li Hongru's heart raced with dread. Who exactly was Wu Ming? Why was that name exempt from consequence? At this moment, Wu Ming's murderous intent had already taken root. He swiftly communicated with Li Hongru. Brother Hongru, do not interfere. Simply support me from the sidelines. I intend to slay all three of them, and their vessel will be ours. These words sent a chill down Li Hongru's spine. What cultivation level did you possess to dare challenge 3 7th level chi refiners? Were you seeking death, and to take their vessel? Were you out of your mind? However, before he could voice his thoughts, Wu Ming produced a pitch-black iron sword, indicating he was indeed ready for battle. Li Hongru hastily summoned his own magical artifact, but upon seeing the 3 7th level cultivators, he slowly lowered his hands, thinking, if Wu Ming wishes to court death, that is his affair. As long as I expose our sect, I should be spared. Li Hongru prepared to watch the unfolding drama, his gaze fixed on the trio to avoid any collateral damage. Kid, it's understandable you cannot perceive our power. You are merely at the 5th level of chi refinement, unworthy to be our opponent. Those below the 7th level of chi refinement are but ants. Your brother is quite honest. We may spare him, but you shall certainly die. Wu Ming coldly laughed. Die? I, Wu Ming, have never been free from the ties of death. You expend so much effort to kill me merely for a reward. Yet have you ever pondered what has allowed me to survive thus far? Is it merely the broken sword in your hand? I find that amusing. How interesting. You may make your move now. And then you will understand why. The trio, somewhat on guard due to Wu Ming's words, began scanning their surroundings, ensuring no hidden threats lurked. Before they laughed, are you trying to intimidate us? It seems you are quite defiant. We will not hold back. With that, the leader summoned his magical artifact, and the other two followed suit, surrounding Wu Ming from 3 directions. Li Hongru inwardly cursed. How shameless, 3 7th level cultivators ganging up on a mere 5th level. Wu Ming lifted his Tianqian sword slightly, running his hand along its blade, whispering, Tianqian, I rely on you today, do not let me down. Though he had yet to fully master the Tianqian sword technique, he was confident in the sword's unmatched prowess. Its spirit would surely aid him in delivering a fatal blow. Kid, accept your fate. Wu Ming's lips curled into a slight smile, utterly dismissive of their idle chatter. It was mere nonsense. If they wished to fight, then let it commence. Without further ado, with a swift motion, Wu Ming swung the Tianqian sword, unleashing a formidable wave of sword energy that sent shivers down the spine. Impressive. No wonder you have such audacity. However, at this level, you were destined to be slain by us. The trio exchanged glances and charged from 3 directions, their overwhelming aura locking onto Wu Ming, rendering him immobile. Wu Ming's heart sank in shock. He had not anticipated the high-level cultivator's prowess to be so formidable. Regret washed over him for not heeding Li Hongru's advice to feign ignorance. Perhaps that strategy had merit after all, yet there was no room for regret now. 3 flying swords struck 3 vital points on Wu Ming's body, causing him to close his eyes, bracing for death. Li Hongru, horrified, shouted, Wu Ming, be careful. But it was too late. Seeing Wu Ming's eyes shut, Li Hongru turned away, closing his eyes in despair. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Though the 3 swords appeared to pierce Wu Ming, they failed to breach his skin. Wu Ming immediately regained his clarity, elated that they could not harm him. It was now his turn, and the trio, equally astonished, had not expected Wu Ming to be a body cultivator. Yet, Wu Ming offered them no chance to react. He unleashed a flurry of strikes with the 7-star sword, each one lethal. In the blink of an eye, all 3 lay decapitated, their bodies collapsing into a pool of blood. Li Hongru, with his eyes still closed, was oblivious to Wu Ming's stunning display. Upon detecting the scent of blood in the air, he finally opened his eyes, tears streaming down his face as he wailed, Brother Wu Ming, why were you so reckless? Had I known, I would not have brought you to the 2 Realms Mountain to meet your demise. It is all my fault. Seeing Li Hongru in such distress nearly brought Wu Ming to tears as well. He discreetly collected the storage bags and artifacts from the fallen trio, then pondered how to transport the large flying vessel. Brother Hongru, have you finished your lamentation? With no other choice, Wu Ming sought Li Hongru's counsel. He was bound to have a solution. Upon hearing Wu Ming's voice, Li Hongru abruptly ceased his crying, struggling to believe his ears. He spun around to find Wu Ming gazing at him innocently, then glanced at the corpses on the ground, exclaiming, Did you kill all 3 of them? Wu Ming remained silent, simply nodding in affirmation. Observing the demeanor of the Nameless One, it was evident that he was not lying. However, he truly could not comprehend the situation. In the brief moment he turned his head, the Nameless One had dispatched all three of these individuals, showcasing a prowess nearly on par with a 9th-level Chi refinement master. What are you dawdling for? This place is not suitable for lingering. Think quickly about how to stow away this flying vessel. It was only then that Li Hongru realized that having slain these three individuals would inevitably lead to a cascade of problems. He needed to manage the scene meticulously to avoid leaving any traces behind. Fortunately, this area was perpetually beset by wind and snow, making it quite simple to obscure any evidence. As for retracting the flying vessel, it was effortless. He recited an incantation, causing the vessel to gradually shrink until it was absorbed into his storage pouch. How shall we deal with these three corpses? The Nameless One inquired with curiosity. Having just witnessed Li Hongru's spell and feeling a keen desire to learn this craft upon his return. That's easily resolved. Li Hongru waved his hand and formed several fireballs that descended upon the corpses, the fierce flames igniting with their residual spiritual energy, consuming them until they were reduced to ashes. Following this, Li Hongru executed another hand gesture, summoning a gust of wind that swept through the area, leaving it spotless, even carrying away the bloodstains along with the snowflakes. We must depart immediately. Li Ming, you must never again refer to him as Nameless. These individuals will surely return to hunt you down. We must hurry. The two of them swiftly navigated their way down the Two Realms Mountain. Chapter 48. Leaving Taikong City, the duo raced down the mountain, arriving at a nearby farmhouse where they saddled horses and galloped back toward Taikong City. They had stirred up considerable trouble and could no longer remain there, as it was highly probable that someone would uncover their actions. The abilities of cultivators were not to be underestimated. Brother Li Ming, speak to me honestly. Why did they seek to kill you? Upon their return to Taikong City, Li Hongru could hardly contain his eagerness to inquire. In truth, this matter does not concern you, and you need not fret. My true name is indeed Nameless, and I am a remnant of the Demon Clan. The reason they wish to kill me is precisely this. A remnant of the Demon Clan? Li Hongru was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for the revelation that he had become entangled with such a lineage. This was disastrous. Brother Li Ming, we must leave this place at once. Having slain three disciples of the immortal sect, it is only a matter of time before someone comes to seek you out. But who could possibly find us so swiftly? No one witnessed the event. The Nameless One remained skeptical, while Li Hongru grew increasingly anxious. Li Ming, I know you hail from the Yuqing Palace. You have killed three of their disciples who came seeking you. Their sect will undoubtedly dispatch someone to Yuqing Palace to inquire about your whereabouts, making it exceedingly easy for them to track you down here. Even if they find me, can they conclusively prove that I was the one who killed them? Does it really matter whether they can prove it was you? What matters is that you are a remnant of the Demon Clan, and now you have begun to learn immortal techniques. Can they tolerate your existence? The Nameless One, upon hearing this, realized that having slain cultivators might indeed lead to the consequences Li Hongru had described. It was only a matter of time before someone would come to Yuqing Palace to inquire about his whereabouts. While he was aware that he was in the mortal realm, the palace could not publicly announce his location. However, the situation had changed. The three individuals' mission had been to kill him, and now they lay dead, although no one knew he was the one who had slain them. If they discovered where he was hiding and he remained here, it would be tantamount to awaiting his demise. The only viable course of action was to leave this place. However, Li Hongru could not accompany him. The Nameless One possessed the esoteric changes technique, which allowed him to disguise himself effectively, rendering him unrecognizable. But Li Hongru did not share this ability. Brother Hongru, I plan to depart from here. After I leave, you must also vacate the area. Return to the Two Realms Mountain in 2 months. By then, this matter will have settled down. Await for me at that farmhouse. Within 6 months at the latest, I shall come to meet you, and then we can take the flying vessel to the human realm. You intend to venture into the human realm? Is that not akin to walking into a trap? The Nameless One, however, remained unfazed, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Brother Hongru, you will understand in due course, and your sect will be our destination. Are you serious? I fear I may never return. My sect relegated me to the mortal realm due to my lack of talent, deeming me a waste of resources. Fear not, all will be resolved once we reach the human realm. For now, return to your residence. I shall quietly depart tomorrow, and we will meet again in 6 months. Li Hongru gazed at the Nameless One, bewildered by his unwavering confidence. However, his fate was now intertwined with the Nameless One's, and he had no choice but to comply. Very well, I shall heed your advice, until we meet again in 6 months. Take care. Li Hongru clasped his fists in a respectful gesture, preparing to leave. Wait a moment, Brother Hongru. The Nameless One halted Li Hongru and produced a storage pouch from his robe, smiling as he said, There are 200 spiritual stones within, take them for your use. Upon hearing this, Li Hongru's heart leaped with joy, yet he hesitated to accept, feigning modesty as he replied, "This is far too generous. I cannot accept, take it, why are we being so formal?" The Nameless One pressed the storage pouch into Li Hongru's hands, giving his hand a firm shake. "Take care, brother Hongru." The two bid each other farewell. The Nameless One tidied up his belongings, then retrieved paper and ink to compose a letter before settling down cross-legged on the bed to begin altering his appearance using the esoteric changes technique. This technique was his greatest asset. Once he successfully transformed his visage, he would be free to roam without fear of recognition. The entire night was consumed by his efforts, and only by dawn did he finally manage to change his appearance beyond recognition. He picked up a mirror, gazing into it to behold the unfamiliar man staring back. A smile of satisfaction spread across his face. From this moment forth, this new identity would be his, and no one would recognize him as Nameless. As long as he did not revert to his original appearance, no one would ever suspect his true identity. He donned the attire he had procured from the marketplace and placed a wide-brimmed hat atop his head. With a swift motion, he exited the room. Wishing to keep his whereabouts concealed, as he soared out of the general's estate, he headed straight for the city gate. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted 3 cultivators approaching from a distance. He quickly employed the technique to mask his presence, then boldly made his way toward the gate. These individuals were indeed swift to arrive. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Otherwise, he would have surely been in trouble today. "Halt!" The shout sent a tremor through the Nameless One's heart as he came to an abrupt stop. Refraining from turning around, he was mere steps away from freedom, yet he had been called to a halt. Had he been discovered? "Remove your hat." The commanding tone of a cultivator behind him filled him with unease. His shirt quickly dampening with sweat. He raised his hand and slowly lifted the hat, then turned to face the speaker with a smile. "Esteemed sir, were you calling for me?" The speaker scrutinized him closely and, upon realizing he was not the Nameless One, waved his hand dismissively and said, "All right, move along." Relieved, the Nameless One donned his hat once more and turned to leave. "Wait a moment." He halted just as he was about to step out the gate and turned back to inquire, "Is there something else you require?" The cultivator produced a scroll from his robe, unfurling it to question, "Do you recognize the person depicted here?" The Nameless One feigned careful examination of the scroll and, upon seeing his own likeness illustrated within, felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, he had altered his appearance, or he would have been unable to pass this test. "No, I am but a wandering man and do not recognize such a distinguished figure." "Very well, it's nothing, you may go." At last, the Nameless One exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to exit the city. Unsure when he would return and now, devoid of his original guise, he stepped outside. Uncertain of where to go next, after some contemplation, he resolved to head north. In the northern territories, there lay a great demon kingdom, home to a demonic sect ruled by the sword demon Sikomlan. He intended to pay a visit, hoping for an opportunity to meet this sword demon. He journeyed northward, walking at a brisk pace that would wear down his shoes considerably. Within 2 days, the soles were nearly worn through. Fortunately, he spotted a marketplace ahead and quickened his pace, intending to purchase a horse and a new pair of shoes. Chapter 49, an invitation to the Anling Academy. As the Nameless One was about to enter the marketplace, a sudden howl pierced the air, startling him. This cry emanated from within the marketplace, soon followed by the screams of terrified individuals. Within moments, several people bolted from the marketplace, shouting for help, sensing that calamity had struck. The Nameless One rushed forward, intercepting a panicked man. "Good sir, what has transpired? There are monsters, run now, or it will be too late." With that, the man broke free from the Nameless One's grasp and fled. Monsters! The throng of fleeing individuals continued to swell, and the Nameless One hesitated, torn between fear and curiosity, as the shouts grew louder, accompanied by ominous thumping sounds from the ground. Though he was now a cultivator, he was uncertain how to respond to such a situation, especially as he had no knowledge of the monster's strength. Just then, 2 figures burst forth from the city, and the Nameless One recognized them as Zhang Xinling and his daughter Zhang Ningxue. The duo who had previously assisted in the investigation of the blood corpse case. However, he is no longer in the guise of an unknown individual, unable to reveal his identity to them. The father and daughter appear to be pursued by a monster, which emerges from the marketplace, a creature towering at a height of 10 feet, with a green face and sharp fangs, possessing a beastly visage yet humanoid form. The Zhang family's capabilities seem insufficient to contend with such a formidable foe, forcing them to fight while retreating, already fleeing from the market towards the direction of Woming Run. "What are you standing there for?" Zhang Xianling shouts as he dashes, urging Wu Ming to flee. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming cannot help but marvel inwardly at this professional exorcist always standing at the forefront of battling demons. Dao Zhang, go ahead, I will cover the rear. Wu Ming declares, unsheathing the Tianqian sword. The sword has once again undergone an enhancement, its appearance vastly different from before, so we need not worry about Zhang Xianling recognizing it. With a single step, he employs his lightness skill, which he has practiced, executing it with even greater ease than Zhang Xianling. At this moment Zhang Xianling has already flown to Wu Ming's side, and upon seeing Wu Ming draw his sword, he is momentarily taken aback. Are you courting death? This is a demon, not an ordinary creature. Nevertheless, Wu Ming disregards this, directly invoking the exorcism sword technique. A flash of red light emanates from the Tianqian sword, unleashing a fierce sword wind aimed at the approaching monster. With a clang, the sword energy strikes as if against an iron plate, causing no harm whatsoever. Wu Ming's heart sinks. What manner of demon is this, so extraordinarily resilient? This gentleman, this is a corpse-transformed demon, not an ordinary creature. Its body is as hard as bronze, impervious to our qi. There seems to be great calamity in the world. Zhang Xianling refrains from fleeing first, instead informing Wu Ming of the demon's might in hopes of dissuading him from risking his life. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming feels even more compelled to act. If he could slay it but chose not to, allowing this demon to escape and harm others would lead to countless innocent lives lost. Dao Zhang, you should depart, I will hold it off for a moment. It is not too late to leave afterward, Wu Ming insists, indicating that Zhang Xianling and his daughter should escape while he contends with the demon. However, Zhang Xianling cannot allow a righteous man to perish in vain. Hero, quickly retreat. You cannot handle this demon. I am Zhang Xianling of the Yanling Academy. I advise you to leave before you harm yourself. Wu Ming realizes that if he does not leave, Zhang Xianling will not budge. Reluctantly, he decides to reveal a fraction of his strength. Slaying the demon takes precedence over concealing his abilities, gritting his teeth. He channels his qi into the Tianqian sword. Just as the demon rushes towards him, Zhang Xianling observes and also prepares to confront the demon, yet, he is soon astonished to witness Wu Ming leap into the air, grasping the Tianqian sword with both hands, then forcefully cleaving downward. A surge of fierce qi, accompanied by a crescent-shaped wave of energy, hurtles towards the demon. With a resounding crash, the demon, mid-charge, is utterly overwhelmed by this powerful strike. Splitting in two and collapsing lifelessly to the ground, Zhang Xianling stands dumbfounded, unable to believe that such a figure exists in the mortal realm, one who can cleave a demon asunder with a single sword strike. What immense strength! He leaps forward to Wu Ming's side, gazing intently at this swordsman clad in a bamboo hat, his heart brimming with excitement. Hero, what remarkable swordsmanship and strength! You have truly broadened my horizons. Wu Ming sheathes the Tianqian sword at his waist and flashes a grin at Zhang Xianling. Dao Zhang, you flatter me. This is merely a common sword technique, aided by the extraordinary sharpness of this blade. Zhang Xianling certainly does not believe his words, yet he knows that masters often prefer to remain humble. He chuckles and inquires, might I ask your esteemed name and whom you study under? In his view, with Wu Ming's prowess, he must be a disciple of some reclusive master, and it would be beneficial to befriend him, perhaps learning a few techniques for vanquishing demons. Wu Ming, hearing this, feels his thoughts whirl and replies with a smile, Dao Zhang. I am Zhang Yi, a wanderer of the outer realms, having learned a few modest skills from an old Taoist, yet I do not know my masteress' name, thus I am unable to provide you with further details. Zhang Xianling is not surprised by this response. It is said that in the mortal realm, some immortal beings possess profound cultivation and remain hidden from the world, either dwelling in the marketplace or ancient caves. Often unknown to others, yet possessing immense power. Could this individual before him be a disciple of such a powerful being? Perhaps he should test him. No, it would be better to invite him to the Yanling Academy. If he were to join, it would add a formidable ally to the academy. With this thought, Zhang Xianling smiles and proposes, Hero Zhang, I am an exorcist of the Yanling Academy, with your remarkable abilities. It would be a pity not to join us. How about accompanying me back to the Yanling Academy to serve as an exorcist? Upon hearing this, Wu Ming is overjoyed. This is splendid, he has no place to go. And joining the Yanling Academy would grant him a purpose and ample time for cultivation, without the need to flee from those pursuing him. This is undoubtedly the best choice for him at present. However, he must not appear overly eager, lest he raise Zhang Xianling's suspicions. He smiles faintly and responds, Dao Zhang, while I possess some modest skills, how could I possibly compare with the exorcists of the Yanling Academy? The Yanling Academy is renowned throughout the world. How could they accept someone of my humble stature? He speaks while glancing down at his shoes, which reveal his toes, underscoring his lowly status. Zhang Xianling observes all of this and bursts into hearty laughter. Hero Zhang, If you are willing to join my Anling Academy, I can recommend you as an exorcist instructor. What do you think? Chapter 50. Counting the gains. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming beams with joy. Daozhang. Then I shall respectfully accept your invitation. It is fortuitous that I have nowhere to go for the time being, so accompanying you to the Anling Academy sounds splendid. Seeing Wu Ming's agreement, Zhang Xianling is overjoyed. Wonderful. With the addition of Hero Zhang, our Anling Academy will undoubtedly soar to new heights. As Wu Ming and Zhang Xianling exchange pleasantries, Zhang Ningxue approaches, greeting Wu Ming with utmost respect. Zhang Xianling hurriedly introduces her. This is my adopted daughter. Zhang Ningxue orphaned at a young age. She has stayed with me ever since and has learned some techniques for subduing demons. You may engage in much practice together in the future. Wu Ming comprehends Zhang Xianling's intentions. Yet he harbors no romantic inclinations. Indeed, Zhang Ningxue possesses a strikingly beautiful appearance, pure and ethereal, with a fair complexion that would captivate any man. However, Wu Ming's heart is solely consumed by thoughts of vengeance. He has no interest in matters of love, not even for Lu Ziki, his nominal wife, let alone this Zhang Ningxue, whom he barely knows. Miss Zhang, I am Zhang Yi, and I have accepted Dao Zhang's invitation to join the Anling Academy. I hope to receive your guidance, Hero Zhang. Your skills are extraordinary, slaying that demon with a single strike. Such prowess is truly remarkable. Ningxue admires you greatly. The three of them journey together into the marketplace, where Wu Ming purchases shoes and horses, then continues on with the Zhang family towards the Anling Academy. The Anling Academy is located at the border between the Great Zhou Kingdom and the Great Demon Kingdom. Nestled within the majestic Anling mountain range. It is said that long ago, this area was overrun with demons that consumed human lives. Many righteous individuals gathered here, enduring arduous battles to eradicate the demons. The remaining righteous formed the Anling Academy, dedicating themselves to vanquishing evil and recruiting disciples. To this day, it has become the foremost force in the mortal realm, with disciples appearing wherever demons roam. There are also rumors that within the Anling Academy there exist powerful beings protecting humanity, ensuring the prosperity and peace of the mortal realm throughout the ages. As the foremost exorcist of the Anling Academy, Zhang Xuanling's status is second only to the Academy's headmaster. Naturally, anyone he introduces to the Academy would not be treated with disdain. Upon arriving, Wu Ming is promptly appointed as an exorcist and made a mentor within the Academy. With thousands of disciples at the Anling Academy, each student must study for 10 years before graduating as a true exorcist. With thousands traversing the world, and hundreds graduating each year, Wu Ming is assigned to a relatively unburdened position, requiring him to teach only periodically, twice a month. At last, he has ample time for cultivation, and his residence is a secluded peak, set amidst a serene environment adorned with beautiful flora. On this peak stands a magnificent structure, which serves as Wu Ming's abode, an arrangement courtesy of Zhang Xianling, who recognizes Wu Ming as no ordinary individual. Thus, he has thoughtfully provided accommodations befitting a practitioner. Upon reaching his residence, Wu Ming retrieves 2 storage bags, acquired from slaying 3 cultivators. He opens one, reserving the spirit stones for Li Hongru, while the remaining items from the 3 cultivators await his inspection. Now, in this safe haven, Wu Ming feels no trepidation and empties the contents of the storage bag. The items are few: 3 sword-like artifacts, a modest amount of spirit stones, a few books, 7 wooden boxes, a dozen metallic-like ores, and 3 tokens. Gazing at the 7 wooden boxes, Wu Ming suddenly recalled that his mother had left behind numerous wooden boxes within her storage bracelet, the quality of which surpassed these 7, being far more exquisite. The only reason he had not opened them was due to the seals inscribed upon them, for he feared damaging the treasures contained within. Now, upon observing these 7 boxes, which were evidently of inferior craftsmanship and devoid of any seals, he proceeded to open them without hesitation. To his astonishment, each box contained spiritual herbs surrounded by an ethereal aura, a rare find in the mortal realm. He had not anticipated acquiring 7 at once. However, at that moment, Wu Ming was unfamiliar with their names and thus repackaged them, turning his gaze to the dozen or so mineral stones, which left him utterly perplexed. As he recognized none of them, he collected the stones and began to examine the remaining few tomes. There were 6 in total, 3 of which were identical, indicating that these 3 individuals belonged to the same sect. This particular tome appeared to be a standardized manual of that sect, and upon a brief glance, Wu Ming understood it to be the outer sex cultivation techniques of the Qingxian sword sect. It dawned on him that he had slain 3 outer sect disciples of the Qingxian sword sect, explaining their lackluster abilities. The Qingxian sword technique had unexpectedly fallen into his hands. Setting down the Qingxian sword technique, He picked up the remaining 3 tomes and his heart soared with joy. 1 was a compendium of spiritual treasures, documenting a plethora of spiritual herbs, plants, and materials, complete with descriptions and illustrations of the spiritual items. As long as he committed the contents to memory, he would recognize them upon sight in the future. Another was a record of worldly observations, which essentially filled the gaps in Wuming's understanding of the cultivation world. He set it aside to study in detail when time permitted. The last tome brought him immense delight. It was an alchemical text detailing the methods of refining elixirs and various recipes for concocting potions. Although it was a beginner's manual, in Wuming's hands, it was an invaluable treasure. He placed the tomes in his storage bracelet, holding it in his hand as a new thought crossed his mind. This storage bracelet belonged to his mother, and as he often wore it, it was prone to being discovered by others. He needed to devise a method to conceal it securely, ensuring absolute safety. However, this dilemma was evidently quite challenging. The items within the bracelet were numerous, and if he lost it, it would equate to a total loss. How could he possibly hide it? You could store it in your sea of consciousness. This is a spiritual treasure-level storage bracelet, do you not realize? Wuming recognized the voice of the Tianqian sword and felt a surge of joy, yet, he remained uncertain and could only consult the spirit of the Tianqian sword. Tianqian, how should I place this storage bracelet into my sea of consciousness? Master, if I am not mistaken, this storage bracelet has already acknowledged you as its master, so you merely need to guide it into your sea of consciousness with your thoughts. Upon hearing this, Wuming felt a flicker of uncertainty. However, since Tianqian had deduced this, he decided to give it a try. With this thought, he narrowed his eyes and focused his will to guide the storage bracelet. Initially, the bracelet did not respond, but as Wuming intensified his spiritual force, in the blink of an eye, the bracelet vanished from his grasp. Chapter 51, Refining the Body and Enhancing Beauty. As the storage bracelet entered his sea of consciousness, Wuming could distinctly sense its position. The sensation was remarkably wondrous. Tianqian, can I place my Yushuan pearl into my sea of consciousness? The Yushuan pearl is also a treasure-level item, although it does not match the storage bracelet in rank. Theoretically, it should be possible. You can try it as well. Wuming nodded, finding this reasoning sound. Following the same method as before, he guided the Yushuan pearl with his spiritual force, and in the next moment, the pearl also entered his sea of consciousness. Excellent. With the Yushuan pearl now safely within, his security would significantly increase when he ventured into the cultivation realm. At present, with the storage bag and all its contents placed within the Yushuan pearl. Externally, he appeared to possess only the Wuchen sword hanging at his waist. This sword, while a mundane item, was exceptionally sharp and could not be compared to ordinary swords to In Wuming's eyes, even though it was not a magical artifact used by cultivators. It was indeed a semi-finished product forged by one. After tallying his gains, Wuming felt a sense of pride in his spoils, even if they lacked remarkable treasures. In the days that followed, he resolved to first cultivate the golden devouring treasure refining technique. His previous encounter with the 3 cultivators had deeply impressed upon him the benefits of body refinement. Had he not practiced the golden devouring treasure refining technique, he might have been the one to perish that day. Thus, he retrieved 3 magical artifacts, ready to refine them anew with the technique. Observing the artifacts before him, he found it somewhat incredulous. According to the steps outlined in the technique, the first step was to grasp the artifact in his hand and then operate the golden devouring treasure refining technique. Employing its unique devouring ability to gradually refine the artifact and absorb its essence, it was not a matter of literally swallowing the artifact, as that was impossible. What surprised Wuming was that the absorption process for the magical artifacts was considerably slower than for spiritual stones. In his view, spiritual stones served merely as energy carriers, while magical artifacts were refined from the essence of myriad things, possessing formidable intrinsic power. Moreover, compared to spiritual stones, they contained a greater abundance of the materials needed for body refinement. Thus, while the absorption process was slower, the effectiveness was vastly superior. After absorbing one magical artifact, Wuming discovered that his body had become significantly sturdier, at least twice as robust as before, which delighted him immensely. With such a formidable technique, once he reached the mortal realm, few would pose a threat to his safety. However, with every advantage comes a drawback. As his body continued to strengthen, a faint golden hue began to manifest upon his skin. This alteration caused him some distress. How could he venture outside with such golden skin? It was obvious that it would reveal he had practiced an extraordinary technique. If others were to see him, he would undoubtedly draw attention and inquiries, particularly in a place teeming with experts who were far more knowledgeable in martial arts than he was, and they would easily discern the truth. Fortunately, he possessed the I Ching meridian transformation technique. However, given his current altered appearance, if he forcibly changed his skin color, it could potentially alter his facial features as well. This was precisely why the I Ching meridian transformation technique was not to be wielded lightly. It was not a temporary alteration. Each transformation of appearance was lifelong. Without prior memorization of his facial structure and meridian flow, he would never be able to revert to his original visage. Which was the reason for the trepidation surrounding this technique. Once practiced, he would be unrecognizable the following day. Thankfully, the golden hue was still subtle, but if this issue remained unresolved, he could no longer continue his cultivation of the golden devouring treasure refining technique. In his continuous contemplation, he finally identified the root of the problem. The meridian pathways of the golden devouring treasure refining technique were all directed towards the skin, resulting in the manifestation of his golden complexion. In the mortal realm, there is a saying, refine the muscles, bones, and skin externally, refine the internal organs internally. Yet he had only focused on skin refinement, leading to a certain imbalance of elements within his body. Thus, he decided to repractice the golden devouring treasure refining technique, ensuring it targeted not only the skin but also progressively refined the muscles, bones, and internal organs. After making this adjustment, Wu-Ming was astonished to discover that not only had his skin tone returned to normal, but his entire being had undergone a transformation. His skin appeared fairer, his gaze more radiant, and a touch of heroic spirit adorned his brow, accentuating his masculine beauty. Observing the subtle changes in his appearance, although his features had not drastically altered, he now appeared even more handsome, leading him to feel a twinge of vanity. At this juncture, he had merely absorbed the benefits from one magical artifact. If he were to fully absorb the remaining two, it was likely that his physique would become even more formidable. A strong physique was not merely one of bulging muscles, rather, every muscle would be as hard as iron, and every inch of skin would resemble fine jade. This kind of formidable physique, akin to being cast from molten metal, represented a beauty that emanated from within, distinct from the superficial masculinity displayed by merely muscular appearances. Wu-Ming had come to appreciate the merits of the golden devouring treasure refining technique all the more and eagerly continued to absorb the remaining two magical artifacts. This cultivation process extended over half a month, during which he had not consumed a single meal, nor had anyone come to provide him sustenance. This was a directive specifically issued by Zhang Xinling, forbidding anyone from disturbing Wu-Ming during his seclusion. At the break of dawn, Wu-Ming groomed himself meticulously, appearing immaculate as he made his way to the academy. The new students were divided into 4 classes: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. Today, Wu-Ming was to teach the Xian class, which comprised 80 students. As he stepped into the classroom, all eyes were instantly drawn to his striking visage, his face as radiant as pure jade, a description that was not at all exaggerated. Many students marveled internally, wondering how such an exquisite man could exist in this world, especially among the female students, who found it nearly impossible to avert their gazes. His handsomeness was utterly captivating. Leaving them spellbound, Wu-Ming, feeling somewhat self-conscious under their scrutiny, cleared his throat and addressed them. Greetings, everyone. I am Xing Yi, your instructor. Today, we shall study the weaknesses of the myriad creatures and demons of the world. As Wu-Ming spoke, the students listened intently, their eyes fixated on him, though what thoughts occupied their minds remained a mystery. Once he concluded his engaging lecture, the students continued to gaze at him, particularly the female students, who did not once divert their eyes. Wu-Ming, feeling somewhat helpless, hurriedly returned to his quarters after the lesson, and from that moment onward, it seemed that students intentionally wandered near his residence, and he, disinterested, paid them no mind, resulting in an ever-growing number of visitors to his vicinity. Chapter 52. A fire-ignited time flies, and in the blink of an eye 2 months have passed. The mountain peak where Wu-Ming resides now reveals a wisp of auspicious clouds from a distance. Such phenomena are not uncommon in the cultivation world, indicating the resurgence of spiritual energy in the area. In truth, this is a result of Wu-Ming's cultivation techniques, and he has now successfully broken through to the 6th layer of qi refinement with 3 forms of energy. As Li Hongru mentioned, reaching this stage means further breakthroughs are unattainable, but this limitation pertains only to spiritual energy. Wu-Ming's mastery of his own vital energy faces no such barriers. His only challenge lies within himself. His physique has become extraordinarily formidable, capable of shattering a large stone with a mere punch, and when he channels his vital energy, its power multiplies tenfold, rivaling that of advanced qi refiners, with 1,000 strands of vital energy accumulated within him. A red dot has appeared at his brow, indicative of an excess of vital energy. As the Tianquan sword has stated, this phenomenon arises from the condensation of blood and energy at the yin tang point. which is situated above the due meridian in the human body, serving to regulate blood flow and balance the five elements. Prolonged accumulation of energy here can cause the yin tang point to display a blood red hue. A condition also observed in cultivators practicing pure yang energy. With this blood point, Wuming has become even more striking in appearance. Anyone who encounters him, regardless of gender, cannot help but turn their heads. Over the course of 2 months, he has delivered 4 lectures and, in a moment of helplessness, engaged with his students, discovering that their presence near his abode was to seek guidance on his beauty-preserving techniques. This left Wuming speechless. He had no knowledge of such techniques, and even if he did, he could not impart them so casually. Whenever such topics arose, he would deftly change the subject. One day, Zhang Ningxue unexpectedly paid him a visit. Wuming was not engaged in cultivation at that moment but was tending to the vegetable garden in his courtyard, although the garden was but a small plot of land measuring a square yard. Wuming managed to keep it meticulously organized. Master Zhang Yi, you are growing vegetables. Upon lifting his gaze, Wuming saw it was Zhang Ningxue, and he gently set down the watering can, rising to greet her. I was unaware of your arrival, and I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Zhang Ningxue smiled warmly, glancing at Wuming with a flicker of surprise in her eyes, which she quickly masked. There is no need for such formalities. Master Zhang, I am here to inform you that our Anling Academy's decade-long hunting expedition is about to commence. Each mentor must lead 10 students to various locations to hunt malevolent entities. As this is your first encounter, my adoptive father has assigned me to accompany you to Baigushan in Western Gan. Upon hearing this, Wuming did not take it to heart. He considered that being away for perhaps over a month might not be a bad idea, especially since he had made some progress in his cultivation. Very well, Miss Zhang, when do we depart, and where shall we gather? Zhang Ningxue was pleasantly surprised by Wuming's prompt agreement. Originally, Zhang Xianling had not planned to group them together, but she had requested her adoptive father to allow her to accompany Wuming to Baigushan. This hunting expedition was also a deliberate test of Wuming's abilities by Zhang Xianling. In the mortal realm, Baigushan is notorious for harboring the most and strongest malevolent entities, making it the most perilous location. The mountain has been the site of numerous wars over the past millennium, and it is said that in ancient times, cultivators existed in the mortal realm, albeit the spiritual energy was not as abundant as in the human realm. There were small sects, and Baigushan was once the home of one such sect. Complicating the unknown factors and increasing the danger associated with this hunting ground. We shall gather at the Academy's gate tomorrow at noon, and we must not be late. As Wuming gazed at Zhang Ningxue's smiling face, he found her quite endearing, yet he merely regarded it as a fleeting thought. In his eyes, no woman's beauty could compare to his deep-seated vendetta. Until he avenged his blood feud, he would remain impervious to any woman's charms, a line he resolutely upheld. This was also a consideration for the other party. He felt enough guilt regarding Lu Ziki that he had had no choice but to enter the Lu family as a son-in-law in order to survive in the mortal realm, obliging him to agree to Yulinglong's wishes. Yulinglong's decision had also come after a considerable internal struggle. She had never wanted to let Wuming leave her side, although their relationship was fraught with distance. Wuming's appearance and his tenacity had endeared him to her. However, fate had been unkind. She could not teach him any techniques, or else Wuming would have likely reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage in just 10 years. She had never revealed to Wuming that his celestial bloodline granted him innate vital energy, a coveted physique among cultivators that could double one's cultivation speed. Wuming, of course, remained oblivious, as his master had imparted no knowledge of the cultivation world to him, and neither had Chu Tianya nor Chu Feiyu shared any insights about cultivators with him. His best teacher had been the manuals he studied. Had he been aware of the intricacies of the cultivation world, he would understand that in the perilous Baigushan, a cultivator of his level was likely to meet with death. His enthusiastic agreement stemmed from his ignorance of the dangers involved. Zhang Xianling, equally uninformed about the secrets of the cultivation world, had sent Zhang Ningxue to accompany him. Truly a perilous path ahead, fraught with risks. One could only fear that a hero might not return. The following day, Wuming arrived as invited, standing outside the mountain gate, awaiting Zhang Ningxue. He held the Wuqing sword in his hand, his straw hat still perched atop his head, a habit formed since leaving the Lu residence. His appearance exuded the aura of a wandering knight. Master Zhang, you are here quite early. Upon hearing Zhang Ningxue's voice, Wuming turned to see her, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. Zhang Ningxue had brought along a contingent of female disciples. What was going on? Wuming inwardly cursed, yet upon noticing Zhang Ningxue's slightly embarrassed demeanor, he sensed that there was more to the situation than met the eye. He refrained from directly questioning her, choosing instead to accompany her on the journey. It was only along the way that he quietly asked, "Miss Zhang, why are they all female disciples?" With a resigned shake of her head, Zhang Ningxue replied, They are all admirers of yours, and they managed to secure spots through connections. Insisting on accompanying you on this hunting expedition, Wu Ming realized with a start that he was the cause of this predicament. No wonder they were all women. He was now burdened not only with their safety but also with the need to navigate potential improprieties. This truly was a case of igniting a fire upon himself. Chapter 53, The Skeleton Soldiers. Throughout the journey, these pampered young ladies proved increasingly delicate. What should have been a 5-day trek was reduced to 2 days thanks to their horseback riding. Yet they insisted on taking breaks whenever they grew tired or hungry, utterly refusing to obey or quicken their pace. They frequently drew closer to Wu Ming, attempting to ingratiate themselves with him. This was where their true intentions lay. Each time someone attempted to strike up a conversation with him, Wu Ming turned a deaf ear, completely ignoring them, which only served to infuriate the female disciples even more. After 5 days, they finally arrived at Baigushan. The sky darkening as night fell, Wu Ming proposed that they camp outside the mountain until dawn, but the female disciples vehemently protested, insisting on venturing into Baigushan at night. "Master Zhang, we are here to hunt. Not for a leisure trip. A nighttime is when malevolent beings are most active, making it the perfect time for our expedition. Why should we camp outside?" "Indeed, Master Zhang, are you perhaps afraid?" Upon hearing this, Wu Ming cursed internally. Lamenting his misfortune in being tasked with such a group of unruly girls, with no other recourse, he reluctantly led them into the mountain. To his astonishment, as soon as they entered, they were surrounded by dozens of skeleton soldiers. These skeletal creatures, clad in armor, were clearly the remnants of fallen warriors, now animated by malevolent energy. "Form ranks," Zhang Ningxue shouted, and the female disciples displayed no fear whatsoever towards the skeletal beings. They unsheathed their swords, forming a battle line, ready to confront the skeleton soldiers. Witnessing this display, Wu Ming could not help but commend the female disciples silently. They were truly impressive. It was fortunate that they were from the Antling Academy. Had they been ordinary women, they would have fainted in terror by now. The skeleton soldiers, fully armed, charged forward, wielding steel blades and shields, ready to engage. Wu Ming's curiosity piqued. How could these lifeless skeletons move as if they were alive? Unbeknownst to him, in the mortal realm, all manner of demons, monsters, and spirits are collectively referred to as malevolent entities. Most of them were unable to reincarnate due to the resentment they harbored in life, causing their souls to linger near their corpses, transforming into spirits or demons. Some animals, upon death, do not decompose and, after centuries, become evolved entities. The longer they exist, the stronger they become. The skeleton soldiers before them were valiant and fierce, their combat skills sharp and ruthless. As the female disciples began to tire, despite having learned many methods to combat demons, they found themselves utterly powerless against the ferocious onslaught of the skeleton soldiers. Wu Ming, witnessing their plight, felt a surge of urgency. He could not allow them to come to harm. He could no longer stand idly by and knew he must act swiftly to eliminate the skeleton soldiers, ensuring their safety. Upon this realization, the Nameless One summoned forth the dustless sword, stepping forward with a fierce flourish of his blade, cleaving through the skeletal warrior's frame, rendering it devoid of combat capability. He soon discerned that these skeletal soldiers could not be truly vanquished. Even the one he had severed in twain continued to writhe, as if striving to rise from the ground. To his astonishment, he observed that the bisected skeletons gradually inched closer together until, with a resounding crack, they merged once more into a single entity, rising anew. The Nameless One was struck with alarm. These creatures could not be killed and could reconstitute themselves. What sorcery was this? "Run, over there," Zhang Ningxue exclaimed decisively, seizing the Nameless One's hand in a bid for escape. However, the Nameless One could not fathom fleeing in such a dire moment. Should he abandon them? What fate awaited these disciples if pursued? "Miss Zhang, you take them to safety outside the mountain. I shall cover our retreat," he shouted, breaking free from her grasp and advancing once more into the fray, swiftly dispatching the encircling skeletal warriors and creating a breach. Zhang Ningxue recognized his strength was sufficient for self-preservation, and if he remained behind, their safety was assured. Thus, she led the disciples through the opening and toward the mountain's exit, while the Nameless One fixed his gaze upon the skeletal warriors surrounding him. With no one else present, he could unleash his true power and swiftly eliminate these foes. Sheathing the dustless sword upon his back, he summoned forth his black iron sword, the celestial sword, realizing that these skeletal warriors transcended the capabilities of mere mortals to defeat. Through his divine perception, he had discerned that the reason these skeletal beings could not be slain was due to the ethereal green soul residing within their skulls, undoubtedly controlling their movements. Armed with the celestial sword, he executed the 7-star sword technique, weaving through the ranks of skeletal warriors, striking relentlessly. Each blow targeted the skull, cleaving the soul within, leaving it without a dwelling place. Bereft of such a sanctuary, they became mere wandering spirits, incapable of inflicting harm. Though he could not obliterate these souls, they posed no threat to him. Were a mere mortal in this situation, the departure of a soul from its host could lead to possession. However, as a cultivator, the Nameless One was fortified with abundant vital energy, inherently instilling fear in these spirits. After a mere 10 breaths, he had rendered dozens of skeletal warriors into shattered remnants, stowing away the celestial sword. He cast a glance toward the mountain's exterior and began to sprint in that direction, only to encounter Zhang Ningxue and her companions, who were circling in confusion. "Why are you still here? Haven't you managed to escape the mountain?" Upon hearing his words, Zhang Ningxue halted, her eyes filled with bewilderment. "Master Zhang Yi, we have been on the move, yet for some reason, we keep returning to this spot." The Nameless One felt a surge of dread. They were caught in a ghostly wall, and he too had lost his sense of direction. "Alas, everyone, stop immediately and take shelter beside me. We have entered an illusionary formation." He finally comprehended the perilous nature of their surroundings. The moment they entered the mountain, there was no turning back. Only by pressing forward could they hope to find a way out. The mountain was steeped in mystery, beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. "Master Zhang Yi, what is happening? Why is there an illusionary formation?" Zhang Ningxue approached him, her eyes filled with fear. "I do not know, but I understand that our path does not lie beyond the mountain. The moment we entered, the world has been turned upside down. The more we move toward the exterior, the deeper we delve inward." Chapter 54. The Spectral Ghostfire. Hearing the Nameless One's words, Zhang Ningxue and the other female disciples were gripped with terror. "And Master Zhang Yi, what should we do now?" The sight of their pallid faces brought a smirk to the Nameless One's lips. "Miss Zhang, stay close to me. Before dawn, we must find a secure location to hide and weather the night. Then we shall be safe." Zhang Ningxue nodded in agreement and promptly instructed all the disciples to follow closely. Searching for a safe haven to navigate through the impending crisis, after traversing a grove, they stumbled upon a cave, and a wave of relief washed over the Nameless One. Once they entered, they could ensure their safety by guarding the entrance. "Everyone, quickly enter the cave and do not come out." Under Zhang Ningxue's guidance, the women entered the cavern first. The interior boasted sturdy stone walls resembling a man-made cavern, likely a storeroom for supplies from past conflicts. Spacious enough to comfortably accommodate them, the Nameless One surveyed the cave. Though it appeared devoid of danger, his intuition warned him otherwise. "Everyone be cautious. There is something eerie about this place. It would be best for you to stand together and observe different directions." Upon hearing his words, Zhang Ningxue and the others immediately adopted a vigilant stance, their earlier arrogance vanishing. As they promptly arranged themselves to guard against potential threats, they scrutinized their surroundings, tension mounting, while the Nameless One felt an impending danger closing in. Suddenly, a female disciple let out a shriek. Following her gaze, the Nameless One beheld a flaming orb floating toward them, accompanied by a swarm of fiery spheres. Zhang Ningxue's eyes widened in alarm as she cried out, "This is the spectral ghostfire. Everyone, be careful. It possesses sentience." The Nameless One recalled having encountered such ghostly flames in the Spirit Treasure Compendium, although it was the most primitive form of spiritual fire. If he could tame it, it would serve as a significant asset. However, capturing such combative and mature spectral ghostfire was no simple feat. Ideally, one would seek out the younger ones for easier taming, nurturing them to consume other flames and enhance their power. Yet, this was not the time to ponder capturing the spectral ghostfire. A horde of these flames could incinerate them to ashes. Confronted with this dire situation, the Nameless One stepped forward, no longer hesitating to reveal his strength. In an instant, the celestial sword was summoned to his hand, although he had yet to master the celestial sword technique. Wielding the celestial sword against the spectral ghostfire was most fitting. "Miss Zhang, retreat as far back as possible. I fear I cannot contain them all." As he shouted, he surged forward, employing the 7-star sword technique to deftly cleave through the foremost fiery orbs. The flames extinguished upon impact, revealing the heads they had engulfed. No wonder these spectral ghostfires seemed to possess intellect. They had absorbed the souls of the deceased. With the initial group of ghostly flames dispatched, the remaining ones froze in midair, deliberating their next move. The Nameless One noted that these flames indeed displayed sentience, instinctively recognizing danger and retreating from his imposing presence. He turned his attention to the back, ensuring Zhang Ningxue and the others were positioned safely 20 meters away, allowing him a moment of relief. He then focused on the spectral flames, his gaze catching sight of one peculiar flame of a different hue. Considerably smaller, this was likely a juvenile spectral ghost fire, an ideal candidate for him to capture. According to the Spirit Treasure Compendium, to tame a juvenile spectral ghost fire, one must first seize it and extinguish its sentience to forge a soul contract. Binding it to his will, however, capturing it required a celestial technique unknown to mere mortals. Fortunately, the Nameless One had studied this technique in his spare time, making it applicable in this moment. Yet, to capture the small ghost fire amidst so many others would demand considerable effort. The Nameless One wielded the celestial sword once more, executing swift and agile strikes, causing another 10 ghostly flames to plummet. Finally, the spectral ghost fire began to waver, realizing that this individual was no ordinary foe. In that instant, the Nameless One charged into the throng of flames, his strikes becoming increasingly rapid, akin to a porcupine bristling with swords, each movement fluid and impenetrable. The ghostly flames scattered in disarray. Retreating in panic, and the Nameless One seized the opportunity to approach the juvenile flame, a cunning grin spreading across his face. "Now, you belong to me." He extended his hand, casting the capturing technique, ensnaring the small ghost fire. Rendering it immobile. In this crucial moment, he needed to act swiftly, extinguishing the juvenile flame's sentience to forge a blood-soul contract, ensuring it would forever serve as his loyal spiritual fire, free from rebellion. Gazing at the cluster of ghostly blue flames in his hand, Nameless felt a profound affection for it, yet, despite his fondness, he could not allow compassion to sway him. To subdue it, he must sever its spiritual intelligence and compel it to submit to his control. Although such actions might be deemed morally questionable, a man of ambition cannot be bound by trivialities. His soul power surged forth from his fingertips, sweeping over the ghost fire in an instant, rendering it as innocent as a newborn, stripped of all former memories. Seizing the moment, he concentrated his soul energy at the tip of his finger, allowing the Tiantian sword to glide effortlessly, and with a single drop of his blood, he let it fall upon the ghost fire. The blood pact was formed, and from that moment on, this ghostly flame became his soul fire. Under his dominion, the ghostly fire detached itself from its parasitic host, shedding a luminous, translucent blue flame that, in Nameless' grasp, felt devoid of warmth. Elated, he willed the ghostly flame to vanish, and within his dantian, a serene cluster of ghostly blue flames now resided. Chapter 55, the little demon having successfully tamed the ghostly flame. The mature ghost fires had long since disappeared. A subtle smile graced his lips. This journey had not been in vain, for he had acquired a soul fire, an opportunity rarely afforded to a cultivator. Zhang Ningxue and her companions approached, noticing Nameless laughing to himself, causing them to wonder if he had been possessed by a spirit. "Master Zhang Yi, are you all right?" Upon hearing this, Nameless snapped back to reality. Realizing he had momentarily lost his composure, he adopted a serious demeanor and replied to Zhang Ningxue, "I am fine, those ghost fires have been repelled. Let us rest here. At dawn, we shall depart. This place is too perilous, and I propose we cancel the hunt." As Zhang Ningxue and her companions exchanged glances, their expressions revealing reluctance. They did not wish to return just yet, but as Nameless had pointed out, the dangers here were overwhelming, far beyond what they could endure. Without Nameless, they likely would not even survive the skeletal warriors, yet, they were even less willing to forfeit the chance to spend time with him, having expended considerable resources to secure their positions. To be close to such a handsome figure as Nameless, they had nearly depleted their years of savings. Observing their unwilling expressions, Nameless understood that his words had fallen on deaf ears. They clearly disagreed, insisting that with Master Zhang Yi present, there was no real threat. Nameless felt utterly speechless. These Na'vi girls had truly mistaken him for a hero. No matter how valiant he might be, there would be times when he could not protect them. "Miss Zhang, do you also believe I can remain invincible?" With no other choice, he explained the situation to Zhang Ningxue. To his surprise, she smiled and said, "My adoptive father has mentioned that with you here, the White Bone Mountain serves as the best hunting ground for us, a place to broaden our horizons." Indeed, he was not mistaken. Not only have you triumphed over the skeletal warriors, but you have also driven back the ghostly flames. "Master Zhang Yi, are you truly immortal? You seem more like a cultivator to me." Nameless could only manage a bitter smile in response. Zhang Shenling was certainly a source of trouble. What would she say if anything happened to her adopted daughter? Since they were undeterred, he had no further objections, but they must first exit before making any decisions. Remaining here would lead to starvation, even if they were not devoured by the monsters. "We have provisions, look enough to last us several days. Master Zhang Yi, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Nameless regarded Zhang Ningxue, unsure if she was genuinely so composed as to think about food amidst such peril. Truly a curious character. "Miss Zhang, I am not hungry yet. If you are, please eat something first." I shall keep watch. With that, he turned and departed towards the cave entrance. Watching him leave, Zhang Ningxue felt a twinge of guilt, but she had no choice. If she acquiesced to his suggestion upon returning, the other students would undoubtedly report her, placing pressure on her adoptive father. For the greater good, she chose to reject Nameless' proposal. Alone at the cave entrance, Nameless surveyed the surroundings, sensing an atmosphere thick with uncertainty. He needed to find a way to lead them out. He could not predict what awaited them next. If a more formidable spirit appeared, he might escape, but what about them, as he pondered anxiously? A sudden cacophony erupted from the ground beneath him. His senses heightened, he leaped into the air, and just as he did, sharp bone spikes erupted from the ground where he had just stood, a split-second affair. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have been impaled. While his physique was robust, one should never test fate. Startled by the ground, Nameless extended his consciousness and detected movement in the surrounding woods. Just as his feet touched the ground, the cracking sounds resumed. He had no time to think before he dashed into the forest, each step triggering more spikes, making it increasingly difficult to evade. Yet he pressed on, finally confronting the unexpected intruder. Upon closer inspection, he was nearly taken aback. It was a monster with an ugly and sinister human head, resembling a little demon, flanked by bat-like wings. Did you unleash the ground spikes? Nameless' gaze was cold, devoid of fear. You are a cultivator, yet you have come here, therefore you must die. To his astonishment, the little demon spoke, which explained its ability to deploy ground spikes. It was indeed a creature of considerable intelligence. On what grounds must I meet my demise simply for being here? The little demon let out a chilling laugh. This is the entrance to the netherworld. Do you really believe a human cultivator can leave alive? Nameless' face fell in shock. Isn't this the White Bone Mountain? The White Bone Mountain is above, and you have entered the entrance to the netherworld? Surely you cannot be unaware. Nameless, with a bitter smile, replied, I truly did not know. I am merely an instructor from the Anling Academy, here for a hunting expedition on the White Bone Mountain. How could I know I had entered the netherworld's entrance? The netherworld is connected to the mortal realm, and this node lies precisely at the White Bone Mountain. You must have stumbled into the node, yet as a cultivator, how could you be ignorant of the connection between the White Bone Mountain and the netherworld? Understanding dawned on Nameless. It was no wonder that upon entering the White Bone Mountain they had encountered formidable monsters. They had unwittingly entered the node between the netherworld and the mortal realm. No wonder he encountered ghostly flames. However, if this was common knowledge among cultivators, he was genuinely unaware. This was a grave injustice. I have learned my cultivation methods independently and am not well versed in the cultivation world. Could you please tell me how to leave this place? I shall be most grateful. The little demon, with a wicked grin, replied, You wish to leave? Do you not know that the entrance to the netherworld only permits entry? Not exit. Nameless was once again struck with disbelief. If the entrance to the netherworld indeed allowed only entry, then they would never see the sun again. What to do? What about Zhang Ningxue and the 10 disciples? They could not sacrifice their lives here. I refuse to believe you. You must be lying. How could the netherworld allow the living to enter? Nameless struggled to accept this reality. If entering the netherworld was so easy, then human greed would surely exploit it as a breach to invade the realm. Chapter 56, Shadow Wolf. Upon hearing Nameless' inquiry, the little demon grinned wickedly and let out a sharp shriek. In an instant, Nameless realized that several more little demons had appeared around him. Terror gripped his heart. Dealing with one was challenging enough, but how could he confront a dozen? Inside the cave, Zhang Ningxue and her companions heard the shriek and stood up, only to hear Nameless shout, Do not come near, there is danger. As he called out, he leaped into the air, wielding the Tianqian sword, channeling all his energy to confront the little demons, lacking the skill of flight. He relied solely on his lightness technique and spiritual power to keep himself aloft, wary of any misstep. Young man, I advise you not to resist. With your strength, you are unlikely to escape the White Bone Mountain. Indeed, this is the entrance to the netherworld, but it is sealed. The White Bone Mountain is also known as the Netherstone Mountain, a name unknown to mortals since you have uncovered the secrets of White Bone Mountain. You cannot leave alive, you must perish here to ensure the secret remains safe. The little demon threatened Nameless, who was astonished by the creature's intelligence and cunning. This was no ordinary spirit, but what secret could it possibly refer to? I am unaware of any secrets here. Is it related to this cave? Nameless pondered, but no matter how he thought, he could not discern what secret lay within. It appears that only this little demon knows the truth. Why not capture it and compel it to divulge the information? However, this little demon is evidently not a docile creature like a chick or a kitten. It is far more unruly, especially since it can unleash spikes from the ground. While I can react swiftly, Zhang Ningxue and the others are in grave danger. As I ponder these thoughts, my hands remain relentless, weaving through the throng of these little demons. The Tianqian sword proves its worth as in mere moments, I shatter the skulls of 2 of them, leaving them lifeless. Young man, your strength is unexpectedly formidable. I must admit my misjudgment, but how much magical energy do you truly possess? The moment your power wanes, you will fall to the ground. At that time, how will you safeguard your own life? Upon hearing this, an overwhelming anxiety grips my heart. My protective energy is indeed ample, yet my spiritual energy is evidently lacking. Maintaining my body in a suspended state is extraordinarily draining, and once my spiritual power is exhausted, I can only rely on my physical strength to leap. But my jump lacks height, and the spikes can shoot up to a yard high from the ground. While I can only leap a yard, clearly insufficient. What do you intend to do? Have you angered the Anling Academy and still believe you can keep the secret? I realize that confronting these monsters head-on is futile. This is Bone Mountain, not the Anling Academy. Even if I vanquish these little demons, there may be even fiercer creatures lurking nearby. I must devise a plan to swiftly lead Zhang Ningxue and the others to safety. I must first navigate this immediate peril. As long as these little demons remain alive, I have no chance of escape. Resolutely, I channel my protective energy into the Tianqian sword, ready to risk it all. I gamble that the spikes will not harm me. After all, I have confidence in my physical constitution. Those 3 practitioners at the 7th level of Qi training could not inflict harm upon me. So could the spikes of a mere little demon pierce my flesh? With my energy fully charged, I descend to the ground, and in that fleeting moment, I hear a crackling sound beneath my feet. My eyes narrow. Now is the time. I swing the Tianqian sword, unleashing a gust of protective energy towards the little demon, releasing the spikes. With a resounding thud, that little demon shatters like a watermelon, disintegrating into a heap of debris. After dispatching this one, my gaze turns menacingly towards the remaining little demons. Noticing they do not unleash their spikes, I wonder if perhaps only that particular demon possessed the spike technique. Indeed, after standing on the ground for quite some time, none of them attack or flee. They merely fix their gaze upon me. As I advance, they retreat. As I step back, they move forward. They intend to keep a watchful eye on me, preventing my escape. I discern that these remaining little demons are mere minions. The one I obliterated was the leader. Had I known, I would have eliminated it first. Just as I prepare to confront these little demons, I suddenly hear several roars, the sounds growing ever closer. At that moment, the little demons flutter their wings and charge towards me, their method of attack being to bite, even attempting to gnaw at my Tianqian sword. Alarmed, I swing my sword wildly, and within mere moments I have dispatched them all. Of the creatures emitting the roars reveal themselves, several beasts flickering with purple flames, possessing wolf heads but walking upright, according to the Spirit Treasure Compendium. These creatures are known as shadow wolves. Though they are low-tier beasts, their offensive power is formidable, particularly their razor-sharp claws, which can easily pierce magical artifacts. The reason for their claws' sharpness lies in the flames that perpetually burn upon them, continuously refining their bodies. Thus, not only do they possess sharp claws, but their frames are as resilient as forged steel. 5 shadow wolves surge towards me, roaring as they approach, their eyes deep and menacing, seemingly intent on tearing me apart. How did such creatures come to be here? Bone Mountain is becoming increasingly peculiar. The earlier little demon mentioned they were aware of Bone Mountain's secrets, yet I remain in the dark. With each wave of creatures, they become increasingly powerful. What could be the reason? As the 5 shadow wolves close in, I remain unafraid. Recognizing their nature, I understand how to subdue them. Although their offensive power is strong and their claws sharp, their weaknesses are exceedingly apparent. They walk upright and possess low intelligence. With a sharp artifact, one can easily sever their joints, for the purple flames only refine their flesh, not their bones. As the shadow wolves prepare to pounce, I swing the Tianqian sword directly at the neck of the nearest wolf. Despite their ferocity and tough hide, they are no match for the Tianqian sword. Furthermore, their movements are sluggish. By the time they attempt to defend with their claws, it is already too late. With a crack, the head of the shadow wolf falls, its body collapsing forward, utterly lifeless. I find myself momentarily shaken, for the wolf's claws had come perilously close to my eyes. An unexpected turn of events. It seems the shadow wolf recognized its own strength and prioritized attacking my vulnerabilities. Suddenly, it dawns on me, these creatures do not possess high intelligence. They are likely being controlled by someone. It must be a deliberate manipulation, otherwise, how could they exhibit such cunning? Perhaps the beasts of the cultivation world are not so intelligent. When I fled to the demon realm with my mother, I encountered many beasts, none of which displayed such intellect. Surely someone is orchestrating their attacks against me, and that individual cannot be an ordinary person. To teach the little demon the spike technique is beyond the capabilities of a mere mortal. If it were a practitioner, why would they target me? I am now Zhang Yi, no longer nameless. The only plausible explanation is that it is not a living being at all, but rather a human soul concealed within Bone Mountain. The secrets it spoke of may very well pertain to the creatures it has cultivated, whether they be skeleton soldiers or ghostly flames, neither of which should exist here. The little demon also mentioned that Bone Mountain is known by another name, Ghost Stone Mountain. Could there be ghost stones here? If such stones exist, this human soul must be utilizing them to cultivate power and breed these monsters. This explains its desperation to keep its secrets hidden. It would go to any lengths to eliminate me. Little did it know, I am not so easily vanquished. With these thoughts in mind, I relentlessly swing the Tianqian sword, and the 5 shadow wolves find themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Though I do not find the opportunity to slay them, they are clearly hesitant to advance. I have no desire to linger in this standoff. I unleash a series of swift strikes, each one claiming a wolf's head. In less than 5 breaths, all 5 shadow wolves lie defeated. The flames that once enveloped the slain wolves extinguish, and I gather their bodies into my jade sphere. Their hides can be fashioned into exquisite armor. Surely the finest in the mortal realm. Their claws may be transformed into exceptional weapons. Such valuable materials cannot go to waste. Once I secure the wolf carcasses, I extend my senses outward for 100 meters. Detecting no immediate danger before returning to the cave, upon entering, I find Zhang Ningxue and 10 female disciples, swords drawn, standing on guard, their expressions a mix of anxiety and fear. Miss Zhang, everything is fine now. But this place is still unsafe. We must leave at once. Zhang Yi, how do we escape? There is no trace of the route we took to arrive. I smile slightly, raising my hand to summon a miniature flying vessel. Acquired from 3 disciples of the Qingxian sword sect, I have long since refined it. Holding the vessel, I say, Miss Zhang, with this magical artifact, you must promise to keep it a secret. Do not reveal it to anyone, or I will face dire consequences. You must pledge this. Upon hearing my words, the women are filled with questions. A magical artifact? Zhang Yi is indeed a practitioner. It is no wonder he has dismissed them. He regards them as mere mortals. Very well, I promise. What say you all? Zhang Ningxue turns to her 10 disciples, and they all assure her they will keep the secret. With that, I lead them out of the cave, casting a spell to enlarge the vessel as it ascends into the air. It accommodates all 12 of us perfectly. I retrieve several spirit stones and insert them into the vessel's power chamber. Pressing my hand upon the compass, the vessel swiftly takes flight. After gauging our direction, we navigate quickly and soon see the outside world. We have finally escaped danger. I release a sigh of relief, confident that I have made the right gamble. Indeed, we can exit Bone Mountain from the air. As long as Zhang Ningxue and the others are safe, I have no lingering worries. I never intended to leave so easily. I still wish to return and uncover the identity of the one orchestrating these events. Miss Zhang, please retrace your steps back to the place where the horses are kept and wait for me there. I must make another journey to the Bone Mountain, for it is teeming with numerous creatures that seem rather unusual. For the safety of the disciples of the Academy in the future, I must return to ascertain the situation. If I do not return within 3 days, you are to go back to the Academy and inform Taoist Zhang that the Bone Mountain is to be designated a forbidden zone, prohibiting any disciples from hunting there. Observing the anxiety etched upon Wu Ming's face, Zhang Ningxue felt compelled to take this matter seriously, although she was reluctant to let Wu Ming embark on this perilous venture alone. She recognized that she could offer no assistance and would only become a burden to him. Thus, she ultimately acquiesced to his proposal and led the female disciples back to the location where the horses were stored. Before departing, Zhang Ningxue called Wu Ming aside and whispered, Master Zhang Yi, you must return safely. We are waiting for you. Wu Ming smiled gently and replied, Do not worry. I am not so easily dispatched. As long as you are safe, I should face no danger in the mortal realm, rest assured. Upon witnessing the conviction in Wu Ming's eyes, Zhang Ningxue felt a sense of relief. After watching Zhang Ningxue and the others depart, Wu Ming summoned his flying vessel once more, guiding it back toward the Bone Mountain. This time, he did not land in a specific location but instead soared above the mountain, conducting a thorough investigation from the air, hovering 50 meters above the ground. Under the scrutiny of his divine sense, nothing could evade detection. As he circled the Bone Mountain, he eventually stumbled upon a peculiar topography that was distinctly extraordinary. This area appeared akin to a colossal palace, obscured by vegetation and soil. Had he not been surveying from above, it would have gone unnoticed, yet now, suspended in the air, Wu Ming could see it clearly. This was indeed a palace. Wu Ming marveled at the existence of such a palace. The little demon had referred to this place as Ming Stone Mountain. What could be the connection? Pondering this, he resolved that since he had returned, he could not leave without uncovering its secrets. He descended the flying vessel onto the palace's roof, standing upon the ground, and with his divine sense fully engaged, he confirmed his suspicions. This was unquestionably a palace, and he soon located an entrance. Remarkably, it was the very cave where they had once taken refuge. It dawned on him that he had indeed uncovered a secret, one he had been oblivious to until now, mistakenly believed to be known to him. Now, however, he truly grasped the secret. With his divine sense fully activated, he carefully ventured into the cave. The interior remained unchanged, yet under the sweep of his divine sense, he discovered something indeed unusual deep within the cave. Behind a stone wall, there lay a door that had previously escaped his notice due to the obstruction. Now, however, its presence was unmistakable. The stone wall was 2 meters thick, not something an ordinary person could detect. Wu Ming dared not breach the wall, for he was uncertain of what lay beyond. Given that it was concealed, it was evidently intended to remain undiscovered. Nevertheless, this palace was anything but ordinary. It appeared that the Bone Mountain was not as the Anling Academy understood it. Perhaps the legends held a grain of truth. If this door remained closed, where then were the individuals controlling the little demon and those creatures? As Wu Ming pondered this, a voice resonated from behind the stone wall. Echoing within his mind, "Young man, since you have come, why do you hesitate to enter?" Upon hearing the voice, Wu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This was a transmission of divine sense, and he could clearly discern it emanated from within the stone wall. He remained still, eyes warily fixed on the wall, choosing not to respond. Anyone capable of communicating with him through divine sense was certainly no ordinary individual, and he was not foolish enough to be swayed easily. "Are you afraid? However, if you do not dare to enter, you may miss a grand opportunity. Do you not wish to grow stronger?" Wu Ming felt a tremor within his heart, an undeniable urge to breach the stone wall and venture into the palace to uncover the truth. Yet reason warned him against acting impulsively. He contemplated briefly, then turned to depart. The atmosphere had already hinted at danger. Should he linger, he might very well face death, and he had no desire to perish foolishly in this place. As he swiftly turned, the voice echoed once more, "Do you truly not desire this grand opportunity? I assure you, you will regret it." Wu Ming paused, still ignoring the voice, and after a moment of contemplation, took another step forward. He would not be easily swayed by anyone, especially under such unclear circumstances. He would not recklessly gamble with his life. As he neared the cave's exit, the voice called out again, "I beg you. Save me, I will surely repay you, do not leave." At this, a glimmer of interest sparked in Wu Ming's eyes. If that were the case, he now had reason to stay, since the voice sought his aid. He could not turn a blind eye. A smile crept upon his lips as he replied, "You seek my help, then I must inquire, are you the one controlling those creatures that attack me?" "It is I." Wu Ming thought to himself, "This individual is rather straightforward. Then why did you do that? And now you come to plead for my assistance. What is the reasoning behind this? At the time, I believed you to be my enemies who had discovered my resurrection, and thus I sought to eliminate you all." Wu Ming snorted in response, "Humph, yet you did not anticipate that those creatures could not possibly kill me." "Correct, indeed, I admit you are formidable, but compared to my former self, you still fall short." Wu Ming's expression faltered momentarily. "You are a soul of the deceased, correct? I perished here 10,000 years ago, leaving behind a remnant soul, which has only just been revived after 10 years. I had not expected this fragment of my soul to retain the possibility of survival. However, now that I am alive, I must do something. Mustn't I?" Upon hearing the term remnant soul, Wu Ming's guard instinctively heightened. He was no longer a novice, he had gleaned some understanding of the cultivation world. If this remnant soul sought to seize his body, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage. "What do you intend to do?" The remnant soul seemed to sense Wu Ming's apprehension and spoke softly, "There is no need for fear, I cannot escape. This underground palace is sealed, and as long as you do not enter, you will face no danger. With your cultivation level, it would be impossible for you to break the seal. What I ask of you is not to rescue me, but rather to inform my sect that a fragment of my soul remains here, so they may come to rescue me. In return, I shall impart to you all my knowledge and skills. Do you not see this as a grand opportunity?" Wu Ming, upon hearing this, did not display excessive joy, for he understood that even if a great opportunity lay before him, it would not be so easily attained. His expression remained neutral, betraying no emotion, as he quietly questioned, "Before I consider aiding you, I require knowledge of your identity. Who are you?" "I am Kong Jingyuan, an elder of the Lichuan sword sect in the human realm. All you need to do is reach the Lichuan sword sect and convey the message of my remnant soul's existence here. Before that, to ensure they believe you, I shall first impart all my knowledge to you." Though Wu Ming had never heard of the Lichuan sword sect, this Kong Jingyuan was an elder, yet he had been dead for 10,000 years. How many would even remember him? Elder Kong, with all due respect, You have been dead for a millennium, who would still remember you? Furthermore, your cause of death and your enemies, shouldn't you share those details with me, and must this matter be handled discreetly? Kong Jingyuan's remnant soul replied in a gentle tone. Young man, you have not misjudged me, you are indeed a clever individual. It is true that no one in the Lichuan sword sect would recognize me anymore, but they will certainly seek me out. For only I possess the true teachings of the Lichuan sword sect. Long ago, I, along with the sect leader and several elders, perished together, undoubtedly leading to the loss of the true teachings. The current Lichuan sword sect has likely declined to a second or even third-rate sect. As for my cause of death, it was a consequence of sect disputes. Our sworn enemies are the Zhixiao sword sect. I estimate that the Lichuan sword sect has indeed fallen, so you must act in secrecy and ensure that the Zhixiao sword sect does not learn of this. Wu Ming recognized the complexity of the situation. If the Lichuan sword sect were a prestigious sect, it would be manageable, but if they had already fallen from grace, and he were to learn Kong Jingyuan's true teachings, would he not be burdened with the responsibility of reviving the Lichuan sword sect? This would not serve him well. He still sought vengeance, to eradicate his foes. How could he afford to divert his attention to reviving another sect? Elder Kong, I fear I cannot acquiesce to your request. I carry my own deep-seated vendetta. While relaying a message may be feasible, should I acquire the true teachings of the Lichuan sword sect and find that they have already diminished, would I not be shouldering the responsibility of restoring them? This would place me at a significant disadvantage, and I risk being hunted down by the Zhixiao sword sect. Wu Ming considered the matter with utmost seriousness. His words were not made lightly, for if he were to agree too readily, Kong Jingyuan might hesitate to collaborate with him. Young man, may I know your name? Wu Ming chuckled. Elder, I regret that I cannot disclose my true name. But for now you may call me Zhang Yi. Ha, how intriguing. I have indeed not misjudged you. You are quite astute, Elder Kong, you flatter me. I simply wish to ensure that I am well prepared to fulfill your request. Lest I fail and disappoint your expectations, however, Elder, I have one more question. May I inquire how you control those creatures? A nameless figure smiled faintly and remarked, Indeed, these creatures should not have been summoned by you. Senior, correct. I recall that little demon mentioning that this place was once known as Darkstone Mountain. What has led it to be called Bone Mountain now? Indeed, it was originally called Darkstone Mountain. The animosity between our two sects stems from this very mountain. The Lichuan sword sect has some ties to the Nether clan, which is why our techniques resonate with theirs, requiring darkstones for cultivation. The Zhixiao sword sect's methods also necessitate darkstones for their practices. When we first discovered Darkstone Mountain, the Zhixiao sword sect was alerted as well, leading to an imminent clash. In the fierce battles that ensued for the darkstones, our elite forces suffered devastating losses. And it was during that time that I met my demise. As Kong Jingyuan spoke, his tone conveyed profound melancholy. Senior, does this place still harbor darkstones? You seek darkstones? The Nameless one shook his head and chuckled. Senior, if you were to impart the techniques of the Lichuan sword sect to me, what would I use for my own cultivation? Ha, you are indeed thinking ahead. Initially, after our defeat, the Zhixiao sword sect had extracted all the darkstones. However, this place, connected to the underworld, has over millennia produced some new darkstones. If you wish to acquire them, simply walk 50 paces east from where you stand, press the emblem on the stone wall, and you shall gain entry to the mine. As for how much you can extract, that depends on your own fortune. Upon hearing this, the Nameless one felt elated but restrained his outward expression. He continued, Senior, I shall accept this matter on the condition that I cannot assure success. However, if I remain alive, I pledge that when I possess the power to break the seal of this place, I will come to rescue you. I will not go back on my word. Zhang Yi, I truly made the right bet. With your character and wisdom, I am confident you will succeed. I shall now impart all the techniques of my sect along with my lifelong knowledge. Are you prepared? The Nameless one maintained his composure, despite having awaited this moment eagerly. I am prepared, Senior. What must I do? Simply relax your mind. I will transmit my soul's memories into your consciousness, fear not. I shall not harbor ill intentions towards you. Upon hearing this, the Nameless one felt a chill run down his spine. This was not advisable. What if this old fellow attempted to seize his body? Senior, forgive my candor, this method leaves me uneasy. Would it not be better for you to inscribe your lifelong teachings onto a jade tablet for me to study instead? Young man, you still distrust me. But I have no jade tablets. The Nameless one smiled gently. Senior, I happen to have several blank jade tablets. As he spoke, the Nameless one waved his hand, and dozens of jade tablets flew from his storage pouch, landing gracefully on the ground. You possess so many jade tablets, how splendid! This will be sufficient for me to record my entire life's teachings. However, you must take great care of them. They must not be lost or sold. These are secret techniques from a millennium ago, and their rarity is immense, especially the Lichuan sword technique, a heavenly grade sword art of immeasurable value. Upon hearing this, the Nameless One felt both astonished and delighted. This was indeed a monumental opportunity. A heavenly grade sword technique in the mortal realm is akin to a celestial scripture, truly a treasure. Rest assured, Senior, I shall handle it with utmost caution and will not take it lightly. Subsequently, Kong Jingyuan released a vast amount of spiritual energy, inscribing his lifetime of knowledge onto the jade tablets. The Nameless One observed the changes on the tablets from a distance, his heart swelling with joy. Once Kong Jingyuan had completed inscribing all the blank tablets, he spoke with a voice that trembled with fatigue. It seems I will need to enter a deep slumber for a year and a half. You may now go and collect your dark stones. I can no longer continue and must rest. Kong Jingyuan fell silent, and the Nameless One understood that the old soul had exhausted himself. For a remnant spirit to achieve such a feat was already remarkable. The Nameless One picked up the jade tablets, examining each one, his eyes widening in astonishment. This was indeed the culmination of Kong Jingyuan's knowledge. He had never anticipated that Kong Jingyuan was also an alchemist. Proficient not only in alchemy but also in talismans and formations. Although he specialized in alchemy, his prowess in the other two disciplines was no less impressive. In the realm of cultivation, a distinguished alchemist is an exceedingly sought-after profession. Not only do they have individuals clamoring for their potions, but they also need not worry about cultivation resources, as they possess spiritual stones. Although Kong Jingyuan's mastery of formations was not particularly high, he retained a heavenly grade formation manual in his memory. However, he lacked the energy to excel in every field, which is why he focused on alchemy. With a heart full of joy, the Nameless One stored the jade tablets away and bowed deeply to the stone wall. Expressing his gratitude towards Kong Jingyuan, he then turned eastward, taking 50 steps, and indeed discovered an emblem of a Pisho on the stone wall. Upon pressing it, a thunderous roar echoed, and a stone door slowly ascended. This door, fashioned from a colossal stone, weighed an astounding 100,000 pounds. The mechanism that could lift such a massive stone was truly extraordinary. As the Nameless One stepped into the mine, he felt an intense chill enveloping him. Fortunately, as a cultivator, he could endure such frost, yet it still felt like a piercing cold. He realized that extracting dark stones was no task for those of lesser strength. Had he not possessed 3 dantians and formidable power, the frigid aura alone would have been insurmountable, let alone mining the stones. No wonder Kong Jingyuan had mentioned the need to rely on one's fortune. He had already known that the cold would pose a significant challenge for the Nameless One. Enduring the biting cold, the Nameless One unleashed his spiritual sense to explore the mine, revealing a labyrinth of intricate passages. After some exploration, he fortuitously discovered a partially excavated chamber filled with irregularly shaped black luminescent stones. These were the dark stones. Elated, he realized that with these dark stones, he would have the opportunity to learn the techniques of the Lichuan sword sect. He retrieved a hammer-shaped artifact from his storage pouch and began to strike the stones within the mine. While typical cultivators would struggle to break these stones, the Nameless One's vigorous energy caused them to shatter, raining down in large fragments. He filled a storage pouch to the brim with dark stones and emerged from the mine. Thoroughly satisfied with the unexpected bounty from his venture to Bone Mountain. Chapter 60, Zombie Creatures. The Nameless One had not anticipated such rewards in the mortal realm, setting aside the true teachings of the Lichuan sword sect. The alchemical knowledge from Kong Jingyuan would serve as a significant asset for his future endeavors. At least in the mortal realm, he would find it quite easy to thrive. He chose not to seek out Kong Jingyuan again but instead quietly departed from the cave. His expedition to Bone Mountain had reached its conclusion, and he pondered whether he should return to the Anling Academy. Doubt began to creep in. What if Zhang Ningxue and the others revealed his secrets? All his hard work would be in vain, and the gains he had just acquired would be lost. Bearing a deep grudge, he had to consider every step carefully. One misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. After contemplating, he decided to head north to find the sword demon Sikon Lan. After all, why did Liamo risk everything to bring the Nameless One into the demon realm, descending into the mortal realm and perishing at the Dual Mountains? What was the purpose of entering the mortal realm? Perhaps Sikon Lan could shed light on this. The demon clan could not have been so easily vanquished. How could such a once powerful clan simply vanish from the 3 realms? There had to be secrets behind this. Thus, the Nameless One resolved to travel north and seek out Sikon Lan for answers. The distance from Bone Mountain to the northern wilderness was not great. The Nameless One refrained from seeking out Zhang Ningxue and instead settled into a tavern at the border. He prepared to alter his appearance once more and adopt a new name. The name Zhang Yi would henceforth be erased from the mortal realm. Under the art of the I Ching's pulse-changing technique, the Nameless One transformed into a dashing young gentleman, dressed elegantly and exuding the air of a cultured scholar. Complete with a paper fan in hand. As he stepped out of his room, he unexpectedly encountered individuals he wished to avoid. 3 people were inquiring at the inn, brandishing a portrait of the Nameless One as they searched for his whereabouts. These 3 were the same cultivators he had encountered the day he left Taikang City. Although he had changed his appearance, encountering them again was far from favorable. It was too late to retreat. As one of them had already spotted him, he braced himself and stepped forward, his breath already altered by the technique, presenting himself as an ordinary mortal gentleman. "Stop!" Hearing the shout, the Nameless One sighed in resignation. He slowly turned around, wearing an expression of annoyance, and impatiently asked, "Are you calling for me, little priest? Indeed, have you seen this person?" With that, the individual raised the portrait in his hand, eager for the Nameless One to identify the figure. The Nameless One, no longer fearing them, scoffed, "You call out to me just to ask if I recognize this person?" The little priest, oblivious to the ire he had provoked, confidently replied, "Indeed, you need only answer whether you know him or not." Why all the unnecessary chatter? The Nameless One, hearing this, felt a twitch in the corner of his mouth, pondering whether to eliminate these 3 pests before heading north. If they continued their search, it would not be long before everyone in the mortal realm recognized him. With such a method of inquiry, it seemed inevitable. With a wicked smile, the Nameless One replied, "I do know him. He resides in a mountain outside the city. How about I lead you to him? I am also an outsider and cannot specify the location, but I know the way. Coincidentally, I need to leave the city as well, so it would be no trouble to guide you in your search." The Nameless One spoke with profound sincerity, which brought a glimmer of joy to the hearts of the 3 young Taoist priests, and soon they acquiesced, the 4 of them, with the Nameless One leading the way and the 3 trailing behind. Proceeded towards the outskirts of the city. Upon exiting the city, they were greeted by an eerie silence. The Nameless One guided them for several miles until they arrived at a secluded valley, devoid of any presence, and by this time, dusk had fallen, casting an even darker shadow over the valley. As they stepped into the valley, the Nameless One turned, smiled, and said, "Gentlemen, the individual you seek resides within this valley. You may proceed inside, as I shall not accompany you any further. Night approaches, and I must return home." The 3 cultivators exchanged glances, disregarding the Nameless One, and strode directly into the valley, while the Nameless One wore a sly smile and turned to leave. However, he did not truly depart. Instead, he positioned himself 100 meters away, retrieving a mask crafted from the pelt of a shadow wolf. This mask was not only resilient but also capable of concealing one's spiritual awareness. A delightful discovery he made post-creation, yet, the mask appeared rather crude and unsightly. Adorning the mask and donning a cloak suitable for nocturnal endeavors, the Nameless One summoned the Tianqian sword into his grasp. A cold smirk playing on his lips as he mused, "You have sought me tirelessly, now I shall seek you out. I only hope your necks are strong enough." With remarkable agility, he entered the valley in no time. However, upon his entrance, he was met with the sounds of combat, causing his heart to clench in alarm. "Surely not. Are they already fighting?" Following the sounds of the skirmish, he cautiously approached, his eyesight now vastly improved, allowing him to clearly see 200 meters ahead. He beheld the 3 cultivators locked in battle with a grotesque zombie creature. The zombie had deep-set eyes that glowed with a ghastly green luminescence, hair resembling tangled weeds, cracked lips, and skin akin to dark stone. Its arms were robust, with elongated razor-sharp claws. It was evident that this formidable zombie had managed to injure one of the cultivators, causing a spurt of dark blood, an unmistakable sign of poisoning. Realizing the perilous situation, the Nameless One's heart sank. These 3 cultivators were no match for the zombie. In less than 10 breaths, they would surely face defeat, which spared him the need to intervene. He concealed himself, observing the battle without interference, planning to witness their demise and then depart. However, contrary to his expectations, the 3 cultivators gradually recognized their disadvantage and began to retreat towards the valley's entrance. Forced to fight while fleeing due to the relentless onslaught of the zombie. Li Shixian, this cannot continue. We are all going to perish here. That accursed scholar, if I escape, I shall strangle him for luring us here," shouted one. Zhang Shidi, cease your complaints, focus on the fight. Once we reach the mouth of the valley, he will not dare pursue us. We can think of other matters once we are out, replied another. Li Shixian, I can barely hold on. The zombie's claws are poisonous. Will I become a zombie too? Lo Shidi, your lamentations are futile. I have urged you to practice diligently, yet you squandered your time on frivolities. It's too late for regrets now, hang on, once we reach the valley's mouth, we shall be safe. From a distance, the Nameless One discerned that among the three Li Shixiang was the most formidable, maintaining composure and offering guidance to his fellow disciples amidst the chaos. His frustration simmered. Did they truly believe they could escape? Would I allow that? As he stealthily maneuvered, preparing to lend a hand to the zombie at a critical moment, it seemed the creature comprehended their dialogue. With a flurry of claws, it obstructed their path of retreat, startling the three cultivators. Li Shixiang, it appears he understands our words. It seems so. We have no choice but to launch a full-on assault. Our current strength is insufficient. We must consume the explosive elixirs, but Li Shixiang, the side effect of the explosive elixir is a drop in one's cultivation realm. You are already at the 8th layer of qi refinement. Proceed with caution, Zhang Shidi. Our lives outweigh our cultivation. Only by escaping can we survive and have another chance to cultivate. If we fail to escape, we shall die, leaving us no option but to take this risk. Upon hearing Li Shixiang's words, the two disciples hesitated but ultimately had no choice. Their remaining spiritual energy was scant, and continuing to battle the zombie would lead to certain death. Consuming the explosive elixirs would elevate their cultivation to the 9th layer of qi refinement, making it significantly easier to confront the zombie. Do not hesitate. If this continues, we will not only fail to defeat the zombie but we will also exhaust our own energy. What can we do against this monster? With that, Li Shixiang raised his hand and swallowed a crimson elixir. The two disciples, pained by the sight, swiftly followed suit, consuming their own elixirs. Meanwhile, the Nameless One remained 100 meters away, observing intently. The effects of the explosive elixir manifested rapidly. Li Shixiang, with a sudden bellow, thrust his sword fiercely, penetrating the zombie's chest, yet the creature merely glanced down at the wound and retaliated with a vicious slap, forcing Li Shixiang, despite his agility, to retreat hastily to avoid the lethal blow. Do not strike at its body, aim for the head. This zombie possesses intelligence. Only severing its head can bring it down, Li Shixiang cautioned as he continued to retreat, while his two disciples sprang into action. Flanking the zombie from either side, the Nameless One watched in trepidation. These individuals were evidently disciples of the Qingxian sword sect. He recalled how he had effortlessly dispatched 3 others from the same sect who had underestimated him. Had he recklessly engaged them without the zombie's interference, the outcome could have been uncertain. With each of the 3 empowered by the explosive elixirs, they had ascended 2 cultivation realms, making them formidable opponents. As he pondered this, the trio succeeded in severing the zombie's head, their faces alight with victorious expressions. However, their triumph was short-lived, as they soon bore expressions of dismay. Li Shixiang, it seems we must return to the sect. Our cultivation has fallen to the 6th layer of qi refinement. We shall need years of seclusion to rebuild. Though our realms have diminished, we are safe now. The cave might contain treasures. Let us investigate. The Nameless One, eavesdropping from a distance, finally comprehended the reason behind their encounter with the zombie. They had stumbled upon a cave, only to discover this formidable creature within, one that rivaled a 7th layer qi refinement cultivator. Its resilient body and poisonous claws had caught them unawares. The presence of such a creature in this realm was no mere coincidence. In the mortal world, a being of this caliber could annihilate all mortals. They had inadvertently eliminated a threat to humanity, and now that they were safe, they saw treasures within the cave, a notion that resonated with the Nameless One. As he watched the 3 stumble into the adjacent cave, he revealed himself beside the decapitated zombie, scrutinizing its remains. His interest lay in the creature's claws, envisioning their potential as formidable weapons should they be forged into claw-like artifacts. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword and severed the zombie's claws, intending to place them into his storage pouch. Yet, he discovered a dark green ring affixed to one of the claws, which he promptly removed, only to find it would not fit into his storage pouch. Overwhelmed with joy, he realized this was a spatial ring, akin to the Yuxian pearl and his mother's bracelet, items that could not be stored in his pouch. This was an unexpected treasure, suggesting that the cave may hold no significant riches after all. The true treasure lay within this ring. Without delay, he tossed the ring into his sleeve and pressed onward into the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, he overheard a cacophony of curses within. What bad luck! There is nothing here at all. I wonder how this zombie managed to reach such power. Forget it. We managed to salvage our lives, which is a blessing. Complaining is futile. Let us go. I must find that wretched boy who deceived us so terribly. I will slay him to vent my frustration. Yes, we should pursue him now. We ought to be able to catch up. With their heads hung low, the 3 exited the cave, only to suddenly exclaim in shock, "Who goes there?" Instantly, fear gripped them as they gazed upon the silhouette of a solitary figure at the cave's entrance. The Nameless One turned slowly, revealing the wolf-headed mask that now confronted the trio. An apparition, they gasped in unison, quickly realizing the figure before them was merely an unsightly masked individual. Who are you? What is your intention with these theatrics? The Nameless One shook his head, signaling his refusal to disclose anything, yet the Tianqian sword in his hand was already raised. Are you not searching for me? Very well, here I stand. Come and slay me. Li Shixian, who had maintained clarity amidst the chaos, immediately grasped the implications of the Nameless One's words, his gaze sharpening. You are the Nameless One, the Nameless One replied slowly. Indeed, I am the so-called remnant of the demonic clan, the Nameless One. Ha, excellent, fortune favors the diligent. We have finally found you, Zheng Shidi exclaimed with a foolish grin, prompting a bewildered expression from Li Shixiang. Zhang Shidi, are you daft? He has revealed himself. His willingness to confront us signifies he possesses the power to eliminate us. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming chuckled leisurely and said, Heh, indeed, you possess some wit, recognizing that my emergence signifies your imminent demise. Quite astute of you. I shall grant you a complete corpse, as a token of my admiration for a junior brother. Brother Li's expression turned cold at these words. Wu Ming, have you been here all along? Indeed, I witnessed you consuming the explosive pill and slaying that zombie creature. Do you truly believe that you can easily overpower us now? Wu Ming's gaze, obscured by his wolf-headed mask, scrutinized Brother Li from head to toe. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and an acute sense of caution surged within him. Chapter 62, Grave Peril. Under Wu Ming's intense scrutiny, he discerned that Brother Li's aura had not diminished, rather, it had intensified, clearly indicating that his cultivation level had not only remained intact but had ascended. Why has your cultivation not faltered? Wu Ming pondered, realizing that Brother Li was far too cunning, having refrained from consuming the explosive pill, yet how had his cultivation improved? Do you presume your movements escaped my notice? I recognized your presence long ago, which is precisely why I did not consume the explosive pill. Instead, I ingested the gathering chi pill. Initially, I was on the verge of reaching the 8th level of chi refinement. And upon consuming the gathering chi pill, I seamlessly ascended to that level, and you, a mere chi refinement's 6th level novice, are now unwittingly walking into a tiger's den, seeking your own demise. Wu Ming felt a flicker of retreating intent. Previously, he had effortlessly slain 3 at the chi refinement's 7th level due to their surprise, as their magical artifacts posed no threat to him, but now, confronting this 8th level cultivator, who was also exceedingly shrewd, filled him with trepidation. It was foolish to knowingly court danger without fleeing. Gradually, Wu Ming began to retreat a few steps, and the 3 immediately pursued him, swiftly closing the distance, notably Brother Li soared into the air. Positioning himself directly above Wu Ming, do not harbor illusions of escape, but the 8th level of chi refinement allows for flight. No matter where you run, can you truly outpace me? Do not waste your efforts in futile struggles. They are all in vain. Wu Ming, however, would not fall for his words. It would be foolish not to seek an opportunity to flee. His current predicament was exceedingly perilous, and escape seemed increasingly implausible. Ding, ding, in the midst of his contemplation. While wary of Brother Li, he was suddenly struck by the flying swords of the other 2 cultivators. Had it not been for his robust physique, which rendered him resilient against such low-grade artifacts, that strike might have claimed his life. Brother Li, he is a body cultivator, our low-grade flying swords cannot harm him, a disciple named Zhang exclaimed, inadvertently revealing Wu Ming's true nature. If low-grade artifacts prove ineffective, let him experience my superior grade artifact. As Brother Li spoke, he retrieved a finely crafted azure longsword from his storage bag. Wu Ming, today you shall meet your end. Previously, you slaughtered 3 disciples of the Qingxian sword sect. We have ascertained that they were all slain in close combat. Therefore, our sect's elders have determined the culprit to be a body cultivator. Thus, before we set forth, they entrusted me with this superior grade flying sword, precisely for the purpose of eliminating you at this moment. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming's heart raced with anxiety. A superior grade flying sword, his corporeal form might not withstand such an assault. Was he truly destined to perish here? He tightened his grip on the Tianqian sword in his hand, and suddenly, a light dawned upon him. What of a superior grade flying sword? In my grasp lies a spiritual treasure, even if its power has not fully returned. Its durability and sharpness far exceed that of this mere superior grade artifact. If I can first neutralize this superior grade flying sword, those 3 wielding low grade artifacts pose no threat to me. At that point, eliminating them would be child's play. However, Brother Li, at the 8th level of chi refinement, remains a significant threat. Even without a magical artifact, Wu Ming could not ascertain his chances of slaying him. He must devise a comprehensive plan, employing a surprise tactic to eliminate Brother Li, ensuring his own safety. Wuming surged forward, intent on engaging the two cultivators who had lost their levels. Observing this, Brotherly did not immediately draw his sword to intervene. Instead, he retrieved 3 talismans from his storage bag. These were 3 fireball talismans. Brotherly was indeed cunning, refusing to confront Wuming directly. The 3 fireball talismans split into upper, middle, and lower paths, hurtling towards Wuming. Startled, Wuming leapt into the air just in time to evade, yet 2 long swords soon followed, aimed straight for his throat. It was only at this moment that Brotherly directed his flying sword toward Wuming's neck. Wuming raised his sword, deflecting 2 of the flying swords, but there was no time to evade Brotherly's. With a cry of agony, the long sword pierced his throat, though Wuming reached out to grasp it. He could not halt the assault in time. The flying sword penetrated his neck and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing briefly before his legs kicked out, leaving him in an uncertain state between life and death. "Brother, we have slain him, we have succeeded," one disciple exclaimed. "Junior brother, do not be complacent. Let me approach to investigate." Brotherly, relying on his superior cultivation level, felt no significant pressure in dealing with Wuming, yet he was exceedingly cautious. Without confirming Wuming's demise, he dared not let his guard down. He retrieved a low-grade flying sword and cautiously approached Wuming, remaining vigilant, although his spiritual sense indicated that Wuming's breath and heartbeat had ceased. As a cultivator, avoiding danger is paramount, and he continued to tread carefully. At that moment, Wuming was employing his breathing technique to suppress his aura, creating the illusion of death, with his ear pressed to the ground. He could distinctly sense Brotherly approaching step by step. His heart raced, for this was an 8th-level cultivator, and uncertainty plagued him. Fortunately, his superior-grade sword remained tightly gripped in his hand, providing a semblance of confidence for Wuming to take the plunge. When Brotherly was merely 3 steps away, he halted, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he raised the low-grade flying sword, stabbing it toward Wuming's leg. The pain of the strike shattered Wuming's resolve. Yet he remained utterly still, enduring the excruciating sensation. Brotherly, witnessing this, rejoiced. "He truly is dead. We have accomplished a great feat." In his elation, he stepped closer, bending down to seize the superior-grade sword from Wuming's grasp. At that critical moment, the Tianqian sword erupted from Wuming's hand with astonishing speed, hurtling toward Brotherly's chest. Brotherly seemed to anticipate this, deftly dodging to the side, but as he raised his sword, he felt a chill at his neck, and with a powerful slash, his head fell away. Brotherly, the remaining 2 disciples appeared as if in a dream. Just moments ago, Brotherly had proclaimed Wuming's death. Yet now not only was Wuming alive, but he had also slain their leader. Wuming's ability to vanquish Brotherly stemmed entirely from his remarkable endurance. The sword had struck his leg, but he had not flinched. Remaining perfectly still, most individuals, even while enduring pain, could not suppress their nerves, yet Wuming had achieved this through his unique technique, which effectively redirected his pain response. Even so, the agony was excruciating. The situation had been perilous. Had Wuming hesitated even slightly longer, he might have been slain by Brotherly. He had anticipated every possible outcome, including the chance that the Tianqian sword might miss, necessitating a backup plan using the superior-grade sword in his grasp. Chapter 63, Siege against the Demon Sect. Having slain Brotherly, Wuming felt liberated from any lingering concerns. With a swift stride, he dashed towards the remaining 2, who, having suffered a decline in their cultivation levels, stood no chance against him. They turned to flee, but Wuming's speed was unmatched. Despite his leg injury, he paid no mind as he pursued them, his sword rising and falling like a knife through water. Severing the 2 cultivators' heads from their bodies, having dispatched the 3 disciples of the Qingxian sword sect, Wuming did not rush to leave. He removed their storage bags, allocating one for himself, and placed their corpses within before departing with a sense of ease. Drawing from his prior experience, Wuming had grown increasingly astute. With the 3 having perished here, should anyone investigate, the traces of battle would reveal the circumstances of the confrontation. By taking their bodies away, he could shift them to another location, leaving no one the wiser about the events that transpired. Wuming removed his mask and night attire, transforming into a dashing young gentleman once more. He returned to the city, purchasing a horse and setting forth along the main road toward the northern barbarians. The distance to the northern barbarians was a mere 500 miles, while Seaconeland's demon sect lay 1,000 miles away. Upon exiting the city, Wuming did not gallop recklessly, for he noticed the thoroughfare was frequently traversed by martial artists, though their purpose remained unclear. Fortuitously, he spotted an open-air tavern along the roadside. Wuming dismounted, ordered some food and drink, and indulged while eavesdropping on the conversations around him. After lingering for half a day, he finally discerned the reason for the congregation of martial artists. It seemed a recent rumor had spread through the martial world, claiming that Sikong Land's demon sect was a remnant of the demon clan. This revelation had captured the attention of various major sects, even reaching the mortal realm. Consequently, the mortal realm dispatched several celestial masters to rally the righteous forces of the martial world, aiming to eradicate the demon sect in one fell swoop. Upon uncovering this information, Wu Ming resolved to make haste towards the demon sect. If it were indeed a remnant of the demon clan, he would lend his assistance; if not, he would simply remain uninvolved in the mundane conflicts of the mortal realm. He abandoned his horse, preparing to venture into the mountains, hastening along the mountain path to reach the demon sect in time. Though he was at the 6th level of chi refinement and could not fly on a sword or hover in the air, his lightness skill was remarkable, and he employed spiritual energy rather than true chi, allowing him to move at speeds surpassing even the most adept practitioners of lightness skill. He traversed the mountains and forests with relentless speed, unknowingly covering a distance of 200 miles. Before him lay a gorge-like landscape, where towering and robust trees thrived. What astonished Wu Ming the most was the presence of a grand residence nestled within this wilderness. The estate was expansive, measuring a square mile, complete with a pond, a small pavilion, and several houses oriented to the south. Such a substantial household hidden away in the mountains was enough to leave Wu Ming in a way as he gazed into the courtyard. A sudden gust of wind accompanied by a whiff of blood filled the air. He swiftly turned to see 2 ferocious black leopards charging towards him. Wu Ming's expression hardened as he prepared to defend himself. Just as the leopards were about to pounce, he raised his hand and unleashed a powerful punch, swiftly followed by a kick. The 2 leopards, unable to utter a sound of agony, were sent flying several yards away. "How bold! Who are you to dare slay my family's young master's leopards?" Out of the woods emerged a group of a dozen men, surrounding Wu Ming. One with a sharp face stepped forward, his beady eyes fixated on Wu Ming, his demeanor sinister. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming clasped his fists and replied with a smile, "I am Li Hongru, who inadvertently stumbled into this place and was attacked by these 2 leopards, which compelled me to act in self-defense. I seek your understanding and am willing to offer appropriate compensation." "Compensation? Who do you think you are? Killing my young master's pets with mere words of compensation is hardly sufficient." The man was unyielding, and it appeared Wu Ming would find it difficult to extricate himself from this predicament. He stood firm, gazing at the man with a smile. "It was your leopards that sought to attack me, and I acted out of self-defense. I am willing to provide compensation. What more do you desire? Having killed my young master's leopards, you are now to become his pet. That is the rule set by our young master. Come, take him away." Wu Ming could hardly believe such a person existed. To have one's pet attack another and then demand the victim to become a pet was utterly ludicrous. "Is your young master not of sound mind? Is this a reasonable course of action? Do you not acknowledge the law?" "Humph, here at Suian Villa, my lord is the law, and my young master is above reason. You must comply, especially since you killed his pet. Not executing you is already a show of mercy." Wu Ming was incensed. How could such injustice exist? This was a blatant disregard for humanity. It was utterly shameless. He thought to himself, "Let me see how your law holds up against me. Then feel free to try. What are you all waiting for? Attack!" The sharp-faced man beckoned his subordinates, who brandished their clubs, preparing to charge at Wu Ming. Unable to endure any longer, Wu Ming resolved to teach these men a lesson. He thought that if he were to meet this so-called young master, he would need to give him a taste of his own medicine. Perhaps he would storm into their Tsuian villa and teach the lord a lesson as well. What kind of authority did he think he had? Wu Ming would not be cowed by their arrogance. However, he also recognized the danger of acting impulsively. What if the lord was not as he appeared? Just as he was about to take action, a delicate voice rang out, "Stop!" The command halted everyone in their tracks as they turned to see a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her face partially veiled by a light gauze, standing before them. "Lier, how dare you act so recklessly again? Do you think that being with the young master means my previous authority no longer holds?" The man known as Lier, the sharp-faced individual, stiffened at her words but quickly adopted a smirk. "Miss, this individual has slain the young master's 2 leopards. According to his orders, we are to keep this man as a pet. I would never act without the young master's command." Hearing Lier's explanation, the woman turned to glance at Wu Ming. In that fleeting moment, her gaze became entranced. Having lived in seclusion for so long, she had never encountered such a strikingly handsome man, rendering her momentarily speechless and even causing her to salivate. Realizing her lapse in composure, she quickly turned away, retrieving a silk handkerchief from her sleeve to dab at the corner of her mouth. "Who are you, and why are you here?" she asked, wiping her mouth as she attempted to mask her embarrassment. "I am Li Hongru, merely a scholar who possesses some martial skills and often comes to the mountains for game." I did not anticipate stumbling upon this place. I beg your pardon, miss, he speaks nonsense. We witnessed him strike down our 2 leopards with a single punch and kick. Such feats are hardly the actions of a mere scholar. He is clearly a martial expert. Did I ask for your input? Step back, the woman commanded, silencing Lier before stepping closer to Wu Ming, bowing respectfully. Young master, you possess an impressive demeanor and remarkable skills. I have a humble request. Would you honor me by joining me for a drink at Suian Villa? I would be immensely grateful. Upon hearing her gracious invitation, Wu Ming noted her courtesy and decorum. Making it difficult to refuse, he clasped his fists and smiled. Your kindness is greatly appreciated, Mississippi. However, I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot tarry long. If it is merely a few drinks, I would be remiss to decline. I shall accompany you. The young lady's face brightened, and she spoke with a gentle smile. It would be my utmost honor to have you, and please do not worry. I shall ensure it does not interfere with your important affairs. Please follow me. As the woman led the way, Wu Ming followed closely behind, while Lier and the others wore expressions of reluctance. Yet, as the young master was under the authority of the young lady, they had no choice but to comply. Along the way, Wu Ming engaged in conversation with the young lady and learned that the lord of Suian Villa was surnamed Pan, with a son named Pan Long and the young lady herself named Pan Ting. Furthermore, the Pan family was a martial lineage, considered a second-tier force in the martial world, though they seldom involved themselves in worldly affairs, preferring the seclusion of the mountains. Upon arriving at the villa, Pan Ting instructed the servants to prepare food and drink, claiming she would summon Lord Pan and young Master Pan, leaving Wu Ming alone in the room. Although the servants were somewhat unreasonable, Wu Ming found Pan Ting's demeanor to be warm and approachable, leading him to abandon any thoughts of reprimanding the Pan family. Before long, the servants presented the food and drink, and Pan Ting returned. Li Gongzi, my father and brother will be here shortly. They heard of your remarkable skills and are eager to befriend you. My brother insists on forming a brotherhood with you. Wu Ming was taken aback. According to Lier, Lord Pan should not behave in such a manner, and now Pan Long wished to become his brother? The shift was astonishing. Was this the camaraderie of the martial world? Wu Ming pondered, smiling with a few responses, while secretly speculating on the true intentions behind Pan Ting's words. Pan Ting poured a glass of wine for Wu Ming, smiling as she said, Li Gongzi, please do not take offense. Suian Villa seldom receives guests, let alone someone as distinguished and capable as yourself. How could we not admire such a remarkable hero? Thus, my father and mischievous brother wish to befriend you. With no ulterior motives, Wu Ming chuckled. Miss Pan, you are too kind. I am merely a humble individual, and your hospitality is overwhelming. Ha, Li Gongzi, I have heard of your great name. A hearty voice echoed through the hall as a rugged middle-aged man entered. Accompanied by a suave young man, Wu Ming immediately rose, clasping his fists in greeting. You must be Lord Pan. I am Li Hong. Are you? Do you know of me? Lord Pan maintained his smile as he entered. Upon hearing Wu Ming's question, he chuckled. How could I not recognize the esteemed name of Li de Guoxi? Who would have thought you would grace my humble Suian Villa? It is indeed an honor. Wu Ming was surprised to discover that his name, Li Hongru, was somewhat known. It seemed he must be cautious about its use in the future. Should he encounter acquaintances, it could lead to complications. However, it was evident that Lord Pan did not truly recognize Li Hongru, merely having heard of him. Allowing Wu Ming to maintain his guise, Pan Ting introduced her father and brother to Wu Ming, and the four of them sat down together, engaging in discussions about heroes and enjoying the wine. Without question, Wu Ming was lauded to the skies, and the matter of the slain leopards was conveniently forgotten. As Wu Ming gradually lowered his guard against the three, Lord Pan casually inquired, why is it that you, Li Gongzi, are not accompanying the emperor in the Great Zhou, but have instead come to this northern barbarian territory? Could it be that Great Zhou is preparing for war against the northern tribes? Wu Ming's heart skipped a beat at this seemingly innocuous question, but he quickly laughed and responded, Lord Pan, that is a confidential matter, which I cannot disclose. However, I have come for another reason. There is a situation where the righteous factions of the martial world are besieging the demonic sect. Have you heard of it? Upon hearing this, Lord Pan furrowed his brow slightly and sighed. It has been many years since such a significant event has transpired in the martial world, the gathering of the 10 righteous sects in the northern barbarian lands. Even with the presence of Sikonlan from the demonic faction may not suffice to safeguard the demonic sect. According to the intelligence I have gathered, the reason the righteous have launched a massive offensive against the demonic sect is that the human realm has dispatched cultivators with the intent of eradicating the demonic sect entirely. What? The practitioners from the human realm wish to partake in the struggles of the martial world. Do you know why? Wu Ming feigned ignorance, eager to hear Lord Pan's explanation. Were it not for the demonic sect, This would merely be a dispute among martial artists. However, the demonic sect has been reported to the human realm, accused of harboring remnants of the demon race. Thus, the human realm has sent cultivators to intervene in this martial conflict. This time, it is likely to be an unprecedented battle. There are rumors that the sword demon, Sikonlan, is no ordinary individual. He could very well be a cultivator himself. If that is indeed the case, the outcome of this battle remains uncertain. Wuming's brow furrowed slightly, and his smile faltered as he remarked, with cultivators involved, it cannot possibly be just one or two. Even if Sikonlan is the sword demon, it seems he cannot escape death this time. At this moment, Lord Pan suddenly jested. Could it be that Master Li has come to the northern barbarian lands on a mission? Wuming raised an eyebrow. Why would I involve myself in their affairs? I have pressing matters of my own and would not have come here had I not heard that the righteous warriors are planning to besiege the demonic sect. I merely sought to witness the events for myself. Since Master Li is not here on an assignment, that is all the better. Suddenly, Lord Pan stood up from his seat, a triumphant smile gracing his face as he looked at Wuming. Sensing an unusual atmosphere, Wuming attempted to rise, only to feel dizzy and disoriented. He realized too late that he had fallen into a trap. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed unconscious. Lord Pan, along with Pan Long and Pan Ting, exchanged sinister smiles as they gazed down at the fallen Wuming. Chapter 65, Surviving Calamity. Father, I did not expect your foresight to capture a cultivator amid our banter, remarked Pan Ting, a wicked smile playing upon her lips. Her demeanor starkly different from before. Sister, you did splendidly as well, extending such courteous hospitality to this cultivator, luring him into our trap. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Pan Long's eyes sparkled with pride, completely devoid of the genteel demeanor he had exhibited earlier. Had Wuming been awake, he would have been blinded by their treachery. It was evident that this family had employed some underhanded means against him. Otherwise, how could a cultivator be so easily subdued by three mere mortals? Tingert, go check if he is truly dead. My soul-severing water is highly toxic, colorless, and tasteless. It is guaranteed to be effective against mortals, but we must remain cautious with the cultivator. Yes, father. Pan Ting confidently approached Wuming. Certain of her father's soul-severing water's efficacy, fearing not that he might rise from the dead, she casually placed a finger near Wuming's nostrils, only to be startled into exclaiming "Bah!" and she promptly fell onto the ground, nearly soiling herself in fright. Tinger, what is happening? Seeing Pan Ting in a state of panic, Lord Pan and Pan Long rushed forward. Her father, he is still alive. The three of them were momentarily engulfed in chaos. Ultimately, it was the astute Lord Pan who, noticing Wuming's complete stillness, drew a dagger from his waist. The dagger shimmered with a dark blue light, indicating that it was also poisoned. Lord Pan cautiously approached Wuming, his gaze fixed intently upon him. As he drew nearer, he summoned all his strength and swung the dagger ferociously at Wuming's chest. Clang! In the next moment, the three members of the Pan family stood in stunned silence. This strike not only failed to pierce Wuming's body but instead shattered Lord Pan's dagger. Pater, what shall we do? He is still alive, and our poison is ineffective against him. But if he awakens, how can we hope to survive? I fear not. Even if the soul-severing water cannot kill him, he will not awaken easily. Let us search him for any cultivation manuals. Should we acquire a method for cultivation, we could indeed relocate as a family. Even if he wakes, he would have no way to find us. The prosperity of our Pan family hinges on him. It turned out that this family of three had plotted against Wuming with the intention of obtaining his cultivation techniques. Their reckless ambition was akin to the folly of men who perish for wealth and birds that die for food. Had they treated Wuming sincerely, they might have truly had a chance to cultivate and bring glory to their family name. However, one thing was certain: Wuming would not let them escape unscathed. Pan Long and Pan Ting nervously approached Wuming, searching him thoroughly, yet they found nothing of value, only a seemingly ordinary sword, which Wuming had intentionally left visible to appear as a martial artist among the crowd. All other items, such as storage bags and rings, were concealed within the Yushuan pearl, hidden deep within his dantian, while the storage bracelet was kept within his consciousness, only to be retrieved in dire circumstances. Clearly, the Pan family had found nothing of worth, and seeing that Wuming remained unconscious, they conferred and decided to relocate entirely. After all, the poison had failed to kill Wuming, and they could not simply wait for their doom. Before their escape, Lord Pan resolved to make one last attempt. He commanded his servants to prepare a large pile of firewood, raising Wuming's body atop it, instructing them to ignite it in hopes of burning him alive. This plan was exceptionally vicious. Even if Wuming were as resilient as iron, he would likely not withstand the flames, at the very least suffering severe burns. Yet, Lord Pan dared not watch closely, fearing that if Wuming were to awaken amidst the flames, He could easily annihilate them all. Thus, he entrusted the task to a servant while the three of them fled, disappearing without a trace. As for Wu Ming, he remained in a state of unconsciousness, oblivious to the events unfolding around him. However, he instinctively sensed the poison coursing through his veins, spreading throughout his body. In truth, the soul-severing water was effective. It was merely that Wu Ming had instinctively sealed his meridians the moment he felt the poison's onset, significantly slowing its spread. Nevertheless, the toxin was exceedingly potent, relentlessly breaking through layer after layer, threatening to reach his dantian should the poison infiltrate his dantian and then flow into his meridians to damage his organs. Even a celestial being would find it difficult to save him. Though Wu Ming remained unconscious, a sliver of consciousness remained, battling against the poison. Just when he felt all hope was lost, a sudden surge of violent flames engulfed his body, threatening to consume him. It was in this dire moment that a miracle occurred. Unexpectedly, the netherfire within his dantian erupted, enveloping his entire being and absorbing the fierce external flames to strengthen itself. Moreover, the netherfire acted autonomously, roaming throughout Wu Ming's body, continuously absorbing the poison, revitalizing his previously hopeless condition. The two Pan family servants, witnessing the inferno that failed to extinguish Wu Ming, fled in terror, abandoning the scene. The vast estate was consumed by the flames. Meanwhile, Wu Ming began to recover gradually, the poison within him now under control. The netherfire, as the greatest benefactor in this ordeal, not only absorbed a substantial amount of fiery energy but also a significant quantity of poison, resulting in its mutation. The once azure flames transformed into a bluish-purple hue, leaning toward violet. This raging inferno continued to burn for 3 days and nights, with Wu Ming enduring the flames without harm. Yet the toxin still prevented him from waking. Although the fire raged within the forest, the surrounding trees had been cleared during construction, and the courtyard walls shielded the area, preventing the fire from spreading into the woods. However, this blaze drew the attention of martial artists, some of whom recognized the site as the Cyn villa and rushed to investigate. The first to arrive were an elderly man and a young girl. Upon discovering Wu Ming's body among the ashes, they were struck with astonishment. Grandfather, how can he be completely unscathed? Chapter 66. Fortuitous misfortune. The elder remains silent, slowly approaching, kneeling to check Wu Ming's breath. He is still alive. You Eric, quickly help me carry him out. We must leave this place at once. The grandfather and granddaughter worked together to lift Wu Ming, the elder carrying him on his back. They surveyed their surroundings before vanishing into the woods. As more martial artists arrived, witnessing the devastation of the Cyn villa, they could not help but express their sorrow. In the early morning, the air was filled with a faint earthy aroma, mingled with the scents of dew-laden rivers and wildflowers from the forest. A gentle breeze swept through, and Wu Ming, lying in bed, inhaled the fragrant air, gradually opening his eyes. Where am I? How did I end up here? Wu Ming instinctively became alert, turning to survey his surroundings. This appeared to be a rustic dwelling, adorned with straw hats, sickles, and sheaves of wheat hanging on the walls. He attempted to rise but discovered he lacked the strength, sending a jolt of alarm through his heart. At that moment, a young girl entered the room, carrying a bowl of meat soup that emanated a rich, savory aroma. Upon witnessing that Wu Ming had awakened and was gazing intently at her, the young maiden first exhibited surprise, followed by a soft, smiling utterance. You are awake. Truly, you possess a remarkable fate to have emerged unscathed from such a great fire. Are you a celestial being? Wu Ming, upon her inquiry, suddenly recalled that he had been at the Cyn villa, engaging in merriment with the Pan family trio, only to find himself in a state of complete oblivion thereafter. My lady, I am at a loss as to how I have found myself here, he expressed, looking perplexed. The maiden, intrigued by his bewilderment, pursed her lips into a gentle smile and remarked, could it be that you were poisoned and subsequently engulfed in flames? Yet remain unaware of it. At her words, a wave of shock surged through Wu Ming's heart. He realized he had been poisoned and that his demise was intended to be concealed. The only individuals who could have administered such poison while he was at the Cyn villa were the Pan family. Those vile scoundrels, I deeply regret not having eliminated them, for I nearly lost my own life, he lamented. My lady, I possess no knowledge of this matter. I was merely drinking with the Pan family trio at Cyn villa when suddenly everything went blank. I have heard from my grandfather that you have been afflicted with the long-lost Duanhuan divine water, and your survival is due to the fact that you are a cultivator. Were you a mere mortal, there would have been no need to set you ablaze. Realization dawned upon Wu Ming. It must have been the maiden's grandfather who had saved him. However, as he attempted to rise, he found himself utterly devoid of strength. Please, do not move. My grandfather has informed me that the poison has not been entirely expelled. It is merely under temporary control. You will require my grandfather's herbal remedies and careful nurturing for at least a month before you can fully recover." Woming was dismayed to learn that it would take a month to rid himself of the poison. If such were the case, the demonic sect would likely face ruin, which left him in a dire predicament. At that moment, an elderly man entered, holding a large pipe and exhaling clouds of smoke. Upon seeing the elder, Woming recognized him as the maiden's grandfather and hastily attempted to bow, albeit unable to move. "You need not be overly polite." The elder appeared unperturbed, his demeanor devoid of any mundane air, which Woming could not help but admire in silence. "Grandfather, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention." The elder regarded Woming with a serious expression, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Young man, do you know what kind of poison you have been afflicted with?" Woming shook his head, confusion evident on his face. "You have been poisoned by the long-lost Duanhuan divine water, a toxin that is colorless and tasteless. Even spirits would perish upon exposure to it, yet you remain alive. I am quite curious as to how you have endured thus far. And that you seem entirely unharmed." At his words, Woming shut his eyes in introspection. The elder, recognizing his need for contemplation, refrained from interrupting. As Woming examined himself, he was startled to discover a ball of purple flame slumbering within his dantian. The toxins that had invaded his body had all coalesced within his meridians, continuously honing them to become more resilient. It became clear why he was immobilized. His body had not moved for an extended period, causing the three types of energy within him to stagnate, while the toxins circulated through his meridians, resulting in his rigidity. He attempted to channel his vital energy into his meridians, and as the energy surged forth, it swept through the pathways with fervor, clashing with the toxins and forcing them to retreat. To his astonishment, the toxins seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, evading the onslaught of vital energy while gravitating towards his eyes. In the span of a single small circulation, he found his limbs regained mobility, yet the Duanhuan divine water's toxins had all congregated in his eyes. His vital energy showed no intention of easing its pressure on the toxins, which exhibited a peculiar will to settle within his gaze. Observing this struggle between the vital energy and the toxins, he was powerless to intervene. He merely witnessed as two distinct colors began to manifest in his eyes. The once black irises transformed into a striking gold, while the formerly white sclerae shifted to a celestial blue. At that moment a sharp pain coursed through his eyes, compelling him to open them wide. Unleashing a brilliant golden light, this spectacle caused the expressions of the grandfather and granddaughter to shift dramatically. However, upon realizing Woming appeared unharmed, they exhaled in relief. As the golden light emanated from his eyes, the pain dissipated, leaving Woming feeling invigorated, free from the prior sense of weakness. He turned his gaze towards the pair who had saved his life, only to be met with a startling sight: two skeletons. Yet they seemed to stare at him vacantly, believing his vision to be impaired. He shut his eyes again, rubbed them, and looked once more, only to find that what appeared to be skeletons were, in fact, the grandfather and granddaughter standing before him completely unclothed. With a sigh of resignation, he closed his eyes yet again, allowing them to relax before reopening them. Finally seeing clearly, he rubbed his eyes and smiled at the duo, saying, "Elder, I believe I am well now. The toxins have congregated in my eyes, seemingly merging with them, and I feel my vision has become extraordinarily enhanced." The elder, upon hearing this, directed his gaze towards Woming's eyes and was astonished to find they appeared markedly different from before. "Could it be? Are you truly a cultivator?" Woming chuckled. "The elder, while I may be a cultivator, my abilities are rather meager and insignificant." "No, you are quite extraordinary. The Duanhuan divine water is capable of killing even spirits. Yet you stand here unscathed. Your eyes are undoubtedly exceptional, and your survival amidst such peril has brought you unforeseen fortune. It is clear that you are destined for greatness. As a mere mortal, I can discern this. Surely, as a practitioner, you must see it as well." Woming understood the implications of the elder's words. His eyes were indeed remarkable. The golden light that had erupted upon his awakening was the manifestation of vital energy coalescing into the breaking delusion golden eye. With this eye, he would be able to perceive illusions and visual barriers with clarity, ensuring he would not be led astray. The blue hue within his eyes represented the concentration of the Duanhuan divine water, significantly enhancing his resistance to toxins. Furthermore, these eyes bestowed upon him the ability to discern poisonous substances, ensuring that any attempts to poison him would be swiftly recognized. His windfall did not end there. The ghostly flames within his dantian appeared to have undergone a transformation, now emanating a more potent aura as they slumbered. His meridians had also expanded significantly, their resilience markedly improved. As he circulated his vital energy throughout his body, He felt an abundance of strength, as though he could shatter a mountain with a single blow. However, he refrained from testing this newfound power, for it could prove fatal, since learning of the existence of cultivators in the mortal realm, especially those of considerable might living in seclusion, he had become cautious, even refraining from utilizing too much vital energy in perilous situations like the Bone Mountain, fearing the attention of formidable beings. Elder, I am a self-taught cultivator and possess limited knowledge of the cultivation realm. Nonetheless, I have recovered, and I have pressing matters to attend to. I am deeply grateful for your assistance. May I inquire if there is anything you desire? If I can be of service, I shall gladly oblige. Upon hearing this, the elder realized Woming intended to leave. Truly a cultivator who had recovered so swiftly. The elder had yearned for a lifetime to practice cultivation but had been denied the opportunity. Now, with a living cultivator before him, and as his savior, he pondered whether he might request a method of cultivation to allow him and his granddaughter to embark on the path of immortality. Since you have offered, I shall shamelessly ask. I have long aspired to cultivate and yearn to become a practitioner. Might you have any spare cultivation methods to share with my granddaughter and me? We would be immensely grateful. As he spoke, the elder unexpectedly knelt down with his granddaughter, looking up at Woming with pleading eyes. Woming was initially taken aback by this display, but seeing the elderly pair kneeling in supplication compelled him to relent. He nodded, extending his hand to help them rise. Elder, I understand your sentiments. However, the teachings of cultivation are not to be imparted lightly. Moreover, given your advanced age, it may prove challenging for you to practice. Nevertheless, I shall share a set of cultivation techniques with you, though I must caution you not to harbor excessive expectations. If one lacks a spiritual root, it is impossible to cultivate. I can provide you with the methods. Whether you achieve success ultimately depends on your own fortune. With that, Woming contemplated briefly before retrieving a manual from his robe, a beginner's guide to the Hong Tian vital energy he had learned. He had carefully considered this choice. Should they master it, he could later share the complete version with them. If they were unable to absorb the vital energy, it would be evident that they were not destined for this technique. Though Woming possessed methods related to spiritual energy, the thinness of spiritual energy in the mortal realm rendered such practices nearly futile. Thus, he deemed the cultivation of vital energy to be a more viable path. The grandfather and granddaughter received the manual, cradling it with reverence and showering Woming with expressions of gratitude. However, Woming quietly departed, heading towards the demonic sect. At that moment, chaos engulfed the demonic sect. The sword demon Sikonlan was in seclusion. While the 5 great protectors were embroiled in infighting, quarreling over whether to retreat or confront the enemy, meanwhile, the forces of the 10 major sects had already descended upon the outskirts of the demonic sect's stronghold at Giant Axe Mountain. On the road, Woming encountered several individuals from the underworld, each seeking to take advantage of the situation. Should the demonic sect face defeat in the impending battle, there would undoubtedly be some benefits to be gained. They intended to seize the chaos to infiltrate the sect's headquarters, planning to sneak in and pilfer the sect's treasury while its disciples were engaged with formidable foes. By sheer happenstance, Woming became acquainted with them and, seizing the opportunity, joined their ranks. These individuals, while lacking in martial prowess, possessed remarkable agility, unmistakably marking them as thieves of the realm. There were 5 in total, making 6 with Woming. It appeared they were already well acquainted with the terrain of the demonic sect, knowledge of where the peaks soared, where the caverns lay, and where the traps were hidden. Woming could not help but feel a sense of wonder. How did they acquire such knowledge? Shenlang, what are you pondering? Hurry up and keep pace. Woming, under the alias of Shenlang, mingled among them, feigning clumsiness as a newcomer, and surprisingly, he garnered their favor. Woming understood that they likely sought to exploit him, so he chose to follow them for the time being, intending to reassess his options once they infiltrated the demonic sect. Big brother, we've been walking for so long, and we still haven't reached the sect. My feet are blistered. Shenlang, you're clearly used to a life of luxury. You claim to join us for a bit of fun, yet after merely a few dozen miles, you're already whining about foot pain. Have you never walked before? Big brother, I am in dire need of money. Why else would I endure this hardship? Woming feigned innocence, appearing rather foolish enough, complaining. We are nearly there. Ahead lies a cave that leads directly to the sect's headquarters. However, we cannot enter just yet, as the top 10 sects have yet to engage them in battle. We must wait for the opportune moment and conceal ourselves within the cave. The 6 of them immediately perked up, their footsteps quickening, and soon they arrived at the cave entrance. Big brother, can this really lead to the headquarters? Beside the cave entrance, a man known as Shoho whispered to the leader, When have I ever lied to you? You must be wondering how I know this, right? Indeed, big brother, how do you know? With a chuckle. The leader produced a piece of animal hide from his bosom, unfurling it to reveal a map. Upon seeing the hide, Wu Ming recognized it as a defensive layout of the demonic sect, Big Brother. You truly have remarkable abilities to have acquired the sect's defensive map. The leader smacked Shouhou on the back of the head, whispering fiercely, "You fool, keep your voice down, do you wish to get us killed?" Shouhou, chastened by the slap, fell silent. At that moment, the leader turned to Wu Ming with a sly grin. "Shenlang, when I give the signal, you will enter the cave first and scout the situation, alright?" Upon hearing this, Wu Ming realized they intended to use him as a sacrificial pawn. However, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, replying, "Of course, Big Brother, leave it to me. I will scout diligently." The leader and Shouhou exchanged glances, secretly pleased, thinking that this simpleton was easy to manipulate. Unaware that Wu Ming held the same thoughts about them, the six waited for roughly 2 hours when suddenly a swift sound pierced the air. As if tearing through it, Wu Ming turned to see an arrow soaring upward. Kicking up a cloud of dust, the leader sprang to his feet, a look of delight on his face. "Shenlang, go into the cave now. If all is well, keep moving forward, we will catch up." "Understood, Big Brother, just watch." With that, Wu Ming dashed into the cave. Mere moments after he entered, the five behind him were about to follow when suddenly a dozen steel blades appeared at their throats. "How bold of you to trespass into our forbidden grounds! Kill them without mercy." With that command, the five felt a chill at their throats before being slain on the spot. "Master, this one has a map." The man referred to as Master took the map from his subordinate, his eyes widening in shock. "This group of thieves has obtained our sect's defensive layout. I must report this to the madam immediately. Continue your patrols, kill any intruders on sight." With that, the master vanished in a flash. Meanwhile, Wu Ming entered the cave, which was pitch black. Had he not been a cultivator, he would have been blind. However, Wu Ming was no fool. He did not venture forward blindly. Instead, he utilized his piercing gaze to examine the stone walls. Quickly perceiving the traps ahead, he advanced cautiously, stopping momentarily to press against the wall, causing a stone door to creak open. Slipping through, Wu Ming found himself in a long passageway, its destination unknown. With the aid of his enhanced vision, he pressed onward, employing his light-footed technique. Soon, he reached the end of the passage, only to find no exit in sight. Through his keen perception, he discovered that the exit was actually above him, a good 20 meters high. While he could ascend with his technique, he lacked the means to open the door above. Nonetheless, this posed little challenge for Wu Ming. He retrieved his Wuching sword, empowering it with his sword control technique. The sword soared upward, embedding itself into the stone wall above. With satisfaction, Wu Ming leaped, maneuvering deftly to land atop the sword. Gathering his strength, he struck upward with a fist that carried the weight of several thousand pounds. Effortlessly shattering the stone slab above. Seizing the moment, he leaped out, landing silently on the ground below, where an eerie stillness enveloped him. Even as a cultivator, he remained cautious, scanning his surroundings with his spiritual sense. Once assured that no one was nearby, he relaxed. After a moment's contemplation, he donned a wolf-headed mask from his Yushuan pearl, wielding the Wuching sword as he proceeded towards a discernible direction, where he spotted a grand hall bustling with activity and combat. At that moment, Wu Ming's foremost concern was the safety of the demonic sect. He could not allow it to perish in the mortal realm. He needed to uncover the true purpose behind his mother's arrival in the mortal world, which was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. The demonic sect in the mortal realm must hold some connection to him. Moving swiftly, he approached the vicinity of the hall and leaped atop its roof. Gaining a clear view of the interior, inside, a cluster of individuals clad in black were encircled by those adorned in garments of 10 different colors, a middle-aged woman standing among them, fiercely protected. "Li Wan, you must understand, is it worth sacrificing so many lives of the demonic sect for your own? If Sikon Lan truly intended to save you, he would have come by now. Let me be frank, your whereabouts within the sect were disclosed to us by Sikon Lan. You never would have guessed, would you?" The speaker was a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refining, flanked by 4 others of the same rank, albeit visibly injured. Surrounding them were 10 cultivators, equally at the 7th level. Upon hearing the name Li Wan, Wu Ming's mind filled with questions. Li Wan, my mother is called Li Mo. Could there be a connection? At that moment, the middle-aged woman named Li Wan stepped forward from the crowd. Her face etched with sorrow. A flicker of hesitation crossed her features, her cheeks twitching slightly, and a glimmer of confusion danced in her eyes. "You so-called righteous sects are utterly absurd. You have obliterated entire demon clans. Yet you would brand me, a mere mortal, as one of them. Do you truly fear that I, as a mere human, could bring about your undoing?" Wu Ming, upon hearing Li Wan's words, felt his blood boil. He longed to leap down and avenge his mother by slaying these hypocritical so-called righteous individuals. However, now was not the time. Who knew if this was a trap? What if their target was not Li Wan but him? Exposing himself now would be akin to walking into a snare. Li Wan, are you still attempting to spin your web of deceit? The 4 individuals beside you are remnants of the demon clan. They are all devoted to your protection, yet you claim to have no connection to the demon race? Upon hearing this, Li Wan let out a resigned sigh. They only joined the demon sect 3 years ago, stating that they traversed mountains and rivers, journeying thousands of miles to reach this place merely to inform me that the demon clan has been vanquished. They wish to support me in reviving the demon race, but I am merely an insignificant mortal. What can I do to restore the demon clan? Furthermore, I do not even know where the demon clan resides. I have lived in the mortal realm with my mother since childhood. She only told me that my father is Li Hentian, the clan leader of the demons. Beyond that, I know nothing. Now I can count my remaining years on my fingers. Am I not enough of a mortal for you to tolerate? And they've merely 4 homeless children. Can you not spare them? Her words left everyone present feeling ashamed. Indeed, it is utterly impossible for a mere mortal to revive the demon race. And these 4 remnants of the demon clan are, at their core, just 4 children who fled from the demons. What can they possibly achieve? Li Wan, given the current situation, whatever you say cannot be undone. Even Sikon Lan no longer wishes to protect you. Do you not feel that living is a form of torment? If I were you, I would take up a sword and end my own life, thus sparing us the trouble of intervening. Upon hearing this, although Li Wan felt deeply unwilling, the cultivator's words rang true. Sikon Lan had betrayed her, and she could not comprehend why, and now, having arrived at this dire juncture, it was all a consequence of her own fostering of danger. Sikon Lan, who had grown up by her side, had studied swordsmanship with her mother and inherited the position of the demon sect leader. Yet now he falsely claimed to be in seclusion, allowing these people to invade the demon sect and destroy her mother's legacy. Contemplating this, Li Wan felt utterly hopeless. The air around her seemed to solidify. Her expression dimming and her nostrils flaring slightly, trembling, she raised her long sword, tears cascading from her eyes as she murmured, "The evening glow paints the vast sky, a lone soul sways, tears turn to smoke. The wind sweeps fallen leaves back to the earth, the cold moon shines mournfully upon the underworld." With that, she lifted the long sword, preparing to take her own life. Unbeknownst to her, Wu Ming had already infiltrated the Grand Hall. He could not allow Li Wan to commit such a foolish act. Even at the risk of exposing himself, he was determined to save her. Thus, at that moment, he leaped forth and shouted, "Stop!" The sword that was about to slice through Li Wan's neck halted abruptly. She looked up to see a figure wearing a wolf-headed mask, who had appeared in the hall without her notice. "Who are you? Why do you wish to stop her? What is your connection to her?" The cultivator who had earlier urged Li Wan to take her own life glared at Wu Ming, demanding an answer. Wu Ming turned to face him, raising his voice, "As cultivators of the righteous path, how can you force a mortal woman to take her own life, whether she has connections to you or not? This matter is one I must intervene in. Who exactly are you? Why do you hide your face, and what are your intentions? Who I am is not your concern. My master has heard that cultivators from the mortal realm have come to the demon sect to partake in this mortal conflict. So he sent me to handle this matter. I did not expect to witness such disgraceful actions from you. Thus I must intervene. If you are wise, you will leave the demon sect immediately and never return to the mortal realm. Otherwise, even if my master does not act, I will cripple your cultivation, ensuring you remain in the mortal realm forever as mere mortals." His words caused the 10 cultivators from the mortal realm to exchange glances, for they had been warned prior to entering the mortal realm to avoid being too arrogant. It was said that 4 ancient beings, merciless demons, resided here, though no one had seen their true forms. They were undeniably real, having lived for tens of thousands of years with unfathomable cultivation. They concealed themselves in the mortal realm to evade the heavenly tribulations that occur every 3,000 years. Now, Wu Ming's words sounded as if he were a disciple of these ancient beings, leaving them in fear. Wu Ming, seizing the moment, devised a plan. If he could prevent the cultivators from acting, the demon sect would not be destroyed. The 10 cultivators exchanged glances, their trepidation evident, yet they remained unwilling to relent. They gathered together, using secret techniques to communicate, and after a brief discussion, a handsome young man stepped forward, holding a high-grade magical artifact. He clasped his hands in greeting to Wu Ming and spoke in a voice as smooth as jade. "I am Leng Buping of the Zhixiao Sword Sect. Hearing that you are a disciple of a certain esteemed senior, I wish to challenge you with this high-grade magical artifact. Will you accept my challenge?" Upon hearing this, Wu Ming's piercing gaze scanned the young man, discovering that he had reached the peak of the 7th level of Qi refining, indeed possessing the strength to contend with him. However, to simply agree to his challenge would be utterly meaningless. With hands on his hips, Wu Ming chuckled. "I must ask, Leng Buping, are you unwell? to challenge me without any stakes. You disciples of the sects have no sense of fun at all. If there is to be a duel, there should be a wager. What is the point of fighting without anything at stake? Lang Buping's face flushed upon hearing this. What do you wish to wager then? Realizing this young man was quite reasonable, Wu Ming decided that the wager should be their expulsion. As long as they agreed, it would be worth risking his life today. That if you win, I will leave this place, and you may do as you please. If you lose, then all of you disciples of the immortal sects must vacate the mortal realm, otherwise, I will slay one of you at a time. If you are unconvinced, come at me. Wu Ming's words conveyed no regard for them, causing Lang Buping to hesitate momentarily. He turned to the other 9, uncertainty etched across his face. The cultivator who had previously spoken to Li Wan smiled and said, Lang Shixiang, what harm is there in agreeing? If he can defeat you, it proves he indeed has a powerful mentor behind him. But if he loses, it would be the best outcome for us, would it not? Wu Ming felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. He thought, you are cunningly calculating, but little do you know, I possess the strength to win. Gaining the support of the others bolstered Lang Buping's confidence, and he turned to Wu Ming with a smile. You heard them. We accept your terms. If we lose, we will leave at once. If you lose, you will depart. This wager is quite reasonable. I agree. Chapter 70. A sword that determines the universe. Upon hearing Lang Buping's confident declaration, Wu Ming felt a secret delight. This young man was a disciple of the Zixiao sword sect, and it seemed that, as Kong Jingyuan had mentioned, the Zixiao sword sect had become a first-rate sect. While the once great Lichuan sword sect may have perished, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to glean information about the Lichuan sword sect from Lang Buping. With this thought, Wu Ming smiled brightly. You just mentioned you were a disciple of the Zixiao sword sect. Correct, Lang Buping, puffing out his chest, replied with pride. Indeed, I am a disciple of the Zixiao sword sect. Do you fear the might of my sect and hesitate to compete with me? Wu Ming smirked. I have only heard of the Lichuan sword sect from my master, yet have never heard of the Zixiao sword sect. Could it be a second-rate sect? Feigning derision towards the Zixiao sword sect while elevating the Lichuan sword sect was intended to provoke Lang Buping's envy. And indeed, his plan bore fruit as Lang Buping exploded in rage, sneering. What did you say? My Zixiao sword sect annihilated the Lichuan sword sect eons ago and has long since become one of the top 10 first-rate sects in the mortal realm. You dare call it a second-rate sect? Very well, today I shall let you experience the might of the Zixiao sword sect. With that, Lang Buping brandished a shimmering longsword. Stepping outside the hall, he was aware that the grand hall was not suitable for cultivators to duel. Wu Ming smiled knowingly and followed him outside. Beyond the grand hall lay a vast plaza, used by the followers of the demon sect for ceremonies. At this moment, Wu Ming and Lang Buping took positions on either side, while the others emerged from the hall to witness the duel between the cultivators. Though most were mere mortals, they harbored anticipation, especially Li Wan, who fervently hoped Wu Ming would prevail. If the cultivators from the top 10 sects departed the demon sect, the remaining mortal warriors would pose no threat. At this moment, Wu Ming sheathed his Wuqing sword and drew the Tianqian sword. With the Tianqian sword in hand, Wu Ming felt a surge of confidence. Even if he couldn't defeat Lang Buping in an instant, he could certainly overcome him. Despite wielding a high-grade magical flying sword, it posed no threat to Wu Ming whatsoever. Lang Buping laughed nonchalantly, clasping his hands. Do you not wish to reveal your name? If you perish by my sword, I would at least know who I have slain. Wu Ming chuckled in response. I am Jianyi, aspiring to become the world's foremost swordsman. Please make your move. Wu Ming raised the Tianqian sword, aiming it at Lang Buping. Unyielding, Lang Buping retaliated by infusing his high-grade magical artifact, the cold light sword, with spiritual energy, causing its blade to radiate brilliantly. In contrast, the Tianqian sword remained still, seemingly ordinary, akin to a mundane weapon, yet this was merely due to the Tianqian sword's superior rank, far beyond what Wu Ming could fully harness. He dared not infuse it with his vital energy, for he only unleashed it in critical moments. Otherwise, the sword would drain his energy within a few moves. Once Lang Buping had gathered his strength, he struck first, drawing a graceful arc with the cold light sword and sending it hurtling towards Wu Ming's throat. As Wu Ming observed the force behind the strike, a chill ran down his spine. This force contained a trace of thunderous energy, which would have been imperceptible without his. Had he been unaware, he would have been injured by that sliver of lightning. The technique known as cold unyielding is a masterful swordsmanship unique to the Zixiao sword sect. Aptly named the Dark Thunder Slash, this formidable move encapsulates the power of thunder within the sword's aura, allowing the wielder to strike their opponent unaware, inflicting harm through the hidden force of lightning. Although this is merely a foundational sword technique of the Zixiao sword sect, it serves as a lethal weapon even in the Qi refinement stage. Cold Unyielding's immediate application of this exceptional skill aims to ensure that the Nameless One faces defeat with a single blow, thereby demonstrating the might of the Zixiao sword sect. Recognizing the formidable nature of this strike, the Nameless One quickly discerns its weakness. He realizes that avoiding a direct confrontation would render the attack ineffective. Akin to a hammer striking cotton, completely futile, standing resolute and unmoving, he watches as Cold Unyielding's strike approaches. Suddenly, with a slight shift of his body, he deftly evades the blade with effortless grace. Cold Unyielding, taken aback by the ease with which the Nameless One dodges the blow without engaging directly, feels a surge of urgency. He swiftly unleashes 5 streams of sword energy, targeting the Nameless One from 5 directions: above, below, left, right, and center, intending to leave him with no avenue for escape. Each stream of energy is perfectly timed, compelling the Nameless One to brace for impact rather than evade. Observing the onslaught of the 5 sword energies, the Nameless One acknowledges Cold Unyielding's prowess as a Qi refinement elite from the Zixiao sword sect, yet, being merely at the pinnacle of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, he contemplates, even if he were to receive the attack head-on, what could it truly accomplish? Unfamiliar with the thunderous might, he initially sought to evade but realizes that evasion is no longer an option. He must face the challenge head-on, with no time to hesitate. He channels his internal qi into the Tianqian sword. In an instant, 30 strands of qi surge into the blade, causing it to radiate with brilliance. An invisible barrier envelopes his body, a defensive spell known as the Hengtian sword shield, designed to form a protective wall of qi that extends from the sword's edge, safeguarding him from incoming attacks. As the 5 streams of sword energy converge, the qi shield merely quivers slightly, effortlessly absorbing the force of the assault. Cold Unyielding's eyes widen in disbelief. He muses, how could this be? His 5 dark thunder slashes, his most powerful strikes, could easily fell an 8th layer qi refinement cultivator. Yet they are thwarted so easily. What kind of force is this? How could it withstand the might of thunder? While Cold Unyielding's mind is inundated with confusion, the Nameless One seizes the moment to strike. As Cold Unyielding remains lost in thought, the Nameless One advances, infusing 50 strands of qi into the Tianqian sword and bringing it down upon Cold Unyielding with ferocious intent. The sheer force of the blow terrifies Cold Unyielding, for he fears that even his superior magic sword may not withstand this attack. In a moment of desperation, he swiftly retrieves a diamond defense talisman from his storage pouch, infusing it with magical energy before affixing it to himself. He then raises his superior magic artifact to block above his head. At that moment, the Nameless One's Tianqian sword, infused with turbulent qi, descends. A resounding crack echoes through the air as the magic artifact shatters, and the Tianqian sword comes mere inches from Cold Unyielding's brow. While he desperately channels his magic into the diamond talisman to withstand the onslaught, Cold Unyielding's superior sword snaps in two, clattering to the ground. At this juncture, the victor and vanquished are clear. With a single decisive strike, the Nameless One asserts his dominance, yet he harbors no desire to extinguish Cold Unyielding's life. He slowly retracts the Tianqian sword, offering a faint smile as he declares, "You have lost." Chapter 71. The return. Seeing that the Nameless One has ceased his assault, Cold Unyielding breathes a sigh of relief, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead as he stands in a daze, his gaze vacant. The Nameless One, observing his silence, scoffs coldly, "What's the matter? Are you unwilling to admit your defeat?" Cold Unyielding, upon hearing these words, lifts his gaze to meet the Nameless One's, struggling to find the words. Ultimately turning to face the other 9 cultivators, they, too, are rendered speechless, never having anticipated that even a genius like Cold Unyielding, who frequently challenges experts of the 8th and 9th layers of qi refinement, would fail to withstand even a single strike from the Nameless One. Not what could they possibly say? Ultimately, Cold Unyielding proves himself a man of honor. He raises his hand in salute to the Nameless One, bowing respectfully as he states, "I concede, I accept my loss. We, the disciples of the 10 great sects, shall depart this place immediately and return to the mortal realm. However, even as we leave, you must refrain from interfering in mortal affairs, for that is the only way to ensure fairness." The Nameless One nods in acknowledgement, choosing not to respond. He contemplates his next move, thinking that since he currently wears a mask, once everyone has departed, he can discreetly return as the scholar Shenlang. What could they do then? Very well, let us depart together. The matters of the demonic sect shall be resolved by themselves. Should anyone dare to meddle again, I shall ensure their demise. With a firm thrust, the Nameless One drives the Tianqian sword into the stone slab of the square, unleashing an aura potent enough to rival that of a 9th layer qi refinement cultivator. The disciples of the 10 great sects, no longer daring to linger, depart in a defeated manner, while the Nameless One, indifferent to Li Wan's eager gaze, follows in their wake as they exit the demonic sect. Not long after the Nameless One's departure, chaos erupts anew within the demonic sect. Mortal martial artists storm into the grand hall, led by none other than the sword demon, Sikon Lan. Sikon Lan? Li Wan truly did not expect that you would prove to be an untrainable hound. Li Wan weeps uncontrollably, her teeth clenched in fury as she glares at the treacherous man before her. Sikon Lan, with his hawk-like brows and sharp gaze, exudes an air of dashing charm, yet his expression is now filled with sinister intent. Li Wan, out of respect for our past as husband and wife, I shall reveal the truth. The Sikon Lan you played with as a child has long since perished. I am but his substitute. In reality, I am a disciple of the Zixiao sword sect, known as Zhuo Bufan. 10 years ago, when the demonic clan was annihilated, my Zixiao sword sect received word that remnants of the demonic clan still lingered within the mortal realm. The sect leader dispatched me, disguised, to infiltrate the demonic sect, and I seized the chance to eliminate Sikon Lan, taking his place as the sect's leader. I identified you as the remnant of the demonic clan when these 4 individuals arrived by your side. I promptly relayed this information to the Zixiao sword sect, which led to today's events. Do not blame me. We are simply on opposing sides, each serving our own masters. The revelation that this Sikon Lan is a mere facade, the true one having been slain, leaves Li Wan in tears. Her husband, she learns, has fallen to this man's treachery, and she has spent a decade as the wife of Zhuo Bufan, overwhelmed with shame, rage, and disgust. She retorts, "You vile creature, how dare you assume the guise of my husband? You are unworthy." Zhuo Bufan smirks wickedly, brushing a hand across his face to reveal the visage of a handsome young man. Leering as he quips, "Li Wan, why are you so angry? Am I not a fine young man in my 30s? Do I not deserve a beauty such as yourself, who is merely a faded flower? You have not suffered. I am the one who has lost out." At his words, Li Wan trembles with fury, her blood boiling, and she spews forth a mouthful of blood, wiping the blood from her lips. She glares with fierce eyes at Zhuo Bufan, unleashing one final roar of rage. "You beast, even in death, I shall not spare you." Zhuo Bufan steps forward, slowly approaching Li Wan with a lecherous grin. The 4 young men beside her brandish their weapons, ready to confront Zhuo Bufan. They know they are no match for him. His aura surpasses even that of cold unyielding, whom they had just witnessed in combat. Even unscathed, they would not stand a chance against him. Though fear grips their hearts, they are merely 16 or 17-year-old children, yet, within their eyes burns an indomitable spirit, a refusal to abandon their vow to protect Li Wan. "You 4 think you can hinder me?" Zhuo Bufan's gaze turns frigid, his tone chilling, resembling that of a malevolent deity. "They are but children, spare them, and I will accompany you." Li Wan interjects, her voice heavy with disdain for Zhuo Bufan. Yet aware of his intentions, the remnants of the demonic clan consist solely of these 4 unfortunate children. She cannot allow the last flicker of their legacy to be extinguished. They must survive to revive the demonic clan. Zhuo Bufan chuckles derisively. "Li Wan, you can barely protect yourself, let alone them. Today, not just they but you, and all these demonic sect members shall perish. None shall escape. Unless," Li Wan, sensing a glimmer of hope, quickly inquires. "Unless what?" Zhuo Bufan smiles lightly, a triumphant expression gracing his features, fully aware that he has successfully provoked Li Wan's survival instinct. Even if she fears death, the remnants of the demonic clan and these sect disciples are a burden she cannot bear to see perish. This is Li Wan's vulnerability, and he has successfully struck at its core. "Unless you surrender the treasures of the demonic clan, none shall survive. I can afford to abandon the treasures, as long as I eliminate you. I can return to report my success." Li Wan, upon hearing this, bursts into laughter as Zhuo Bufan, "Are you jesting? I possess no treasures of the demonic clan. You would be better off simply killing us. It is impossible. The demonic treasury lies barren. When my master visited it during the campaign against the demonic clan, it was already emptied before the celestial army reached the sacred mountain. Clearly, the treasures were relocated in advance. The only survivors of your clan are the son of the demonic princess Liamo, known as the Nameless One, and you 5. If you do not possess them, then they must be with the Nameless One." Li Wan, however, scoffed and replied, "Zhuo Bufan, you underestimate the bloodlust of the demon race far too much. Is it not possible that they would rather die than surrender to you? Indeed, what is he? Does he have the right to covet the treasures of my demon clan?" Just behind Zhuo Bufan, a voice emerged. It was the Nameless One, who had returned. At this moment, he had removed his mask, revealing the striking visage of a scholarly youth, and he was leisurely advancing towards Zhuo Bufan. As Zhuo Bufan surveyed the surroundings, he discovered the ground littered with corpses, all of which belonged to the martial artists of the 10 major sections. Chapter 72. Waste Severance. Zhuo Bufan did not recognize the young man before him. But upon seeing the blood-soaked sword in his hand, he immediately understood that he was the one responsible for the deaths outside. "Who are you? Did you kill them all?" the nameless one, exuding confidence, replied with a triumphant smile. "I am Shin Lang. They are merely a pack of curs. My true target is you." Zhuo Bufan scrutinized Shin Lang, then burst into laughter. "With your mere 6th level of chi refinement, you wish to kill me? Do you not find that notion utterly absurd?" Shin Lang, disdainful, pursed his lips and retorted, "Indeed, with my 6th level of chi refinement, killing you, a cultivator of the 8th level, poses a challenge. However, you must die. Thus, no matter how difficult it may be, I shall slay you today." Observing Shin Lang's stubborn demeanor, Zhuo Bufan, though skeptical of Shin Lang being his match, acknowledged that in the world of cultivation, there were indeed instances where individuals driven by a will to die had succeeded in slaying stronger foes. Even with his 2 minor realms of superiority as an 8th level cultivator, he could not dismiss the possibility of Shin Lang overcoming him. "Brother Shin Lang, we harbor no grievances from the past, nor enmity in recent days. Why must we draw swords against each other?" Zhuo Bufan altered his approach, aware that within this grand hall, Shin Lang was not the only cultivator present. There were also the 4 remnants of the demon clan. Although they were injured and not particularly powerful, Zhuo Bufan, ever the cunning strategist, was astute in assessing situations and evading danger. He decided to first discern Shin Lang's motives for wanting to kill him. If it was merely a misunderstanding, it would be prudent to resolve it. Zhuo Bufan, do not waste your breath. Make your move. Shin Lang had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. Once he dispatched Zhuo Bufan, he intended to flee with Li Wan and the 4 demon descendants. Time was of the essence. Delays could lead to unforeseen complications. "It seems you are determined to oppose me." Zhuo Bufan narrowed his eyes, slowly assuming a combat stance, ready to strike. Shin Lang, sensing the gravity of the situation, heightened his vigilance. Faced with an opponent of Zhuo Bufan's caliber, he could afford no distractions. Before his arrival, he had already devised a strategy to ensure Zhuo Bufan's demise. To succeed in killing Zhuo Bufan with his current cultivation, he knew he had only one chance: his opening strike. Cunning individuals often use their initial move to gauge their opponent's strength, not unleashing their full power. Thus, Shin Lang's battle plan was to deliver a fatal blow from the outset. Should he expend all his energy in that first strike against Zhuo Bufan, he would surely throw off his own rhythm. This was also a gamble for Shin Lang. The worst-case scenario was failing to land the strike and being evaded by Zhuo Bufan. However, it would not be easy for Zhuo Bufan to kill him, as he had grown significantly stronger since the fire at Suiyan Manor, perhaps rendering Zhuo Bufan's superior-grade magical weapon ineffective against him. Regardless, Shin Lang was all in. If he won, he would save Li Wan and the others. And if he lost, he could still escape, though that left Li Wan and the others vulnerable. Just as Zhuo Bufan completed his preparations and was about to unleash his flying sword against Shin Lang, he suddenly saw Shin Lang flash forward, arriving right before him. This was not the typical approach of a cultivator. It was a testament to Shin Lang's intelligence. His swordsmanship was not yet refined, and compared to Zhuo Bufan, he was merely a novice. Thus, he compensated for this by employing the lightness skill of a mortal fighter to close the distance, engaging in hand-to-hand combat, which was his forte. In an instant, the Tianqian sword was activated by Shin Lang, channeling 100 streams of vital energy, delivering an overwhelming sense of pressure as he swung it horizontally at Zhuo Bufan. The speed and force of this strike reached their zenith. Zhuo Bufan realized he had no time to evade and hastily swung his own flying sword to meet the attack, while simultaneously retreating furiously. However, to his utter disbelief, his superior-grade magical weapon was severed as if it were mere tofu when clashing with Shin Lang's Tianqian sword. Although Shin Lang's body could advance no further and his technique was exhausted, the true power of the strike was not in the technique itself but in the sword's energy, the violent sword energy. Momentarily hindered when severing the superior-grade magical weapon lost none of its speed, Zhuo Bufan managed to retreat 3 steps before the sword energy reached him, and with a sound it pierced through his body. Zhuo Bufan's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked down at his abdomen. In that fleeting moment, he felt himself falling forward, utterly powerless, and collapsed. Shin Lang's strike had cleaved Zhuo Bufan in half. He observed Zhuo Bufan's upper body lying on the ground, still alive but rendered immobile as his limbs lost sensation. Shin Lang stepped forward, placing a foot on Zhuo Bufan's head, and sternly inquired, "Zhuo Bufan, tell me, who in your Zishou sword sect knows of the demon clan's treasure?" Zhuo Bufan realized he was beyond salvation, yet he could not allow Shin Lang to extract information from him. He grinned malevolently. "Do you wish to know? I refuse to tell you." At this, Shin Lang's eyes hardened, and he swiftly raised his sword, severing Zhuo Bufan's head. Upon witnessing Shin Lang slay Zhuo Bufan, Li Wan felt a wave of relief wash over her. With the assistance of two demon descendants, she approached Shenlang with a beaming smile. I am Li Wan. Thank you, young hero, for saving my life. Might I inquire about your connection to our demon sect? Gazing into the eager eyes of Li Wan and the four demon descendants, Shenlang's eyes glistened with tears as he forced a smile. I am Shenlang, the son of Li Mo. Hearing this revelation, Li Wan was taken aback, realizing that he was the son of her younger sister. Unable to suppress her overwhelming emotions, she stepped forward and embraced Shenlang, tears streaming down her face. Child, I am Li Mo's elder sister, your aunt. I cannot believe I would see you at such a moment. Shenlang too was overcome with emotion. Aunt, we must leave immediately. Those so-called righteous sects will not rest until they have our demon clan's treasure. They will surely return, and for our safety, we must find a place where they cannot track us. Li Wan, however, chuckled ruefully. Child, where can we possibly go? Upon hearing this, Shenlang lifted his gaze towards the horizon and sighed. I know of a refuge that can provide us with temporary safety. You follow me? Li Wan, observing the determination in Shenlang's countenance, smiled. Very well, as long as we can preserve the bloodline of our demon clan. I shall heed your guidance. Shenlang glanced at the four demon descendants, each of whom bore expressions of tenacity and indomitable spirit, and a thought began to form in his mind. Chapter 73, Reunion with Li Hongru. At this moment, Shenlang had no time for introductions. Li Wan gathered all their belongings and entrusted them to the demon sect's master, instructing him to disperse the disciples on the spot before following Shenlang. Shenlang understood that traversing mountains and rivers would attract attention, so without hesitation, he summoned a flying vessel. The six of them boarded it and departed without looking back. The destination Shenlang chose was none other than the underground palace at Bone Mountain. In the mortal realm, he knew this place was the safest option. Within half a day, they arrived at their destination. As they entered the cave, a sense of surviving a calamity washed over them. Shenlang, had it not been for you, we might have perished. Li Wan expressed her gratitude, and there is no need for such formality. With the fall of our demon clan, we are like drifting weeds, surviving in this world where our lives hang by a thread. In the three realms, we have no place to stand. If I were to remain idle in such a situation, merely clinging to life, our demon clan would surely face true annihilation. Shenlang, even if we have escaped, are we to remain here forever? Li Wan queried, her eyes filled with hope, seeing the anticipation in Li Wan and the others' gazes. Shenlang smiled slightly and produced a tome from his robe, displaying it before them. And this is the ancestor demon scripture, the culmination of our demon clan's ancestors' lives. Within it lies a technique known as the transmutation of pulse, which, once mastered, will allow you to alter your appearance. We can then venture into the mortal realm, establish our own influence, and restore the glory of our demon clan. The four demon descendants were ecstatic at this revelation. They had certainly heard of the ancestor demon scripture, the most profound technique of their clan, reserved solely for the elite offspring of the demon clan. Not every member had the opportunity to learn it. With Shenlang presenting the scripture, it signified their chance to acquire this powerful technique. How could they not be overjoyed? However, Li Wan appeared somewhat despondent, for she was a mortal who had never practiced cultivation. Although she understood that her demon bloodline could allow her to become a cultivator, her anticipation for the world of cultivation was not particularly high. Unnamed perceived Li Wan's thoughts and chuckled. Aunt, I know that you do not truly wish to become a genuine member of the demon clan. However, we find ourselves with little choice. Moreover, the demon clan is not what it seems. It was only upon perusing the early pages of the grand demon scripture that I came to a profound understanding of our race's history. The annihilation of our clan is, in fact, the greatest conspiracy within the three realms. What they covet above all is our cultivation methods, for we possess a remarkable speed in our training and formidable strength, which has posed a threat to certain factions within the three realms. Hence, they have resorted to various means to denigrate the demon clan, with the ultimate aim of eradicating us. Upon hearing this, Li Wan found Unnamed's assertions highly plausible. She accepted the grand demon scripture from his hands and began to flip through its pages, losing herself in the text for half a day. Meanwhile, Unnamed grew acquainted with the four young members of the demon clan, who, as it turned out, were siblings from the Zhang family. Their names were Zhang Padian, Zhang Huanyan, Zhang Yufeng, and Zhang Lingxi. Notably, Zhang Lingxi turned out to be a girl who had been disguised as a boy. And it was only after their introductions that Unnamed realized she was the sole heir of the Zhang family, while the other three were collateral branches, with only Lingxi possessing the pure bloodline of the clan. Calculating the time, Unnamed noted that there were still over 3 months before the appointed day with Li Hongru. This duration was ample for Li Wan and the others to master the art of meridian transformation and the breathing technique. He produced paper and ink, instructing them to transcribe a copy, and particularly selected a technique from the Grand Demon Scripture for Li Wan. Unnamed chose not to impart the entirety of the Grand Demon Scripture to them at this juncture, opting instead to teach them the Li Quan sword technique, aiming to enable them to convert the demonic energy within their bodies into spiritual energy. By utilizing the Li Quan sword technique in the mortal realm, they would avoid revealing their identities in battles. After making these meticulous arrangements, Unnamed and the others began their rigorous training. Li Wan, having gained a fresh perspective on the demon clan from her study of the Grand Demon Scripture, found herself developing an affection for her lineage and immersed herself in her practice. Within a month, she had already advanced to the third level of Qi refinement. At this point, Unnamed instructed her to cease her training in the demon arts and to commence the practice of other techniques, including the Li Quan sword technique. Given their limited time, it was essential to wait until they had established a foothold in the mortal realm to continue their arduous cultivation. 3 months later, all 6 had concluded their training and transformed their appearances. Unnamed had become a dashing young gentleman, while Li Wan had transformed into a beautiful young matron, her youthfulness enhanced by her status as a cultivator. The 4 members of the Zhang family had also undergone significant changes in appearance, yet they still exuded the charm of youthful gentlemen. As night fell, Unnamed retrieved a flying vessel, and under the cover of darkness, the 6 navigated towards the Two Realms Mountain. Although Unnamed had not specified an exact date for their rendezvous with Li Hongru, he had instructed him to wait at the foot of the mountain. Upon arriving at the Two Realms Mountain and reaching a particular farmhouse, Unnamed spotted a burly man lounging in a chair, unkempt and with a fan resting on his chest, languidly lamenting. Li Ming. Li Ming, you wouldn't be playing tricks on me, would you? You brought me out here just to keep vigil for your mother. Hearing this, Unnamed smirked slightly and whispered, Brother Hongru, how could my Li Ming ever be that kind of person? You have wronged your younger brother this time. Upon hearing Unnamed's voice, Li Hongru sprang up from the chair as if invigorated, scanning the vicinity but finding no one, he asked in a low voice. Who? Feigning silence and remaining hidden, Unnamed watched as Li Hongru scratched the back of his head, muttering, It must be an illusion. How could this rascal possibly come? What are you saying? Unnamed's voice resonated again, causing Li Hongru to turn sharply, only to see Unnamed stepping out from behind a large tree, a broad smile adorning his face. Who are you? Upon realizing it was not Li Ming, Li Hongru immediately became wary. Placing his hand on his storage pouch, Brother Hongru, it is truly me. Have you not been eagerly awaiting my arrival? Hearing the familiar voice, Li Hongru recognized it was indeed Unnamed, but the appearance was unfamiliar, and certainly not as he had last seen him, leading him to remain skeptical. Shaking his head, Unnamed produced a waist token from his robes, the very one he had received while serving as the protector of the state in the Great Zhou. The moment Li Hongru saw it, his joy was palpable as he embraced Unnamed, his voice quivering with emotion, yet no tears fell. After longing for the stars and the moon, I have finally awaited your arrival. Why did you take so long? Chapter 74. Crossing borders. Brother Hongru, this time we are leaving the mortal realm to venture into the human realm. I have brought along several of my kin, and we plan to adopt the surname Li should we encounter any of your acquaintances. This will facilitate our endeavors in the human realm. Li Hongru scrutinized Li Wan and the other 5, surmising they were likely remnants of the demon clan. He couldn't help but lament internally about his unfortunate association with Unnamed, a scion of the demon clan. However, he found himself with little choice but to comply with Unnamed's instructions. Very well, you seem to have thought this through. However, my sect will not permit your entry. Do you have any plans in mind? Upon hearing this, Unnamed furrowed his brow slightly. He had indeed contemplated this possibility. If it were only himself, finding a secluded mountain to establish a cave for cultivation would suffice. However, with Li Wan and the others, he had to devise a long-term strategy. Brother Hongru, to my knowledge, every major sect in the human realm possesses its own market. Is this true? Li Hongru immediately grasped Unnamed's intent, a look of incredulity crossing his face as he chuckled. Li Ming, the rent for shops in the markets is exceedingly steep. No less than 1,000 spirit stones per year. Are you certain you can afford that? With a slight smile, Unnamed patted Li Hongru's shoulder, responding, That is not your concern. Simply tell me, is it true or not? Upon hearing this, Li Hongru's eyes lit up. He was astute enough to perceive Unnamed's implication that he was not lacking in spirit stones. He quickly replied, Indeed, every sect has its market, and there are also some markets established by merchant guilds and families. I believe that it would be more reliable to settle in a merchant guild's market rather than in a sect's. Brother Hongru, how so? Though Unnamed was not privy to the intricacies involved, Li Hongru certainly was. Quite simply, merchant guild markets are larger and attract the influence of major sects and rogue cultivators alike. making them thriving hubs. However, space in those markets is incredibly valuable, without sufficient financial resources. It is more suitable to remain in a family market. Upon hearing this, one named understood Li Hongru's point with clarity. He chuckled at Brother Hongru, let us seek out the largest merchant guild market to settle in. And you need not return to your sect. We shall strive to create our own future in the human realm. Li Hongru's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that Unnamed would indeed choose a merchant guild market. It seemed this fellow was quite wealthy. Following him might just lead to a smooth path ahead. However, this depended on Unnamed not being discovered as a remnant of the demon clan, an undertaking that felt akin to gambling with his own future. Yet, he concluded that staying with Unnamed was his best option. Li Ming, I know of a merchant guild's market that fits your desires perfectly. It is established by the Sihai Merchant Guild, located in Sihai City. As the largest merchant guild in the human realm, it conducts business across the 4 seas, penetrating various domains. It is said that even the monster domain and the underworld have dealings with it. If we can secure a storefront in Sihai City, it would be a veritable goldmine yielding substantial profits. Upon hearing this, Unnamed resolved firmly that their future was now secured. He glanced at Li Hongru, then at Li Wan and the others, who gazed at him with eager anticipation. With a gentle smile, he declared, very well, we shall go to Sihai City. Afterward, Unnamed and Li Hongru meticulously discussed the logistics of crossing borders. As they were still in the mortal realm, specifically at Two Realms Mountain, and their journey to the human realm was clandestine, normally, one would need to ascend the peak and use the teleportation array to reach the human realm. But they could not afford to take that route, as it would reveal their identities. Li Ming, to traverse Two Realms Mountain, we must first fly to Eagle's Cry Gorge, where we will wait until nightfall. Under the cover of darkness, we will pass through Black Wind Ridge, which leads us directly into the human realm. These two perilous locations cannot be crossed without a flying vessel, and now that we possess one, we face no danger. Are there sentinels atop Two Realms Mountain? Unnamed did not assume it would be so simple, as such a significant event in the mortal realm would surely prompt action from the human realm. He felt the need to remain cautious, yet he also recognized that no one would suspect him. Unnamed would return to the human realm at this juncture. There are typically guards, but they are not a cause for concern. The sentinels are responsible for guarding the teleportation array, and both Eagle's Cry Gorge and Black Wind Ridge are situated 20 miles away from the array, thus, they would not detect us, especially as they are merely low-tier cultivators. And at that distance, they would remain oblivious. The nameless individuals nodded, fully prepared, awaiting only the moment to act. However, the nameless one did not rush to depart. Instead, he retrieved the pelt of the shadow wolf he had slain on Bone Mountain. Meticulously crafting wolf masks for each of them, this shadow wolf pelt possessed the ability to block divine senses, showcasing the nameless one's thoughtful consideration. With these masks, even if they were seen, their true identities would remain concealed. Once they crossed the Two Realms Mountain, they would enter the human realm, and as long as they kept their silence, no one would suspect their presence. Having completed their preparations, they waited until nightfall. The 7 ascended the flying vessel, transforming into a streak of light as they sped towards the Eagle's Cry Gorge. Atop the Two Realms Mountain, 2 small Taoist priests were engaged in a game of chess by the campfire when they suddenly noticed a flash of light in the sky. One of the priests remarked, I believe I saw a streak of light pass by. Could it be someone attempting to cross the boundary? Continue your game. What cultivation do we possess to meddle in such matters? Even if someone were crossing over, they would undoubtedly not be ordinary folk. Do you think we could stop them? Let us consider it a shooting star. How delightful would that be? The other priest, evidently more astute, recognized the importance of self-preservation and stated, you speak truly. Our cultivation is merely at the 8th level of chi refinement, and we are only stationed here for a month before our shift changes. If we involve ourselves in matters that do not concern us, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that we could meet our demise. Discretion is indeed the better part of valor. Meanwhile, the flying vessel of the Nameless group smoothly traversed the Eagle's Cry Gorge and entered the Black Wind Ridge area, where the perpetual black winds obscured visibility. Should a mortal find themselves in this place, their bodies would be eroded by the black mist, reduced to mere bones. Thus, the Black Wind Ridge had become a forbidden zone, distinctly separating the immortal and mortal realms. Even if one managed to cross the Eagle's Cry Gorge, they would certainly not pass through the Black Wind Ridge. Chapter 75. The Magnate. The 7 nameless individuals, all cultivators, were not deterred by the black mist and faced no obstacles as they crossed the Black Wind Ridge. Ascending into the sky, they landed once more. Now within the human realm, they dared not continue on the flying vessel, for it had an illegitimate origin. The Nameless One possessed 2 flying vessels from the Qingxian sword sect and could not afford to expose himself in the human realm. Upon stepping onto the ground of the human realm, he stowed away the vessel, and the seven switched to walking. Although the journey would seem lengthy, according to Li Hongru, it spanned 3,000 miles to Sihai City. They planned to purchase a few horses for their ride. In the human realm, many mortals existed, most of whom were descendants of cultivators, as not everyone was born with spiritual roots. It was only 100,000 years ago that cultivators first set foot on this land, which had long been occupied by the demon race. As the number of human cultivators increased, the human realm ultimately became a place for both humans and demons to coexist. The human realm was divided into 5 regions: East, West, South, North, and Central. The southern and western regions were occupied by demons, while the central, eastern, and northern regions belonged to humans. The northern region, once the territory of the demon race, was now divided among humans. Sihai City was located in the central region, and the Two Realms mountain lay at its edge, providing an advantageous position for interactions between the human and mortal realms. Conveniently, the seven found a mortal town, where they procured 7 horses, setting off along the main road towards Sihai City. However, their seemingly smooth journey through the human realm was abruptly interrupted by unforeseen difficulties. Before them stood dozens of burly men, blocking their path, while behind them, a dozen cultivators barred their retreat. At the forefront was a red-faced man with a scar on his face, long hair cascading down, and eyes that glinted with malice. "Hand over your storage bags, and perhaps we shall spare your lives. Resist, and none shall survive." His tone was calm, devoid of any fear, as if such deeds were commonplace. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Nameless group understood they were facing robbers. They had not anticipated encountering such trouble in the human realm. Despite the opponent's relatively low cultivation, at most the 8th level of chi refinement, there were far too many of them to escape unscathed. If it were only the Nameless one, he could fight his way through, but with 7 people in tow, if he fled, they would surely perish. The Nameless one could not act so selfishly if faced with this predicament. He assumed the demeanor of a disciple from a grand sect, drawing forth the Tianqian sword and pointing it at the leading man, coldly declaring, "How audacious! Do you dare to rob disciples of the Yuling Palace? Do you believe your necks are sturdy enough?" The scar-faced man visibly shifted, his previous nonchalance replaced by tension. Observing this, the Nameless one realized that the reputation of the Yuling Palace was indeed formidable. "Are you truly disciples of the Yuling Palace?" Without responding, the Nameless one produced a waste token from his robe and tossed it to the scar-faced man, haughtily stating, "Examine this token. Can it be a forgery?" The man received the token and read the inscription, "Nameless, inner sect of the Yuling Palace." Upon seeing these words, regret flooded his heart. He had not anticipated that on this day, he would encounter such formidable opposition. Who would dare to provoke the disciples of the Yuling Palace, especially an inner sect disciple? If a conflict ensued, he might very well be the first to perish. He was acutely aware of his group's capabilities. Although their cultivation surpassed that of the Nameless group, they were merely scattered cultivators without profound skills or techniques. Despite their numerical advantage, they were at a distinct disadvantage against disciples of a grand sect. Observing the 2 cultivators beside him wielding superior flying swords, he glanced at his own mid-grade weapon, the soul-cutting blade, and realized the disparity. In a surprising turn, the scar-faced man adopted a grin and returned the waste token to the Nameless one. "Friend Nameless, I apologize for blocking your path. We are merely seeking resources for cultivation, and while we have taken some small treasures, we have never harmed the innocent. We seek wealth, not bloodshed." The Nameless one stared intently at the scar-faced man, remaining silent for a time before slowly inquiring, "What is your name?" The scar-faced man lifted his gaze and replied with a grin, "I am Gung Depeo. May I ask what instructions you have for me?" "My lord," the Nameless one smirked lightly, "Gung Depeo, your lives of bloodshed will not last long. If you truly have nowhere to go, why not accompany me? I am on my way to Sihai City and am in need of a guide." "Are you familiar with the area?" Hearing this, Gung Depeo's heart leapt with joy. To follow an inner sect disciple of the Yuling Palace was a stroke of fortune. Would he not be escaping the dire straits of his current life? This was indeed a chance to alter his fate. "I, Gung Depeo, pledge to follow you, my lord, and swear my unwavering loyalty." Gung Depeo knelt on one knee and bowed deeply, a gesture that astonished everyone present. His subordinates, quick to react, also knelt, vowing in unison to follow the Nameless one to the death. Yet, they all understood that without resources, they could abandon him at any moment. Seeing their eagerness, the Nameless one felt elated. This was indeed a powerful asset. Though they were weak, their presence and support could bolster his strength. "Please rise, everyone." Gung Depeo, "From now on, you shall accompany me, receiving 10 spirit stones per month. As for other rewards such as pills and magical artifacts, I will allocate them based on merit. However, let it be known, should anyone dare to betray me, they shall face certain death." Upon hearing this, the group nearly gasped in disbelief at the prospect of receiving 10 spirit stones each month. They stared wide-eyed, for under Gung Dapeo, they would struggle to earn even that much in a month. Following the Nameless One, they would no longer have to live a life of robbery, yet still receive a stable income. A true magnate, they had not anticipated finding such a fortunate path. Each of them felt that today marked the most fortunate day of their lives. "We shall obey your commands, my lord, and will never betray you." What folly it would be to disregard such favorable treatment, akin to that of an outer sect disciple of a grand sect. Just then, Li Hongru whispered in the Nameless One's ear, "Li Ming, have you lost your mind? With so many people, will we even have a path to survival on this journey?" The Nameless One pondered Li Hongru's words, realizing they were indeed a band of robbers. It was possible they might encounter someone they had previously robbed, and should they be reported, he would become the leader of thieves. Chapter 76, Journey to Sihai City. Li Hongru's words carried weight. And after some contemplation, the Nameless One addressed the crowd with a gentle tone, "To demonstrate your loyalty to me, I would like you to offer your soul blood. Only then can I feel secure in keeping you by my side. After all, we are merely acquaintances." Upon hearing this, Gung Dapeo and the others hesitated, but after a brief moment of reluctance, Gung Dapeo took the lead in offering his soul blood. This act surprised the Nameless One. "Gung Dapeo, have you truly thought this through?" The Nameless One feigned doubt, asking once more, "My lord, I, Gung Dapeo, am not a fool. If it were anyone else, your request for soul blood would likely prompt immediate hostility. Yet, with so many of us, mere bandits with low cultivation, what qualifications do we have to stay by your side? Your request for soul blood clearly indicates your lack of trust in us. This in turn reflects our own doubts. Initially, we were skeptical of your intentions to lead us to Sihai City. Now, we have no such reservations. However, I have one question. With more than 60 of us, each receiving 10 spirit stones per month, that totals 600 spirit stones. Can you truly afford this?" Gung Dapeo spoke at length, and to his surprise, beneath his rough exterior lay a meticulous mind. After he finished speaking, Wu Ming chuckled and said, "Once you have surrendered your soul blood, I shall provide you with the first month's payment." These low-ranking rogue cultivators, who likely struggled to accumulate even 10 spirit stones in a year, were taken aback when Wu Ming offered them 10 spirit stones per month, along with immediate payment for the first month. Had Wu Ming not insisted on the surrender of their soul blood, they would have found it hard to believe. And now, with his words, their hesitation vanished, and they eagerly offered their soul blood, sealing it in a Dan bottle before handing it to Wu Ming. Even Li Hongru found himself somewhat admiring Wu Ming, who, with just a few words, had managed to collect the soul blood of this group and gain their loyalty. At that moment, Wu Ming spoke again. "Gung Dapeo, do you have a mountain nearby where you can take refuge?" Upon hearing this, Gung Dapeo promptly answered, "My lord, we have been stationed on that high mountain to the east for 3 years now." Wu Ming glanced towards the east and indeed spotted a towering mountain, standing 1,000 meters high. He nodded and smiled. "Let us head to that mountain. We shall not proceed to Sihai City for the time being." Li Hongru, puzzled by this statement, remained silent, casting a confused look at Wu Ming. Noticing Li Hongru's bewilderment, Wu Ming laughed. "There is no need for such a look. With so many of us marching openly towards Sihai City, we would likely be slaughtered en route, yet we cannot become bandits." Li Hongru exclaimed loudly. Wu Ming shot him a glare and retorted, "Brother Hongru, when did I ever suggest we become bandits? We merely intend to stay temporarily on the mountain. Each of you must alter your appearance before we set off, especially you, Gung Dapeo, and you as well. If you do not disguise yourselves, our fate is sealed." Upon hearing this, Li Hongru quickly understood. Wu Ming truly was astute. "Always thinking a step ahead, brotherly. I have wronged you. Trust me, I would never lead you astray." A group of over 60 individuals marched eastward with great vigor. Soon arriving at the mountain, there was no stronghold, only a large cave where they settled. Wu Ming called everyone together, and now Wu Ming could be considered as having his own faction. Although still small, it was a significant improvement over many cultivators with such a group. He possessed a trump card for the future. "Brothers, I gathered you all to discuss an important matter. As you know, I intend to go to Sihai City, and you will accompany me. However, with so many of us, and given your 3 years as bandits, it is inevitable that some may recognize you, especially Gung Dapeo, whose identity is too conspicuous. Therefore, I shall impart a secret technique to alter your appearances." Hearing this, Gung Dapeo chuckled. "My lord, we already know a bit about disguise. There is no need to trouble ourselves with a secret technique." Wu Ming responded with a faint smile. "My technique, once employed, will alter your appearance for life. Regardless of your cultivation level. Do you truly believe your disguises surpass my secret art? Upon hearing this, Gung Depeo and his companions began to discuss animatedly, astonished at the existence of such a technique. With this ability, following Wu Ming would indeed be a wise choice, my lord. Are you truly offering to teach us this secret art? Wu Ming nodded affirmatively. Indeed, as long as you remain loyal to me and work diligently, I can assure you of continual surprises in the future. As for the name Wu Ming, you would do well to keep it to yourselves. We are going to Sihai City for business and to expand our influence. From now on, I shall go by Li Ming, do not forget. Yes, my lord. Subsequently, Wu Ming taught them the art of appearance alteration and provided them with a month's worth of spirit stones to hasten their training. Anticipating their transformation, day by day a month passed, and when Gung Depeo appeared before the group looking remarkably handsome, the entire assembly was utterly astonished. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Gung Depeo was overjoyed. His once disfigured face had been a source of great shame. Yet now, after mastering Wu Ming's secret technique, he had transformed into a striking young man. Anyone would be ecstatic at such a change. My lord, I can never forget the grace you have bestowed upon me. Gung Depeo, from now on my life is yours. Gung Depeo attempted to kneel in gratitude, but was stopped by Wu Ming. Depeo, what are you saying? You must preserve that life to serve me, in the following days. The others successfully altered their appearances. Seeing the opportune moment, Wu Ming gathered everyone together. Brothers, we have successfully completed the first step. Now we must prepare to head to Sihai City. I wish to know how many of you are familiar with the way to Sihai City? As soon as Wu Ming spoke, Gung Depeo and 4 others stepped forward, indicating they had previously been to Sihai City. Depeo, splendid. It is fortunate to have 5 individuals who know the way to Sihai City. This simplifies matters greatly. Our group of over 60 cannot travel together to Sihai City. I, along with Brother Hongru and a few others, will proceed first. You must split into 5 teams, each disguised as merchants. With you 5 leading a team. Upon reaching Sihai City, you can find us near the Sihai Merchant Association. Having heard Wu Ming's instructions, no one voiced any objections. Wu Ming then provided Gung Depeo and the others with a month's worth of expenses before setting off towards Sihai City with Li Wan and the others. Chapter 77, Acquiring Property. On their journey, Wu Ming and the others disguised themselves as beggars, ensuring a safe passage without encountering further bandits. As they neared Sihai City, they changed into proper attire. Sihai City was magnificent, with towering walls rising 20 zhang high, bustling with merchants entering and exiting. Point 4 Late-stage Qi refinement cultivators stood guard at the gates. As Wu Ming and his companions approached, they noticed that every individual entering the city presented a black waste token, which they of course did not possess, and dared not walk directly in. Wu Ming approached the 4 guards, clasped his fists, and smiled. Gentlemen, may I inquire where one might obtain the waste token for entry? First time here, I presume. The guard's expression turned stern as he replied coolly, indeed, my good fellow, just a small token of appreciation for some wine and delicacies for you brothers. Would you kindly enlighten us? As Wu Ming spoke, he discreetly slipped 10 spirit stones into the guard's hand. As expected, spirit stones proved effective. The guard's demeanor instantly brightened, and he pointed to the east, saying, see that gentleman over there, you can obtain it from him. Wu Ming expressed his gratitude with a smile and led Li Wan and the others toward the elderly man. Upon reaching him, Wu Ming clasped his fists and said, Elder, we are here for the first time and wish to obtain the waste token for entry into Sihai City. Hearing their request, the old man did not immediately rise but instead weakly mumbled, are you here for a long stay or just passing through? Wu Ming paused momentarily, then clasped his fists and smiled. Elder, we wish to conduct business in Sihai City, so we must be considered long-term residents. Upon hearing this, the old man sprang to his feet, scrutinizing Wu Ming closely with his beady eyes, which glimmered with avarice, making one wonder if he coveted Wu Ming's wealth. In your case, you cannot obtain a standard waste token. Sihai City has a rule. A pass for passing through costs 10 spirit stones, while a long-term pass requires 100 spirit stones. For those intending to conduct business like you, Sihai City issues a golden waste token, which costs 2,000 spirit stones. Wu Ming inwardly cursed, why don't you just rob me? 10 spirit stones for passing through, and 2,000 for conducting business. This is blatant extortion. It was indeed perplexing how such rules could deter merchants from flocking here. Elder, what advantages does the golden waste token confer? The old man grinned widely. The golden waste token is immensely valuable. It allows you to bring in 50 bodyguards while conducting business in the city. Without bodyguards, it is perilous, so you will need to hire some.